Grasping Evil Chapter 605 to Chapter 633. Ning Fan stood in the sky of the Middle Province with a slightly relieved expression. Not long after he returned to the Rain World, the World Passage completely collapsed. The World Passage was formed by the world-breaking light. Once the World Passage collapsed, the world-breaking light was enough to shred the bodies of scattered immortal cultivators. If Ning Fan's traveling light is slightly slower, he would probably die in the collapse of the World Passage. That was close. Is this the Muyun nation in the west of the Central Plains? Ning Fan's spirit sense slowly spread out, covering an area of 1 million li *, 500 m per li. Muyun country was a low-ranked cultivation country. Its territory was only a few 100,000 miles wide. Ning Fan's spirit sense spread far and wide, covering all the cultivation cities and sects in the entire Muyun country. At this moment, all the cultivators of Sunset Cloud Nation were shocked. They felt as if they had been swept by an extremely powerful divine sense. The monarch of the Muyun kingdom was an old monster at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm. At this moment, he was in seclusion in a cultivator city. When he sensed this extremely frightening divine sense, he immediately exclaimed in shock. What level of divine will is this? Even a nascent soul cultivator's divine sense can't reach this level. Could it be the legendary soul formation divine sense? While he was still in shock, a black flame suddenly flashed in front of him, and a white-robed young man appeared in front of him. This white-robed young man was none other than Ning Fan. The reason why he came to look for the Muyun country lord was because he wanted to ask about the current situation of the Rain World. The king of the Muyun country stared at Ning Fan, who appeared out of nowhere. His heart was filled with extreme shock. His status was low and he did not know how Marquis White Robe looked like in the Rain World. Naturally, he did not know Ning Fan's identity. The reason why he was shocked was because Ning Fan had directly appeared in his stone chamber. One should know that there was a nascent level lower grade grand array outside the stone chamber. Since Ning Fan could ignore the low grade nascent soul realm formation light and directly enter the stone chamber, his cultivation base was at least at the mid or late nascent soul realm. When he thought about the terrifying spirit sense he sensed just now, the king of Muyun inwardly guessed that this Ning Fan in front of him was probably a divine transformation realm old monster, and the spirit sense he sensed just now was from him. This junior is the Sunset Cloud country's king, Xiaoxi. May I know why senior has come here? Is there anything I can help you with? The king of Muyun bowed and bowed deeply. He did not dare to raise his head as he was afraid of angering Ning Fan. Based on his speculation, Ning Fan was a divine transformation realm old monster who possessed unparalleled strength. He could eliminate gold core realm and nascent soul realm cultivators with just a raise of his hand. To him, a divine transformation realm old monster was already a legendary figure, so he naturally did not dare to offend them. If he knew that the person standing in front of him was the dignified Marquis White Robe of the Rain World, he would probably be paralyzed on the ground. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to ask some questions. If I am satisfied with your answer, I will bestow upon you some benefits. Hearing that there would be a reward, the Muyun monarch's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, the benefits casually bestowed by a deity transformation old monster were enough for him to enjoy for the rest of his life. Junior will definitely tell you everything I know. Tell me everything that happened in the Rain World in the past 2 years. Yes. The monarch of the Muyun country raised his spirits and briefly organized the information in his mind. Then, he told him all the major events that happened in the Rain World in the past 2 years. Although his cultivation level was low, he was still the monarch of the middle stage show country. Therefore, he would be able to receive the news no matter what happened in the Rain World. For example, the Pill Sovereign attained the 7th Revolution Pill Refinement Realm, the Sect Master of the Lanling country recovered from his injuries and attained the Void Fragmentation Realm, a lady in Yu country in the southeastern continent broke through to the Void Fragmentation Realm. When he mentioned that the Rain World had 2 Void Fragmentation Realm experts, he could not help but feel a little proud. The Rain World had always been the weakest in the 9 worlds. After having 2 Void Fragmentation Realm experts, the overall strength of the world would certainly increase greatly. Senior, you might not know this, but that sect master of the Lanling country, Prince Lanling, was already the strongest expert below the Void Fragmentation Realm in the Rain World before attaining the Void Fragmentation Realm. After attaining the void fragmentation realm, I heard that even Prince Jinghong was not a match for him. As for the other void fragmentation realm female senior, she is even more powerful. I heard that she is the wife of Marquis White Robe and people call her Fairy Bright Sparrow. After listening to the monarch's explanation, Ning Fan's eyes lit up slightly. During the 2 years that he was away, nothing major happened in the Rain World. Yu country was also not in a huge mess. That made him feel slightly relieved. However, he did not expect that the Rain World would have 2 more void fragmentation realm experts during the short 2 years that he was away. Prince Lanling's injuries had completely healed and he had already successfully attained the void fragmentation realm. Even though this matter surprised Ning Fan, he did not pay much attention to it. To the current Ning Fan, even if Prince Lanling succeeds in attaining the void fragmentation realm, he was just a first void fragmentation realm cultivator who was not worth mentioning. As for Fairy Bright Sparrow, who had successfully attained the void fragmentation realm, it really surprised Ning Fan. Ning Fan muttered inwardly. Could it be that this little pill devil had picked up some heaven-defying treasure and eaten it? Otherwise, how could she attain the void fragmentation realm in just 2 years? Unbelievable. This is really unbelievable. By the way, the Rain Sovereign has the intention to summon 2 new void fragmentation realm experts. He has already summoned them to the Rain Palace a month ago. The monarch added. Bright Sparrow is currently in the Rain Palace? Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. Seeing Ning Fan's expression turn cold, the monarch was terrified. Cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. He did not know which of his words had offended Ning Fan. Just as he was panicking, he saw Ning Fan waving his hand and taking out a pill bottle and giving it to him. I'm very satisfied with your answer. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's figure flashed and slowly disappeared from his original spot. Inside the stone chamber, the monarch of Mu Yun held the pill bottle in his hand. The fear in his heart gradually dissipated. After a long time, he opened the pill bottle. As soon as he saw the pill inside, his face immediately lit up with joy. Then, he bowed to the direction where Ning Fan had left. Thank you for giving me the pill, Senior. I will never forget Senior's kindness in my life. The pill that Ning Fan gave him was a nascent formation pill. It could increase the chances of him forming his nascent soul. The monarch of Mu Yun was already close to forming his nascent soul. Thus, this nascent formation pill was very important to him. He was close to forming his nascent soul. Ning Fan left Mu Yun country. He rode on the ancient golden sword and flew away. He flew all the way to the east towards heavenly cloud country. He sat cross-legged on the ancient sword. His body was as steady as a boulder. The violent heavenly wind could not shake his body at all. Occasionally, Ning Fan would consume some pills to recover his magic power and stabilize his injuries. His expression was rather solemn. He was a little worried about Bright Sparrow's safety. If Bright Sparrow heads to the Rain Palace, Mu Luo's 5 broken clones would not be able to follow her. At most, he would be accompanied by the little Sable. If the Rain Sovereign has the intention to harm Bright Sparrow, I wonder if she will still be safe. This time, Ning Fan did not stay in the tree world for a long time. However, a lot of things had happened. Collecting Sinli, eliminating the Puppet Sovereign, the Vine Sovereign, the first grade Rain Intent, killing the sect masters of the 3 worlds, every single one of them was enough to shake heaven and earth. When everything was put together, it was like an unbelievable dream. Only the densely packed sealing techniques in his body and the feeling of weakness that kept surging up his body and mind reminded him that everything was not a dream. My Rain Intent has already reached the 1st grade. It's enough for me to use the heaven-peering rain technique. Unfortunately, my magic power has been depleted and my injuries are severe. My body is too weak to use the heaven-peering rain technique just now. I need to recuperate for a period of time and restore my condition to its peak. Only then can I use the technique to search for my mother. I can only put aside the matter of looking for my mother for now. I'm afraid I can't hide the fact that I killed the Vine Sovereign from the Rain Sovereign. However, he certainly doesn't know that I killed the sect masters of the 3 worlds. With the Rain Sovereign's jealous personality, if he knows that I'm strong enough to kill the Vine Sovereign, he might harbor hostility towards me and have the intention to kill me. Of course, there's also the possibility that he might bury his hostility deep in his heart and try his best to befriend me. I don't know what his current attitude towards me is. If it's the latter, it's fine. However, if it's the former, Bright Sparrow might be in danger in the Rain Palace. However, with the Rain Sovereign's personality, even if he wants to harm her, he will choose to do it secretly. Yun Zhongshuan, don't touch my bottom line. If it's possible, I don't want to destroy the Rain Palace. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. If Bright Sparrow is really harmed in the Rain Palace, he would certainly not let the Rain Sovereign go. To be fair, if the Rain Sovereign was willing to live in peace with Ning Fan did not want to turn against the Rain Sovereign. The Rain Sovereign had chased after him and used him. Even if he occasionally protected him, he still harbored evil intentions. He had the intention to burn the bridge after crossing it. From this point of view, even if Ning Fan becomes the Rain Sovereign's enemy, he would not have any psychological burden. However, Ning Fan had received the grace of the Rain Ancestor. He had the bloodline of a king molding divine king and opened the divine aperture of an ancient divine being. Unknowingly, he owed the Rain Palace a huge favor. That was why he was reluctant to kill the Rain Sovereign. Silly little brother, you're just confused because you're too concerned. Your little sister Bright Sparrow is not an ordinary person. As a member of the royal family of the immemorial Dark Sparrow clan, she has the Pill Devil physique. Now that she has attained the Void Fragmentation realm, she might not be a match for the Rain Sovereign in a head-on battle. However, if the Rain Sovereign wants to kill her, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task. Besides, you also have quite a number of friends in the Rain Palace. There's the Pill Sovereign and Yunbushu. They will certainly protect little sister Bright Sparrow for you. Luo Yu's reminder gently entered Ning Fan's mind. Her tone carried a hint of seduction and teasing. After hearing her words, Ning Fan's heart calmed down. Luo Yu was right. He was indeed confused because he was too concerned. Bright Sparrow was not a weakling. She had obtained Seetsung's inheritance before. She had many life-saving techniques. Even if she could not defeat the Rain Sovereign, she still had the means to protect herself. The Pill Sovereign and Ning Fan had been through life and death together. He would certainly take care of Bright Sparrow and not let the Rain Sovereign hurt her. The Pill Sovereign was a 7th Revolution Pill Refinement Master. If he wants to protect Bright Sparrow, the Rain Sovereign would also give him some face. You're right. Bright Sparrow will be fine. I've been worrying too much. Ning Fan's eyes gradually calmed down. During this trip to the Rain Palace, he must properly handle his relationship with the Rain Sovereign. It would naturally be the best if he could coexist peacefully with the Rain Sovereign. If not, he would have to establish his prestige in front of the Rain Sovereign so that the latter would not dare to attack him again. For the sake of the Rain Ancestor, he would try his best not to fall out with the Rain Sovereign. However, if the Rain Sovereign is stubborn and insists on being his enemy, he would not show any mercy. No matter how great the Rain Ancestor's friendship was, it was not enough for Ning Fan to let go of his true enemy. The journey to the Heavenly Cloud Nation was still quite far. It would probably take a few more days. Ning Fan put away his thoughts and focused on recovering his magic power. With the help of the pills, Ning Fan's magic power gradually recovered to its peak state. Unfortunately, there were still some hidden injuries in his body that had yet to heal. In particular, the sealing technique inside his body made him feel slightly uncomfortable. This immortal-grade sealing technique is extremely troublesome. This is the price I have to pay for killing the sect masters of the 3 realms. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and took out 19 storage pouches. Among these 19 storage pouches, there were the storage pouches of the sect masters of the 3 realms, Moksha Sovereign and 17 Void Fragmentation realm experts including Old Monster Tian Fei and the 4 Devil Elders of the Nirvana Palace. On the World Passage, Ning Fan had no time to care about these spoils of war. However, at this moment, he could properly organize the spoils of war. There were a total of 420,000 Dao crystals in the 19 storage pouches. To Void Fragmentation realm cultivators, every time they refined 10 Dao crystals, they could increase their magic power by 1 yuan period. To Ning Fan, every 5 Dao crystals could increase his magic power by 1 yuan period. It would take a lot of time to refine all 420,000 Dao crystals. However, if he refines all of them, his magic power could also skyrocket. Other than the Dao crystals, the other spoils of war were also very abundant. Among the 19 storage pouches, the ones that tempted Ning Fan the most were the storage pouches of the sect masters of the Three Realms and Moksha Sovereign. There were still 15 lightning shock balls in the storage pouch of the sect masters of the Three Realms. Each of them was enough to instantly kill a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. Other than that, Ning Fan also obtained the defining technique of the Three Realms sect from the storage pouch of the sect masters of the Three Realms, the vortex space technique. Ning Fan had suffered a few times under the effects of the vortex space technique. Even though he knew that this technique was powerful, he did not put it in his heart. However, after reading the introduction of this technique, Ning Fan was deeply shocked by it. This vortex space technique was actually an immortal technique. To be continued, this spatial vortex technique was actually a type of immortal technique. If the full power of this technique was unleashed, it could easily seal an itinerant immortal. This technique had a total of 3 levels, divided into 3 realms. From the lowest to the highest, they were the Silver Swirl, Golden Swirl, and Void Swirl realms. In the history of the Three Realms sect, only the first sect master had successfully cultivated to the Void Vortex stage. The current sect master had only cultivated to the Golden Vortex stage. Given the level of the sect master of the Three Realms spatial vortex technique, he could easily seal an ordinary void fragmentation realm cultivator with just a raise of his hand. If one cultivated this technique to the highest level, they would be able to seal an itinerant immortal with a wave of their hand. In order to cultivate the vortex art, one needed to refine a grotto heaven artifact to form a natal grotto heaven. The stronger the heavenly abode was, the more powerful the seal would be. Ning Fan's eyes lit up after reading the jade slip of the vortex space technique. He had many heavenly abode treasures and 3 small kiliacosm treasures. If he could devour the heavenly grotto heaven space of all the heavenly grotto treasures, and then devour the minor kiliacosm of the minor kiliacosm of the minor kiliacosm of the minor kiliacosm of the minor kiliacosm, his natal heavenly grotto heaven would probably be even more powerful than the sect masters of the Three Realms. If he mastered the spatial vortex technique, he would naturally be more powerful than the Three Realms sect masters. If I have time, I can learn this technique. Ning Fan kept the jade slip of the spatial vortex technique and began to look through Moksha Sovereign's storage pouch. In Moksha Sovereign's storage pouch, there were many good items as well. What made Ning Fan's eyes brighten were the 2 jade slips. The first jade slip recorded a peak immortal void realm magic art. It was called the revolving wheel art, and it was one of Moksha Sovereign's strongest divine arts. This art was bestowed to Moksha Sovereign by the White Devil sect master. Cultivating this art required a high level of ice magic power. If this technique was cultivated to the highest realm, it would be able to reflect all Dharma attacks under the celestial technique. In terms of killing people, its power was almost comparable to a real celestial technique. This technique made Ning Fan's eyes lit up. If he wanted to cultivate it, he would have to wait until he had the time. The second jade slip recorded an incomplete demonic art. Nirvana Sutra. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. This evil art was the art to cultivate the Nirvana evil veins. The Nirvana demon vein was extremely abnormal. As long as one did not die from an injury, the more serious the injury, the greater the increase in strength after recovery. What Moksha Sovereign cultivated was none other than this Nirvana scripture. Ning Fan carefully read the jade slip and his brows gradually furrowed. This jade slip only recorded the cultivation method of the present body of the 3 bodies of Nirvana. It didn't even have the cultivation method of the other 2 bodies, let alone the method to open up the Nirvana devil veins. However, after reading the contents of the jade slip, Ning Fan remained silent for a long time. Previously, he didn't know exactly what Moksha Sovereign's current body was. But now, he knew everything. There were 3 Moksha Emperors, 3 bodies in 1 body. What he captured alive was the current body of Moksha Emperor. Other than that, Moksha Emperor also had his past body and future body. This technique is incomplete. I can't cultivate it. Ning Fan kept all the storage pouches and jade slips. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out a black primordial spirit and held it tightly in his hand. Moksha Sovereign's primordial spirit. Moksha Sovereign was heavily injured by the rogue devil, and his primordial spirit seemed to be on the verge of death. If not treated properly, Moksha Sovereign's primordial spirit would perish in no time. Would Ning Fan heal him? Of course not. After his primordial spirit was captured, Moksha Sovereign's eyes turned ferocious. He snorted coldly. Since you have captured the primordial spirit of my current body, my other two bodies must have sensed it. They will come to save me sooner or later. I have the rogue devil. If any of your other two bodies come, I will kill them. Ning Fan sneered. Rogue devil. As soon as he thought of the rogue devil, the aura force of Moksha Sovereign's primordial spirit became much weaker. Since Ning Fan had the rogue devil, Moksha Sovereign's other two bodies were no match for him at all. Even if they come, they would only be courting death. What do I have to do to make you let me go? If you kill me, you will certainly offend the White Devil sect. Moksha Sovereign gritted his teeth and said. So what if I offend the White Devil sect? Soul search. Ning Fan was too lazy to talk to Moksha Sovereign. He directly used the soul-searching technique. Currently, Moksha Sovereign was not far from death. His primordial spirit was illusory. How could he resist Ning Fan's soul-searching technique? After letting out a miserable shriek, Moksha Sovereign directly fainted. As for Ning Fan, he searched his soul and memories unscrupulously. Moksha Sovereign's sea of consciousness was like a black ocean. Under this ocean, layers of seals were set. To Ning Fan, these memory seals were not worth mentioning at all. He could easily break them. As he flipped through Moksha Sovereign's memory fragments, Ning Fan's eyes became colder and colder. From Moksha Emperor's memories, Ning Fan saw Moksha Emperor's entire life. He saw his past when he was a disciple of the Old Devil. He also saw the whole process of him joining the White Devil sect and plotting against the Old Devil. Bang! Ning Fan suddenly clenched his palm and crushed Moksha Sovereign's primordial spirit, causing his blood to flow uncontrollably. The White Devil sect. Ning Fan's tone was cold, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Gradually, he retracted all his killing intent and regained his composure. Revenge must be taken little by little. The current him was no longer afraid of Moksha Sovereign, but he was still far from being a match for the Northern Heaven White Devil sect. The White Demon sect was a great enemy, but it was still far away, far beyond reach. He had yet to finish killing all the enemies nearby. Moksha Emperor still had two bodies, the Three Realms sect still had its foundation, and the Rain Sovereign's attitude was still unclear, and the enemy who harmed my parents, the mysterious seven-colored old man, I think I still have a long way to go on this path of evil cultivation. Ning Fan muttered to himself. 5 days later, Heavenly Cloud Nation. During these few days, a massive floating jade platform was built in the sea of clouds above the Heavenly Cloud 10 territories. A grand ceremony was being held on the jade platform to celebrate Prince Lan Ling and Ming Kei's successful breakthrough to the void fragmentation realm. The seats on the jade platform were already filled with the sect masters of countless first-rate forces in the middle state. Sitting on the main seats were all the void fragmentation realm experts of the Rain world, including the Rain Sovereign. Yun Tianjue was still absent. Prince Lan Ling and Ming Kei had already taken their seats. There was also a third heavenly layer void fragmentation realm beautiful lady in black robes sitting beside Ming Quebec. She was none other than the little sable, Mei Chen. Logically speaking, her injuries should not have fully healed yet. She would need to consume a high-grade 7th revolution pill in order to fully recover. Only after her injuries were healed could she regain her third stage of the void fragmentation realm cultivation base. However, for some unknown reason, her cultivation base had already been restored. Beside the little sable, there was another mysterious man. His entire body was covered in a black cloak, revealing only a pair of deep eyes that were like black gemstones. His eyes were filled with a cunning smile. This mysterious man also had a void fragmentation realm aura. However, his aura was extremely fleeting, making others unable to identify his exact cultivation base. Both the little sable and the mysterious man had concealed their chi. Outsiders would not know that they were void fragmentation realm old monsters. However, the higher-ups of the Rain Palace and the Rain Sovereign knew about it. The Rain Sovereign wore a smile on his face, but his heart was filled with gloominess. He had never expected that Ning Fan had the strength to kill the Vine Sovereign. He had never expected that there were so many experts hiding in Yu country. The reason he sent Ning Fan to the tree world was to let him soak in the Zhu Rong spring to increase his fire resistance and help him with his tasks. Who would have thought that he would misjudge Ning Fan? Ning Fan was actually such a powerful person who could even kill the Vine Sovereign, the Vine Sovereign. His strength was even slightly stronger than the Rain Sovereign. Since the Rain Sovereign sent Ning Fan to the tree world, he naturally paid close attention to the happenings in the tree world. After knowing that the Vine Sovereign was killed, the Rain Sovereign paid a huge price to send people to the tree world to investigate secretly. When he received the information about the murderer, he could hardly believe his eyes. The appearance of the murderer was clearly the same as Ning Fan. The Northern Tree Sovereign Liu Bei was Ning Fan, soul extraction, incarnation, and sovereign's shadow. Ning Fan knew all of the three great void fragmentation realm abilities. Sovereign Qi. Humph. The person who condensed the sovereign Qi in the rain world in the past must be Ning Fan. Ning Fan is the enemy that I have divined. He is the great enemy that will stop me from becoming an immortal. This child hid very deeply, very deeply. If it wasn't for such a huge incident, how would I have thought that this young man could even kill the Vine Sovereign? Humph. Fortunately, I haven't sent him to retrieve the emergence pill. If I send him, he will certainly take away my emergence pill and stop me from becoming an immortal. The Rain Sovereign looked at Ming Ke, Mei Chen, and the mysterious cloaked man with a hint of anger in his eyes. The Rain Sovereign had killed everyone who knew about Ning Fan's killing of the Vine Sovereign without making a public announcement. Other than him, no one else in the Rain world knew about it. After learning that Ning Fan killed the Vine Sovereign, he personally went to Yu country secretly with the intention of doing something bad. At that time, he was shocked to find out that there were actually 3 void fragmentation realm experts in Yu country. One of them was a 5th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm tree demon, a 3rd heavenly layer void fragmentation realm marten demon, and a mysterious cloaked man whose strength was unfathomable. Putting aside the marten demon, the tree demon and the mysterious cloaked man were both stronger than the Rain Emperor. After realizing the strength of Yu country, how would the Rain Sovereign dare to make a move against Yu country? Resentfully, he fled back to the Rain Palace. Later on, even Ming Ke succeeded in breaking through to the void fragmentation realm. The Rain Emperor's heart was in a mess. He did not know how to deal with Ning Fan. Ning Fan's strength was so great that it made him panic. What to do? What to do? Ning Fan alone could kill the Vine Sovereign, and Yu country still had so many experts. If Ning Fan wants to compete with him for the throne of the Rain Sovereign, he would certainly lose without a doubt. Could it be that I have no choice but to use the power of the divine beast and the sacrificial altar of the Rain Ancestor to eliminate him, like what I did to the Thunder Sovereign 10,000 years ago? The Rain Sovereign's thoughts were extremely complicated. That divine beast's appetite was too big. If he were to make a move, who knew how much blood and food he would have to offer? Previously, when he was dealing with the Thunder Sovereign, he had secretly sent people to capture 2 million golden core realm cultivators and offered them to the divine beast. Only then was the divine beast satisfied and helped him once. He didn't know what kind of price he would have to pay if he wanted the divine beast to take action again. No one present knew what the Rain Emperor was thinking. Each of the void fragmentation realm experts of the Rain world had their own thoughts, but they did not show it on their faces. The Rain Sovereign calmed himself down and looked at King Lan Ling and Ming Quebec. Currently, he had yet to make up his mind to deal with Ning Fan. Thus, he decided not to touch Ming Ke for the time being. Fellow Taoist Lan Ling and fellow Taoist Ming Ke being able to attain the void fragmentation realm is truly the fortune of the Rain world and my fortune. I intend to give you two some rewards. How about this? You two can tell me what you want. As long as it's reasonable, I will agree to it. The Rain Sovereign pondered for a while and decided to draw Ming Ke to his side for the time being. As for King Lan Ling, he naturally had to draw him to his side. For the time being, he decided to give them some rewards to draw them to his side. The Rain Sovereign's eyes swept across Ming Ke and Lan Ling, waiting for them to tell him what they wanted. Ming Ke looked at little Martin and the mysterious man beside her and transmitted her voice to them. No one knew what she said. After that, she stood up with a giggle and said to the Rain Sovereign, I want to enter the treasure vault of the ruling Sky City and eat pills until I'm full. Eat pills until you're full? The Rain Sovereign was slightly stunned. Then, he chuckled and said, that's easy. After this grand ceremony, I will arrange for someone to bring you to the pill room of the ruling Sky City's treasure vault. There are quite a lot of pills inside. You can take them as you deem fit. The Rain Sovereign did not understand the true meaning of eat until I'm full. He just thought that Ming Ke wanted to enter the treasure vault to take a few bottles of pills. Thus, he agreed without much hesitation. Ming Ke giggled and sat back on her seat, imagining the beautiful scene of her eating all the pills in the Rain Palace. After breaking through to the void fragmentation realm, her appetite had become very big. She did not know how many pills she would need to eat before she could be full. The Rain Sovereign looked at King Lanling. The latter slowly rose to his feet and cupped his fists at the Rain Sovereign. His handsome eyes carried a hint of coldness. "I only have one request. Please grant it, Rain Sovereign." "What request? Why don't you tell me?" "I have some grudges with Marquis White Robe. I hope to sign a life and death contract with him and have a life and death battle." As soon as King Lanling finished speaking, his eyes secretly made eye contact with Yun Jinghong, Yun Zhongyan and the other princes. Obviously, 2 of the princes were involved in his request. The Rain Sovereign was inwardly shocked. How could this King Lanling be so ungrateful and dare to have a life and death battle with Ning Fan? When he thought about it again, he understood the crux of the matter. King Lanling did not know that Ning Fan had entered the tree world and killed the Vine Sovereign. He did not know how strong Ning Fan was. He once had a grudge against Ning Fan. Now that he had broken through to the void fragmentation realm, he must have been urged by Yun Jinghong and the others to take revenge on Ning Fan. The Rain Sovereign also wanted to kill Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan had already become strong. Even the Rain Sovereign did not dare to touch him recklessly. King Lanling's request must not be granted. Marquis White Robe has yet to reach the void fragmentation realm. How can he be fellow Daoist Lanling's opponent? Don't mention this battle again. Just as the Rain Sovereign was about to reject King Lanling, a golden sword light suddenly cut through the layers of clouds and flew towards the jade platform. Before the crowd could see the origin of that sword light clearly, they saw a white-robed young man put away his golden sword and landed on the jade platform with a leap. Then, he sneered at King Lanling. "Do you really want to have a life and death battle with me?" It was just a sentence, but it contained a heaven-shaking aura force. Under this aura force, King Lanling actually felt a little unsteady on his feet and took a few steps back. He was extremely shocked. He could not withstand Ning Fan's aura force. Each of the old monsters of the Rain world suddenly stood up and looked at the white-robed young man. Invincible origin returning realm. It has only been a few years and Marquis White Robe has actually cultivated to the invincible origin returning realm. Ning Fan's arrival had greatly exceeded the Rain Sovereign's expectations. The Rain Sovereign narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that Ning Fan had already returned from the tree world. Each of the old monsters of the Rain world did not know what Ning Fan had done in the tree world. The reason why they were all surprised was because they found out that Ning Fan had actually broken through to the returning origin Great Void stage in just a few years. Besides, after Ning Fan returned to his primordial essence, his aura force was actually stronger than King Lanling, who had a void fragmentation realm cultivation base. It was really unbelievable. Ning Fan. King Lanling's star-like eyes were suppressing the deep flames of rage. The cinnabar between his eyebrows shot out a blood-red light filled with killing intent. No one knew how deep his hatred for Ning Fan was. In the past, his true body failed to break through to the void fragmentation realm and suffered a huge backlash. Hence, he sent his second primordial spirit to the Endless Sea in an attempt to snatch the devil statue slate of the 4 great devil clans of the Endless Sea. He wanted to use the power of the slate to heal his injuries. Unexpectedly, his second primordial spirit suffered many setbacks in the Endless Sea and failed to obtain all the devil slabs. In the end, it even died in Ning Fan's hands. The death of the second soul caused King Lanling's injuries to worsen and he was on the verge of death. If he didn't have a way to treat his injuries, Prince of Lanling would definitely die. In desperation, King Lanling had no choice but to use the sect-guarding secret technique of the Lanling sect. He used the 7 Orchids technique to secretly kill millions of cultivators and mortals. He devoured the life force of all the dead and forcefully healed his injuries. After that, he succeeded in attaining the void fragmentation realm. But overusing the 7 Orchid technique caused King Lanling's body to suffer from serious hidden injuries and he suffered from the technique's backlash. Even though he had succeeded in the void fragmentation realm, he would never be able to attain the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm for the rest of his life. He hated Ning Fan to the core. he was a cultivation genius on the same level as Xianxia. Before he had even reached the void fragmentation realm, he was already the #1 expert below the void fragmentation realm in Rain World. He originally had a bright future ahead of him, with hopes of reaching a higher realm. If it wasn't for Ning Fan destroying his second primordial spirit and aggravating his injuries, he would not have used the 7 orchids technique to heal himself, and he would not have ended up in such a state. His cultivation base would stop at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm for the rest of his life. His future was ruined in Ning Fan's hands. King Lan Ling fixed his eyes on Ning Fan. His eyes became colder and colder. He did not know why Ning Fan could break through to the origin returning realm in just a few years. He also did not know why Ning Fan's aura force was so strong. He only knew one thing: he wanted to kill Ning Fan to vent his anger. Even though he knew that the Rain Sovereign was biased towards Ning Fan, he still wanted to kill Ning Fan. Even if he knew that there was a void fragmentation realm expert in Yu country, he still wanted to kill Ning Fan. He had already descended into madness. Ning Fan's eyes swept across King Lan Ling indifferently. He felt that the current King Lan Ling was rather pitiful. He saw the crazy killing intent in King Lan Ling's eyes. His gaze moved away from the Prince of Lan Ling and glanced at the Rain Emperor. Then, he swept his gaze over all the old monsters of the Rain World. The Rain Emperor was smiling, but there was a sliver of coldness in his eyes. Ning Fan's heart sank. It seemed like the matter of him killing the Vine Sovereign had raised the Rain Sovereign's guard, and he even had the intention to kill him. Ming Ke was blinking her eyes at Ning Fan cheerfully while Mei Chen rolled her eyes at him. Seeing that Ming Ke was safe and sound, Ning Fan felt slightly relieved. When he saw that Mei Chen's injuries had actually fully healed and her cultivation base had also recovered, he could not help but feel shocked. As far as he knew, Mei Chen's injuries were extremely serious. She would need to consume at least a high-grade 7th revolution healing pill to fully recover. It's a little strange. Even though Ming Ke's innate talent is heaven-defying, the number of high-grade pills she needs to consume in order to attain the void fragmentation realm in just a few years is definitely not a small number. If Little Black wants to fully recover, she would need to consume at least a high-grade 7th revolution healing pill. Where did they get the pills to increase their cultivation base and heal their injuries? Did she give them to them? Ning Fan's gaze finally fell on the mysterious cloaked person. His eyes met with the cloaked person's black gem-like clear eyes. At first glance, he could tell that the cloaked person was a woman. Moreover, her eyes gave him a sense of familiarity. It was a little cunning, and he felt like he had met her before. However, he could not remember where he had seen her before. The black cloak that the woman was wearing was an extremely powerful concealment spiritual equipment. Even Ning Fan could not see the woman's face clearly under the cloak. Her cultivation base was erratic, making it hard for others to see through her cultivation base. Ning Fan could only tell that she was at the void fragmentation realm. However, he could not accurately determine which layer of the void fragmentation realm she was at. Hee. Why are you looking at me? The pills that they ate were indeed given by me. Why? Does Brother Ning not remember me anymore? I'm a little sad. The cloaked woman suddenly transmitted her voice to Ning Fan with a playful tone. It's her. As soon as Ning Fan heard the voice, the memories of the past immediately surged into his mind. He was slightly surprised, but his expression did not change at all. He had already guessed who this woman was. He did not expect that it would be her. He did not expect that she would return to the Rain World. If it's her, everything would have a reasonable explanation. With this woman's identity, it would not be difficult for her to get a high-grade 7th revolution pill to heal the small sable. It would also not be difficult for her to get a large number of high-grade pills to help Bright Sparrow heal the void fragmentation realm. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan could not figure out. Why did this woman want to help Bright Sparrow heal the void fragmentation realm and the small sable? What was her motive? Ning Fan, do you dare to sign a life and death agreement with me? Let's have a life and death battle. King Lan Ling looked at Ning Fan provocatively. His tone was a little harsh. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Even though he felt that King Lan Ling was pitiful, he would not sympathize with him. If King Lan Ling seeks his own death, he would not mind sending him to his death. However, before he could say anything, two voices that sounded like they were defending King Lanling rang at the same time. Lanling, step down. The Pill Sovereign suddenly stood up and said in a dignified manner. Fellow Taoist Lanling, don't you think you're bullying a Void Refinement Realm Junior with your Void Fragmentation Realm Cultivation base? The sarcastic voice came from Yunbushu. Other than the Rain Sovereign, no one knew how strong Ning Fan was. In the eyes of the crowd, King Lanling was a Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator who was stronger than Ning Fan. Even those who were familiar with Ning Fan's background did not think that he could defeat King Lanling. Both the Pill Sovereign and Yunbushu had the intention to protect Ning Fan. Thus, they naturally wanted to stop this battle and not give King Lanling a chance to kill Ning Fan. Ming Ke, on the other hand, wore an eager expression. She wanted Ning Fan to accept the challenge and teach King Lanling a lesson. In her impression, Ning Fan was the invincible and omnipotent brother biscuit. He would never lose to anyone. Machen pouted her lips and muttered softly, "Don't tell me the stinky man snatched King Lanling's Dao companion? Otherwise, why would King Lanling slap him like that?" It's him. Even though she was cursing in her heart, she had already made up her mind. No matter what, she would not let Ning Fan be in any danger today. The cloaked lady looked at Ning Fan with a faint smile, not saying a word. There were people who defended Ning Fan and there were also people who defended King Lanling. Seeing the Pill Sovereign and Yun Busha speaking out to protect Ning Fan, Yun Jinghong could no longer sit still. He exchanged a glance with Yun Zhongyan who was beside him. They stood up at the same time and said in a low voice, "Alchemy Sovereign and Third Brother are meddling too much. Whether Marquis White Robe agrees to battle Prince Lanling or not is their private matter. We are outsiders, and it is not appropriate for us to interfere." It was obvious that the two of them were on King Lanling's side. Yun Jinghong kept signaling Yun Yomu with his eyes, hinting him to stand up and speak up for Prince Lanling. Yun Yomu, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't see it. He continued playing with the wine cup in front of him without making a sound. There were thousands of cultivators on the Jade platform, and every one of them was a famous old monster in the Middle Continent. All of them started discussing animatedly when they saw the scene. "Sit down. Don't mention anything about the battle again." The Rain Sovereign ordered the cultivators. The Rain Sovereign received news that Ning Fan had subdued a fifth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm Nyali in the tree world. With that Nyali's ability, he should have killed the Vine Sovereign. From the Rain Sovereign's point of view, Ning Fan could even kill the Vine Sovereign. If he has a battle to the death with King Lanling, he could eliminate King Lanling just by raising his hand. Naturally, he did not want such a thing to happen. When King Lanling saw the Rain Sovereign stopping him from fighting Ning Fan, his eyes turned cold and his heart was filled with rage. He knew that Ning Fan was useful to the Rain Sovereign and the latter had always been biased towards him. However, he never expected that the Rain Sovereign would be so biased towards him. From his point of view, the reason why the Rain Sovereign did not allow him to fight Ning Fan was because he was afraid that Ning Fan would die in his hands. Little did he know that the Rain Sovereign was obviously biased towards him because he was afraid that he would die in Ning Fan's hands. Bang King Lanling suddenly half-knelt on the ground and bowed to the Rain Sovereign. Each of his words was heavy. "I have an irreconcilable grudge against Ning Fan. Your Majesty, please allow us to have a battle to the death." "Idiot." The Rain Emperor's expression instantly darkened. He also wanted to kill Ning Fan. However, the problem was that even he, the dignified divine sovereign of the Rain world, could not kill Ning Fan. "Lanling, you are just at the first destruction realm. How could you be a match for Ning Fan, who in the Rain world could resist Ning Fan's Nyali?" The Rain Emperor really wanted to tell the Prince of Lanling the truth, yet he could not bring himself to say it. He was the one who let Ning Fan into the tree world. Since Ning Fan had killed the Vine Sovereign, he also had a lot to do with it. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Yun Yomu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Imperial Father, this son has a suggestion. I hope that Imperial Father will accept it." "What do you suggest?" "Father, why don't you allow the duel between the Prince of Lanling and Marquis White Robe? But there's a prerequisite. This duel won't be a life and death contract, and it won't be a life and death battle. We have to stop when it's appropriate," said Yun Yomu with assurance. The Rain Emperor nodded, and was slightly tempted. Since Prince Lanling insisted on having a battle with Ning Fan, there was no harm in him agreeing to it. However, this battle must be stopped when it was over. Now that the Rain Sovereign saw Ning Fan as his enemy, he did not want King Lanling to die in Ning Fan's hands. That's a good suggestion. Lanling, I'll allow you to fight Marquis White Robe, but this battle can't be a battle of life and death, and you must stop when the time is right. You must remember this. The Rain Sovereign made the final decision. He did not give Ning Fan any room to refuse and directly made the final decision, deciding the duel between the two of them. Since it was not a battle to the death, the Rain Emperor had nothing to worry about. He also wanted to witness Ning Fan's 5 evil separation technique through this battle. From the Rain Sovereign's point of view, Ning Fan himself was just a cultivator of the origin returning Great Void stage. There was no need for him to fear. The reason why he was so strong was all because of Nieli. If Ning Fan wants to defeat King Lanling, he must summon Nieli. This battle was the best opportunity to observe Sinli. Yes. The Prince of Lanling stood up. There was no expression on his face, but in his heart, he resented the Rain Emperor's partiality even more. There's no life or death in this battle, is it? Humph. I will take Ning Fan's dog life in this battle. King Lanling's body flashed and he turned into a faint purple orchid that scattered. At the next moment, above the sea of clouds 1,000,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang, above the jade platform, countless faint purple orchids condensed and King Lanling's figure appeared. He looked down at Ning Fan from above. In King Lanling's eyes, he was already a void fragmentation realm expert while Ning Fan was still a void refinement realm ant. He firmly believed that the difference between him and Ning Fan was like the clouds and mud. He believed that he had the strength to crush Ning Fan. Previously, his second primordial spirit died in Ning Fan's hands. This time, his true body was going to fight Ning Fan personally. Moreover, his true body had broken through to the void fragmentation realm and even brought along the sect-defining treasure of his Lanling sect. In this battle, there was absolutely no possibility that he would lose to Ning Fan. Ning Fan, get up to the sea of clouds and fight me. King Lanling wore a purple robe embroidered with pythons and a crown on his head, making him look like an ancient emperor. His cold shout was like an explosion of purple lightning. Yuan Hui magic power spread out and the sea of clouds was suddenly filled with faint purple orchids. This Yuan Hui's aura force pressed down on the jade platform below. Under this Yuan Hui's aura force, the chi of the old monsters who were famous in the middle state became chaotic. Those with weaker cultivations were directly suppressed to the ground by Prince Lanling's aura. The old monsters of the rain world looked at Prince Lanling with deep respect. All cultivators below the void fragmentation realm are ants. Is this the aura force of a void fragmentation realm cultivator? How terrifying! After these old monsters experienced King Lanling's aura force, they could not help but look at Ning Fan with a hint of sorrow in their eyes. Even though Marquis White Robe is strong, he hasn't broken through to the void fragmentation realm after all. He probably isn't King Lanling's match. Hee. Those below the void fragmentation realm are all ants. When has there ever been a void refinement realm expert who could defeat a void fragmentation realm expert in the rain world? In my opinion, Marquis White Robe will lose without a doubt. There's no need to watch this battle. Marquis White Robe has no chance of winning. Xianxia frowned as she listened to the discussions of the old monsters. Her obedient disciple, Yu Chong was so angry that her face turned red. What do you mean by Ning Fan will surely be defeated? However, Yu Chong felt that he was thousands of times stronger than Prince Lanling. She felt that she must be sick, and very sick. Usually, when she saw these seniors and old monsters, she would tremble with fear. Today, however, she actually had the courage to challenge these old monsters. Ning Fan will never lose. He will definitely win. Yu Chong shouted loudly. The others were whispering to each other, but she spoke loudly. All the old monsters at the scene had sharp ears. Naturally, all of them heard Yu Chong's voice. Xianxia shook her head and sighed softly. She knew that this disciple of hers probably had deep feelings for Ning Fan. Ming Ke and Mei Chen glanced at Yu Chong thinking to themselves that this lady couldn't be one of Ning Fan's lovers, could she? Ning Fan also heard Yu Chong's voice. He gave her a deep look and responded with a smile. Yu Chong'er's face immediately turned red. She lowered her head and panicked like an ostrich. Haha. This little girl is interesting. She actually said that Marquis White Robe will definitely win. In my opinion, Marquis White Robe should be proud of himself if he can withstand 3 moves from Prince Lanling. There are very few ordinary origin returning Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators who can withstand 3 moves from a Void Fragmentation Realm expert. All of a sudden, everyone around the Jade platform burst into laughter. Yu Chong'er's embarrassment disappeared and she became even angrier. What? There is actually someone who dares to say that Ning Fan cannot withstand 3 moves from Prince Lanling? I'm so angry. Who said that? In a moment of panic, Yu Chong'er made a slip of the tongue. Who said that Ning Fan cannot withstand 3 moves from Prince Lanling? In my opinion, it is Prince Lanling who cannot withstand 3 moves from Ning Fan. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. Even she herself felt that what she said was too unreliable. Prince Lanling was a dignified Void Fragmentation Realm old monster. How could he not withstand 3 moves from Ning Fan? Just as she was about to correct herself, the surroundings were already filled with mockery. Ridiculous. How ridiculous! There is actually someone in this world who thinks that a Void Fragmentation Realm old turtle cannot withstand 3 moves from a Void Refinement Realm cultivator. How ridiculous! Ning Fan's eyes were like cold lightning. Suddenly, he scanned the surroundings. When Ning Fan's gaze landed on each of the old monsters, they felt as if their sea of consciousness was being pierced by needles. Out of fear, they immediately shut their mouths. Indeed, they did not think that Ning Fan could defeat Prince Lanling. However, none of them dared to offend Ning Fan either. Marquis White Robe's notoriety was too great. When he was at the Void Inquiry stage, he had already swept across the entire Heavenly Cloud realm. Now that he had reached the Origin Returning Great Void stage, perhaps he was already the strongest person below the Void Fragmentation realm. No matter what the result of this battle is, Ning Fan was not an existence that they could mock. 3 moves, huh? Ning Fan muttered to himself. With a shake of his body, he turned into a butterfly shadow and disappeared. At the next moment, the butterfly shadow flashed and Ning Fan appeared 1,000,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, above the sea of clouds, standing 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away from Prince Lanling today. You must die. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant for me. Prince Lanling transmitted his voice to Ning Fan with a cold smile. He did not want the Rain Sovereign to hear what he just said. He was afraid that the Rain Sovereign would shield him if he heard it. Above the sea of clouds, orchids danced around Prince Lanling's body. His demeanor was extraordinary, just like the son of a heavenly deity. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed a finger at Ning Fan. When he pointed his finger, all the violet orchids turned into white orchids. An extremely dazzling white sword ray suddenly shot out from his finger. It split into 10, 10 into 100, and suddenly, it had already split into millions of sword rays. All of a sudden, it was the white orchid sword finger that Prince Lanling used in the Endless Sea. In the past, Ning Fan used the heaven-breaking sword finger to break the white orchid sword finger. In the past, Ning Fan used the heaven-breaking sword finger to break the white orchid sword finger. However, the current Ning Fan did not need to go through so much trouble. In terms of the current Ning Fan's magic power, he was much stronger than Prince Lanling. Destroy. Ning Fan just flicked his sleeves casually. His dense magic power suddenly turned into black butterflies that danced in the sky. With a wave of his sleeve, the white orchid sword light collapsed one after another and the orchids withered. When the sleeve reached the front of Prince Lanling, it suddenly turned into a giant sleeve shadow. The sleeve hit Prince Lanling's body. Even though he was not injured, he was sent flying 10,000 li * 500 m per li, away by the wind. His body looked extremely miserable. Who was stronger and who was weaker was immediately determined. How is this possible? A dignified Void Fragmentation Realm expert like Prince Lanling was actually sent flying by Marquis White Robe's sleeve. This sleeve flapping technique can actually force a Void Fragmentation Realm expert to retreat. Could it be the Heaven and Earth sleeve technique of the barefooted Taoist of the demon world? Nonsense. Marquis White Robe clearly didn't use any spells or divine abilities. He merely used the wind of magic power to send King of Lanling flying. Each of the rain world's old monsters revealed an expression of disbelief. Each of the void fragmentation realm experts of the Rain Palace was equally shocked. Even the Rain Emperor looked stunned. The Rain Sovereign only knew that Ningfan's Niali was powerful. How could he know that Ningfan's actual strength was also this strong? Even the few princes who were present at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm could not do it. Ningfan's personal strength was clearly above an ordinary void fragmentation realm expert. This is impossible. King Lanling managed to stabilize himself with much difficulty. His handsome face was already purple and he was furious from embarrassment. Ningfan actually repelled him with just a single strike using his magic power. How was this possible? He didn't believe it. Absolutely not. He, Lanling, was a heavenly proud son of Yun Tianjua's level. How could he be sent flying by a void refinement realm junior? Ningfan must have used some unknown methods. That must be it. He wanted to kill Ningfan to vent his anger. 7 Orchids Art. King Lanling calmed down and killing intent appeared in his eyes. The power of the 7 Orchids Art was boundless. His second primordial spirit could only display a fraction of its power. As for his true body, he had defeated Yun Jinghong, Yun Zhongyan and the other void fragmentation realm princes with just this 7 Orchids Art. He did not believe that Ningfan could withstand the 7 Orchids Art that his true body displayed. Ningfan stared at the 7 orchids that were slowly condensing in the sky. His eyes turned slightly serious. In the past, he could use the mutual death technique to break this technique. Now, however, he could no longer do so. The reason was very simple. He only had 100 years left in his lifespan. He could no longer squander it recklessly. Besides, the current him did not need to use tricks to win. Soul extraction. He raised his hand and extracted the souls from the ground and the void sky, devouring them. All of a sudden, his aura force skyrocketed. It was almost comparable to a peak first destruction realm cultivator. Break! He raised his finger and pointed. Millions of small void swords slashed at the 7 orchids, shattering them. As soon as the 7 orchids were destroyed, King Lanling coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured by Ningfan's attack. How is this possible? His breath was in a mess. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Ningfan. His strongest divine ability, the 7 orchids technique, was directly broken by Ningfan without any fancy moves. He didn't want to admit it, but he had to. At this moment, Ningfan wasn't someone he could defeat. 2 moves. On the jade platform, Yu Chong'er happily called out. When she said that Ningfan could defeat King Lanling in 3 moves, she was just spouting nonsense. Now, she vaguely felt that Ningfan could do it. Each of the old monsters of the rain world was filled with astonishment. How could they not tell that Ningfan's strength far surpassed King Lanling's? So, I have no choice but to use the treasure of my sect. King Lanling gritted his teeth. If he wants to kill Ningfan today, he might have to use this treasure. He patted his storage pouch and took out a treasure. In an instant, the clouds changed color and the sea of clouds was filled with the fragrance of orchids. It was a scroll. When the scroll was opened, its contents were revealed. In the painting was a boundless snowy mountain and an icy river. Beside the riverbank, there was an orchid as bright as blood. Respect the orchid, attain the Tao, sheath the orchid, lose the Tao. Snow orchid painting. As soon as this picture appeared, some of the old monsters of the Rain Immortal world who were aware of the situation turned pale with fright. As for Yun Yomu, who had always been calm, his eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Then, his eyes gradually turned disdainful. Snow orchid painting, huh? This painting is the supreme treasure of the Lanling sect. However, it is just a replica of the immemorial fisherman's cowhide painting of the shedding orchid sect. It's just a replica. Its power is not bad, but that's all there is to it. It's not worth mentioning. *ZZZ*. As soon as the snow orchid painting was opened, snowflakes began to fall from the sea of clouds in the sky. Each of the snowflakes contained terrifying killing intent. Fellow Taoists, help me seal the vast sky. The Rain Sovereign's eyes turned grim. He had to combine the strength of everyone to seal the snowflakes in the sky. He could not allow them to fall freely. Each of these snowflakes contained the two intents of life and death. They were great killing weapons. Cultivators below the void fragmentation realm would not be able to withstand the power of this treasure at all. They would die as soon as they touched the snowflakes. Has Lanling gone mad? He even took out this treasure. Is he going to disobey my order and fight Ningfan to the death? The Rain Sovereign was infuriated. To be continued. The Snow Orchid Painting, also known as the Thousand Mountain Orchid Snow Painting, was the treasure left behind by the first sect master of the Lanling sect, Xianxia. This treasure's grade wasn't high, but it had a powerful background. It was a replica painting that imitated one of the famous four ancient paintings, the primordial fisherman's cowhide painting. This replica contained the will of life and death. As soon as this diagram appeared, the sect masters of the Lanling sect were able to defeat void fragmentation realm cultivators who were at the same level as them. Once King Lanling took out this diagram, even an ordinary second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monster would be severely injured. The Rain Sovereign, the Pale Sovereign and the other void fragmentation realm experts of the Rain world were shocked. At the same time, the Rain Sovereign, Pale Sovereign, Chu Chang'an, Yun Qingge, Yun Daoku and the other void fragmentation realm experts of the Rain Palace soared into the sky one after another. They circulated their magic power in an attempt to create a barrier above the jade platform to block the snow from falling and injure the people. Lock. Layers upon layers of green light barriers opened up in the air above the jade platform, blocking the wind and snow dangerously. In the sea of clouds above the barrier, the snow was getting heavier, and a biting cold suddenly spread across the entire heavenly cloud nation. In an instant, the world was plunged into darkness, turning into night. The northern wind howled, and countless cultivators of the heavenly cloud nation felt a bone-chilling cold at the same time. That kind of coldness seemed to be able to reach the depths of these people's souls, as if it could kill tens of millions of heavenly cloud nation cultivators in an instant. With their cultivation, they did not understand why they would have such a feeling. One by one, the low-level cultivators walked out of their houses, raised their heads, and sucked in a breath of cold air. In the night sky, the white snow and the dark night intertwined, forming a mysterious and unfathomable power that tore huge silver cracks in the sky. The paths of the cracks formed mysterious trajectories. Silver-white cracks intertwined with each other like countless intertwining silver snakes. Terrifying snow-white Tao lines poured out from the cracks, and they were imbued with the might of the great Tao, pressuring all the low-grade cultivators to the point of suffocation. The snow-white Tao line was surprisingly the Tao line of life, and it contained boundless Tao energy. At this moment, all the cultivators felt a great sense of danger from the crack. This is Tao orbit. I've seen it in Sitsong's memories. Ming Kei's small face was filled with astonishment. Initially, she had endless confidence in Ningfan and was certain that he would defeat King Lanling. However, after seeing such a strange phenomenon, she began to worry about Ningfan's safety. The Tao path was the path of a crack that a second-step immortal tore out of the great Tao. Immortals pursued the truth of the Tao and cultivated diligently every day just to comprehend the 3,000 great Taos. The great Tao was formless, but there were mighty cultivators who could trace the path of the great Tao and tear it apart, borrowing its power to attack their enemies. Immortals who could tear open the Tao track were all extremely powerful beings. Magic treasures that could tear apart Tao paths were all treasures with boundless power. Although the Snow Orchid painting was only a replica, it was still able to tear apart the Tao path, so its power was definitely not to be underestimated. This treasure can actually tear open Tao paths. Mei Chen's beautiful face paled. She didn't think that this Snow Orchid painting, which wasn't of a high grade, would be able to tear apart the Tao path. Once this treasure appeared, even Mei Chen wasn't confident that she would be able to withstand it unscathed. Even she was afraid of the destructive power of this diagram. Since Ningfan had yet to attain the void fragmentation realm, how would he be able to withstand the attack of this diagram? Layers of yellow spring qi gradually gathered in Mei Chen's demon eyes. She made up her mind that if Ningfan is in trouble, she would come to his rescue at any time. The cloaked lady's black eyes also carried a hint of worry as she murmured to herself. This treasure is indeed powerful. However, as the successor of ancient chaos, you should be able to withstand the attack of this treasure, right? Can you do it? Do you have the qualifications to make me pester you for the rest of my life? Yun Zhongyan looked at the silvery white Dao path that was torn apart above the sea of clouds. His body stiffened and his eyes widened in shock. Dao path. It's the Dao path. This snow orchid painting can actually tear apart the Dao path. This treasure is just too terrifying. With this treasure, Lan Ling will definitely be invincible among cultivators at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He can even put up a fight against cultivators at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Yun Jinghong raised his head and looked at King Lan Ling. His eyes were filled with extreme fear and astonishment. Gradually, the fear and astonishment in his eyes disappeared and were replaced by undisguised joy. With this treasure, Ning Fan won't be able to escape death. Yun Jinghong's hostility towards Ning Fan had existed for a long time. If King Lan Ling manages to kill Ning Fan, he would naturally celebrate. Ning Fan stood amidst the heavy snow. His figure moved erratically, dodging the snowflakes. Even with his cultivation base, he actually sensed a great sense of danger from the snowflakes. Thus, he naturally would not let the snowflakes get close to him. Each of the snowflakes seemed as light as a goose feather, but in reality, they were extremely heavy. King Lan Ling's undisguised killing intent filled the sky of the snowflakes. The scariest thing was that the cold Dao power that leaked out from the silvery white Dao path rushed towards Ning Fan's face, causing his body to gradually stiffen. Countless ice threads and ice shards were frozen in his blood. There were also countless Dao threads of life flying towards him, forcing him to dodge to the left and right. A magic treasure that can tear apart the Dao path, huh? I didn't expect King Lan Ling to have such a magic treasure. I can't underestimate this person anymore. Since he took out this treasure and displayed its power, it naturally means that he has the intention to kill me. Since that's the case, I don't need to show any mercy. Ning Fan halted his footsteps. The wind and snow immediately blew at his face along with countless Dao threads of life that pierced his face. Each of the Dao threads of life was even sharper than an immortal void flying sword. They could easily penetrate all of Ning Fan's defenses and turn him into a hedgehog. The attack of these countless Dao lines of life and death was enough to severely injure an old monster at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ning Fan did not say much. He took a step forward and transformed into his black robes. His aura force rose sharply and it was almost comparable to that of a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monster. However, his aura force became more and more condensed, not allowing others to notice it. He patted his sword pouch, and a golden light immediately darted into his hand, turning into a long and thin golden sword. Emperor Xia's sword. With the sword in his hand, Ning Fan's aura force suddenly changed. The sovereign qi around his body was like a dragon and there were even traces of golden sword intent flying around him. As expected, it is imperial qi, humph. The Rain Emperor's expression was livid. Before the countless Dao of lifelines could reach 3 Zhang *3, 33 Emperor Zhang, away from Ning Fan's body, they were all minced into pieces by the golden sword intent that was protecting him. Just as the snowflakes approached Ning Fan, they were immediately cut into half by the golden sword intent. Marquis White Robe has such a powerful sword intent. He can protect himself with just his sword intent. The strength of this sword intent is definitely not any weaker than the sword intent of the white-robed sword god. Each of the old monsters of the rain world was initially stunned by King Lan Ling's snow orchid painting. However, after Ning Fan took out Emperor Xia's sword, their attention shifted back to Ning Fan. Deliberately mystifying things. Snow orchid, open. At first, King Lan Ling thought that he could kill Ning Fan in a single strike after taking out the snow orchid painting. Now, when he saw Ning Fan block the attack of the snow orchid painting with just his sword intent, his eyes immediately turned grim and he violently shook the painting. The snow orchid painting flashed and a gigantic orchid suddenly floated out. The orchid was as bright as blood. However, as soon as it came into contact with the air, it immediately withered and turned black. Inside the black orchid, there was an extremely dense death qi. As soon as the orchid appeared, the sky suddenly began to crack, revealing pitch-black Dao paths that crisscrossed with each other. Countless black lines shot out from the cracks. At a certain moment, the black orchid suddenly began to spin violently. As it spun faster and faster, millions of black Dao paths were immediately drawn out. All of them were Dao paths of death. Die. At this moment, King Lanling no longer concealed his killing intent towards Ning Fan. He shook the snow orchid painting again. The wind and snow became even stronger. Within the silvery white Dao paths, millions of Dao paths of life shot out again. The white lines interweaved to form a gigantic fishing net that fell on Ning Fan's head. There was no way for him to escape. The black lines turned into countless fishing lines that had hooks attached to them. Everything that was hooked by the hooks would lose their life force. The fishing net of fortune and the immemorial fishing line, huh? Ning Fan looked at the fishing nets and fishing lines that filled the sky. He raised the golden sword in his hand and pointed at the nets and fishing lines that filled the sky. It was just a simple sword light. However, in the blink of an eye, it emitted an endless amount of golden sword light, cutting all the fishing nets and fishing lines into pieces. It was as if this sword was powerful enough to pierce through heaven and earth. It was as if this sword was powerful enough to destroy all the gods and devils in this world. The snow orchid painting was indeed powerful. Even though it could tear apart the Dao paths, it was just an imitation magic treasure after all. Compared to Emperor Xia's sword, it was still much weaker. This was because Emperor Xia's sword was not just a powerful magic treasure. The sword intent that it contained was even more terrifying. How is this possible? King Lanling was astounded. He had already activated the snow orchid painting to its maximum power, but it was broken by Ning Fan with a single sword strike. Initially, he thought that after his true body broke through to the void fragmentation realm, he would be able to crush Ning Fan with ease. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan's strength was higher than his. Initially, he thought that he could easily kill Ning Fan's with the snow orchid painting. Unexpectedly, the golden sword in Ning Fan's hand was even more powerful than the snow orchid painting. At this moment, Ning Fan unleashed his full combat power. Holding Emperor Xia's sword in his hand, the pressure he gave King Lanling was much heavier than the three old monsters of the Xia clan. King Lanling's back was already soaked with cold sweat. If he had known that Ning Fan had such strength and even possessed such a powerful magic treasure, he would definitely not have fought him to the death with full confidence. Luckily, the Rain Sovereign had already given the order that no one would die in this battle. King Lanling knew that he was no match for Ning Fan, but he did not think that Ning Fan would dare to disobey the Rain Sovereign's order and kill him. Initially, I thought that the Rain Sovereign was siding with Ning Fan by stopping this battle. From the looks of it now, the Rain Emperor wants to protect me. King Lanling retreated step by step. On one hand, he avoided the golden sword light that filled the sky, while on the other hand, he used the snow orchid painting to protect himself. He no longer had any intention to fight. On the other hand, Ning Fan was approaching him step by step. He held a 3 chi long golden sword in his hand. His body shone with dazzling golden light, making him look like a heavenly deity that no one dared to look at directly. Every step he took was accumulating his sword force. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on King Lanling's Dao heart, making him shudder. Only then did King Lanling realize that Ning Fan did not have the intention to stop at all. When he had the intention to kill Ning Fan also had the intention to kill him. Not good. This man wants to kill me. Rain Sovereign, save me. King Lanling wanted to call for help, but it was already too late. Before he could say anything, Ning Fan had already waved his sword light. After taking 9 steps, Ning Fan's sword force reached its peak. At this moment, Ning Fan's ears were filled with silence. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Golden sword intent flashed across his eyes. In his heart, a cold and proud voice of a woman echoed over and over again. If I break my sword, there will be no martial arts under the heavens. *chi*. Ning Fan suddenly raised his sword and made a second horizontal slash. As soon as the sword slashed out, golden light flashed. The sword light had already traveled across a vast distance and arrived in front of King Lanling. The sword light was too fast. It was so fast that even the Rain Sovereign could not save King Lanling in time. Have mercy! The Rain Sovereign suddenly stood up and cried out involuntarily. However, his words were still too slow. Before he could open his mouth, King Lanling was already cut into two by the golden sword light. His primordial spirit was directly slashed in his dantian. He did not even have the chance to escape. After this horizontal slash of golden sword light killed King Lanling, it continued to slash into the distance. Pieces of the vast sky were slashed by the golden sword light, collapsing towards the distance. In just an instant, the vast sky of millions of li * 500 m per li, was completely shattered by Ning Fan's sword. No. Can. King Lanling's eyes widened. He could not believe the fact that he was killed by Ning Fan even at the moment of his death. His storage pouch was taken away by Ning Fan with a raise of his hand. His mutilated corpse fell from the sky, passing through the barrier and landing on the jade platform. With a loud bang, his flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. An earth-shattering baleful chi spread out from King Lanling's corpse. None of the cultivators below the void fragmentation realm could maintain their sanity under such baleful chi. This was the baleful chi that was formed after a void fragmentation realm expert died. How could ordinary cultivators withstand it? He's dead. Ning Fan has actually killed King Lanling. Yun Jinghong's back was drenched in cold sweat while Yun Zhongyan had already turned into a stone statue. Both of their strengths were far weaker than King Lanling. If even King Lanling was not Ning Fan's opponent, they were even less of a match for him. This time, it was the two of them who urged King Lanling to challenge Ning Fan. Now that King Lanling was already dead, they were afraid that Ning Fan would pursue this matter. In the past, they regarded Ning Fan as an ant. Now, however, they saw him as a ferocious tiger. Each of the old monsters of the Rain world stared at Ning Fan in horror. To them, void fragmentation realm old monsters were supreme existences. However, such a supreme void fragmentation realm old monster was killed by Ning Fan with a single sword strike right in front of their eyes. This kind of shock was enough to haunt them for the rest of their lives. Ning Fan, how dare you? This empress has already said that life and death cannot be determined in this battle. Why did you disobey this empress's orders and kill Lanling? All of a sudden, the Rain Sovereign rose to his feet and glared at Ning Fan coldly. Ning Fan kept the snow orchid painting and descended from the jade platform. He did not say a word to defend himself. His eyes were filled with killing intent and he gave the Rain Sovereign an equally cold glare. Just a single look from him contained the void fragmentation realm baleful chi of countless void fragmentation realm beings who died in his hands. From Bone Sovereign, Vine Sovereign, Wanchong Kong, Moksha Sovereign, Sect Master of the Three Realms. The void fragmentation realm experts who died in the tree world and the countless void fragmentation realm experts who died on the world path. Among these people, some were killed by Nyali, some were killed by the robe devils and some were killed by Ning Fan himself. No matter who it is that kills him, Ning Fan would more or less be tainted with an extremely heavy baleful chi. This was the sin of killing, karma, a sin that could not be avoided. This gaze contained a monstrous sea of blood. It was something that the Rain Sovereign, who guarded the Rain world, could never imagine. When he met Ning Fan's eyes, the Rain Sovereign suddenly broke out in cold sweat. His breathing became chaotic. He took a few steps back before he managed to calm his breathing. Terrifying. The baleful chi in Ning Fan's eyes was too terrifying. The death of King Lanling was out of the Rain Sovereign's expectation. It made him act impulsively and say something presumptuous to Ning Fan. After being glanced at by Ning Fan, the Rain Sovereign recalled how dangerous Ning Fan was and immediately shut his mouth. Ning Fan possessed the ability to break the five evils. He even dared to kill the Vine Sovereign. As the dignified Rain Sovereign, he could not afford to offend the current Ning Fan. Lanling tried to kill me. Therefore, I killed him. What he said sounded like an explanation but also a warning. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the entire place coldly. His baleful chi spread out without reservation, dispersing the darkness and dyeing the sea of clouds in the color of blood. The reason why he killed Lanling was not only to get rid of him but also to give the Rain Sovereign a warning. Each of the arrogant old monsters of the Rain world felt a sharp pain in their sea of consciousness when they met Ning Fan's gaze. Their chi became chaotic and they retracted their gazes and lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The Rain Sovereign gradually calmed down. He could hear the warning in Ning Fan's words. If he becomes Ning Fan's enemy, he would end up like King Lanling. If they become friends, Ning Fan would not attack the Rain Palace. The Rain Sovereign's face darkened. He knew that he had to carefully consider his attitude towards Ning Fan in the future. Either he would dispel the hostility between them or he would eliminate this person completely. *Qi*. Ning Fan suddenly raised Emperor Xia's sword and pointed the sword light at a massive cloud mountain 10,000 li** away. With a flick of his wrist, the sword gleam carved 8 large words on the distant mountain of clouds. The rain doesn't betray me and I won't betray the rain. The others were puzzled by Ning Fan's action, but the rain sovereign was inwardly shocked. He knew that these 8 words were Ning Fan's warning and also Ning Fan's bottom line. If he insists on becoming Ning Fan's enemy, Ning Fan would annihilate the Rain Palace. In the first test of the ruling Sky City, I have obtained some benefits from the Rain Ancestor and I owe the Rain Palace a favor. I can forget about the old grudge that you have against me in the past. But remember, there will be no next time. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to the Rain Sovereign. To be continued. If the rain doesn't betray me, I won't betray the rain. The Rain Sovereign stood at the peak of the sea of clouds and stared at the 8 large words on the mountain below him with a gloomy expression. These 8 words were carved by Ning Fan with sword light. It had been 10 days since the Rain Sovereign stood there and read the words. 10 days ago, Ning Fan killed King Lan Ling and left the heavenly cloud country. During these 10 days, the Rain Sovereign kept thinking about Ning Fan's words and did not know what to do. Should I become this young man's enemy or become his friend? This young man can kill the Vine Sovereign. His threat is no less than Thunder Sovereign Buzhou in the past. As long as he remains in the Rain World, it will be impossible for the Rain World to be completely under my control. As expected, it's better to get rid of this young man. However, the Rain Sovereign frowned and took out an ancient bronze token. An ancient beast's head was carved on the token. However, Ning Fan has the broken 5 evil separation technique. If I want to kill him, my strength alone is certainly not enough. I certainly need to borrow the power of the divine beast in the sacrificial altar. Only in this way can I kill the Thunder Sovereign in the past without any loopholes. Quick! The Rain Sovereign suddenly sent a few voice transmissions to the ancient beast token. No one knew what he was saying. After a long time, the beast token suddenly glowed faintly and a voice transmission entered the Rain Sovereign's ears. I'm currently in seclusion and it's already at a critical juncture. I will only come out of seclusion after at least 100 years. Don't look for me to kill him for now. As soon as he heard that, the Rain Sovereign's face immediately turned pale. 100 years. Do I have to wait for another 100 years before I can kill this young man? Humph. Forget it. It's just 100 years. I can afford to wait. However, I can't let this young man handle the matter of going to the immortal Burning Valley to retrieve the emergence pill no matter what. I need to think of another way. I have a few good friends in the Fire World and the Earth World. If I ask them to help me retrieve the pill, I will certainly have to pay a huge price. The Rain Sovereign was deep in thought. During these 10 days, Ning Fan brought Ming Ke, Mei Chen and the Cloaked Lady back to Yu Country on the ancient golden sword. He did not stay in the Rain Palace. Outsiders did not know that he had already fallen out with the Rain Sovereign. He was eager to return to Yu Country to recuperate for a period of time. Until his internal injuries were fully healed. Then, he would use the rain technique to find his mother and fulfill his wish. Ming Ke's face was filled with anger along the way. She ignored Ning Fan. Initially, she wanted to eat until she was full in the pill chamber of the Rain Palace. However, she was forcefully brought back to Yu Country by Ning Fan. On the other hand, the mysterious cloaked lady didn't say anything. She only exchanged glances with Ning Fan once in a while and gave him a sly smile with an inexplicable meaning. Along the way, Mei Chen was the only one who could talk to Ning Fan. Mei Chen was speechless, extremely speechless. Today, her injuries had fully healed and her cultivation base had even reached the 3rd break realm. However, she still found it hard to withstand his aura force. Whenever he talked to Ning Fan, he always had a strange feeling of being inferior to him. This feeling was very familiar. In the past, when she was reduced to a small black sable, Ning Fan forcefully kept her as his demon pet. Back then, she also had the same feeling of being dwarfed. I'm a dignified 3rd heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. To think that I couldn't even withstand that stinky man's primordial chi force. This is simply unbelievable. Speaking of which, isn't the stinky man's cultivation speed a little too fast? I haven't seen him for just a few years and he has actually advanced from the void inquiry stage to the grand void stage. If I have a few more years, tens of years or even hundreds of years, my cultivation base will certainly not be as high as his. At that time, if he wants to forcefully keep me as his demon pet, I certainly won't be able to resist. In the end, I still have to be his demon pet. If she becomes someone else's demon pet, she would rather die than be willing to do so. However, if she becomes Ning Fan's demon pet, it didn't seem to be something unacceptable. While Mei Chen was talking, she occasionally looked at Ning Fan with complicated eyes. She seemed to be helpless and pondering. Even she herself could not tell what she was feeling. She was already very beautiful in the first place. When she was in the demon sinister forest, she was called Meiji by Wan Gui. After her injuries were fully healed, her face became even more radiant. At this moment, her eyes were blurry, adding a myriad of demonic charm to them. She had a kind of beauty that could move one's soul. Ning Fan carefully studied Mei Chen and felt that she was indeed very beautiful at this moment. Her beautiful face coupled with the cold temperament of a yellow spring sable was enough to be called cold and elegant. Peerless beauty in the world, it's a waste to be a sable, to be a demon pet. Ning Fan teased. It was an unintentional remark. What do you mean? What do you mean by it's a waste to be a demon pet? Mei Chen's face suddenly turned red. Judging from Ning Fan's tone, he didn't want her to be his demon pet anymore. Instead, he decided to let her serve on his bed and offer her beauty. Dream on. I haven't even decided to be his demon pet and he already wants to take a step further. Recalling the 2 times when Ning Fan touched her body, Mei Chen lost her composure. Looking at her curvaceous body and Ning Fan's faint smile, Mei Chen felt inexplicably displeased. According to the legends, there was a kind of lecherous person in the world who could seduce women with just his gaze and imagine women thousands of times in his sea of consciousness. Could it be that Ning Fan was that kind of person and he was thinking about taking advantage of her just now? Shameless. I'm not going to show you anymore. Let's see how you can imagine. Asterisk swoosh asterisk Mei Chen shook her body and turned back into the body of a small black sable. Her expression showed that she didn't want to talk to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was startled. He didn't think too much about why Mei Chen was angry. When he saw Mei Chen turning back into a sable, he was filled with emotions and held the small sable in his arms. In the past, when I was still at the harmonious spirit realm, I carried you like this and fought in the demon sinister forest. Time really flies. Initially, I found a high-grade 7th revolution pill for you to heal your injuries. I didn't expect that you have already recovered. But this is good too. Seeing that you are fine, I can rest assured. When Ning Fan said that, he couldn't help but look at the cloaked woman deeply. The pill that Mei Chen needed to heal her injuries was given by the cloaked woman. However, Ning Fan still didn't know why the cloaked woman would give it to Mei Chen. He wasn't in a hurry to ask the cloaked woman's purpose. At least, after confirming her identity, he was roughly sure that she didn't have any evil intentions. The small sable in his arms was struggling. She didn't like the feeling of being hugged by Ning Fan. However, when she heard that Ning Fan actually cared about her injuries and even helped her find a high-grade 7th revolution pill, her mind was in a mess and she stopped struggling. This stinky man actually went through so much trouble to find a pill for me to heal my injuries. This. The small sable couldn't stay calm anymore. The news of Ning Fan killing Prince Lan Ling had shaken the entire Rain world in just 10 days. Ning Fan returned to Yu country. The golden sword light would certainly cause a series of panic in the cultivation countries that he passed by. After several years of silence, Su Yi's reputation in the Rain world instantly rose to a whole new level. There were only a few void fragmentation realm experts in the Rain world. Ning Fan could even kill Prince Lan Ling, who was at the void fragmentation realm. It was imaginable how fearsome his name was. The scariest thing was that Ning Fan had killed a void fragmentation realm expert of the Rain world in front of the Rain Sovereign, but the Rain Sovereign did not punish him at all. Those who were observant began to speculate whether the Rain Emperor's behavior was to protect and connive, or because he was afraid. Some of them were also guessing the meaning behind the words that Ning Fan left on the cloud mountain of the Rain Palace. When this news spread to the southeast continent, all the cultivators in the southeast continent, except for the Yu state, fell into a state of unrest. Even some of the devil cultivators in the southeast who were numb to killing would turn pale when they heard Ning Fan's name. When the cultivators of the state of Yu heard about this, most of them were in awe and not panic. Ning Fan was the city lord of 7 Apricot City, but in reality, he could be considered as the secret master of Yu country. The greater his notoriety, the higher his status in Yu country. In the past, the country of Yu was only a low-rank cultivation country. But now, the country of Yu had merged with more than 10 cultivation countries and was promoted to a high-rank cultivation country, dominating the southeastern continent. Currently, Ning Fan's reputation was growing day by day. Among the many cultivation countries in the Rain World, almost none of them dared to offend Yu country. As a Yu country cultivator, he felt a little proud. When Ning Fan returned to Yu country's 7 Apricot City, he discovered that there were many envoys from other countries in the city. These envoys were all sent by the neighboring countries of the Yu Kingdom. They came to 7 Apricot City to deliver generous gifts, wanting to further their relationship with the Yu Kingdom. There were also countless envoys from the southeastern cultivators who were still on their way to the state of Yu. Some came to befriend him, some came to test him. These envoys did not even need Su Qiuling to receive them. The 3 commanders of 7 Apricot City would naturally deal with them. Ning Fan, of course, would not ask about these trivial matters. To him, recuperating his internal injuries was the most important thing. Of course, there were some things that he had to do before recuperating. Ning Fan took out the countless spoils of war that he had obtained in the Battle of the Tree World and used them to fill the storehouse of 7 Apricot City. After overturning the Vine Palace and killing countless Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators, the countless cultivation resources that Ning Fan obtained were enough to make any Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters jealous. With these cultivation resources, it was enough for the cultivators of 7 Apricot City to enjoy for the rest of their lives. As for the 6th and 7th Revolution pills, Ning Fan only kept some precious pills. As for those pills that he could not use for the time being, such as poisonous pills and unorthodox pills, he gave all of them to Ming Kei for her to consume. It was probably the compensation for bringing her back to Yu country by force. After taking Ning Fan's pills, Ming Kei's face instantly turned smiley again. Her obedient look made Ning Fan speechless. After the cloaked woman returned to 7 Apricot City, she no longer traveled with Ning Fan. She went alone to 7 Apricot City's Godly Void Pavilion. Ning Fan did not stop her. After staying in 7 Apricot City for a while, he immediately went to a barren mountain 1,000 li away to meet Mu Luo, who was living alone in a thatched hut. There was a solitary pavilion outside the thatched cottage, and within it sat a short black-robed old man. He was drinking wine by himself, and he was the loose demon Mu Luo's avatar. When Ning Fan appeared outside the lone pavilion, Mu Luo's murky eyes suddenly flashed with a ray of hope. However, he concealed it in the next instant. "Oh? You're back? How was the trip to the tree world?" Wait a minute. Your cultivation. You've succeeded in essence returning?" Mu Luo lived alone in the barren mountain. He did not interact with the cultivators of the outside world. Thus, he was still unaware of Ning Fan's return to the Rain World and his killing of Lan Ling. He knew that Ning Fan had entered the Tree World, and he even requested Ning Fan to search for the whereabouts of the Ming Luo clan in the Tree World. Now that they saw Ning Fan's return, they were naturally filled with anticipation. They wanted to know if the Nether Luo clan was still safe and sound. However, when he sensed Ning Fan's powerful essence returning chi, all of Mu Luo's words were stuck in his throat. Ning Fan's current cultivation base was undoubtedly at the essence returning Grand Void stage. Besides, the density of his magic power was comparable to an ordinary First Destruction Realm cultivator. Before Ning Fan entered the Tree World, his cultivation base was just at the Void Inquiry stage. Mu Luo really wanted to know what Ning Fan had done after entering the Tree World and what kind of opportunity he had obtained that allowed him to advance to the essence returning Grand Void stage from the Void Inquiry stage in just 2 short years. Black light flashed around Mu Luo's body. He instantly disappeared from the pavilion and appeared 3 Xianxia 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, in front of Ning Fan. Originally, he wanted to ask Ning Fan about his essence returning Grand Void stage. However, when his gaze fell on the purple seal on the left side of Ning Fan's face, his eyes were filled with shock. "This is an Immortal Realm seal." How did you get hit by such a powerful sealing technique? His tone was filled with concern. This sealing technique was profound and unfathomable. It had already reached the immortal realm. Due to its high level, even the likes of the Rain Sovereign could not tell that this purple rune was a seal. Ming Ke and Mei Chen could not tell. If the two of them could tell how powerful this seal was, they would probably be burning with anxiety. Originally, the cloaked lady was the only one who could tell that this purple rune was an immortal realm seal. Mu Luo's true body was at the rogue demon realm. He could also tell how powerful this sealing technique was. With just a glance, Mu Luo deeply felt that this seal was difficult to break. Besides, he thought about it further. The person who could cast an immortal realm sealing technique on Ning Fan would certainly not be a nobody. Such a person would not exist in the 3 lower realms or the 3 middle realms. Only the 3 upper realms would have such a person. If it wasn't a rogue immortal who planted this seal, it would be a cultivator at the 8th break realm or 9th break realm who paid a huge price to plant this seal. Mu Luo inwardly guessed that Ning Fan had probably fought with some old monster in the 3 upper realms and was planted with a sinister immortal realm seal by the other party. My cultivation base has indeed succeeded in returning to the essence returning Grand Void stage. The details of returning Grand Void stage are not worth mentioning. As for the sealing technique that I was afflicted with, the person who cast the technique has already died in my hands. Let's talk about this later. Ning Fan's tone was extremely indifferent. However, when his words fell into Mu Luo's ears, he was greatly shocked. The old monster who planted the seal on Ning Fan had actually died in Ning Fan's hands. This news was just too shocking for Mu Luo. The person who was able to plant this seal on him was at least an 8th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monster. However, he actually died in Ning Fan's hands. Mu Luo really wanted to know what Ning Fan had actually done in the tree world during these 2 short years. Ning Fan, however, waved his hand, signaling Mu Luo to calm down. Then, he gave Mu Luo a mysterious smile. Senior, aren't you concerned about the current situation of the Nether Luo clan? What? You mean? Mu Luo was overjoyed. When Ning Fan mentioned the 2 words current situation of the Nether Luo clan, he was implying that the Nether Luo clan had yet to be annihilated and was still existing in the tree world. After hearing that his clan was not annihilated because of his disappearance, Mu Luo was naturally overjoyed. Senior, don't be anxious. This junior has brought back another piece of good news when I return to the Rain world this time. Umbrella world, keep. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a blood-red paper umbrella. He slowly opened it and kept Mu Luo's clone into the umbrella world. With his current cultivation base, it was naturally not enough to keep Mu Luo. Mu Luo had been living with Ning Fan for a long time. He trusted Ning Fan enough. That was why he allowed Ning Fan to keep him into the umbrella world. As soon as he entered the umbrella world, Mu Luo realized that he was on a continent that stretched for millions of li * 500 m per li. He was standing in front of an incomparably thick gigantic bamboo forest in the Xianxia bamboo forest. At first, he did not know what the good news that Ning Fan mentioned was and why he was kept into the umbrella world. When he spread out his spirit sense, he realized that there were countless members of the Nether Luo clan living in this sea of bamboo. He was immediately overjoyed but also a little disappointed. Little friend Ning has actually brought the entire Nether Luo clan back to the Rain world. Hee. This is indeed good news. There were not many members of the Nether Luo clan left. There were only 100,000 of them. It was still a far cry from its former prosperity. However, to Mu Luo, as long as the Nether Luo clan was not completely annihilated, it was already great news. Moreover, Ning Fan had gone through a lot of trouble to bring the entire Nether Luo clan back to the Rain world. Naturally, it was also good news. Even though it was obviously good news, Mu Luo still felt disappointed. He did not know what he was looking forward to. Could it be that he was hoping that Ning Fan would give him another surprise in the umbrella world, a person whom he had let down 2 million years ago and a debt that he could never repay for his entire life? Mu Luo, is that you? Suddenly, the trembling voice of a woman came from the gigantic bamboo. A beautiful woman in green robes slowly walked out of the gigantic bamboo. She stared at Mu Luo blankly. Her heart felt like it had been hollowed out in an instant. she even forgot to breathe in disbelief. Mu Luo suddenly turned his head. All of his expressions froze the moment he saw the woman's face. Then, tears flowed down his cheeks. 2 million years of loneliness, 2 million years of guilt, and the heart-wrenching longing that he had for 2 million years. Secluded bamboo. Ning Fan stroked the blood umbrella in his hand outside a lonely pavilion on a desolate mountain and smiled knowingly. Does this count as me repaying Mu Luo's kindness of protecting you country? The hollow bamboo is not heartless. The rootless wood is not heartless either, that's good. To be continued. In the barren mountain, Ning Fan stood there from day to night, waiting quietly. He waited until Mu Luo and Yu Huang were done talking before he let Mu Luo out of the umbrella's inner world. Words cannot express my gratitude. Mu Luo cupped his fists at Ning Fan. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn. In the past, the reason why he protected Yu country for Ning Fan was only because of Ming Quebec. Today, however, Ning Fan had saved the Nether Luo clan and even brought back the serene bamboo. This made Mu Luo feel grateful towards him from the bottom of his heart. Mu Luo had also roughly understood what Ning Fan had done in the tree world from the members of the Ming Luo clan. Subduing Niali, who was at the five-breaking realm, and killing Wan Chongkong. All kinds of glorious achievements made Mu Luo sigh deeply. Other than gratitude, there was also unconcealed admiration in his eyes when he looked at Ning Fan. Mu Luo carefully examined the purple seal on the left side of Ning Fan's face. After taking a deep breath, he made a decision. This old man doesn't like to receive favors for free. The seal on you is very powerful. This old man has no way to erase it. Can you tell me the whole story of the seal on you? Of course. Ning Fan and Mu Luo walked side by side into the pavilion. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out a wine goblet and drank with Mu Luo's wine. Ning Fan almost did not hide anything from Mu Luo. He told him everything about his trip to the tree world and the battle in the world passage. He even told Mu Luo about the grudge he had with the Rain Emperor. Mu Luo's true body was a loose demon, and he was an important force in protecting the state of Yu. Ning Fan had offended the Nirvana Hall, the Three Worlds sect, and the Rain Sovereign. He had made countless enemies both openly and secretly. He needed to tell Mu Luo everything about the enemy so that Mu Luo would know who the enemy was. If the enemy were to invade, it would be better to be prepared. Mu Luo listened to Ning Fan's narration quietly. Subduing the evil Li, subduing the robed devil, killing the puppet sovereign, killing the vine sovereign, beheading Moksha sovereign, annihilating the sect masters of the three worlds, Mu Luo could be considered as someone who had lived for 2 million years, his heart could be said to be as firm as a rock. However, after hearing about Ning Fan's glorious battle achievements, he could not help but feel a little shocked. Mu Luo's true body was also just a rogue demon. However, Ning Fan had managed to subdue a rogue devil as his subordinate. This really astonished Mu Luo. It was hard for Mu Luo to imagine that the puny harmonious spirit realm cultivator that he could destroy with a wave of his hand had grown to such an extent. After wreaking havoc in the tree world, he killed 2 great figures of the devil world and heaven immortal world. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Mu Luo gulped down the wine in the goblet fiercely and showed an ashamed expression. When he was at Ning Fan's age, he was just a small divine transformation realm cultivator in his clan. However, Ning Fan's name had already spread far and wide across the world at his current age. I've never had any friends in my life, but you and I hit it off. This old man owes you a favor. Initially, I wanted to help you remove the immortal rank seal, but there's nothing I can do. This old man can't remove this seal. If I forcefully break the seal, your life will be in danger. Mu Luo sighed. His eyes were filled with shame. It doesn't matter. If I can become an immortal within 100 years, the seal will be broken by itself. There's no need to worry. Ning Fan was rather open-minded. AI, it's easier said than done to become an immortal in 100 years, take this. Mu Luo sighed, opened his mouth and spat out a black ray. The black light turned into a brocade box and landed on the stone table. The brocade box glowed faintly and slowly opened. Inside the brocade box was a pitch-black fruit core that was the size of an inch. The core of the fruit was engraved with 8 golden lines. This is Even with Ning Fan's experience, he actually could not recognize what this fruit core was. Luo Yu, however, recognized it and reminded him in her mind. This is the fruit core of the undying fruit. Moreover, it's the legendary immortal grade fruit core. As expected, just as Luo Yu reminded him, Mu Luo explained. This is the fruit core of the 8 marks undying fruit. It's a treasure that I obtained by chance when I was still in the tree world. It has the medicinal effect of blocking tribulations and prolonging one's life. Take it. If you still haven't become an immortal after 100 years, you will certainly be devoured by the seal. At that time, with the protection of this undying fruit core, you will only suffer serious injuries at most. At least, you can keep your life. Ning Fan quietly looked at the fruit core of the undying fruit core. His expression did not change, but his heart was filled with raging waves. The undying tree. The undying tree. All of a sudden, Ning Fan recalled Si Wuxia's words. She claimed that there was an undying tree in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court which could help Mu Weiliang recondense her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. At this moment, he automatically ignored the fact that this fruit core could save his life. There was only one thing in his mind. Could this fruit core of the undying tree help Mu Weiliang recondense her soul and awaken? He reached out his hand and held the fruit core of the undying fruit in the brocade box. The moment he held the fruit core, Ning Fan felt a majestic life force cleansing his entire body. It was as if there was a clear spring that was nourishing his soul. It was refreshing and refreshing. This fruit core indeed has the effect of nourishing one's soul. However, a mere fruit core is far from enough to help Mu Weiliang reconstruct her soul. It's not enough. Ning Fan sighed. This was just a fruit core. It was not a complete undying fruit. The fruit of the undying tree was called the undying fruit. Its grade was determined by the number of golden lines. Fruits with 1 to 7 lines were mortal grade, while those with 8 lines and above were immortal grade. If there were a few undying fruits with 8 lines or hundreds of undying fruits with 7 lines and below, Ning Fan was confident that he could help Mu Weiliang reconstruct her soul. However, it was a pity that Ning Fan only had 1 fruit core. Even though its grade was high, it was not enough to reconstruct her soul. Not enough? Sigh. It's indeed not enough. You only have 1 8 lines fruit core. It can only protect your soul from being destroyed when you face the backlash of the seal. However, your body will still suffer severe injuries. It would be great if you have a few more of these fruit cores. Unfortunately, I have only obtained 1 fruit core in my entire life. Mu Luo shook his head and sighed. He did not know that this was not what Ning Fan meant when he said that it was not enough. No. It's enough. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I will shamelessly accept this undying fruit core. Ning Fan closed the brocade box and kept it in his storage pouch. This 8 lines fruit core was not enough to save Mu Weiliang. However, it was enough to save his life. Whether he succeeded in becoming an immortal or not within 100 years, he would not die under the sealing technique. When the ruins of the ancient heavenly court are opened, Ning Fan would certainly head there to search for the undying tree. The flesh of the fruit would be given to Mu Weiliang to help her reconstruct her soul. As for the core, he would keep it for himself to prolong her life at the critical moment. In this way, there was really nothing to worry about regarding the immortal realm sealing technique that Ning Fan was afflicted with. Ning Fan sat for a while more before returning to the Dark Sparrow Grave of Sinister Sparrow sect with Mu Luo. Thinking Luo Juhai and the people of the underworld Luo clan were left in the grave by Ning Fan, allowing Yu Huang and Mu Luo to meet. As for Qing Dai, she stayed in 7 Apricot City with Ting Xianro. Ning Fan went to visit Mu Weiliang once. Mu Weiliang was lying quietly in the green coffin, sleeping peacefully. She would have woken up in another 10 years or so, but Ning Fan had cast a magical technique to delay her awakening. It was not the right time for her to wake up yet. The best time to do so would be after finding the undying tree. Ning Fan caressed Mu Weiliang's sleeping face and slowly closed the green coffin. His heart was relieved. Mu Weiliang's resurrection was not far away. His mother was also about to be found. One of Moksha Sovereign's 3 bodies had been destroyed. It was not far from avenging the old devil. Each and every one of his wishes would be fulfilled. The only thing that bothered Ming Fan was that Yun Tianjua's whereabouts were uncertain, causing him to have no chance to meet him. That was his father. He felt that he should more or less meet Yun Tianjue. However, he had no idea what he should do after meeting him. Yun Tianjue once said that he was looking for someone. A person that he couldn't remember at all. Ning Fan left the Yuanya world and returned to Seven Apricot City. Then, he entered Si Fan Palace. Bathing in the night snow, he returned to his bedroom. Before he entered the room, he heard the sound of running water coming from inside. When he pushed the door open and entered, he could not help but feel surprised. He saw a wooden tub behind the screen in the room. A naked lady was happily bathing in it. The lady's eyes were as bright as the moon. Her fine black hair was wet and her body was naked. She had a voluptuous figure. Her beautiful body was enshrouded in faint water vapor, like a moon palace maid who was lost in the moonlight. Sensing that Ning Fan had entered the room, the lady blushed. However, she concealed it well and said with a slightly impatient tone. "Little cucumber, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Help me solve it." Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of lust. However, he slowly suppressed it and closed the door. Then, he walked to the back of the screen and looked at the lady who was bathing with a faint smile. "How do you want me to help you?" Who else could the lady who was bathing in his room be other than Yu Lingkong? Cut the crap. Yu Lingkong walked out of the wooden tub while still dripping wet and pushed Ning Fan to the ground. Her body was flushed with shyness. However, her expression was still as carefree as usual. Her breathing, however, became slightly heavy and carried a hint of seductive fragrance. "Little cucumber, I've told you before that I'm going to f***ck you until you want nothing more. Wake up, little cucumber." After a night of sensual intimacy, Yu Lingkong ate and drank to her heart's content. Using the dual cultivation technique, she broke through a small bottleneck and obediently went to her room for seclusion. Ning Fan was half lying on the bed, smelling the slightly sensual scent behind the curtains. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Had he neglected Yu Lingkong for too long? Did he make her so horny that she actually took the initiative to attack him? As he thought about it, Ning Fan felt that he had been busy with his cultivation and had gone to the tree world for quite some time. He had indeed neglected the few ladies who he had sex with. After dual cultivation with Yu Lingkong, the internal injuries in his body had healed significantly. To Ning Fan, who had already cultivated the yin-yang transformation to the second level of the third level, the effect of dual cultivation in healing his injuries was very good. After the news of Yu Lingkong and Ning Fan's dual cultivation and seclusion spread out, a few ladies in Seven Apricot City could no longer remain calm. Ning Fan sat cross-legged and adjusted his breathing. He sat there from day to evening. Only then did he slowly exhale a mouthful of turbid qi. Just as he was about to stand up and move his muscles and bones, a hint of faint killing intent suddenly came from outside the door. Although it was called killing intent, it also contained thousands of strands of tenderness. It was simply a kind of love that could kill each other. It's her? Ning Fan was stunned. All of a sudden, he recalled a myriad of memories. He closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. After a long time, a pink mist gently drifted into the room from the gap of the door and landed on the ground, turning into a lady who was wearing a pink veil. This lady was a gold core realm cultivator. If the experts of the Sinister Sparrow sect were here, they would certainly recognize that this lady was one of the most popular figures in the Sinister Sparrow sect, Pink Skeleton, by Lu. With Ning Fan's help, this lady had already formed her core successfully. Now, her cultivation base was at the early gold core realm. She was wearing soft silk shoes. Her footsteps were light and delicate as she slowly walked towards Ning Fan's bed. "Liar. When are you going to stop pretending to be asleep? Are you trying to trick me into plucking you?" Bai Lu's tone carried a hint of disdain. Even though her words were filled with disdain, her heart was filled with embarrassment. The reason why she came here today was naturally to take revenge on Ning Fan. The so-called revenge was to pluck Ning Fan with all their strength and squeeze him dry. "You also seem to have encountered some bottlenecks. Do you need my help?" Ning Fan opened his eyes and revealed a teasing smile. What do you mean?" Bai Lu instinctively panicked. Ning Fan took the opportunity to grab her and threw her onto the bed. Immediately, the sound of clothes being torn and a woman's rapid breathing resounded in the room. Wait. I'm not ready yet. Mm. The next day, Bai Lu left Seven Apricot City in high spirits and returned to the sinister Sparrow sect for seclusion. Her cultivation base was at the early Gold Core realm while Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the Great Void realm. Under Ning Fan's help, she had obtained a lot of benefits. In the room, Ning Fan did not sit down cross-legged to meditate. His cultivation base was much higher than Bai Lu's. The benefits he obtained from dual cultivation with her were minimal. However, it could not be said that there were no benefits at all. At least, the process was very pleasant. It was difficult to hide the fact that Yu Lingkong and Bai Lu entered seclusion one after another from the ladies in Seven Apricot City. On the third night, Lan Mei came as promised. She asked Ning Fan to help her unblock the bottleneck. On the fourth night, Su Qiuling ordered someone to deliver a letter to Ning Fan, inviting him to her small courtyard to accompany her to admire the flowers. On the fifth night, Ning Fan returned to his room. Suddenly, he found a naked paper crane under his blanket. At the foot of the wall, Mu Xiaohuan, Mu Xiaoliang and Feng Shuiyan were hiding, as if they wanted to eavesdrop. On the sixth night, Ning Fan took the initiative to visit the Cauldron World to help Bing Ling, Yu Ling, Feng Nu, and Chan Nu break through the bottleneck. On the seventh night, Ning Fan helped countless female guards to find the right path. On the eighth night, Ning Fan became quiet because all the people who needed his help had benefited a lot from dual cultivation and went into seclusion. Bathing in the wind and snow, Ning Fan walked out of Si Fan Palace and walked on the long street of Seven Apricot City. Living a comfortable life for several days made his tired heart slightly relax. It almost made him want to put down the sword in his hand and stay with Ji He and the others in Seven Apricot City for a long time. However, it was still far from the time to put down this sword. He walked towards the Godly Void Pavilion step by step. Outside the pavilion, an elderly man was already waiting respectfully. He was a Gold Core realm elderly man. His name was Yun Xiao. He had once hosted the Seven Apricot auction together with Ning Fan. In the past, when the Seven Apricot auction was held, Ning Fan was just at the vein opening realm. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had already become a supreme being in the Rain World. The Godly Void Pavilion was a force of the upper world. As a member of the Godly Void Pavilion, Yun Xiao naturally had a sense of arrogance. However, in front of Ning Fan, he did not dare to show his arrogance at all. As soon as he saw Ning Fan approaching, he immediately lowered his head respectfully and cupped his fists to greet him. Yun Xiao has come to the Godly Void Pavilion under the orders of my mistress. My mistress has ordered that if Marquis White Robe comes, you can directly go to the inner pavilion to meet her. All right. You may leave now. Understood. Yun Xiao left respectfully. His figure gradually disappeared into the night. It was nighttime. Many experts were hiding in the darkness of the Godly Void Pavilion. Some of them were nascent soul realm experts and some divine transformation realm experts. These experts naturally could not hide from Ning Fan's spirit sense. The reason why they were hiding here was to protect the mistress in the inner pavilion. Unfortunately, that mistress did not seem to need these people's protection. Ning Fan walked towards the inner pavilion step by step. It was a pavilion that was built with ice. On the small path outside the pavilion, there was a copper palace lamp that was lit every 10 steps. When Ning Fan approached the pavilion, the door of the pavilion suddenly opened by itself without any wind blowing. The room on the lower floor of the pavilion gave off a faint fragrance of tea. On the empty table, a small red clay stove was burning and spiritual tea was being brewed. When Ning Fan walked into the room, a lady wearing a cloak immediately appeared on top of the pavilion. She slowly walked down the long staircase. The lady's eyes, which were as bright as black gemstones, were filled with a mischievous smile. Brother Ning is really a romantic person. You have been snuggling in a soft and fragrant body for 7 days in a row. How do you have the time to come to my Godly Void Pavilion today? While the lady was talking and laughing, she gently took off her cloak and kept the spiritual equipment into her body. Hee. Are you here to return 3 favors to me? The corner of Ning Fan's mouth carried a faint smile as he quietly looked at the petite lady in front of him. The lady had a petite figure and a soft body. Her long hair was tied up loosely and she was wearing a black muslin dress. Under the light muslin, one could vaguely see the tube covering her chest. Her petite breasts were not big enough to hold with one hand and her breasts were very small, so, it's the little demoness of the godly void pavilion. It's really her. Her guess was not wrong. However, Ning Fan did not know since when did he owe the little demoness 3 favors. I owe you 3 favors? Are there so many? You don't? As the descendant of ancient chaos, reneging on a debt is a disgrace. The little demoness slowly walked in front of Ning Fan. Her soft and delicate body intentionally leaned into Ning Fan's chest. Her warm fragrance seeped into his body. Her eyes under her long eyelashes carried a deep smile from beginning to end. Let me slowly tell you how you owe me 3 favors. Let's start from Moksha Emperor's arrival in 7 Apricot City. Sit down and drink some tea. This is Qilin tea that I personally brewed. It cannot be wasted. The little demoness slyly blinked her eyes. She turned around and escaped from Ning Fan's embrace to sit in front of the wooden table. Start from Moksha Emperor, huh? Ning Fan's eyes suddenly became serious. To be continued. Ning Fan did not regard himself as an outsider and sat on the other side of the wooden table. The little demon girl took out 2 glazed teacups as if she was performing a magic trick. She gently pointed at the glazed teapot on the red clay stove. A stream of amber-colored tea shot out of the teapot, splitting into 2 streams in the air and falling into 2 teacups. The little demon girl picked up one of the cups and blew on it. Then, she took a sip. Her fair skin immediately turned a faint red, as if she was drunk. Ning Fan lifted the teacup and took a sip. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. The tea was not hot, but it contained an extremely pure fire spiritual power. If all the fire spiritual power contained in a sip of tea were to explode, it would be enough to burn thousands of miles of mountains and rivers into ashes. If a fire cultivator were to drink this tea and refine all the fire spiritual energy in this small sip, it would be enough to increase his magic power by half a yuan hui. The entire cup of tea contained at least a few yuan's worth of magic power. To Ning Fan, it was not something that he could completely refine within a short period of time. This tea is not bad. Ning Fan circulated his magic power to the maximum, forcefully digesting the small mouthful of tea that he had just drunk. Then, he put down the teacup and was not in a hurry to drink it again. Ning Fan's face was not as red as the little demoness. The little demon girl had a surprised expression on her face as her eyes lit up. Qilin tea was a kind of rare spirit tea in the Eastern Heaven Immortal world. It only grew in places where Qilin blood was shed, and it grew by borrowing Qilin blood. With the little demon girl's status, she could only get 1 tael of Qilin tea leaves from the godly void pavilion and bring it to the lower bound. 1 tael of Kirin tea was enough to raise the little demon girl's magic power by 5,000 yuan. She had always loved tasting tea and drinking tea. She absolutely could not bear to share this Qilin tea with others. Today, she had already predicted that Ning Fan would come and she had actually brewed Qilin tea to entertain her guest. This was very inconsistent with her usual style. Perhaps, she just wanted to tease him. One had to know that Qilin tea was precious, but not everyone could drink it. Normally, only cultivators at the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and above are qualified to taste this tea. If the cultivation base of the person who drinks the tea is lower than the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he or she would not be able to endure the medicinal power of the tea due to insufficient magic power. If it was light, he would spit out the tea and lose his composure. In serious cases, his immortal meridians would be damaged and he would suffer some minor injuries. The little demoness thought that Ning Fan's would not be able to withstand the power of the tea and would spit it out. After all, he was still at the origin returning realm. He was still far away from the 3rd breaking realm. Unexpectedly, after Ning Fan drank the tea, he did not show any abnormality at all. In just a blink of an eye, he had completely digested the entire mouthful of tea. Judging from his tea, Ning Fan's strength seemed to be beyond her expectations. This Kirin tea is my favorite spirit tea. Naturally, it is very good. The little demon girl stroked her black hair and blinked her long eyelashes. Her eyes were filled with a sly smile and she continued, the tea is finished. Let's talk about the proper business now. Count how many favors my little Fan owes me. That year, when Emperor Moksha came to your country, I gave you a scabbard. The scabbard contained a sword chi of the sword ancestor. You used that sword chi to block Emperor Moksha's attack and even borrowed the power of the godly void pavilion to intimidate Emperor Moksha. This is the first favor you owe me. Here, I still have a scabbard like this. Her long eyelashes curved as she handed Ning Fan's an ancient scabbard. The scabbard, Ning Fan's hand held the scabbard. His expression did not change, but his heart was slightly shocked. This scabbard also contained a sword chi of the sword ancestor. The sword chi's power was comparable to a void fragmentation attack. This scabbard was almost the same as the scabbard from that year. Moreover, the sword chi of this scabbard also contained some other things. Ning Fan's palm stroked the scabbard and carefully felt the sword chi inside the scabbard. A moment later, his heart shook again. This sword chi actually hid a magical power insignia. That magical power insignia contained a trace of the little demon girl's chi. The pattern of the magical power insignia was 7 golden feathers. This was the insignia of the godly void pavilion. So that's how it is. You are right. That scabbard is the first favor I owe you. Ning Fan lightly sighed. So the scabbard that he obtained from the 7 apricot auction was the little demon girl's idea to auction and purposely gift it to him. That year, he only thought that he had picked up a treasure from the auction of the godly void pavilion. Now that he thought about it carefully, he only felt that this idea was laughable. With the shrewdness of the godly void pavilion and the craftiness of the little demon girl, how could they let Ning Fan's pick up a treasure? This scabbard was purposely given to him by the little demon girl, wanting him to borrow the power of this scabbard to protect the old monster. The sword chi of this scabbard also hid the insignia of the godly void pavilion. That year, when Ning Fan released the sword chi, Moksha Emperor must have sensed the pavilion insignia in the sword chi. That year, Moksha Emperor did not start a massacre in your country. Perhaps he was afraid of the reputation of the godly void pavilion and did not dare to act rashly. If not for the help of the scabbard that year, without the godly void pavilion secretly borrowing power, Ning Fan's and the old monster would have died in the hands of Moksha Emperor. Thinking about it like this, Ning Fan truly owed the little demon girl a favor. Seeing that Ning Fan's did not have the intention to deny it, the little demon girl smiled even more sweetly. You are quite smart. I thought you would renege on this favor. It seems like I have underestimated you, the descendant of ancient chaos. Really? Ning Fan declined to comment. Now, let's talk about the second favor you owe me. Ever since your master entered the sword world, do you know who was protecting him from being assassinated by the evil world assassins? The little demon girl smilingly asked. All these years, was it you who was protecting him? Is he doing well right now? Ning Fan's originally calm eyes suddenly had a trace of fluctuation. Not all of it was me protecting him, but he is doing very well right now, eating and sleeping. Who told him to have a golden-eyed sword cultivator secretly protecting him? The little demon girl curled her lips. Golden-eyed sword cultivator? Ning Fan's was slightly surprised. Nothing. Hee. In short, you already owe me 2 favors, do you agree or not? The little demon girl's long eyelashes turned into a crescent moon. I agree. Ning Fan's nodded. With the little demon girl's identity, there was naturally no need to lie about this matter. She said that she was secretly protecting the old monster all these years, so she certainly did these things. She protected the old monster, so Ning Fan's owed her a favor, so it was reasonable. The third favor, I don't need to say it, but you should understand. The little demon girl revealed a shrewd expression like a merchant, not seeming like a profiteer, but rather very cute. I understand. That year, I destroyed the Heaven Separation sect in a fit of anger and laid down the mountain and river reverse formation. My mental strength was greatly damaged, and it was you who saved me and woke me up. This time, you returned to the Rain Immortal world, helped Bright Sparrow break through to the Void Fragmentation realm, and helped Mei Chen heal. Adding up all these favors, it is not an exaggeration to say that I owe you 3 favors. Speaking of which, you have helped me many times, so it is my gain. It is indeed your gain. Do you know how many bottles of 7th Revolution pills I gave your little pill devil to eat? And that half-finished 100 profound pill, they were all eaten by your yellow spring sable. The little demon girl revealed a pained expression. Ning Fan's eyes widened. 7 revolution pills counted by bottles, and half-finished 100 per pound pill. 100 per pound pill was a low-grade 8 revolution pill. Even if it was a half-finished pill, it was still a priceless treasure, but this little demon girl actually used it to save Mei Chen. Bright Sparrow broke through to the void fragmentation realm and ate at least 1007th revolution pills. This third favor was indeed a big one. Oh right, can you tell me where did you catch the baby yellow spring sable, and where did you get such a high-grade pill devil baby? The little demon girl asked with a curious expression. No comment, Ning Fan was speechless. It was said that the female cultivators in the four heavens loved to call their demon and spirit pets babies. Judging from the little demon girl's expression, it seemed like she had already regarded Mei Chen and Bright Sparrow as his pets. Fine, I won't tell you. Why are you being so fierce? Alright, the debt of gratitude has been settled. Now, you should think about how you are going to repay me. I owe you 3 favors, so I can do 3 things for you. Tell me your request. As long as it doesn't cross my bottom line, I will agree to it. Ning Fan wasn't an idiot. Of course, he could see that the little demon girl purposely showed goodwill to Mei Chen and Bright Sparrow because she had something to ask of him. Otherwise, there was no need for her to spend so much effort to befriend the 2 girls. According to Ning Fan's personality, he would repay whatever he owed her. Naturally, he would not owe her any favor. As long as it didn't cross his bottom line, he would agree to any request of the little demon girl. You want to do 3 things for me? Alright. The reason why I came back to the Rain Immortal world this time is to do something. In order to accomplish this, I need your help. Hee, I won't tell you what it is. Let's talk about the first thing that I want you to do. After a month, accompany me to the North Sea to meet a few people. This is the first condition. It shouldn't be difficult, right? It didn't cross your bottom line, right, Big Brother Ning? It's not difficult. What about the other 2 conditions? Ning Fan inquired. We'll talk about it later. The little demon girl uttered the 4 words that she couldn't understand. Alright. If that's the case, I'll see you in a month. Goodbye. Ning Fan lifted the teacup and drained it in one gulp. Then, he put down the teacup and turned to leave with a relaxed back view. Now that he had figured out the little demon girl's scheme, he could finally let go of a huge burden in his heart. His internal injuries couldn't be healed in a day, so it wasn't suitable for him to go out. However, with his current cultivation, he wouldn't face any danger in the Rain Immortal world. Accompanying the little demon girl to the North Sea of the Rain Immortal world was no problem. Wait, take this. The little demon girl suddenly stood up and called out to Ning Fan. Then, she casually threw 2 pill bottles to him. Ning Fan was startled. He caught the 2 pill bottles and scanned the pills inside with his spirit sense. His expression suddenly became complicated. Do I owe you favors with these things? No need. 3 favors are enough for me to play with. I'm giving these to you as thanks for accompanying me to drink tea in the middle of the night. I'm so sleepy. I'm going to rest now. See you in a month. The little demon girl yawned and giggled. Then, she went to the attic to rest. Ning Fan held the pill bottles in his hand and his eyes darkened. He kept the bottles and returned to see Fan Palace. At night, he didn't dual cultivate with the girls. Instead, he entered the profounding world to completely suppress his injuries before the trip to the North Sea. Each of the 2 pill bottles that the little demon girl gave him contained a pill. The first was a healing pill called the Spirit Surge pill. It was a high-grade 7th revolution healing pill. This pill was enough to heal his internal injuries. It was much better than the 2 remaining high-grade 7th revolution healing pills that he had. The second was a life-saving pill called the Soul Stabilizing pill. It was a peak-grade 7th revolution pill. Its medicinal effect was similar to the undying fruit core. It could prolong one's life and protect one's soul. The little demon girl gave this pill to Ning Fan in the hope that he could survive the backlash of the seal. With the Spirit Surge pill, Ning Fan didn't have to worry about the seal at all. Currently, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to fully recover from his injuries. After his injuries are healed, he could head to the middle state to find his mother. I'll protect you. In the profounding world, Luo Yu walked to Ning Fan's back. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in the profounding world and swallowed the spirit surge pill. This time, I must find her. This was Ning Fan's only belief at the moment. To be continued. 10 days passed. The healing speed in the profounding world was 100 times faster than the outside world. Ning Fan's refined the power of the spirit surge down one by one, and all the hidden injuries on his body were completely healed. After his injuries healed, his magic power even improved slightly, reaching 76,000 yuanhui. Ning Fan's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Although the immortal tear seal in his body was powerful, it was nothing to be afraid of. There were 10 golden crystals in his heart, crystallized from devouring primordial divine incense. They contained 20,000 yuanhui worth of magical force. If Ning Fan has enough time to refine it, he would be able to increase his magic power by several times. In total, he would be able to increase his magic power by 40,000 times. He still had 420,000 Dao crystals with him. If he refines all of them, he could increase his magic power by 84,000 yuan. There were still many Dao fruits and pills in his hands. If he refines all of them, Ning Fan's magic power could break through to 200,000 yuanhui. The magic power of 200,000 yuan was comparable to that of an old monster at the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Unfortunately, the knot in Ning Fan's heart had yet to be resolved. It was not enough for him to reach the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, he did not have enough time to refine such a large number of heavenly treasures for the time being. It would take at least 100 years to refine all the natural treasures. Even with the help of the profounding world's 100 times faster refining speed, it would still take 1 year, or even several years. I'm not in a hurry to raise my cultivation. The most important thing now is to find my mother. I must find her, otherwise, I'm not worthy of being a son. Ning Fan stood up and exchanged glances with her. However, he did not say anything. With a flash, he left the profounding world. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sent a telepathic message. I'm already not far from the void fragmentation realm. When I attain the void fragmentation realm, I will be able to gain complete control over the profounding world and help you escape. I'm about to accomplish what I promised you. Is that so? Luo Yu nodded, but she was thinking about something else. She looked slightly disappointed. After Ning Fan attains the void fragmentation realm, she would be able to break free and leave the profounding world. But what was she going to do after she was freed? She had the mission of vengeance. Perhaps they would part ways after she got out of here. It seems like he's a little reluctant. Luo Yu sighed. Ning Fan returned to the outside world and walked out of Xifan Palace and 7 Apricot City. His eyes were filled with determination. He shot out several sound-transmitting flying swords to inform the women of his whereabouts. Then, he turned into a streak of light and sped towards the middle continent. Su Yan happened to return from the outskirts of the city and saw Ning Fan's escape light. Originally, she wanted to ask about Ning Fan's whereabouts, but she suddenly received a messenger sword light. There were only 3 words in the voice transmission. Central Plains. Is Master going to the middle state again? Su Yan looked at Ning Fan's departing figure and muttered to himself. It was her first time seeing such a resolute look in Ning Fan's eyes. It was like an unstoppable sharp sword. She did not know what Ning Fan was going to do in the middle province, but she would not ask about it either. She was very obedient. She only knew that Ning Fan must be going to the middle state to do something extremely important. No one could stop Ning Fan from completing his task. This time, Ning Fan did not bring anyone along with him. He wanted to do this by himself. He should have died when he was a baby, but his mother risked her life to save him. If Ning Fan couldn't find his mother, he would never be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life. Mother. I will definitely find you. When he recalled the dream he saw in the weeping blood forest, a hint of sadness flashed across his eyes. Then, his expression became even more resolute. Everyone in the world had parents. He, Ning Fan, had one too. At this moment, Ning Fan was neither a devil lord nor a cultivator. He was just a human son. No matter if he was rich or poor, noble or lowly, immortals or mortals, as long as he was a human son, he would never abandon his parents. Ning Fan flew continuously for several days until he reached the middle state. Then, he stopped at the peak of the tallest mountain in Huanyu country. Huanyu country was a mid-grade cultivation country located at the center of the middle state. As for the tallest mountain in Huanyu country, it was called the Sweet Dew Peak. It was 300,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall. If one uses the 9 heavens rain technique in this place, it would be enough to cover the entire middle state. On the Sweet Dew Peak, a grand event was being held. The king of Huanyu country, a dignified peak nascent soul realm grand cultivator, Master Rain, was giving a lecture to the cultivators of his country. What he was talking about was the Tao of Rain. There were a lot of water elemental cultivators in Huanyu country. There were tens of thousands of cultivators who came to listen to his lecture. Rain is derived from water, formed from clouds and mist and falls as a sweet rain. Rain belongs to the element of water. Water is good and beneficial to all living things. Therefore, cultivators who cultivate the Tao of Rain are usually gentlemen who are as gentle as rain. Halfway through his speech, Master Rain suddenly felt an extremely strong aura force. Under the shock, he became tongue-tied and could no longer speak. That was an irresistible aura force. Its aura force was as heavy as the heavens, making Master Rain, a dignified peak nascent soul realm grand cultivator, feel suffocated. The tens of thousands of cultivators at the scene all felt this aura force that descended from the sky. Under this aura force, each of the harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm old monsters could not help but tremble. At this moment, tens of thousands of people raised their heads at the same time and found a white-robed young man standing proudly in the sky above the Sweet Dew Peak. The young man's body was covered with a sky-green light. At the moment when this light shone, the entire Huanyu country was suddenly covered with dark clouds. It was as if a storm was about to come. How dare you? Master Rain is giving a lecture here. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble here? A harmonious spirit realm cultivator who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth suddenly stood up and pointed at the white-robed young man in the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-robed youth in the sky suddenly swept his gaze over. That gaze was extremely calm, carrying a faint azure radiance without any fluctuations. However, just a gaze from him was enough to turn the harmonious spirit cultivator's body into pus and blood. Just a glance from this white-robed youth was enough to kill a harmonious spirit expert. The reason why this harmonious spirit expert was still alive was because the white-robed youth didn't want to kill him. Shut up. This person must never be offended. Master Rain stood up abruptly. His face was filled with panic as he looked at the white-robed youth, then at the harmonious spirit cultivator who spoke rudely. With Master Rain's identity, he did not know that Ning Fan was Sui of the Rain World. However, Master Rain could tell that this white-robed young man was not an ordinary person. He was not someone he could afford to provoke. He had been cultivating the rain for his entire life. Even though he hadn't reached the soul formation level yet, he had learned a bit of the intent realm of rain. If he could completely comprehend the concept of rain, he would be able to become a deity in this lifetime. Master Rain looked at the white-robed young man in fear. He recognized him. The azure radiance around the white-robed young man's body was obviously the extremely terrifying power of the rain intent. That was the true rain intent. Besides, the grade of this rain intent was so high that Master Rain could not help but tremble in fear. Under this rain intent, the thin rain intent in Master Rain's body was on the verge of completely collapsing. That white-robed young man stood in the sky as if he could control the heavens will and summon the wind and rain at will. This white-robed young man was none other than Ning Fan. Master Rain inwardly guessed that this white-robed young man was at least a late divine transformation realm old monster who had already cultivated his intent realm to a profound level. He could not afford to offend this kind of old monster. The entire Huanyu country could not afford to offend him. I have some matters that I need to attend to on this Sweet Dew Peak. Can everyone give me some face and leave for now? Since Senior has something to attend to, we naturally won't dare to disturb you. Master Rain cupped his fists and lowered his head respectfully. He did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. As soon as he gave an order, the tens of thousands of cultivators on the Sweet Dew Peak who were listening to his preaching dispersed. Then, he bowed respectfully to Ning Fan and turned around to leave. Hold on. Ning Fan stopped Master Rain. May I ask if Senior has any other orders? If I can help Senior a little, I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Master Rain's heart was filled with fear. He did not know why Ning Fan stopped him. He wondered if he had offended Ning Fan with some of his words. When he thought that he might have offended a peerless late divine transformation realm expert, Master Rain's mental state, which had been cultivating for many years, was in a mess. Take this pill. Consider it my compensation for disturbing your preaching. Ning Fan flicked a pill bottle with his finger and passed it to Master Rain. Then, he flicked his sleeve and a strong gust of wind blew Master Rain several tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li away. Before Master Rain could take a closer look at the pill bottle in his hand, he was already blown several tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li away. When he looked at the pill bottle in his hand again, his face immediately lit up with joy. This is the divine accumulation pill that can increase the success rate of attaining the divine transformation realm. Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. Master Rain was extremely excited. His impression of Ning Fan rose rapidly. He thought to himself that if this divine essence pill succeeds, he would certainly regard Ning Fan as his benefactor. Of course, he did not know that the divine essence pill, which was as important as his life, was just a useless pill that Ning Fan had snatched from an unlucky person. Ning Fan dismissed the crowd and stood on the summit of Sweet Dew Peak. His eyes glowed with heavenly green rain intent. He suddenly performed a hand seal and displayed the technique that the rain ancestor was famous for, heaven-peaking rain. There is rain in the 9 heavens. My thoughts are connected to the entire world. The clouds are my eyes and the rain is my thoughts. Ning Fan performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. All of a sudden, the entire Huanyu country, which was 1 million li * 500 m per li, of land began to drizzle. That drizzle was still spreading far away, reaching 7 to 8 cultivation countries which were far away and covering an area of 70 million li * 500 m per li. At this moment, Ning Fan only displayed the vast heaven rain technique. Just one day of rain could cover an area of 70 million li * 500 m per li. He changed his hand seal and continued to display the second and third types of rain techniques. Vast heaven, yang heaven, red heaven, vermilion heaven, qing heaven, yu heaven, profound heaven, changing heaven, great heaven. From 3 days of rain to 6 days of rain and then to 9 days of rain, at this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were tightly shut. However, the clouds were his eyes and the rain was his thoughts. With Huanyu country as the center, a soundless drizzle swept across the entire middle province. Ning Fan's face turned slightly pale. It was definitely not easy to display this technique as it placed a huge burden on his spirit sense. His spirit sense spread along the drizzle and covered the entire middle province, including the territories of the 5 countries, 9 palaces, and 13 sections. Be it Shou country which was in seclusion or Shou country which was suffering from a prolonged drought, at this moment, a drizzle fell on all of them: Shui country, Yinyu country, Lisun country, Qianhuan country, Tianyun country. Every single scenery fell into Ning Fan's eyes. Ning Fan's spirit sense scanned through every river and every valley, searching for traces of his mother's qi. Nothing. Nothing. His spirit sense dug 3 qi deep into the ground and penetrated 1 million zhang * 500 m per li, underground to search for his mother. His spirit sense soared high up in the sky and searched 1 million zhang * 500 m per li, below the ground. His spirit sense seeped into each and every formation and forbidden land. The formations below the immortal void realm could not stop his spirit sense at all. His spirit sense scanned through the 300+ cultivation countries in the middle province, but he still could not find a trace of his mother's qi. Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. His fingernails pierced deep into his palms. If I can't find my mother, then what exactly is the purpose of everything I've done? Suddenly, Ning Fan opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly. I found it. He had found a trace of Ning Qian's qi. However, he did not expect that Ning Qian's qi would actually appear in such a place. To be continued. Ning Fan did not expect that Ning Qian's qi would appear in such a place. It was an ancient forbidden place that was sleeping tens of millions of zhang * 33 m per zhang, below the heavenly cloud country. It was a forbidden place that only the rain sovereign could enter in the entire rain world. Ning Fan had no idea where that place was. However, there was a trace of Ning Qian's qi there. Perhaps she was there, It was a forbidden place that only the Rain Sovereign could enter. Could it be that what happened to Ning Qian in the past was related to the Rain Sovereign? What surprised Ning Fan was that Ning Qian's qi carried a strong sense of death, as if she had been dead for countless years. However, there was still a trace of vitality left in her. It was extremely strange. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. In a flash, he flew towards Heavenly Cloud Country. No matter what, I must bring my mother back to you country today. No one can stop me. Heavenly Cloud Country, ruling Sky Realm. On this day, the entire Middle State was showered by a drizzle. Even in the 10 realms of Heavenly Cloud Country, there was a continuous drizzle. Ordinary people did not know what was going on, but the Rain Sovereign clearly knew what this rain meant. If this rain fell in Heavenly Cloud Country, the Rain Sovereign would at most think that someone was cultivating the rain intent and attracting the rain. He would not be surprised. However, this rain fell in the entire Middle State. It was definitely not normal. In the 9 worlds, no one could spread the rain intent to the entire Middle State and make it rain at the same time. The Rain Sovereign's heart sank. He knew that someone had learned the technique that made the rain ancestor famous, the heaven-peaking rain technique, and used it to rain the entire Middle State. When he recalled that Ning Fan had once swept across the Heavenly Cloud Country and observed the 9 rain tablets of the rain ancestor, the Rain Sovereign's face turned even paler. The only person in the rain world who could display the rain ancestor's technique was probably Ning Fan. What ability does this kid have to be favored by the rain ancestor and learn the heaven-peaking rain technique? This technique is extremely difficult. Other than the rain ancestor, no one else has ever succeeded in learning it. He actually succeeded. The Rain Sovereign's face was filled with intense jealousy. Other than the rain ancestor, no one else could learn this technique successfully. Was actually learned by Ning Fan, a devil cultivator. How could he, the Rain Sovereign, endure this? This kid really can't be left alive. Rain Emperor was muttering to himself. All of a sudden, a swift and fierce flight light rushed into the border of Heavenly Cloud Nation and headed straight for the Directorate of Heaven territory. The Rain Emperor was shocked, and he transformed into a streak of light that shot out of the ruling celestial city. He looked toward the sea of clouds. A white-robed young man stood coldly above the sea of clouds. He was none other than Ning Fan. Countless Heavenly Cloud cultivators were alarmed and soared into the sky. After all, the last time Ning Fan returned to the Rain Palace, he had killed King Lan Ling. This time, no one knew what kind of calamity would be stirred up in the Rain Palace. Naturally, there were many people who were worried. As soon as the Pill Sovereign, Xianxia, and the other Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators received the news that Ning Fan was coming to the Heavenly Cloud Country, all of them rushed to the ruling Sky City from the 10 territories of the Heavenly Cloud Country. He just stood on the sea of clouds above the Tian City and formed hand seals with his 10 fingers over and over again, causing the drizzle to penetrate deeper into the ground. After carefully sensing his surroundings, Ning Fan was very sure that his mother was trapped in the forbidden area beneath the Heavenly Cloud underground. Hee, Marquis White Robe, did you come to the ruling Sky City today to discuss something with me? The Rain Sovereign squeezed out a smile. That's right. I've come here today only for one matter. I want to enter the forbidden area beneath the Directorate of Heaven. What? The Rain Sovereign was shocked. He could not figure out why Ning Fan wanted to enter that forbidden area. That forbidden area was the place where the Rain Ancestor passed away. There was an altar there, and the divine beast that had murdered the Thunder Sovereign was sealed there. The Rain Sovereign did not know why Ning Fan wanted to enter that forbidden area. However, no matter what, he would never let Ning Fan enter. The existence of the divine beast was a secret. Only the Rain Sovereigns of each generation knew about it, and it was not allowed to be spread to outsiders. Only the Rain Sovereigns of each generation can enter this forbidden area. You are not allowed to enter. Is there any room for negotiation? Ning Fan sighed softly. No. I can do anything you want except for this. The Rain Sovereign said stubbornly. What if I insist on entering? Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into his black robes. After extracting his soul, his chi was comparable to a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monster. The Rain Sovereign's eyes turned grim. It seemed like if he does not allow Ning Fan's request, Ning Fan would forcefully break into the forbidden area. Other than Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou, Ning Fan was the second person who dared to disobey his order. This young man really cannot be allowed to live. The Rain Sovereign let out a cold snort. At this moment, Void Fragmentation Realm experts arrived at the ruling Sky City one after another. There were also hundreds of thousands of cultivators of the Rain Palace who hurried over with the help of the teleportation formation. Along the way, many cultivators spread the news that Ning Fan came to the Rain Palace with ill intentions. There were also many cultivators who transmitted Ning Fan's intention to every corner of the Heavenly Cloud City. Many cultivators already knew that Ning Fan came to the Rain Palace this time to break into the forbidden area of the ruling Sky City. Chu Chang'an looked at Ning Fan in confusion. He could not understand what Ning Fan's purpose was to break into the forbidden area of the ruling Sky City even if he did not care about offending the Rain Sovereign. Yunqingda also looked at Ning Fan in confusion. In her impression, even though Ning Fan was arrogant, he was not a person without a plan. Today, Ning Fan came alone and wanted to break into the forbidden area of the ruling Sky City. He would certainly anger the Rain Sovereign and he might even start a war with the experts of the Rain Palace. Could it be that Ning Fan thought that he could fight against all the experts of the Rain Palace alone? That was just ridiculous. Yu Chong'er, who was behind Yunqingda, stared at Ning Fan worriedly. It was Yu Chong'er's first time seeing such a resolute look in Ning Fan's eyes. She knew that the reason why Ning Fan broke into the forbidden area today was probably because he was extremely determined. He would not stop until he achieved his goal. From her point of view, no matter how strong Ning Fan was, he was only strong enough to kill King Lan Ling. He was still a lot weaker than experts on the same level as the Rain Sovereign. With Ning Fan's current strength, if he offends the Rain Sovereign, he would probably be in big trouble. Why is he so stupid? I heard from my master that he still has a few Void Fragmentation Realm helpers hiding in Yu country. Humph. He obviously has helpers. Why didn't he bring them along? How dangerous is it to offend the Rain Sovereign alone? Does he really have to make me worry about him? Yu Chong'er was so anxious that she kept stomping her feet. The sixth Prince Yunyomu gave Ning Fan a deep look without saying anything. The third Prince Yunbushu, on the other hand, frowned. It seemed like he also felt that Ning Fan was a little reckless in breaking into the forbidden area this time. The Pill Sovereign let out a sigh. He slowly walked forward and asked Ning Fan. Only the Rain Sovereigns of each generation can enter the forbidden area of the ruling Sky City. You are not the Rain Sovereign and you don't have the bloodline of the Rain Palace. You can't enter through normal means. You can only break the seal by force. It is said that this forbidden area is divided into 3 levels. In the first level, many devil creatures are being suppressed. No one knows how many Void Refinement Realm devil creatures there are. If you break the seal of the forbidden area, countless devil creatures will certainly escape. If even one of them escapes, it will be enough to bring chaos to the middle state. On the surface, the Pill Sovereign was advising Ning Fan to give up on breaking the seal. In reality, he did not want to see Ning Fan continue to anger the Rain Sovereign. The Pill Sovereign knew how narrow-minded the Rain Sovereign was. It was not wise to offend him in public. My mother is currently trapped in the forbidden area of the ruling Sky City. Ning Fan explained to the Pill Sovereign through telepathy. As soon as he said that, the Pill Sovereign's expression changed. He knew Ning Fan's personality very well. If what he said is true, Ning Fan would definitely break into the forbidden area to save his mother no matter what. However, why was his mother sealed in this place? The Pill Sovereign was puzzled. He had never heard that Ning Fan's mother was still alive. However, the Pill Sovereign already knew that there was no way he could persuade Ning Fan to give up on entering the forbidden area today no matter what. The only thing he could do was to stand on Ning Fan's side and help him achieve his wish by entering the forbidden area. The outsiders naturally did not know the reason why Ning Fan broke into the forbidden area. The Rain Sovereign's expression turned extremely gloomy. He knew that Ning Fan had the broken 5 evil separation technique and he had the strength to kill the Vine Sovereign. Even though he harbored killing intent toward Ning Fan, he did not dare to really make a move. However, at this moment, Ning Fan insisted on breaking into the forbidden area and the Rain Sovereign would not allow him to enter no matter what. Today, the Rain Sovereign had no choice but to fall out with Ning Fan. Yan Mu Hong you 3 go and capture this young man. Suppress him under the Rain Mountain for now and let him calm down. Even though the Rain Sovereign gave the order verbally, he was secretly on guard. Previously, after Ning Fan killed King Lan Ling, the Rain Sovereign had bestowed his sons with life-saving magic treasures. With the three of them working together, they would be able to protect themselves even if they face a third heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monster. If Ning Fan does not use the broken 5 evil separation technique, he would not be a match for the three of them at all. What if Ning Fan uses the broken 5 evil separation technique? The Rain Sovereign's eyes flashed with cold light. He secretly held the formation disc of the Heavenly Cloud Nation's Grand Formation in his sleeve. His original intention was to wait for the Divine Beast to finish its seclusion and then use its power to kill Ning Fan. However, if today's matter reaches a point where it can no longer be resolved, he did not mind risking his life. Even if it means sacrificing the lives of his sons, he would still take Ning Fan's life. Yun Jinghong and Yun Zhongyan's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. They stepped on the sea of clouds. Since Yun Youmu was called out by the Rain Sovereign, he naturally would not be able to escape from the battle. The three of them formed a triangle and surrounded Ning Fan in the sea of clouds. The Pale Sovereign's eyes flashed with anger. He owed Ning Fan a favor of saving his life. How could he watch Ning Fan being bullied by others? Just as he was about to help Ning Fan, he was stopped by Ning Fan's voice. I alone am enough for this battle. Before figuring out the truth of the past, Ning Fan would not simply kill anyone in the Rain Palace. Even if he wins today, he would not kill Yun Jinghong and the others. However, his determination to save Ning Qian was something that even the experts of the Rain Palace could not stop. I must enter this forbidden area. No one can stop me. Bang! Ning Fan's body suddenly turned into layers of black shadows and dispersed, attacking Yun Youmu, Yun Jinghong and Yun Zhongyan respectively. Before the three of them could react, their bodies were already enveloped by the black shadows. Under the entanglement of the black shadows, Yun Jinghong and Yun Zhongyan were severely injured and coughed out blood. They fell from the sea of clouds and were caught by some cultivators of the Rain Palace. As for Yun Youmu, even though he had also suffered a lot of injuries, he managed to stabilize his body with great difficulty. He continuously retreated in the vast sky. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Yun Youmu was extremely shrewd and conceited. Even though he had witnessed Ning Fan killing King Lan Ling with his own eyes, he did not think that he was inferior to Ning Fan by much. He had never thought that he and 2 void fragmentation realm experts who had joined forces to attack Ning Fan would not only fail but also be defeated by Ning Fan in a single blow. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he was already invincible among those at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm after displaying this black shadow ability. Even a cultivator at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm would be severely injured after being hit by this black shadow ability. Father, I'm not a match for Marquis White Robe. Yun Youmu gritted his teeth and descended from the sea of clouds. All of a sudden, countless cultivators of the Rain Palace in all directions sucked in a cold breath. 3 void fragmentation realm princes had joined forces to fight Ning Fan, but they were defeated in a single blow. Isn't Ning Fan's strength a little too strong? Even some old monsters at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm do not have this kind of strength. The Rain Sovereign's expression became even more unpleasant. He signaled someone to the side with his eyes. Without saying anything, the second prince, Yun Xiaoxiang, had already soared into the sky. Stepping on the 4-colored Emperor Cloud, his body exuded a strong aura force of the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Yun Xiaoxiang's handsome face was also filled with malice at this moment. Every word he spoke was as cold as ice. The forbidden area of the ruling Sky City is not a place you can go. If you kneel down and apologize to my father right now, I can let bygones be bygones for what happened today. If you remain stubborn, you'll have to bear the consequences. I must go to the forbidden area of the ruling Sky City. If that's the case, I won't show you any mercy. If you die, don't blame me for being merciless. Yun Xiaoxiang suddenly stepped on the 4-colored Emperor Cloud. Immediately, countless rays of 4-colored light shot out from the clouds and swept towards Ning Fan. As soon as the rays of light swept towards them, countless cultivators of the Rain Palace exclaimed in surprise. Luo Yu's voice of disbelief resounded in Ning Fan's mind. A 4-colored Emperor Cloud. This man was actually born with the Emperor Cloud. He is almost invincible among those at the same level as him. In the cultivation world, there was a group of people who were born to cultivate the Tao. They were the favored children of heaven. When these people were born, they would usually be accompanied by unusual phenomena. They would be gifted with protective abilities by heaven which would bring them immeasurable blessings. The four-colored Emperor Cloud was an extremely powerful defensive ability. Xianxia had the four-colored Emperor Cloud protecting his body. Almost no one at the same level as him could break the defense of his Emperor Cloud. In addition, the Emperor Cloud contained tens of thousands of traces of divine light. Among those at the third break realm, there were rarely anyone who could withstand Xianxia's divine light attack. Looking at the tens of thousands of traces of divine light that were sweeping towards him, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he took out Emperor Xia's sword and slashed at the rays of light. Seeing Ning Fan slashing the divine light with his sword, Xianxia's eyes flashed with disdain. He pointed his finger and activated the tens of thousands of traces of divine light to sweep at Emperor Xia's sword light. When the divine light swept across, Emperor Xia's sword light was instantly shattered. The remaining waves turned into golden waves and reflected back at Ning Fan. After being shaken by the remaining waves, Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was forced to take 100 steps back in the sky before he could stabilize his body. In just a single exchange, he was already severely injured by the remaining waves. Xianxia is very strong. He has the four-colored Emperor Cloud protecting his body. He can even fight against ordinary four-break realm old monsters. The current me is still not his match. Ning Fan sighed. After all, he had yet to reach the void fragmentation realm. No matter how many techniques he has, it was impossible for him to surpass so many levels and defeat Xianxia. The cultivators of the rain world in all directions exclaimed in surprise. Many of them had witnessed the battle between Ning Fan and King Lan Ling with their own eyes. On that day, Ning Fan killed King Lan Ling with a single sword attack with the might of Emperor Xia's sword. The fearsome name of Emperor Xia's sword had once made countless cultivators of the rain world tremble in fear. Today, however, Emperor Xia's sword light, which was powerful enough to kill King Lan Ling, was easily broken by Xianxia. This scene naturally made the cultivators discuss among themselves. Marquis White Robe is very strong. With his two great abilities, soul extraction and his terrifying golden sword light, he can even fight against a two-break realm expert. Even so, he is still not a match for the second prince. The second prince's four-colored Emperor Cloud can only be broken by a four-break realm expert. The second imperial prince has the protection of the four-colored Emperor Cloud. Apart from the Rain Sovereign, he is practically invincible in the rain world. Marquis White Robe's true cultivation base is just at the origin returning Great Void stage. Even if he can defeat a new void fragmentation realm expert like Prince Lan Ling, it's impossible for him to defeat a veteran void fragmentation realm expert like the second prince. Perhaps, Marquis White Robe still has a trump card that can slightly resist the second prince's Emperor Cloud. Fellow Daoist, stop joking. This humble Daoist doesn't believe that Marquis White Robe can resist the second prince's imperial cloud rays. No one cared about why Ning Fan would suddenly return to Heavenly Cloud Country and forcefully barge into the forbidden area of the Citian city. They only cared about one thing, the outcome of today's battle. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 3 thunder shock balls and hid them in his sleeve. He held the sword in one hand and the thunder pulse pearl in the other. He knew that he wasn't Xiaoxiang's match, but he had to enter the forbidden area no matter what. Ning Fan secretly estimated the defensive power of the four-colored heavenly cloud. A single thunder shock ball is enough to instantly kill a second-rank destruction realm cultivator and severely injure a third-rank destruction realm cultivator. The combined destructive power of the 3 thunder shock balls is enough to break the defense of Xiaoxiang's Emperor Cloud and severely injure him. If he uses 4 thunder shock balls, he might even have the chance to kill Xiaoxiang instantly. However, if he uses 2 thunder shock balls, it might not be enough to completely break the defense of the Emperor Cloud. Ning Fan was only prepared to use 3 thunder shock balls. He did not want to take Xiaoxiang's life. The reason why he came to the Rain Palace today was not to kill anyone. He just wanted to find his mother. The current Ning Fan had not reached the point where he would fight to the death with the Rain Palace. Otherwise, he could just summon his rogue devils and massacre the Rain Palace. Ning Fan still owed the Rain Ancestor a favor. If possible, he did not want to become enemies with the Rain Palace. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's breathing calmed down. He raised his snow-white sleeves and pointed them at Xianxia. Then, he sighed and said, "Second Prince, I know that I'm not your match. However, I must go to the forbidden area of the ruling Sky City. I hope you won't continue to stop me. Otherwise, I will no longer show mercy to you. I will certainly severely injure you." The corner of Xiaoxiang's eyes narrowed. He saw Ning Fan taking out something from his storage pouch and hiding it in his sleeves. At first, he was still keeping his guard up. However, as soon as he heard Ning Fan's seemingly arrogant threatening words, he immediately threw all of his caution to the back of his mind. His eyes gradually became filled with disdain. Show mercy? He is the dignified second prince of the Rain Palace. Does he need a junior at the primordial return realm to show mercy to him, severely injure him? He is a dignified old monster with the Emperor Cloud body protection technique who is unrivaled in the three break realms. Is it possible for him to be severely injured by a junior at the primordial return realm? Ning Fan is indeed very arrogant. He has just killed King Lan Ling and he has already become so conceited and arrogant to this extent. He is really a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xianxia was the favored son of heaven. He had his own pride. He would never believe that Ning Fan could injure him severely. With a flick of his finger, 10,000 traces of divine light suddenly condensed into a gigantic four-colored war drum and fell in front of him. The surface of the war drum was engraved with profound runes which possessed unfathomable power. The body of the drum was shining with dazzling light. Yun Xiaoxiang raised his palm and the traces of divine light turned into a four-colored drumstick which fell into his hand. He let out a cold snort and raised his hand to hit the war drum. Dong a low and deep sound of the drum spread across the entire heavenly cloud country in an instant. The sound of the drum was not deafening. However, after it spread out, it shook the cultivators who were watching from the side and made them fall from the clouds. Some cultivators with weaker cultivation bases were even directly knocked unconscious by the sound of the drum. The others were only affected by the sound of the drum. The attack of the drum was actually concentrated on Ning Fan. To the others, it was just a low and deep sound of the drum. However, in Ning Fan's ears, it was as loud as a clap of thunder. This sound of the drum contained the full power of 10,000 traces of divine light. By using the sound of the drum to launch an attack of divine light, the power of the divine light would increase by several times. It was not something that Ning Fan could withstand completely. Ning Fan held the thunder pulse seed tightly. He did not immediately summon it. Instead, he sighed softly and held the sword horizontally in front of his chest. Then, he withdrew his body and flew backwards. Countless golden sword chi coiled around his body, trying to use Emperor Xia's sword light to protect himself. However, just as the sound of the drum entered his ears, Ning Fan immediately felt an invisible force hitting his chest. All of the sword light protecting his body crumbled. Ning Fan violently coughed out blood and retreated 200 steps in the sky. Traces of blood could not help but trickle down from the corner of his mouth. Just so. The disdain in Yun Xiaoxiang's eyes intensified. He suddenly raised the drumstick and hit the war drum for the second time. Dong when the second sound of the drum merged with the first sound, the power of the drum instantly doubled. The low and deep sound of the drum spread across the sky. Even more cultivators fainted from the sound of the drum. Ning Fan was at the center of the attack of the drum. He could feel how powerful the sound of the drum was. Among those at the three break realm, there were very few people who could withstand the second sound of the drum without suffering any injuries. Break! With a hint of hesitation in his eyes, Ning Fan took half a step back. His body turned into countless black shadows and disappeared. However, as soon as the sound of the drum reached his ears, it shook the sky and forced him out of his body. Ning Fan let out a muffled groan. When he reappeared, his entire body was already stained with blood. During the second sound of the drum, his injuries were extremely severe and he almost lost his life. He raised his head and saw Yun Xiaoxiang lifting the drumstick for the third time. He was about to hit the drum for the third time. This time, it was not easy for Yun Xiaoxiang to hit the drum. With his current cultivation base, he could only display the third sound of the drum. The third sound of the drum was enough to instantly kill any cultivator at the three break realm. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're overestimating yourself. Xianxia sneered and hit the drum for the third time. At the moment when the drum hit the drum for the third time, the expressions of all the cultivators at the scene changed drastically. Dong *, the sound of the drum spread across the entire heavenly cloud country. All the cultivators whose cultivation base was lower than mid-divine transformation realm fainted from the sound of the drum. Xianxia raised her hand to protect Yu Chong'er, who was behind her. However, after hearing the sound of the drum, her eyes flashed with surprise. Her cultivation base was at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Just by being affected by the third sound of the drum, she already felt her chi becoming slightly chaotic. It was hard for her to imagine how dangerous it would be for Ning Fan, who was under the attack of the sound of the drum. If Ning Fan could not withstand the attack of the sound of the drum, he would certainly be severely injured if not dead. Yu Chong'er's face turned pale. Even though her cultivation base was low, she could tell that the sound of the drum was getting more and more powerful. The first sound of the drum had already injured Ning Fan. The second sound of the drum almost killed Ning Fan. Ning Fan might not be able to withstand the third sound of the drum. He's in danger. I want to help him. Yu Chong'er's mind went blank. For a moment, she forgot how weak she was. All she wanted to do was to fly into the sky and help Ning Fan take some of the damage from the sound of the drum and help him escape from danger. Unfortunately, the aftermath of the sound of the drum was too powerful. It had already dispersed her magic power. She could not fly at all and her body could not move at all. Because she had Xianxia to protect her, she did not faint. However, there was nothing he could do to save Ning Fan. The Pill Sovereign and Yun Bush's expressions changed drastically. They could naturally tell how powerful the third sound of the drum was. Even the two of them could not withstand the power of the third sound of the drum. Naturally, they did not think that Ning Fan could withstand the sound of the drum at this level. Both of them were already prepared to save Ning Fan. Among the two of them, one of them could be considered as Ning Fan's half-master. Besides, he owed Ning Fan for saving his life. Thus, he naturally could not let Ning Fan be in danger. The other person was a good brother of Ning Fan's father. Naturally, he would not let his nephew die. However, before the two of them could make their move, they saw a huge change on the battlefield. The Rain Sovereign was also waiting for Ning Fan to summon Nieli. Then, he would find an opportunity to suppress Nieli and give Xianxia a chance to kill Ning Fan. If he had the chance to kill Ning Fan, he naturally would not need to borrow the power of a divine beast. The Rain Sovereign secretly held a large formation disc in his sleeve. After a while, he quietly took out an ancient bronze ring. This ring was called the Beast Taming Ring. It was a supreme treasure used to deal with demon beasts. If Ning Fan summons Nieli to resist Xianxia's drumbeat, the Rain Sovereign would secretly summon the Beast Taming Ring at the first moment and temporarily trap Nieli. Then, he would look for an opportunity to kill Ning Fan. Is it enough to kill the Vine Sovereign? The Rain Sovereign's eyes were solemn. It was obvious that the Rain Emperor did not have absolute confidence that he could defeat Nieli. Unfortunately, he had long regarded Ning Fan as his greatest enemy. When he recalled the divination left behind by the former Rain Emperor, the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. The person who condensed the sovereign chi in the Rain world back then was the person who obstructed him from becoming an immortal, so he must be killed. Ning Fan was the one who had condensed sovereign chi. Sure enough, it was better to eliminate him as soon as possible. The Rain Sovereign was waiting for Ning Fan to summon Nieli to launch a sneak attack. However, to the Rain Sovereign's surprise, Ning Fan did not have the intention to summon Nieli at all. On the battlefield, the situation suddenly reversed. When the first sound of the drum was heard, Ning Fan retreated because he was injured. When the second sound of the drum arrived, Ning Fan shattered his body to avoid it, but he nearly died. The third sound was much stronger than the previous two, but Ning Fan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The invisible sound of the drum turned into a strong gust of wind. However, it could not make Ning Fan retreat even half a step. Ning Fan looked at the aggressive Xianxia and said no more. He raised his hand and took out a thunder shock seed. The bystanders could not see what item Ning Fan took out at all. All they saw was a flash of lightning that was as fast as lightning. The heavy sound of the drum was blasted apart by the lightning. This is the thunder shock seed. The thunder shock seed of the three-world sect. Yun Xiaoxiang's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the few old monsters of the rain world who had extraordinary experiences also changed drastically. Before the thunder shock seed revealed its power, no one knew how powerful this item was. At most, they could only tell that it was a strange bead. However, as soon as the thunder shock seed exploded, too many people recognized its origin. It was the ultimate treasure of the three-world sect in the heaven immortal world. A single thunder shock seed was enough to kill 2 cultivators instantly. 100 thunder shock seeds were enough to make loose immortals retreat. Why does he have such a treasure? However, so what if he has the thunder shock seed? If he only has 1 thunder shock seed, it won't be enough to resist my third drum sound. Yun Xiaoxiang calmed himself down. Just as he revealed a hint of disdain, his expression stiffened at the next moment. In the next instant, all of their expressions turned into traces of fear. However, Ning Fan continued to raise his hand and summoned the second and third lightning bolts. As soon as the 3 lightning rays exploded, the invisible sound of the drum was shattered. As for the drumsticks in Yun Xiaoxiang's hand and the battle drum in front of him, all of them were blown to pieces. The battle drum and drumsticks dispersed into traces of divine light and gathered in front of Yun Xiaoxiang. Then, they slowly condensed into pieces of 4-colored emperor clouds that protected him. The sound of the drum had been shattered, but the lightning rays had yet to disappear. 3 dazzling bolts of lightning shot toward Yun Xiaoxiang at a shocking speed. Yun Xiaoxiang's eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly retreated and spread out the 4-colored emperor clouds to defend himself. In an instant, a total of 4 light screens spread out in front of him. They were enough to defend against most of the attacks. However, these 4 light screens were not enough to withstand the attack of 3 thunder shock seeds at all. Bang. 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 4 cracking sounds resounded in the vast sky. It was the sound of Yun Xiaoxiang's 4 layers of emperor clouds being broken. The destructive lightning rays turned into a silver-colored lightning emperor that completely engulfed Yun Xiaoxiang. In just an instant, the arrogant heaven's favored one was severely injured and half of his emperor clouds were destroyed. Puff Yun Xiaoxiang continued to cough out blood and fell heavily towards Yun Shan. Each of the cultivators of the Rain Palace was shocked. None of them expected that the battle between Ning Fan and Yun Xiaoxiang would end with Yun Xiaoxiang being severely injured. A few of Yun Xiaoxiang's trusted subordinates soared into the sky, trying to catch Yun Xiaoxiang's falling body. However, as soon as they got close to Yun Xiaoxiang, they were immediately injured by the lightning rays that could not be released from his body. All of them coughed out blood and fell to the sky. The Rain Sovereign's expression was extremely cold. He had calculated everything, but he did not expect Ning Fan to have a supreme treasure like the Thunder Shock Seed in his hands. Ning Fan was able to defeat Yun Xiaoxiang without using the Sinli divine ability. The Rain Sovereign suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Yun Xiaoxiang's direction for more than 10 times. His fingers produced raindrops that dispersed the force of Yun Xiaoxiang's fall and slightly sealed the rampaging lightning rays in his body. At this moment, the Rain Sovereign was not worried about the injuries of his sons. There was only one thing in his mind. Ning Fan really had to be killed. If he continues to indulge himself, there will come a day when he will lose even the slightest possibility of killing Ning Fan. He could tolerate all the sins that Ning Fan had committed and protect him and use him. However, he absolutely could not tolerate Ning Fan being the one who stopped him from becoming an immortal. Killing intent flashed in the Rain Sovereign's eyes. Could it be that Ning Fan is going to enter the Directorate of Heaven Realm alone today? If he borrows the power of the Heavenly Cloud Nation's Grand Formation and the Beast Taming Ring and other supreme treasures, he might be able to eliminate Ning Fan. If he really can't, the Rain Sovereign will kill Ning Fan even if he has to forcefully awaken the Divine Beast to come out of seclusion. The Rain Sovereign secretly tightened his grip on the formation plate and was about to activate the Grand Formation of Heavenly Cloud Nation. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly looked back from the vast sky and met the Rain Sovereign's eyes. I've said it before. If the rain doesn't betray me, I won't betray the rain. This sentence was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in the Rain Sovereign's heart. At this moment, Ning Fan kept Emperor Xia's sword and took out various treasures from his storage pouch. In his right hand, there were a total of 12 lightning shock balls. As Ning Fan raised his hand, the 12 lightning shock balls turned into 12 rays of lightning and circled around him. A single lightning shock ball was enough to instantly kill 2 cultivators. 3 lightning shock balls were enough to severely injure Xianxia, who thought highly of himself. 12 lightning shock balls were enough to kill the dignified Rain Sovereign. The moment he saw the 12 lightning shock balls, the Rain Sovereign felt a chill down his spine. He felt a deep sense of fear. He had a premonition that if he dares to activate the formation light and harm Ning Fan would dare to summon the 12 lightning shock balls and kill him instantly. He dared not. At this moment, the Rain Sovereign did not dare to act recklessly and fight against Ning Fan. At this moment, the Rain Sovereign felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even if he has the grand formation of Heavenly Cloud Nation, the Beast Taming Ring and the Divine Beast on the sacrificial altar, so what? Ning Fan just needs to raise his hand and summon the 12 lightning shock balls to take his life. Killing him would only take a single thought. He did not have the time to activate the grand formation and awaken the Divine Beast at all. The killing intent in the Rain Sovereign's eyes instantly disappeared. What replaced it was dejection and forbearance. He did not dare to act because he would surely die if he did. He actually still has 12 lightning shock balls. He really showed mercy to me. Xianxia's face turned pale and he lost all of his arrogance. So what if he has 4 colored emperor clouds? He can't withstand the bombardment of Ning Fan's lightning shock balls at all. Lightning shock balls. There are so many lightning shock balls. Some of the old monsters of the rain world were extremely terrified. If Ning Fan activates all of the lightning shock balls, it would be enough to raise the entire Directorate of Heaven domain to the ground. None of the cultivators here would be able to survive. However, something even more shocking had yet to happen. Ning Fan raised his hand and waved, keeping the 12 rays of lightning into his sleeve. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a silver token. The moment the token appeared, all the cultivators who possessed the bloodline of the Rain Palace could feel an irresistible pressure being emitted from the token. In the face of this token, some of the weaker cultivators of the Rain Palace could not control their bodies and knelt before the token. Rain Emperor's decree? The Rain Emperor's token that has been missing for many years? The Rain Emperor was shocked. Rain Emperor's decree? The Rain Emperor's token that was lost along with my imperial father? Yuanqing's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Those who saw this order would feel as if they had seen the Rain Emperor. The owner of this token was the true emperor of the Rain Palace, Feng Wei. I want to enter the forbidden area. Ning Fan's voice resounded across the entire Cton territory. However, no one dared to mock, question or oppose him anymore. He had consecutively defeated 4 princes, including Xianxia, and possessed 12 licenzi. In the Rain world, there was no one who could stop him. If he wanted to enter the Directorate of Sky Forbidden Land, no one could stop him. Since Ning Fan possessed the Rain Sovereign's token, his status was almost comparable to the previous Rain Sovereigns, though he did not know why this medallion was in his hands. Those who saw this medallion would feel as if they had seen the Rain Emperor. At this moment, Ning Fan's status was comparable to the previous Rain Sovereigns. His identity was enough to enter the forbidden area. With this token, he could easily enter the forbidden area without breaking the seal of the forbidden area. At first, Ning Fan did not want to reveal the Rain Sovereign's token. After all, he had obtained it from the Hongyun Rain Sovereign. The process of obtaining the Rain Emperor's token involved the theft of the time crystal of the Lost World Palace. However, at this moment, Ning Fan could not care less about concealing anything. He only wanted to enter the Directorate of Heaven Forbidden Ground. He didn't care about anything else. Lead the way, bring me into the forbidden area. Ning Fan descended from the sky and stepped into the crowd. The crowd immediately scattered in 2 directions as if they were avoiding a ferocious beast. Ning Fan walked towards the Rain Sovereign step by step. The Rain Sovereign's forehead was filled with sweat as he felt an extremely heavy pressure. Forget it. I'll bring you into the Directorate of Heaven's Forbidden Land now. The Rain Emperor forced out a few smiles, but these smiles, no matter how one looked at them, seemed fake and ugly. Disperse, the Rain Emperor said dejectedly with a wave of his hand. Ning Fan was 1 step ahead of them. He turned into a ray of traveling light and dived into the underground of the Directorate of Heaven domain. The Rain Sovereign gritted his teeth and turned into a ray of light, following Ning Fan into the underground. Just as he was about to leave, an evil thought rose in his mind. There are divine beasts hibernating in the underground sacrificial altar. I wonder if I have the chance to kill Ning Fan. The cultivators of the rain world who were left behind looked at each other in dismay. Ning Fan won the game between him and the Rain Sovereign. A great victory. Ning Fan's abilities were astonishing. Besides, he had the Rain Sovereign's token with him. The Rain Sovereign did not dare to disobey Ning Fan's order at all. The rain world was going to change. From today onwards, the strongest expert in the rain world was no longer the Rain Sovereign and the strongest force was no longer the Rain Palace. Yun Yomu looked at the direction where Ning Fan left and his expression relaxed slightly. When he saw Ning Fan summoning the 12 thunder shock pellets, he was originally very worried that Ning Fan would destroy the Rain Palace and kill the Rain Sovereign in a fit of rage. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not kill anyone in the Rain Palace, which made him feel relieved. Then, his expression became anxious again. In the past, he had met Ning Fan under someone's order and tested him. At that time, he was a void fragmentation realm expert that Ning Fan could only dream of but not reach. Now, he was someone who had been defeated by Ning Fan and was no longer a match for him. I've misjudged him. In the past, I was ordered to test this person. After that, I told Dao Child that this person is useless. I didn't expect that. If this person is here, the trip to obtain the map this time might be much smoother. However, Dao Child already has enough manpower. There's no need for this person to join the team to obtain the map. The immemorial fisherman's Mino. In another half a month, I should go to the northern demon sea of the demon world and meet Dao Child just for this map. I wonder if the Godly Void Pavilion has also gathered enough manpower. If Ning Fan doesn't destroy the Rain Palace, I will go to the Northern Demon Sea as promised. If Ning Fan destroys the Rain Palace, I won't be able to escape death. Naturally, I won't be able to go to the Northern Demon Sea. Yun Yomu looked at the underground of the Citian city and suddenly felt a little worried. At this moment, he was worried for the first time that his father might provoke Ning Fan and cause the destruction of the Rain Palace. Then, he would also be implicated and die. I hope that everything goes smoothly in Marquis White Robe's trip to the Forbidden Area without any unforeseen events. If the rain doesn't betray me, I won't betray the rain. As long as the Rain Palace doesn't betray him, he won't destroy the Rain Palace. Father, you must not continue to offend this person. Otherwise, you will surely regret it in the future. Ning Fan used the earth escape technique and dived all the way into the ground. He had no idea how long he had been traveling and how deep he had gone. The soil around them gradually turned silver. The pressure underground was getting stronger and stronger. Even if Guiyuan Taishi was here, it would be hard for him to move forward. Continuing down, there were layers of silver formation lights blocking the way. In front of the formation light, there was an empty space with a silver platform. Ning Fan withdrew his traveling light and landed on the platform. He stared at the silver formation light in front of him with a thoughtful expression. In front of the platform, there was a huge silver door of light that was heavily sealed. The level of that formation light was very high. It had surpassed the immortal realm. It was not something that Ning Fan could break. However, this formation light was very old, and it was covered in cracks. If it was forcefully broken, it wasn't impossible. However, once it was broken, the countless devils suppressed inside would escape to the outside world and wreak havoc in the rain world. On the other side of the door of light was the forbidden area. Outside the door of light were 24 statues of silver stone lions. The moment Ning Fan approached the door of light, the stone eyes of the 24 silver stone lions turned to him with gurgling sounds. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Only the master of the Rain Palace cannot enter the forbidden. Quickly, retreat. All the stone lions gave the order in a low voice. All of these 24 stone lions possessed the strength of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert. They were rooted here, their bodies connected to the great power. They couldn't move, but they could attack and defend the light gate. Ning Fan glanced at the stone lions. He knew that they were the cloud lion puppets of the Rain Palace and they were the kind that could not be moved. He had also seen these stone lions at the bottom of the blood dragon pool where the past rain emperors had gone into seclusion. Ning Fan did not say much. He just took out the Rain Sovereign token and activated his Sovereign Chi to activate the might of the token. All of a sudden, an indistinct golden shadow of a sovereign appeared behind him. The moment it appeared, Ning Fan's body emitted a strong aura of a sovereign. In an instant, the 24 stone lions let out loud rumbling sounds as they knelt on the ground and respectfully lowered their heads. "Welcome. Your Majesty, open the door," Ning Fan commanded. "Yes." 24 stone lions stood up, their eyes shining with silver light. Then, the light door that was originally heavily sealed slowly opened, revealing a silver passageway. The passageway was dozens of miles long, and flying was prohibited. The silver light above the passageway was extremely dazzling. One's eyesight couldn't see too far, and one's divine sense couldn't be spread out too far either. After the door of light opened, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to enter. Behind him, the Rain Emperor's streak of light arrived at a leisurely pace, and his expression was a little dark. He was the mighty Rain Emperor, yet these stone lions had never knelt before him before. Ning Fan was just a devil cultivator. Just because he possessed the Rain Sovereign's token, he was regarded as the divine sovereign by the group of lions and they had to kneel before him. The Rain Emperor naturally felt uncomfortable in his heart, yet he forced out a smile, and said, after entering the giant door, "It is the Directorate of Heaven's Forbidden Land. Little friend, please follow me into the forbidden area." After saying this, the Rain Emperor took the first step and stepped into the door of light. The instant he entered the door of light, a hint of cold killing intent flashed through the Rain Emperor's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He thought coldly in his heart, the array door's passageway is severely damaged, and it's forbidden to fly. There are many cracks that are hard to see with the naked eye. If I take a wrong step, I'll fall into the first level of the forbidden area, the Devil's Denver. It's Ning Fan's first time entering the forbidden area. I don't know where the cracks are. If I'm not careful, I might fall into the Devil's Denver. There are many devil creatures in the Devil's Denver. These devil creatures may not be very strong, but each of them possesses extremely strong corpse poison. The corpse poison of some devil creatures is enough to kill a cultivator. I have the ancient beast token with me. By borrowing the special power of divine beasts, I can slightly resist the forbidden power of flying. The Rain Emperor thought that he had concealed his killing intent very well, but he did not know that Ning Fan had already noticed it. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly cold. He had killed countless people in his life. Thus, he was very sensitive to killing intent. The Rain Emperor's killing intent did not escape his senses. If possible, he really did not want to fall out with the Rain Emperor. I've said it before. If the rain doesn't betray me, I won't betray the rain. Yun Zhongshuan, if possible, I don't want to kill you. Ning Fan withdrew the cold light in his eyes, as if nothing had happened. He took a step into the door of light. With a flash of silver light, Ning Fan stepped into the passage of the formation door. In here, his eyesight could only see as far as 3 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, while his spirit sense could only extend as far as 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. The forbidden power of flying was suppressing Ning Fan's body, preventing him from flying. Ahead of them was a stretch of silver fog, and the Rain Emperor's tracks had long since disappeared. Ning Fan's thought for a moment and seemed to have a guess. He squatted down and checked the light wall beneath his feet. After a brief examination, Ning Fan found out that due to the passage's long history, many parts of the light wall had become weak. There were countless cracks on it and it was not enough to support the weight of a human body. There were even some places with large holes, but they were obscured by the brilliance, making it difficult for the naked eye to distinguish them. This place forbade flying, so they had to walk. If they were not careful, they would fall into the tunnel. Yun Zhongshuan wants me to fall down the tunnel. He has underestimated me. Ning Fan opened the vertical eye on his glabella. It was his third eye, human eye. When this eye appeared, the divine star between the eyebrows immediately merged into the human eye. After activating the Fuli demon eye and Mo Luo devil eye at the same time, Ning Fan's eyesight was greatly enhanced. He could see clearly where he could go and where he could not. Naturally, he wouldn't fall into the demon's den below. At the end of the passageway, the Rain Emperor's expression was slightly nervous. He had been waiting here for a long time. After a long time, Ning Fan crossed the passage of the formation door and entered the forbidden area. As soon as he saw Ning Fan walking out safely, the Rain Sovereign's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. However, he quickly concealed it. He also knew that it was a little wishful thinking for him to kill Ning Fan with the devil creatures in the demon's den. Hee hee. Little friend, you're a little late. I've been waiting here for a long time. Little friend, take a look. This is the first level of the forbidden area. By the way, I wonder what your purpose is in entering the forbidden area. Can you tell me? I'm looking for someone. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he spread his spirit sense. After walking out of the passage of the formation door, the place was no longer empty. The range of his spirit sense had also returned to normal. Ning Fan's spirit sense could now extend to a distance of 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li. After performing a hand seal with his 10 fingers and displaying the heaven-peering rain technique, drizzling rain fell on the entire first level of the forbidden area. Ning Fan had only fused 3 types of rain techniques. By fusing them, he could see the land within 1,000,000,000 li * 500 m per li, which was almost the entire area of the first level of the forbidden area. Displaying the complete rain technique consumed too much magic power. There was no need for Ning Fan to display the complete rain technique. Moreover, he was severely injured in the battle against Xianxia. Even though he had already taken some pills to suppress his injuries when he passed through the passage of the formation door, he was still quite weak. The fusion of 3 types of rain techniques was enough to see the entire first level of the forbidden area. It really is the heaven-peering rain technique. Moreover, this young man's rain intent has actually reached the first-grade realm. How is this possible? As soon as the Rain Sovereign saw the rain falling from the sky, he was immediately astonished. His eyes flashed with jealousy. He almost wanted to kill Ning Fan right away. However, when he thought of Lei Zhenzi's terrifying power, he did not dare to make a move. After a while, Ning Fan withdrew his rain technique. His eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. The forbidden underground area of the ruling Sky City had 3 levels in total. Each level was extremely vast. In the first level of the forbidden area, there were countless devil creatures hibernating. All of them were corpse beasts. Ning Qian was not in the first level of the forbidden area. If she's not in the first level, then she must be in the second level or the third level. Ning Fan withdrew his expression and suddenly shook his cauldron ring, taking out a giant beast from it. He stepped on it and flew towards the distance. It was a purple-eyed peacock. It was extremely beautiful and its aura force was so strong that it was suffocating. So this is the legendary Niali ferocious beast? The Rain Sovereign's expression changed drastically. He only knew that Niali was at the 5th break realm from the information he received. However, he did not expect Niali's aura force to be so powerful. The aura of this purple-eyed Niali was not any weaker than some 6th break realm cultivators. With just a glance, the Rain Sovereign was convinced that he was definitely not a match for Niali. Even with the help of the beast taming ring, his chances of winning were still slim. No wonder this Niali could kill the Vine Sovereign. He's actually so powerful. Besides feeling astonished, the Rain Sovereign also felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not summon Niali during his battle with Xianxia. If he did, the Rain Sovereign would have attacked him impulsively. The consequences of acting impulsively would surely be very miserable. Ning Fan had 12 Lei Zhenzi in his hands and he had the help of the purple-eyed Niali. Even if he were to face 2 Rain Sovereigns, he would be able to kill all of them. At this moment, the Rain Sovereign was even more fearful of Ning Fan. If it's possible, he would definitely not want to provoke Ning Fan. However, when he thought that Ning Fan would stop him from becoming an immortal in the near future, his eyes flashed with killing intent once again. If I can't borrow the power of the divine beast, I must not attack this young man. The Rain Sovereign gradually calmed down. It was not that he had given up on killing Ning Fan. Instead, it made him even more determined. He must borrow the power of the divine beast to kill Ning Fan just like how he killed the Thunder Sovereign in the past. The Rain Sovereign made up his mind. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Ning Fan. The place where the divine beast went into seclusion was on the 3rd floor. It would be fine if Ning Fan did not enter the 3rd floor. However, if he enters the 3rd floor, he would definitely think of a way to ask the divine beast to attack him. No matter what, he must kill Ning Fan at the bottom of the forbidden area. Ning Fan flew on Niao Li's back, speeding towards the second floor of the forbidden area. Niao Li's speed was much faster than the Rain Sovereign's. Thus, the Rain Sovereign naturally could not catch up to him. The air in the first floor of the forbidden area was exceptionally heavy, and it was accompanied by a strong stench of corpses. Even though Ning Fan had just cast a layer of drizzle on the first floor, it could not wash away all the stench of corpses. Some giant beasts with rotten bodies were crawling on the muddy ground. These giant beasts were all corpse beasts. They fed on corpses and their bodies contained extremely powerful corpse poison. There were not many corpse beasts on the first floor. There were only several tens of thousands of them. All of their bodies were rotten and their spiritual intelligence was low. However, these corpse beasts had very high cultivation bases. The weakest among them was at the late divine transformation realm. Some of the stronger ones had even reached the void refinement realm. Ning Fan cultivated the corpse devil record and completed the second transformation of the corpse devil. To him, all the corpse beasts in this place were great nourishment. Consuming them could improve the realm of his cultivation method and increase his cultivation base. To the corpse beasts in this place, Ning Fan, who had completed the second transformation of the corpse devil, was also a delicacy in their mouths. Roar wherever Niao Li flew past, the corpse beasts leaped into the sky recklessly and blocked Niao Li's path while spraying out countless poisonous mists. It was fine if it was just the corpse beasts of the divine transformation realm, but the corpse beasts of the void refinement realm had very powerful corpse poison. Even a destruction realm cultivator would not dare to touch this poison easily. Ning Fan was a corpse devil who had completed the second transformation of the corpse devil. Naturally, he was not afraid of mere void refinement realm corpse poison. On the contrary, to him, all corpse poisons were great nourishment. As long as he encountered any corpse beasts blocking his path, Niao Li would kill all of them. Corpse beasts were considered as demon beasts and their bodies contained demon cores. Ning Fan opened his mouth and sucked away all the poisonous mists while swallowing the demon cores of the corpse beasts into his stomach. The Rain Sovereign, who was following closely behind Ning Fan, saw countless corpses of corpse beasts along the way. The fear in his eyes became more and more intense. These corpse beasts were naturally killed by Ning Fan and Niao Li. Among these dead corpse beasts, there were even primordial returning corpse beasts. The Rain Sovereign could not help but be shocked. One should know that the corpse beasts did not have high cultivation bases. Thus, it was not difficult to kill them. However, the corpse poison in their bodies was extremely terrifying. If they were primordial returning corpse beasts, the corpse poison would be enough to kill a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Even the Rain Sovereign did not dare to face the primordial returning corpse beasts head-on when he entered the forbidden area in the past because he was afraid of being poisoned by the corpse poison. Even though he would not be poisoned to death by the primordial returning corpse beasts, his cultivation base would still be greatly damaged if he is poisoned by the corpse poison. The corpse beasts that he did not dare to face were killed by Ning Fan with ease. Some places still had extremely thick poisonous mists of the corpse poison which formed an impassable barrier. Even the Rain Sovereign did not dare to pass through recklessly. He needed to take a detour to advance. However, Ning Fan went straight ahead without avoiding the poisonous mists at all. Could it be that this young man is not afraid of the corpse poison or the corpse beasts? The Rain Sovereign could not help but guess. When the Rain Sovereign arrived at the entrance of the second floor, Ning Fan had already landed in Niao Li's body. He was adjusting his breath on the ground while waiting. At this moment, Ning Fan was forcefully devouring the demon cores of all the corpse beasts. These demon cores did not contain rich magic power. Instead, they contained terrifying poison. Along the way, Ning Fan had devoured nearly 10,000 demon cores of Divine Transformation Realm corpse beasts and more than 50 demon cores of Void Refinement Realm corpse beasts. Currently, Ning Fan had yet to completely refine all of the demon cores, but he had already absorbed a significant amount of poison power. Ning Fan's body was surrounded by layers of poisonous mists which even gave the Rain Sovereign a sense of danger. This poison was not enough to injure him, but it was enough to devour his cultivation base bit by bit, causing his cultivation base to gradually decline. Not only is this young man not afraid of the corpse poison, but he can also absorb it. This. The Rain Sovereign's eyes were filled with astonishment. Could it be that Ning Fan is a poison cultivator? Otherwise, why is he not afraid of the corpse poison? No matter how smart the Rain Sovereign was, he would never think that Ning Fan was not a poison cultivator but a corpse devil. At this moment, Ning Fan stood up and stopped refining the demon cores of the corpse beasts in his body. He looked at the Rain Sovereign indifferently and said, "Lead the way. Let's go to the second floor." Hearing that Ning Fan wanted to enter the second floor, the Rain Sovereign naturally did not have any objections. He hoped that Ning Fan would enter the third floor after entering the second floor. There was a divine beast on the sacrificial altar in the third level of the forbidden area. The Rain Sovereign had already made up his mind. This time, no matter what price he had to pay, he would ask the divine beast to come out and kill Ning Fan in the forbidden area. No one can stop me from becoming an immortal. A domineering look flashed in the Rain Emperor's eyes, and there was a hint of an aura of someone who would use any means necessary to achieve his goal. Unfortunately, he did not know that after offending Ning Fan, what awaited him was definitely not the path to immortality, but the path to death. The entrance to the second floor from the first floor was a bottomless hole filled with a sea of silver clouds. The Rain Sovereign was the first to leap off the cloud. Ning Fan then rode on Yali and descended to the second floor. As he descended, he used the heaven-peering rain technique. Before he entered the second floor, the drizzle had already fallen on the second floor. The second level of the Forbidden Land was not as vast as the first level. It only had a radius of 5 million li * 500 m per li. This time, Ning Fan only used one type of rain technique and it was enough to cover the entire Forbidden Land with his spirit sense. Needless to say, the sky-peaking rain technique was a very convenient investigative technique. It was enough to allow a cultivator to extend their spiritual will to an undetectable area. The Rain Emperor descended into the second level, and when he saw the drizzle that filled the sky, his expression darkened again. Is it the sky-peaking rain technique again? This time, the jealousy only lasted for a moment and didn't linger for too long. Ning Fan then descended to the second floor and dispelled the heaven-peering rain technique. His face was filled with surprise. The first layer of the Forbidden Land was filled with corpse beasts. There were 100,000 great mountains and 3,000 poisonous swamps. The second layer of the Forbidden Area was picturesque, like a paradise. Although the scenery was good, the death chi here was countless times more than that of the first layer of the Forbidden Area. Amidst the beautiful mountains and rivers, there was a bamboo city covered in green bamboo. It was not far from the entrance of the second level. The reason why Ning Fan was surprised was because he saw the city. He had seen the city before. He had seen it twice, in the illusionary realm of the first test of Sky Dominator City. He and Ancestor Yu were drinking together in this city. Before opening the divine aperture, he reunited with Ancestor Yu in this city. This city had appeared twice in the illusionary realm. It was the place where he met Ancestor Yu. Who would have thought that this city actually existed in this world? However, the difference in the illusion realm was that there was no one in the city. There was not a single living being in the entire second layer. It was empty and desolate, yet it emanated a heavy aura of death. Such a dense death chi. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes as if he had sensed something. Hee, this place is the place where the Rain Ancestor passed away, so the death chi is naturally extremely dense. The Rain Emperor laughed dryly, and explained. Dying in meditation? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with a sigh. Ancestor Yu was a dignified immortal emperor, but he would also pass away in meditation. The people of the world believed that they would not die if they obtained immortality, so they stepped onto the path of cultivation one after another. However, reality was cruel. Even immortal emperors would have a day where their Tao would vanish. Even an immortal emperor, who doesn't die in this world? Mortals die from old age while immortals die from samsara. Eternal life is just an illusion. Ning Fan seemed to be talking to himself, but at the same time, it seemed like he was talking to the Rain Sovereign. The Rain Sovereign wore an apologetic smile on his face, but his eyes revealed an imperceptible disdain. He scoffed at Ning Fan's sigh. The Rain Sovereign did not believe that the Rain Ancestor passed away in meditation here. He had always believed that immortals were immortal. That was why he pursued eternal life at all costs and insisted on becoming an immortal. The Rain Sovereign had also heard that immortals had major heavenly tribulations and minor heavenly tribulations. If they could not overcome the tribulations successfully, they might die under the tribulations. However, from the Rain Sovereign's point of view, as long as they could withstand the heavenly tribulations, they would still not die in the end. Eternal life really existed. It wasn't an illusion. To achieve eternal life, he would pay any price. He would kill Ning Fan, who stopped him from achieving eternal life at all costs. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the Rain Sovereign's eyes. When he saw a hint of disdain hidden in the Rain Sovereign's eyes, he shook his head indiscernibly. The reason why he said that eternal life was an illusion was to remind the Rain Sovereign not to be blinded by desires. Even though becoming an immortal was precious, it was more important to live in the present. If one makes an irreversible mistake in order to become an immortal, it would certainly be too late for regrets. In the Directorate of Heaven, the Rain Sovereign harbored evil intentions. He wanted to launch a sneak attack on Ning Fan, and Ning Fan forgave him for the first time. In the first level of the Forbidden Area, the Rain Sovereign wanted Ning Fan to die on the path of the formation door. Ning Fan forgave him for the second time. In the second level of the Forbidden Area, the Rain Sovereign still had not given up on killing Ning Fan. He was still plotting something. Ning Fan's reminder was considered as him forgiving him for the third time. By forgiving him for the third time, he had already repaid the Rain Ancestor's kindness. If the Rain Sovereign still doesn't know what's good for him, Ning Fan would not show any mercy. There was no trace of Ning Qian in the second level of the Forbidden Area. However, Ning Fan did not feel disappointed because he could sense Ning Qian's qi from the entrance of the third level. Ning Qian was in the third level. That was Ning Fan's mother. Ning Fan decided to enter the third level to save his mother. If the Rain Sovereign has the intention to kill him in the third level, that place would be his burial ground. It's a good place. Let's go to the third level. Ning Fan glanced at the Jade Bamboo City with a hint of pity. Then, he rode on the Evil Li sword and sped towards the third level. This place was the place where the Rain Ancestor passed away in meditation. An immortal emperor had fallen here before. Thus, the amount of death qi there was extremely large. If Ning Fan had enough time to absorb all the death qi here, his cultivation of the Corpse Devil record would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. His Corpse Devil body would also certainly become stronger. However, absorbing all the death qi in this place was not something that could be done in a short period of time. At this moment, Ning Fan was wholeheartedly focused on finding his mother. Thus, he could only temporarily forget about absorbing the death qi. As soon as he heard that Ning Fan was going to enter the third level, the Rain Sovereign was overjoyed. If Ning Fan enters the third level, he would certainly make him die there. Hee. Little friend, take your time. There are a few corpse beasts that are causing trouble in the third level. I will go ahead first and pave the way for you to slay them. The Rain Sovereign smiled from the bottom of his heart. He took out a silver talisman and felt a slight pain in his heart. Then, he slapped the talisman on his chest. All of a sudden, clusters of silver clouds rose beneath the Rain Sovereign's feet. They wrapped around him and carried him towards the entrance of the third level at a speed that was a few times faster than Evil Li's sword. At this moment, the Rain Sovereign's speed was comparable to a rogue immortal. This silver talisman was called the Battle Cloud Talisman. It was an immortal-grade talisman that was passed down from the upper world. The Rain Sovereign only had 2 of these talismans. Each of them could only be used once. It was a supreme life-saving treasure. Once the Battle Cloud Talisman is stuck on it, the Rain Sovereign's speed could be increased to the standard of a rogue immortal for 2 hours. The Rain Sovereign had always regarded this talisman as a life-saving treasure. He was reluctant to give it to anyone. Even when he was in danger several times, he was reluctant to use it. However, this time, he must use it. He had to enter the third level before Ning Fan did and awaken the divine beast to come out of seclusion to kill him. This was extremely important. His speed was far slower than Evil Li's sword. If he enters the third level later than Ning Fan, he would not have the time to awaken the divine beast and he would miss the best opportunity to kill Ning Fan. Therefore, no matter how much pain he felt, the Rain Sovereign still used a Battle Cloud Talisman without hesitation. From the Rain Sovereign's point of view, as long as he enters the third level of the Forbidden Area and awakens the divine beast, he would be able to kill Ning Fan easily. After all, the divine beast in the sacrificial altar had a cultivation base at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, and it was just a step away from attaining the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It was exactly because the divine beast had such powerful strength that it had the ability to plot against Hong-Yi, the thunder sovereign who was at the 6th level of the shattering realm. After using the battle cloud talisman, the rain sovereign turned into a ray of silver light. In a flash, he was far ahead of Ning Fan. Evil Li's purple eyes were stunned. It seemed like she did not expect the rain sovereign to be faster than her. Then, she glanced at the talisman on the rain sovereign's chest and revealed a disdainful look. It let out a low cry, as if it was saying that traveling with the talisman was not a real skill. Ning Fan's eyes widened. That's an immortal great escape talisman. I didn't expect the rain sovereign to have such a powerful life-saving talisman despite his weak strength. If this talisman is used to save my life, even a rogue immortal might not be able to kill me. The rain sovereign is so eager to enter the 3rd level and even used such a precious immortal talisman. He must be plotting something big. His goal is to kill me in the 3rd layer of the forbidden area, right? I'm very curious about what kind of trump card he has that makes him so confident that he can kill me in the 3rd level. Ning Fan was already on his guard. He placed his palm on the devil sealing pouch on his waist. No matter what kind of ambush there was in the 3rd layer, no matter how dangerous it was, he must enter the 3rd layer and rescue his mother. The rain sovereign took the lead and entered the 3rd level of the forbidden area. The 3rd level of the forbidden area was smaller than the 2nd level. It was only tens of thousands of li asterisk, 500 m per li, wide. Tens of thousands of miles of land was a boundless blood-colored desert. On the desert, there would be a stone statue every few li asterisk, 500 m per li. Some of them were big and some were small. Some of these stone statues were in the shape of humans while some were in the shape of beasts. There were a total of 90 million strange stone statues in this place. If one were to look down from the sky, he or she would notice that all of the stone statues had formed a circular formation. Each of the stone statues was equivalent to a formation eye. They were connected by the formation marks of the stars. The formation was not an ancient formation. The stone statues were also not ancient objects. Both of them were products that had existed for nearly 100,000 years. At the center of the circular formation was a gigantic ancient sacrificial altar. On top of the altar stood a gigantic lion statue which was tens of thousands of zheng asterisk, 33 m per li, in size. This lion statue looked very similar to a cloud lion. However, its appearance was different from an ordinary cloud lion. It had 16 pairs of gigantic wings and sharp horns on its head. The lion statue was clearly a dead object. However, its tightly shut eyes would occasionally move. It looked very strange. In the Rain Palace, there were 2 methods of making cloud lion puppets. The first type was the cloud lion puppet. Although its cultivation was low, it could move. The cultivation base of the second type of cloud lion could even reach the void fragmentation realm. However, it needed to be connected to the terrain and could not move. The lion statue on the altar was the third type of cloud lion. Not only was its cultivation high, but it could also move. The rain ancestor had obviously mastered the method of making the third type of cloud lion, but he had never passed it down to the descendants of the Rain Palace. This was because the method to create the third type of cloud lion was extremely cruel. It required the cloud lion to devour countless life sacrifices to create the third type of cloud lion. Back when Ancestor Rain had created the third cloud lion, he had taken hundreds of millions of cultivators and sacrificed their lives to make it a 7th level demolisher. If he wanted to raise the cloud lion's cultivation to a higher level, he would have to kill more people. The living sacrifices that Ancestor Yu captured were all enemy cultivators. No matter how many he killed, his Dao heart would not be harmed. However, when it came time to slaughter again, even with Ancestor Rain's cold personality, he still hesitated. To create a life immortal level cloud lion, one would need to slaughter hundreds of cultivation countries. In order to create a cloud lion at the perfected immortal level, he would need to break through hundreds of cultivation planets. If he wanted to create an immortal emperor cloud lion, he would have to kill countless of them. Perhaps it was impossible to create an immortal emperor cloud lion, therefore, Ancestor Rain hesitated and stopped the creation of the third type of cloud lion. He also didn't pass down the method of creating this type of cloud lion to the future generations. Ancestor Rain was worried that if one of his descendants was blinded by greed, he might kill innocent living beings on a large scale in order to create this type of cloud lion. Cloud lions were only heretical, not righteous. If the descendants were so unfilial, Ancestor Rain, who passed down this method, would not be able to escape the blame. In the end, Ancestor Rain didn't pass down the method of creating cloud lions. However, the cloud lion that was casually created was preserved. The cloud lion was called a divine beast by Rain Sovereign, but in reality, it was just a puppet. Ordinary puppets wouldn't die as long as their durability wasn't exhausted. However, this cloud lion was even more special than ordinary puppets. When it started to decay, it only needed to be poured with the blood of living beings to extend the puppet's durability. This cloud lion originally didn't have any intelligence, but after a long time, it finally gained intelligence 100,000 years ago. The cloud lion began to make deals with several generations of Rain sovereigns. It served the Rain Emperor and killed for the Rain Emperor, while the Rain Emperor needed to offer living beings for it to consume. Although the Rain Emperors before Xianxia would occasionally borrow the power of Cloudshire to fend off their enemies in times of danger, they would always try their best not to trade with Cloudshire. After all, every time they traded with the Cloud Lion, they would need to sacrifice a large number of living beings. This was not in line with the principle of the Rain Palace. When it came to Yun Zhongshuan's generation, he would do anything to achieve his goals, so he naturally used cloud lions in many ways. Every time he needed to borrow the power of the cloud lion, Yun Zhongshuan would secretly capture countless mortals and cultivators for the cloud lion to devour. Over the years, the cloud lion continued to devour living creatures, and its cultivation level gradually increased. His cultivation base was already at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Now, he was only a step away from breaking through to the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Because of that, Cloudshire decided to go into secluded meditation for 100 years and focus on breaking through to the 8th demolishing level. When the Rain Sovereign requested to kill Ning Fan, Yunshi rejected the Rain Sovereign's order for the first time. Humph, this generation's Rain Emperor is too weak. He's just an ant of the 5th shattering realm. How dare he order me around? He really doesn't know his own limits. When I break through to the 8th shattering realm, I will break through this forbidden area and massacre the Rain Palace. I wonder to what extent my cultivation level would increase after that. Perhaps I can break through to the life immortal realm in one go. 100 years. I just need to wait for another 100 years. Just as Cloudshire was thinking about that, the Rain Sovereign suddenly passed through the entrance of the 3rd floor and entered the forbidden area, landing in front of the sacrificial altar. Yun Zhongshuan, why are you here again? Don't you know that I'm in secluded meditation? Cloudshire said with displeasure. Lord Divine Beast, please calm down. I have an old enemy that I must kill. I need Lord Divine Beast's power. That person is now in the forbidden area and he is rushing towards the 3rd floor. If Lord Divine Beast helps me kill my enemy, I will certainly offer enough living sacrifices for Lord Divine Beast to enjoy. The Rain Sovereign's tone sounded humble. In front of a puppet whose cultivation level was close to the 8th shattering realm, even if he was the Rain Sovereign, he did not dare to show any arrogance. Hearing that the Rain Sovereign was here to ask him to kill someone, Cloudshire's stone eyes were immediately filled with anger. One should know that he had been in secluded meditation for a few years. If he came out this time to kill someone, all his efforts would be in vain. My secluded meditation is very important and I can't afford to make any mistakes. I won't help you kill anyone within 100 years. Cloudshire refused coldly. 5 million living sacrifices. Rain Sovereign clenched his teeth and stated his condition. Cloudshire's eyes showed a hint of greed when he heard that. He was tempted. But then he shook his head and said discontentedly, not enough. This time, I want 100 million living sacrifices, and all the living sacrifices must be cultivators, not mortals. Cloudshire was a lion after all. It was normal for him to ask for too much. Rain Sovereign's face darkened and he was inwardly furious. There were only 800 cultivation countries in the Rain world. In order to gather 100 million living sacrifices, each country would need to capture at least 1 million cultivators as living sacrifices. Previously, when he asked Cloudshire to kill Thunder Sovereign, he only paid a price of 2 million living sacrifices, and most of the living sacrifices were mortals. Cultivators naturally wouldn't care about the lives and deaths of mortals. At that time, Rain Sovereign sent people to capture hundreds of thousands of low-level cultivators from dozens of cultivation countries. It had already caused a lot of panic in the Rain world. Many people found out that it was Rain Sovereign's doing, but they didn't dare to say anything due to the power of Rain Palace. But this time, if Rain Sovereign captured 100 million cultivators for Cloudshire to devour, the overall strength of Rain World would be weakened by at least half. Moreover, this matter would definitely not be hidden from the public. 100 million is too much. Rain Sovereign was about to bargain, but Cloudshire sneered. Get lost if you don't want to give it to me. His tone was full of humiliation. Rain Sovereign's face turned pale. He almost wanted to fight Cloudshire with his life after being humiliated, but he knew that he was no match for Cloudshire. Rain Sovereign held back the urge to flick his sleeves and leave as soon as he thought of the divination. He clenched his teeth and said, "As long as you help me kill this person, I will give you 100 million living sacrifices." Rain Sovereign was willing to pay any price to become an immortal, even if he had to sacrifice the entire Rain world, he wouldn't hesitate. Oh? You actually agreed? In that case, it's not impossible for me to help you once again. What is the cultivation base of the person you want to kill? Cloudshire raised his stone head and looked at the sky. In that direction, there was the entrance to the 3rd level of the Forbidden Area. From the direction of the entrance, Cloudshire sensed that 2 powerful auras were approaching. One of them was the Origin returning Great Void stage, while the other was the 5 soul-breaking realm. One of the 2 auras should be the person Rain Sovereign wanted to kill. In Cloudshire's eyes, be it 5 soul-breaking realm or Ning Fan, both of them were nothing to be afraid of. They were just ants. Among the cultivators he helped the current Rain Sovereign to kill, the strongest one was the Lightning Sovereign. His cultivation base was only at the 6 soul-breaking realm, but he was strong enough to fight against a 7 soul-breaking realm cultivator. At that time, Cloudshire used a small technique to lure the Lightning Sovereign's spiritual pet, the demonic ape. After sneak attacking the Lightning Sovereign, he killed him. Other than that battle, which was considered a bitter one, Cloudshire had never encountered a bitter battle. Today, he wouldn't have a bitter battle either. Kill Origin returning Great Void stage and keep 5 soul-breaking realm. I will use the secret technique of Lord Divine Beast to subdue him and give him to me as my demon pet. Rain Sovereign's intention was to let Cloudshire kill Ning Fan and capture 5 soul-breaking realm to give him as his demon pet. If he had 5 soul-breaking realm as his demon pet, Rain Sovereign would be one step closer to becoming an immortal. Alright. If I attack him with my true body, I can kill him in a blink of an eye. Roar. Cloudshire let out a loud roar. Layers of silvery white clouds immediately spread out and swept across the sky like waves of water. In that direction, Ning Fan stepped on 5 soul-breaking realm and coincidentally entered the forbidden area of the 3rd floor. Before entering the forbidden area, Ning Fan had already spread out his spirit sense. Not only did he find his mother in the 3rd floor, but he also heard the negotiation between the Rain Sovereign and Cloudshire. At this moment, when he saw the ocean-like silver clouds rushing towards him, his eyes flashed with killing intent. If the rain doesn't betray me, I won't betray the rain. He had given the Rain Sovereign too many chances. However, the Rain Sovereign still made such a foolish decision and insisted on taking his life. In that case, he no longer needed to show mercy to the Rain Sovereign. Attack. There's no need to show mercy. Ning Fan suddenly opened the devil sealing pouch. A stream of black mist immediately swept out from it. A black light flashed across the sky and countless clouds immediately began to crumble. How is this possible? This is the full-powered attack of my true body. How can it be shattered by an ant of Origin returning realm? Wait. This is... Cloudshire's gaze fell upon a gigantic black shadow in the sky. Immediately, his face was filled with fear. As for the Rain Sovereign who was waiting to see Ning Fan die, his face was also filled with fear. Loose. Loose devil. How is this possible? How is this possible? All of his schemes and plots were incomparable to absolute strength. All of the Rain Sovereign's schemes seemed so ridiculous in front of a loose devil. This young man is just an ant of origin returning realm. How can he have a loose devil as his helper? Could it be the Black Devil sect? No. Impossible. Sect Master Han of the Black Devil sect can't even protect himself. How can he have a loose devil to protect his disciple? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Where did this young man get a loose devil realm helper from? Is this loose devil old monster a cultivator of the devil world or a cultivator from the upper world? The Rain Sovereign would never have thought that this gigantic rogue devil that appeared out of nowhere was neither a cultivator of the devil world nor a cultivator of the upper world. It was just Ning Fan's puppet. Even if Ning Fan personally told him that the rogue devil was his biological puppet, he would never believe it. To be able to take in a rogue devil as a slave, one had to be either a mighty immortal or a Taoist disciple of a peerless force in the upper realm. The Rain Sovereign would never believe that a mere origin returning realm ant like Ning Fan could subdue a rogue devil like him. The scattered devil shattered the Cloud Lion's attack with a single strike. With a loud boom, it leaped down from the sky and landed on the barren land. His powerful aura pressured the Rain Emperor to the point of suffocation. Even Cloud Lion, who was a seventh demolisher, was shocked by the power of the rogue devil. Both the Rain Sovereign and Xianxia could tell that the rogue devil in front of them seemed to have suffered some kind of severe injury. His cultivation base had already fallen to the 8th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Even so, the man and the snake did not feel relaxed at all. They only felt endless pressure. Ning Fan stood on top of the Sinly beast and glanced at the Cloud Lion below him. Then, he said with a solemn tone. A Cloud Lion puppet at the 7th fragmentation realm? And this Cloud Lion seems to be different from the other 2 Cloud Lions of the Rain Palace. Is this Yun Zhongshuan's trump card? In order to deal with a formidable enemy like the Cloud Lion, Ning Fan had no choice but to use the rogue devils to assist him. Since the puppet strings of the Morning Ancestor were damaged, Ning Fan could only forcefully control the rogue devil to attack 3 times. Today was the 2nd time the rogue devil attacked. The loose devil marched towards the altar with huge steps, crushing many stone statues along the way. However, when he reached one of the 90 million stone statues, the scattered devil suddenly stopped in his tracks. He knelt on the ground and picked up the stone statue. It was a statue of a winged demon. It was as tall as a grown man, and judging from its appearance, it was a winged demon of the Oriole tribe. The loose devil respectfully held the stone statue and stood up. A black mist flashed in his palm, and the stone statue suddenly disappeared. At the next moment, black mist flashed in front of Ning Fan. The stone statue landed on the top of Nya Li's head, right in front of Ning Fan. Ning Fan quietly looked at the stone statue of the winged demon. His eyes, which were originally cold, gradually became gentle and then extremely nervous. He reached out his hand and caressed the cold stone statue. Then, he unleashed his medicine soul and sent it into the stone statue. When Ning Fan sensed that there was still a trace of warmth in the winged demon's heart, he felt relieved. Fortunately, his soul hasn't dissipated. Fortunately, there's still hope for him to be saved, Ning Fan smiled in relief. He stroked the Yuanyao jade between his fingers and kept the stone statue of the winged demon into the Yuanyao world, placing it together with Mu Weiliang's green coffin. The winged demon that had turned into a statue was his mother. Her name was Ning Qian, an Oriole winged demon. Strange. Why would a dignified loose devil kneel down to a blood array stone statue? Why did he take away the stone statue so carefully? The Cloud Lion was puzzled. Ning Fan once said that he entered the forbidden area to look for someone. Could it be that the person he's looking for is just this stone statue? The Rain Sovereign guessed. The reason why the rogue devil would purposely take away Ning Qian's stone statue was naturally because Ning Fan had manipulated it. He wanted to eliminate the Rain Sovereign in the 3rd level of the forbidden area. Once the battle begins, the aftermath of the battle would spread far and wide. Thus, he naturally needed to save his mother first. Only then would he be able to unleash his full power to kill the Rain Emperor. As for the Cloud Lion, he also had to kill him. The Cloud Lion's cultivation base was too high and Ning Fan's lifespan was too short. Thus, he was unable to tame it. The Cloud Lion already had intelligence, and it was not a benevolent creature. If it was allowed to live, it would be like raising a tiger. Naturally, it had to be exterminated as soon as possible. You make a move, kill the Cloud Lion first, then kill the Rain Emperor. Ning Fan moved the faintly discernible puppet strings between his fingers and gave the rogue devil an order. He had the loose demon deal with the enemy alone, while he himself guarded the entrance to the third level. He did not want to give the Rain Emperor any chance to escape. The power of the scattered demon alone was enough to kill the Rain Emperor and the Cloud Lion. The Rain Emperor used the Battle Cloud Seal, and within 2 hours, his speed was comparable to that of a loose immortal. The power of that immortal talisman could still last for a very long time. If the Rain Sovereign finds a random direction to flee in, Ning Fan would never be able to catch up to him. But unfortunately, this was the forbidden area of the third layer. There was no way to escape, and there was a sealing array light in all directions. As for the Rain Sovereign, he was not Ning Fan. Without the wind mist technique, he could not break the grand formation of this place and escape. If the Rain Emperor wanted to escape, he could only escape from the entrance back to the second layer of the Forbidden Land, and continue to flee outwards. Therefore, Ning Fan only needed to guard the entrance of the Forbidden Land. If the Rain Sovereign does not escape, the scattered demon would naturally kill him. If the Rain Sovereign tries to escape, Ning Fan would ask Nieli to kill him. Kill. Upon hearing the order, the scattered demon immediately let out a shrill roar. His body swayed and turned into layers of devil mist. With a single move, he traveled a great distance and directly appeared in front of the sacrificial altar. He glanced at the Cloud Lion and the Rain Sovereign with his eyes filled with disdain. Then, he raised both of his fists and punched at them. His left fist attacked the Cloud Lion while his right fist attacked the Rain Sovereign. As soon as the scattered demon's fist light appeared, devil chi instantly filled heaven and earth. It even formed countless balls of black devil flames between heaven and earth. Seeing the scattered demon's fist light coming at him, the Rain Sovereign was so shocked that he could not utter a word. With the help of the talisman power of the Battle Cloud Seal, he rode a cloud and instantly fled a great distance away. He stood in the sky and barely avoided the fist light that was coming at him. The fist light missed its target and landed on the barren land. With just a single strike, the barren land of tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li, was immediately split into pieces. The Rain Sovereign managed to avoid the scattered demon's fist light, but the Cloud Lion was not as lucky. All of the scattered demon's killing intent was locked on the Cloud Lion. He followed Ning Fan's order and prepared to kill the Cloud Lion first. The scattered demon only used 10% of his devil chi to attack the Rain Sovereign. As for the fist light that was used to attack the Cloud Lion, he used 12% of his devil chi. The fist light that was thrown at the Cloud Lion must kill the Cloud Lion. The Cloud Lion's stone eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth and spat out millions of silver lightning bolts at the scattered demon's fist light. The power of the silver lightning bolts that filled the sky was not to be underestimated. They were lightning that was transformed from rain. It was a type of powerful magic technique that could instantly kill 5 cultivators. However, when the lightning bolts collided with the fist light, they immediately shattered into countless lightning sparks and gradually disappeared. The momentum of the fist light did not diminish at all. It directly landed on the Cloud Lion's head. With just a single punch, the sharp horn on the top of the Cloud Lion's head was broken. Meanwhile, the Cloud Lion's massive stone body was crushed by the scattered demon. Lord Divine Beast actually can't even withstand a single punch from the scattered demon? The Rain Sovereign's eyes were filled with fear. He just thought that the Cloud Lion had already been killed by the scattered demon's punch. However, the scattered demon knew that his punch did not kill the Cloud Lion. "Get out here!" the scattered demon roared. This roar caused a monstrous demonic fog to surge toward the edge of the desert. As soon as the demonic mist approached, a furious roar rang out from the barren desert. "Sir, do you really have to kill me?" With a flash of blood-red light, the sand and stones on the ground suddenly condensed into a huge azure lion. It had 16 pairs of wings on its back and a sharp horn on its head, but it had already been broken. This was the Cloud Lion's original appearance. What had been destroyed by the scattered devil was only the stone skin covering its body. Of course, its sharp horn was also destroyed by the scattered demon's fist light. However, when the fist light was about to reach its body, the cloud lion's body escaped by using the earth escape technique. Looking at the monstrous demonic fog coming toward it, the stone lion's eyes flashed with ferocity. It stomped the ground, and the 90 million stone statues on the third floor of the forbidden area lit up with blood-red light. Every 1,000 stone statues formed a small circular formation, which was equivalent to a formation eye. The 90,000 small circular formations formed a large circular formation, which was a peak immortal void realm blood-red formation. This was a formation that the Cloud Lion had spent 100,000 years to set up with countless stone statues. It had a secret technique that could drain the blood of living creatures and petrify them. After petrifying humans and demonic beasts, they would be in a half-dead state and would turn into stone statues. The blood formation formed by the 90 million stone statues was called the 10,000 spirit blood formation. The Cloud Lion was furious. It knew that it was not a match for the scattered demon, but with the 10,000 spirit blood formation, it might not die at the hands of the scattered demon. It decided to fight the scattered demon. Blood formation, activate. The Cloud Lion opened its mouth and spat out a ray of blood-red light that shot into the ground. In an instant, the 90 million stone statues that were floating with blood-red light shattered. The blood-red light formed a huge blood-red hexagram formation on the ground. Countless rays of blood-red light flew out from the hexagram formation and dispersed the demonic fog that covered the sky. The rays of light continued to attack the scattered demon. The scattered demon's eyes revealed a serious expression, but in the blink of an eye, he laughed arrogantly. This formation is not bad. Haha. This blood-red light is formed from the souls of 90 million living beings. To me, it's a great supplement that's hard to come by. After devouring the blood rain, my cultivation will recover to its peak. Haha. Devour. The scattered demon laughed loudly and reversed the demonic chi. His body shattered into a monstrous demonic fog, which then turned into a huge black skull. The skull opened its mouth and swallowed. A boundless suction force came out and devoured the blood rain that filled the sky. The moment it swallowed the blood rain, the hexagram formation on the ground immediately dimmed and the formation lines disappeared. A peak immortal void realm formation was devoured by the scattered demon. Impossible. I spent 100,000 years to set up this killing formation. The Cloud Lion could not believe what it was seeing. Then, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. After the black skull swallowed the blood rain, its aura rose. It laughed evilly and transformed back into the scattered demon's huge body. At this moment, the scattered demon was surrounded by a terrifying and ferocious blood-red light. The blood-red light contained the soul power of 90 million mortals, cultivators, and demonic beasts. It was being refined by the scattered demon at a crazy rate. The scattered demon's aura rose steadily and gradually broke through the 9 shattering realm. Then, it continued to rise towards the peak of the 9 shattering realm, all the way to the void fragmentation realm. An incomplete life immortal realm cultivator was definitely not comparable to a void fragmentation realm cultivator. When the scattered demon was at the 8 shattering realm, he was already strong enough to crush the Cloud Lion. Now that his cultivation base had completely recovered, killing the Cloud Lion was like killing an ant. Ningfan's expression was filled with uncertainty. The improvement of the scattered demon's cultivation base was both good and bad. He could still control the scattered demon one more time. Now that his cultivation base had recovered, he would still have the power to fight against a rogue immortal. However, he could only control the scattered demon once. After the next time, the ancestral mourning puppet strings would surely be broken and the scattered demon would probably rebel. Forget it. We'll talk about the future later. Kill the Cloud Lion. Let's kill him then. Ha ha ha. The scattered demon laughed loudly. He was in a good mood. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. A monstrous devil chi immediately spread out in all directions, dyeing the entire blood desert black. All of a sudden, millions of devil flames burned on the ground in the shape of black lotuses. The scattered demon stomped on the ground again. Millions of black lotuses immediately flew up and shot towards the Cloud Lion like meteors. It was the scattered demon's full-force attack. If he encounters the sect masters of the 3 worlds again, it would be enough to incinerate them to death. The Cloud Lion did not dare to face the devil flames head-on. Shocked, he wanted to escape using the earth escape technique. However, he was shocked to find that the ground was already sealed by the scattered demon's devil chi. He could not use the earth escape technique. Run. Let's see where you can run to this time. Ha ha ha. The scattered demon laughed loudly. The monstrous devil flames rolled towards the cloud lion along with his laughter, turning into countless layers of black flames, drowning the cloud lion. Immediately, a hoarse roar of a lion resounded in the sea of flames. However, just a moment later, the roar gradually faded away and eventually, it could no longer be heard. The cloud lion was dead. Not good. Even the cloud lion is dead. I'm definitely going to die. The Rain Sovereign had been paying attention to the battlefield. When he saw the cloud lion activating the grand formation, he thought that he had a chance of winning. Who would have thought that the situation would be completely reversed in just a short while? After devouring the blood formation, the scattered devil's strength increased greatly. In the blink of an eye, the cloud lion had fallen without leaving a corpse. The Rain Emperor shivered all over. The terror of a loose demon caused him to be unable to summon the slightest bit of will to resist. He knew that he had to escape this time. If he couldn't escape, he would die here. He did not run towards the entrance of the third floor which was guarded by Ning Fan, nor did he run towards the edge of the formation light. He activated the Battle Cloud Talisman. The speed of his traveling light was comparable to that of a rogue immortal. However, he could neither break the grand ceiling formation nor fight against the Sinly beast beneath Ning Fan's feet. No matter how fast he was, it was useless. There was no way to escape. This emperor only has one last way to escape. Rain Gate, open. The Rain Sovereign took out a jade scroll from the Gate of Rain and crushed it. He instantly summoned the Gate of Rain and opened up the realm passage. With his cultivation base, he did not need to spend a long time to summon the Rain Gate like Ning Fan. He only needed to do it in an instant. Originally, he had 4 jade slips from the Rain Gate. He had given Ning Fan 2 of them. Now, he only had 2 left. One of them was blank and had yet to be located. The jade slip that he crushed was located in the mountain world. He had the most friends in the mountain world. If he wants to escape, he would certainly head to the mountain world. If I knew that Ning Fan has a rogue devil as his helper, I certainly wouldn't have the intention to kill him or provoke him. It's really too late for regrets. Fine. 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 This brat is in the rain world. I definitely can't stay here and wait for death. I need to escape with my life first. If I have the chance in the future, I will return to the rain world and settle the old scores with this brat. The Rain Sovereign's eyes flashed with cold light. He took a step into the Rain Gate. Ning Fan watched the Rain Sovereign walk into the Rain Gate from afar and slowly closed his eyes. Even the sect masters of the 3 worlds could not escape from the rogue devil using the realm passage. Naturally, the Rain Sovereign could not do it either. Leave your primordial spirit behind. I want to search your soul. Ning Fan said indifferently. The rogue devil understood his intention. He let out a shrill howl and turned into devil mist, chasing after him into the realm passage. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the realm passage collapsed. As for the rogue devil, he brought the Rain Sovereign's primordial spirit and storage pouch back to the forbidden area of the 3rd floor. He handed them to Ning Fan and said with a cold smile. This is the 2nd time I'm helping you. The next time will be the last time. Haha. When the time comes. Keep. Ning Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the rogue devil. He patted the devil's sealing pouch and kept the rogue devil inside. Ning Fan was not in the mood to see what was inside the Rain Sovereign's storage pouch for now. He kept the Rain Sovereign's storage pouch and stared coldly at the illusory primordial spirit in his hand. The Rain Sovereign was nearly scared to death when he was stared at by Ning Fan's cold gaze. His body went limp and he opened his mouth to beg for mercy. I was muddle-headed and that's why I attacked you. If you're willing to spare my life, I'm willing to share the rain world with you equally. There's no need for that. Now, I just want your memories. That's all. Soul searching. Ning Fan placed his palm on the top of the Rain Sovereign's primordial spirit and performed the soul searching and memory erasing technique. At first, the Rain Sovereign was still screaming. Then, his eyes became dull and he could no longer scream. Ning Fan searched through the Rain Sovereign's memories. In those memories, he saw the past where the Rain Sovereign dealt with the Thunder Sovereign. He saw the divination that the Rain Sovereign used and the incident where the Rain Sovereign attacked Yun Tianjue. On that night, a seven-colored elderly man came to the Rain Palace and looked for the Rain Sovereign and the fourth prince. It's this part of the memories. Ning Fan suppressed the anger in his heart and closed his eyes. His mind sank into the Rain Sovereign's memories. In the heavenly cloud country of the Rain world more than 1,000 years ago, Ning Fan was dressed in white robes. He flew in the night sky of the heavenly cloud 10 regions. No one could see him. He did not belong to this part of the memories. He flew all the way to the ruling Sky City. Inside the ruling Sky City, in a top-secret palace, a seven-colored elderly man sat on a throne. The Rain Sovereign and another young cultivator stood below him. I wonder what exalted immortal has come to my palace. The Rain Sovereign cupped his fists and lowered his head. He did not dare to raise his head to look at the seven-colored elderly man at all. That person was so terrifying that it made him shudder. That person's cultivation base was beyond his understanding. The Rain Sovereign could not afford to anger that seven-colored elderly man at all. Ning Fan landed outside the palace and passed through the formation light. He stood outside the palace gate and coldly looked at the scene inside the palace. The Rain Sovereign could not see him. The young cultivator could not see him as well. Only the seven-colored elderly man exclaimed softly when he saw Ning Fan appear. He pinched his fingers and calculated, but he could not figure out anything. Was it just my imagination? The seven-colored elderly man smiled faintly and continued. Initially, I wanted to find a Tao corpse for my disciple in the Rain world. I didn't expect that I would accidentally find a divine-grade Tao corpse. Is it the fate of a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon and becoming an ordinary mortal that defies the heavens? Hee hee. How interesting. In that case, I need to change the Tao corpse. Let this unborn child become one of the 7 Tao corpses of Ximing. Forget it. Let's change the Tao corpse. Fortunately, the plan doesn't need to change too much even if we change the Tao corpse. The seven-colored old man smiled and muttered to himself. Tao corpse? The Rain Sovereign and the young man were stunned. They did not understand what he meant. With their limited experience, they naturally did not know what a Tao corpse was. However, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold the moment he heard the words Tao corpse. In the ancient cultivation world, there was a method to achieve immortality by dismembering one's corpse. It allowed a cultivator to experience life and death first and then transcend it. The corpse devil record that Ning Fan cultivated contained the method to achieve immortality. The essence of the corpse devil record could be summarized in one sentence: put yourself in a dead end and then be reborn. First cultivate a corpse and then achieve immortality by dismembering one's corpse. Normally, it was rare for 1 in 10,000 cultivators to achieve immortality by dismembering one's corpse. Many cultivators could achieve death by dismembering one's corpse, but they could not achieve rebirth. To Ning Fan, the success rate of achieving immortality by dismembering one's corpse was very high. If he completes the 3rd corpse transformation, the success rate would be at least 20%. Compared to the 1 in 10,000 success rate of ordinary people, it could be said to be very high. Of course, if he could not complete the 3rd corpse transformation, Ning Fan would not dare to attempt it. The failure rate was just too high. Due to the high failure rate, the ancient cultivators found another way and created the Tao corpse technique. They used other people's corpse to dismember and devour their Tao to become immortals. Since the Tao corpse technique was not righteous and the technique itself had some flaws that could not be improved, it was gradually lost in history. The Rain Sovereign was a sovereign being, but he was just an ant in the mortal world. It was not surprising that he had never heard of Tao corpses. As for that young man, his cultivation base was only at the peak divine transformation realm. His knowledge was limited and it was impossible for him to have heard of Tao corpses. Ning Fan's gaze swept past the Rain Sovereign and did not stop there. Then, he looked at the young man. From the Rain Sovereign's memories, he learned that the young man was the 4th prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Feiyang. He was the most talented among the Rain Sovereign's sons. His intelligence and temperament were all top-notch. He was the former master of the Tower of Sealed Rain, and he was the next Rain Emperor that the Rain Emperor had decided to be. He was the most outstanding young man in the Rain world until Yun Tianjue appeared and took away all his glory. He had participated in a conspiracy against Yun Tianjue, and in the end, he was killed by Yun Tianjue with a single sword strike. Finally, Ning Fan's gaze moved away from Yun Fei Yang and landed on the seven-colored elderly man. This person's body shone with seven-colored light, and ordinary people couldn't see his appearance at all. Ning Fan could only hear a hint of old age from the person's voice. He guessed that the person's appearance was probably quite old. Luo Yu's words echoed in his mind. The seven-colored light around the old man was the color of providence. This person possessed seven-colored luck and was most likely an immortal emperor from the upper realm. During the era of the immortal king, there were 1 billion worlds and 1 billion immortal emperors. There weren't many immortal emperors left in the four heavens immortal realm, only a few hundred. Of course, it was unknown whether there were other hidden immortal emperors. Ning Fan activated his human eye, demon eye and devil eye, trying to see through the seven-colored luck of the elderly man and see his true appearance. He pushed his eyesight to the limit, and gradually, he saw a strand of silver hair in the gap of the seven-colored fate. This seven-colored elderly man was actually a silver-haired immortal emperor. The color of his hair was not the usual white of an old man. Instead, it was silver that was as bright as the stars. It seemed to have been dyed by this person's ability. There shouldn't be many immortal emperors who have such hair color. Just by looking at a strand of silver hair, Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. More than half of his sword consciousness had collapsed. His sea of consciousness was seriously injured. The third eye on his glabella suddenly dimmed. Then, it broke into countless cracks like a piece of glass. This eye was also heavily injured. As for his left and right eyes, black blood flowed out at the same time. Both of his eyes were also injured. Ning Fan was inwardly shocked. He just peeked at the appearance of an immortal emperor from the Rain Sovereign's memory and he actually couldn't withstand the aura force of an immortal emperor. He just peeked at a strand of silver hair of an immortal emperor and he already suffered such a huge backlash. If he peeked at an immortal emperor in the real world, the backlash would probably be even worse. If he's not careful, he would probably die without even leaving a corpse. The weak couldn't even see the face of the strong clearly. Ning Fan did not regret it even though his sea of consciousness and his eyes were severely injured. After all, he saw a strand of silver hair of this seven-colored elderly man. If he wants to find this person in the future, he would naturally be able to narrow down the search area. Ning Fan was almost certain that this seven-colored elderly man in front of him was the culprit who seized his father's memory and caused his mother to suffer. In the past, his bloodline was most likely extracted by this person. Moreover, when Ning Fan saw this person, he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. However, he could not explain it clearly. At this moment, Ning Fan still did not know that this seven-colored elderly man was the immortal emperor who schemed against him in the past. In the past, in order to escape from the scheme, Ning Fan did not hesitate to pollute his own luck and accidentally awaken the Fu Li demon blood. Unknowingly, he had already fought with this person once. Currently, Ning Fan was still unaware of all these things. He secretly made up his mind that when his cultivation base was strong enough in the future, he would certainly look for this silver-haired immortal emperor and avenge his parents. Currently, he did not have the power to resist an immortal emperor. Thus, he naturally would not think about revenge. He put away his distracting thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Then, he quietly listened to the conversation in the palace. The seven-colored elderly man did not tell the Rain Sovereign and the fourth prince what the Dao Corpse was. He only told them that he wanted to deal with someone. Yun Tianjue, the Rain Sovereign and his son naturally did not expect that a dignified great being of the upper world would deal with a junior from the lower world. After all, Yun Tianjue was just a divine transformation realm junior. It was impossible for him to have the chance to offend a great being of the upper world. The Rain Sovereign and his son did not dare to ask the reason why the seven-colored elderly man wanted to deal with Yun Tianjue. They also did not want to ask. To the Rain Sovereign, the current Yun Tianjue was just a divine transformation realm junior. He was not worthy of fear nor was he worthy of attention. He was insignificant. To the fourth prince, Yun Tianjue was the person who had taken away all of his glory. Death could not wipe out his crimes. Thus, he was very willing to help the seven-colored elderly man deal with Yun Tianjue. In the end, the seven-colored elderly man wanted to discuss the specific plan with the fourth prince alone. Thus, he sent the Rain Sovereign away. In the Rain Sovereign's memory, he did not know how the seven-colored elderly man was going to deal with Xianxia. However, when the Rain Sovereign left the secret hall of the ruling Sky City, he heard something the seven-colored elderly man said to the fourth prince. I have calculated with my fingers. That Xianxia seems to regard his Tao companion as his own life. Let's use this as an opening to destroy his Tao heart. Oh yeah, his child seems to be about to be born. Hee hee. Asterisk bang asterisk, the scenes in front of his eyes suddenly exploded into countless memory fragments. Ning Fan withdrew his consciousness from the scene. He held the primordial spirit of the Rain Sovereign in his hand and remained silent for a long time. Even though he did not see the process of how the seven-colored elderly man dealt with Xianxia, he was already certain that this person was the culprit who had harmed his parents. Ning Fan was never a magnanimous person. It was even more impossible for him to not take revenge for the death of his parents. If he finds out who the seven-colored elderly man was one day and had enough cultivation base to take revenge, he would certainly take revenge 10 times more. Before that, he must pretend that he did not know anything about this matter. He also did not plan to inquire about any information about the silver-haired immortal emperor. Without sufficient strength, he must be cautious. Looking at the empty third floor of the forbidden area, Ning Fan only felt that fate was really ridiculous. Before he was even born, he had already fallen into the immortal emperor's trap. He had yet to harbor any hostility towards the Rain Sovereign, but the latter just relied on a divination to determine that he was his archenemy and must be killed. Yun Zhongshuan, from the beginning to the end, I have never thought of stopping you from becoming an immortal because I disdain it. To put it bluntly, with your innate potential, do you think you are worthy of becoming an immortal? If you are worthy of becoming an immortal, which divine sovereign in the 9 worlds can't? However, I have to admit that the divination is really accurate. Perhaps, after knowing that you have murdered my parents, I will eventually take revenge on you and crush you with my absolute strength. Unfortunately, you have brought that day forward. The Rain Sovereign probably could not understand Ning Fan's words. He had already turned into an idiot after Ning Fan searched his soul. Ning Fan clenched his fist and crushed the Rain Sovereign's primordial spirit, killing him completely. In this way, he had truly killed the Rain Sovereign. However, so what if he had already killed him? He no longer owed the Rain Palace anything. Zili, stay with me for a while. I'm a little tired. Ning Fan sat on Nia Li's beautiful neck and stroked her smooth down feathers with a gentle smile. In his eyes, the purple-eyed Nia Li was just a small animal, just like the little sable Mei-chen in the past. Ning Fan would not show cowardice in front of his enemies, nor would he show fatigue in front of his loved ones. However, in front of a small animal, there was no need for him to hide anything. Throughout the journey, Ning Fan's appearance did not age, but his heart was very tired. There were endless enemies and an endless sea of blood. He still had a long way to go in this path of devil cultivation. If the price of immortality is a lifetime of killing and exhaustion, he would rather not seek immortality. If the price of being unstoppable is a lifetime of loneliness, Ning Fan would not seek to be unstoppable. Unfortunately, what he pursued was never these things. Besides, it was impossible for him to jump out of this sea of blood of cultivation. If he could not jump out, then so be it. He was already satisfied as long as he could protect the people behind him and those memories. He had been killing endlessly while Ji He and the other women were indeed living a leisurely life in Yu country without staining their hands with blood. His efforts were not in vain. He could do it without staining his hands with blood. Shriek Nia Li let out a soft cry as if she was comforting him. Ning Fan patted Nia Li's head and stood up. The tiredness in his eyes was no longer there. Let's go. After killing the Rain Sovereign, I need to give the cultivators of the Rain World an explanation and find a way to calm them down. The chaos in the Rain World is not what I want. After all, I am also a cultivator of the Rain World. Ning Fan stepped on Nia Li and flew out of the forbidden area. He had already made up his mind. More and more cultivators of the Rain Palace flocked to the Directorate of Heaven. Some of the cultivators who had fainted were also saved and gathered at the place. The fluctuations caused by the attacks of the rogue devils were too great. The entire heavenly cloud country shook violently for a long time as if there was an earthquake. The terrifying tremors made many old monsters look worried. Judging from the tremors, there were people fighting in the forbidden area. These old monsters could not guess who was fighting who. If it was the Rain Sovereign and Ning Fan who were fighting the corpse devils, it would be fine. If Ning Fan and the Rain Sovereign were to break off their relationship, they did not dare to think about the consequences. Moreover, the tremors could spread from the forbidden area to the ground. It was enough to show how powerful the battle was. Some old monsters could not help but feel doubtful. With Ning Fan and the Rain Sovereign's strength, even if they unleashed their strongest abilities, it did not seem to be enough to cause such violent tremors. Could it be that there are experts at the fifth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and above fighting in the forbidden area? How is that possible? At this moment, the tremors gradually stopped. In the Directorate of Heaven City, a cultivator who stayed behind to guard the city suddenly sent a shocking news. The Rain Sovereign's life plate was broken. The Rain Sovereign has fallen. The Rain Sovereign has fallen. As soon as the news spread, countless cultivators began to panic. The Directorate of Heaven City was in chaos. To be continued. The Rain Sovereign is dead. The Rain Sovereign is dead. As soon as the news spread, countless cultivators began to panic. It must be Ning Fan who killed the Rain Sovereign. He deserves to die. Some loyal cultivators of the Rain Sovereign roared. Could it be the corpse beasts in the forbidden area that injured the Rain Sovereign? Some of them guessed. Impossible. There is no void fragmentation realm expert among the corpse beasts. It's impossible for them to harm the Rain Sovereign. It must be Ning Fan who killed the Rain Sovereign. So what if Marquis White Robe killed the Rain Sovereign? From now on, the Rain world will be without a ruler. We are willing to make Marquis White Robe the divine sovereign of our Rain world and unify it. Some devil cultivators sneered. Nonsense. The orthodox cultivators of our Rain Palace are the righteous profound cultivators. How can we allow a devil cultivator to be the sovereign? Discussions could be heard everywhere. Most of the people who were discussing loudly were low-level cultivators with unstable minds. Those old monsters who were really shrewd would not easily express their opinions no matter how shocked they were at the moment. If the Rain Sovereign was not killed by Ning Fan, they would be courting death if they tried to smear Ning Fan's name. If the Rain Sovereign was really killed by Ning Fan, the situation would be even more serious. The Rain Sovereign was the strongest cultivator in the Rain world. If Ning Fan dared to kill the Rain Sovereign, it was even more impossible to offend him. Offending a devil cultivator who dared to kill a sovereign and was capable of doing so was simply courting death. One should know that a loose tongue can cause one's clan to be wiped out with just a single wrong word. The fifth Prince Yun Zhongyan and the seventh Prince Yun Jinghong were sitting cross-legged to heal their injuries. As soon as they heard the news of the Rain Sovereign's death, both of them were stunned. There was no sorrow in their eyes but only fear and panic. Yun Xiaoxiang's eyes, on the other hand, were a little gloomy. After a while, he sighed again. He knew that he was no match for Ning Fan. If Ning Fan really killed the Rain Sovereign, he would never dare to have the intention to take revenge for the rest of his life. Yun Yomu, on the other hand, had a deeper thought. He was very sure that the Rain Sovereign was killed by Ning Fan. He remembered Ning Fan's words, "If the rain doesn't betray me, I won't betray the rain." Before entering the forbidden area, Ning Fan probably did not plan to kill the Rain Sovereign. Most probably, the Rain Sovereign had done something that crossed Ning Fan's bottom line in the Rain Sovereign. "Father, you are too obsessed with becoming an immortal. That's why you are blinded by it. You shouldn't have offended him." These four princes had different attitudes towards Ning Fan's. However, there was one thing that the four of them did that was exactly the same, and that was that they did not feel sad about the Rain Emperor's death. It was as if they were bystanders. The Rain Emperor had lived a cold and merciless life. For the sake of becoming a celestial, he had given up many things. The sons that he had raised were mostly cold-blooded people, not worth mentioning. The only one who felt sad for the death of the Rain Emperor was Yun Bushu. He was not the son of the Rain Emperor, but they had known each other for many years, so when he suddenly heard the news of the Rain Emperor's death, he was still slightly disappointed. However, he naturally would not blame Ning Fan for killing the Rain Sovereign. He knew that the Rain Sovereign had done a lot of wrong things in this life and he deserved to die. Sigh, it's a pity that the Rain Immortal world only has one emperor. Without him, the Rain Immortal world will fall into chaos. Yun Daoku heaved a sigh. His eyeballs rolled quickly with a hint of excitement. There was no emperor in the Rain world, so there was definitely a need for a new emperor to be elected. He really wanted to fight for the position of emperor. Of course, if his competitor is Ning Fan, he definitely would not dare to fight for the position. He had been extremely afraid of Ning Fan for a long time. Is the Rain world going to lose its emperor again? Yun Qingge let out a faint sigh. She was not sighing for Yun Zhongshuan but thinking of her father, the previous Rain sovereign, Han Yun. Killing the emperor. Hee. I wonder what the future of the Rain world will be like. Chu Chang'an chuckled. He was not concerned about the survival of the Rain Palace. He was a demon dragon that was subdued by the previous Rain sovereign, Yao Yun. He was only loyal to Yao Yun and the Rain Palace that was under Yao Yun's rule. He did not have a good impression of Yun Zhongshuan. In fact, he even had a bad impression of him. Yun Zhongshuan's death made him feel happy. The Pill Sovereign's face was filled with worry. He was worried about the future of the Rain world and also worried about Ning Fan who had yet to return. Ning Fan had killed the Rain Sovereign. This matter was probably true. However, did the Rain Sovereign also risk his life to injure Ning Fan? If Ning Fan was not injured or dead, why didn't he leave the forbidden area? I hope this child is safe and sound. Otherwise, what face do I have to give Han Yuanji an explanation? The Pill Sovereign thought of his friendship with the old devil and sighed heavily. Just as everyone was sighing, a Gold Core Realm old man suddenly clapped his hands and said with mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. Haha. That old man Yun Zhongshuan is dead. It's great that he died. It's great that he died. In the past, he kidnapped 700 members of my clan and killed them. Now that he has died in the forbidden area, it's really karma. Fellow Taoist, you're right. Many of my disciples were also kidnapped by the Rain Sovereign and all of them were killed. In the past, I didn't dare to mention this matter to anyone because of the Rain Sovereign's reputation. Now that the Rain Sovereign is dead, what else do I have to fear? Another nascent Soul Realm old man cried tears of joy. There were a total of 3,413 cultivators in our country. All of them were kidnapped and killed by the Rain Sovereign. There were also tens of thousands of mortals who were kidnapped. Among the disciples of this old man, half of them were abducted and killed by the Rain Emperor. Gradually, many cultivators in the Directorate of Heaven began to announce the Rain Emperor's crimes. Many old monsters knew about this, but no one dared to talk about it openly. But now, the Rain Emperor was dead, and there were many who had suffered from the Rain Emperor's death who were celebrating. If one were to take a closer look, those who were grieving over the Rain Emperor's death were in the minority, and those who were overjoyed were in the majority. How dare you? A mere ant dares to slander His Majesty the Divine Emperor. Venerable Ming was a loyal follower of the Rain Emperor, so he naturally would not allow anyone to casually criticize the Rain Emperor, even if the Rain Emperor was already dead. In a fit of rage, he almost wanted to kill these dissenters. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from under the ground of the ruling Sky City. It turned into the figure of a young man in white robes. He was stepping on a gigantic beast called Sinli Beast and landed on the ground. As soon as Ning Fan arrived, the discussions of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators at the scene instantly turned silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, no one dared to speak. Not only did they not dare to speak, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were not only intimidated by Ning Fan's ferocious might but also by Nie Li's powerful aura force. Nie Li's aura was even stronger than the Rain Emperor's. Ning Fan, who was stepping on Nie Li Beast, gave people a feeling that they could not look at him directly. Only Venerable Ming and the hundreds of loyal followers of the Rain Emperor gathered their courage and walked out from the crowd. They glared at Ning Fan and said, "Where is the Rain Emperor? He died in my hands." Ning Fan said loudly without any intention to deny it. He was the one who killed Nie Li Beast. Since he was the one who killed Nie Li Beast, there was no need for him to hide it. You deserve to die. Venerable Ming and the hundreds of loyal followers of the Rain Emperor were enraged. All of them rushed at Ning Fan like moths flying into a flame. Ning Fan glanced at Venerable Ming and the others indifferently. Then, he looked at the four princes, Yun Xiaoxiang, Yun Zhongyan, Yun Youmu, and Yun Jinghong. His face was filled with surprise. Ning Fan guessed that the news of the Rain Emperor's death had probably spread across the entire ruling Sky City. However, none of the four sons of the Rain Emperor were sad. Instead, they were afraid of him and wanted to please him. This made him despise the behavior of the four princes very much. On the contrary, Ning Fan was rather impressed by the death warriors like Venerable Ming. Even though these people were unwise, they did not lose their benevolence and righteousness. Of course, it was their benevolence and righteousness. It had nothing to do with Ning Fan. From their standpoint, Venerable Ming and the others were his enemies. In fact, the one who used the technique to kill Ning Fan in the past was Venerable Ming. Among the four stages, the one who harbored ill intentions against Ning Fan was also Venerable Ming. Enemies must die. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. However, to these people, it was enough to just kill them once. It could be considered as a compliment to their loyalty and bravery. Choose the right master in your next life. Ning Fan pointed out a finger. The physical bodies of all the cultivators including Venerable Ming crumbled into blood mist and they died. Even though they died, Ning Fan did not destroy their souls. With a flick of his sleeves, waves of golden purple mist swirled up and sent them to the cycle of samsara. All of his enemies must be eradicated. However, Yun Jinghong and the other princes might not have to be killed. Seeing how Ning Fan killed revered Ming and the others without batting an eyelid and even admitted the fact that he had killed the Rain Sovereign himself, countless old monsters shuddered in fear for a moment. Ning Fan was a true devil cultivator. He would never show mercy to those who deserved to be killed. After killing them, he would not even bother to deny it. After he killed the Rain Emperor, perhaps the next thing he would do would be to cleanse the Rain Palace. The fate of Venerable Ming and the others would probably be the same as theirs. Most of the cultivators on the scene belonged to the Rain Palace. Even though most of them were not loyal to the Rain Emperor, they were still his subordinates. No one knew to what extent Ning Fan would cleanse the Rain Palace. At this moment, many old monsters who were as steady as a rock were already trembling. No one doubted that Ning Fan had the strength to slaughter all the cultivators here. Just by looking at Niali, no one could muster up the courage to resist. The expressions of Yun Jinghong and the other princes changed drastically. It was because Ning Fan suddenly stepped on Niali and flew towards the four of them. All of them were severely injured. They did not have the strength to fight at all. Even if they were in their peak condition, they would not be a match for Niali. The four of them were filled with despair. All they knew was that they were going to die in Ning Fan's hands. However, this time, Ning Fan did not kill them. He just said coldly, "I killed the Rain Emperor. You are his sons. I don't believe you." It was a very simple sentence without any pretense. Because you are the sons of the Rain Emperor, I don't believe you. Yun Jinghong and Yun Zhongyan's faces turned pale. From their point of view, Ning Fan's next step would be to eliminate them. Yun Youmu and Yun Xiaoxiang, on the other hand, were intelligent people. They understood the hidden meaning in Ning Fan's words. As long as they could make Ning Fan believe that they would not seek revenge on him in this lifetime, their lives would be spared. If Marquis White Robe is willing, you can place a restriction on us. We will not dare to resist. Yun Xiaoxiang took the initiative to express his stance. He no longer had the arrogance of a favored son of the heavens. I can allow you to place a restriction on me. I can also allow you to destroy my cultivation base. Yun Youmu was even more ruthless. If you still don't feel at ease after placing a restriction on me, you can just destroy my cultivation base. You can be at ease after destroying my cultivation base, right? Yun Jinghong and Yun Zhongyan regained their senses. They imitated Ning Fan's words and said, "As long as Marquis White Robe spares our lives, we are willing to obey any of your orders without any objection." Nonsense. If we have any objection, we will certainly die. The words and deeds of the four princes made many cultivators of the Rain Palace sigh with emotion. However, no one laughed at them. As a cultivator, being willing to be a slave in the face of a strong enemy was also a way to protect oneself. It was very common and not shameful. Ning Fan noticed that the four princes were not stupid and they knew how to compromise. Thus, he did not plan to kill them. His enemies, of course, must be eliminated. However, these 4 princes might not necessarily be his enemies. Perhaps, they would be good servants. Everyone, what do you think is the most suitable way for me to deal with these 4 princes? Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across the crowd and asked. Each of the old monsters was either as quiet as cicadas in winter or they lowered their heads in silence. Just as they were about to speak, they were immediately reminded by the people around them. No one answered Ning Fan's question directly. All of them were prepared to stand aside and watch. The Pill Sovereign and the others were already on Ning Fan's side. Thus, they would not interfere with Ning Fan's decision. Is there no one who wants to speak? Actually, the one who holds a grudge against me is the Rain Sovereign. He is already dead. I don't want to kill again and weaken the Rain World. If the 4 of you die, the Rain World will become weaker. This is not a situation I want to see. Moksha Sovereign dared to descend upon the Rain World openly and invade the 7 Apricot City because the Rain World was weak. If the Rain World becomes weaker, the experts of the other worlds would probably run amok in the Rain World even more unscrupulously. I don't trust you. I want to plant a mental seal on you so that you will never be able to betray me in this lifetime. Are you willing to do this? Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across the 4 princes. Hearing that they were going to be planted with a mental seal, Yun Xiaoxiang sighed with mixed feelings. Yun Yomu was a little disappointed, but he did not dare to disobey the order. The 2 of us are willing. As for Yun Jinghong and Yun Zhongyan, they were overjoyed when they heard that they would not be killed. They said to Ning Fan gratefully. Marquis White Robe, please plant a seal on us. Seeing that the 4 of them did not have any objections, Ning Fan did not say much. He directly spread out his spirit sense and invaded their sea of consciousness. The 4 of them were very cooperative. They did not dare to disobey the order. Not long after that, Ning Fan had already planted a demon seal on them. Demon seal? None of them expected that Ning Fan would plant a demon seal on them instead of the human race's mental seal. Even though he was surprised, he didn't say anything. The restriction has been planted. Now, I trust you. There's something I want you to do. May I ask what instructions Marquis White Robe has? The 4 princes didn't dare dally, and they stood up and asked. You are the sons of the Rain Sovereign, so you should know that those people here are the Rain Sovereign's trusted aides. Find these people and inform me. I will plant a restriction on all of them to control them. This is easy. Initially, the 4 princes thought that Ning Fan would kill all of them after finding them. However, when they heard that there was no need to kill them and it was just a restriction, they agreed without any hesitation. One more thing. From today onwards, I, Ning, am the Rain Emperor. Ning Fan's voice was very indifferent. However, as soon as it spread out, everyone's expression changed. Sure enough, Ning Fan is going to be the emperor. However, the divine sovereign of the Rain World isn't Ning Fan alone. Ning Fan knew himself well. He would never stay in the Rain Immortal World for a long time. As for his future, it was hard to tell. Therefore, I would like to invite Senior Li to be the co-emperor. I'll be in charge of killing, and you'll be in charge of controlling the rain. What do you think? Ning Fan's eyes looked at the Pill Sovereign with a pleading look. Once the Rain Sovereign dies, the person with the highest prestige in the Rain World would definitely be the Pill Sovereign. Everyone was convinced by his identity as a 7th Revolution Pill Refinement Master. The Pill Sovereign was needed to govern the Rain World. Ning Fan was not that kind of person. He even threw the management of 7 Apricot City to Su Qiuling and the other women. He made it very clear that he was only responsible for killing people. That was all. That was enough. As for letting his wives and concubines manage the Rain World, it was not what he wanted. He just wanted to give those women a peaceful life. He did not want them to get involved in the disputes between the worlds. Having the Pill Sovereign was enough. The Pill Sovereign was trustworthy and worthy of Ning Fan entrusting his life to him. Forget it, I'll join you and become the Rain Emperor. From today onwards, the Rain World will have 2 sovereigns. I am Sovereign Li. What about you? Stinking brat? The Pill Sovereign focused on pill refinement. Originally, he did not have the mood to govern the Rain World. However, after seeing Ning Fan's request, he no longer refused. Even though he agreed to Ning Fan's request, he was still a little reluctant. Look, the Rain Sovereign is always on guard against this. Who is he worried about? He is afraid that someone will compete with him for the position of the Rain Sovereign. It seems like the position of the Rain Sovereign is not something that everyone wants. Then, the Pill Sovereign threw out a question. What should Ning Fan's title be? From the Pill Sovereign's point of view, since Ning Fan was born in Yu country, it would probably be better to call him Emperor of Yu. Or, should he be called Black Sovereign after being born in the Black Devil sect? Or should he be like him and use his surname as Emperor and be called Ning Huang? Evil Sovereign. The sin of sin. Ning Fan sighed. He had been killing all along the way and had committed countless sins. Even though he had a clear conscience, his sins would not disappear like smoke. The word sin was a reminder to himself. He hoped that he would not be lost in the sea of blood of cultivation and commit unforgivable sins for the sake of illusory things. Evil Sovereign? It sounds very similar to Moksha Sovereign of the Devil World. Maybe someone will call me by the wrong name. The Pill Sovereign joked. He had heard about the grudges between Ning Fan and Moksha Sovereign from Old Devil. It's alright. Moksha Sovereign of the Devil World will die in my hands eventually. No one will dare to call me the Evil Sovereign wrongly. On the other hand, Niali, who was standing under Ning Fan's feet, was very happy. From her point of view, the word sin in the name of the Evil Sovereign did not mean sin. Instead, it meant the Evil Li. The Evil Sovereign was the sovereign of the Evil Li. That's right. What an appropriate title. Only he who was the ancestor of the Fu Li clan was qualified to be called the Evil Sovereign. He was the one who controlled all the Evil Li. But, why not call him Emperor Li? All the emperors of the Fu Li clan had this name in the past generations. She really wanted to tell Ning Fan that Emperor Li was better. Unfortunately, she could only let out a low cry and could not speak a word. It seemed like Ning Fan could only call him the Evil Sovereign. She could not stop him. Black Sovereign is a dog's name. How could he give little Fan this name? Great Emperor Wuxia must be speechless. Once the title was confirmed, the fact that Ning Fan and the Pill Sovereign would be in charge of the Rain World together almost immediately became a fact. No one was allowed to question it. From then on, Li Xianxia no longer called himself the Pill Sovereign, but the Li Sovereign. His real name was Li Xianxia, and Emperor Li was his master's title, which he had inherited. Ning Fan called it sin. The word sin referred to one's introspection and self-questioning. After Ning Fan and Li Xianxia decided to declare themselves as sovereigns, some old monsters who were good at adapting to the situation cupped their fists and congratulated them. Ning Fan, on the other hand, waved his hand, signaling everyone not to be in a hurry to congratulate him. Among you, there are some trusted aides of the Rain Emperor, and I don't trust them. For princes, please find these people and let Senior Li plant a restriction on them. As for the 9 Great Hall Masters, a few of them need to be replaced. I'll return to Yu country and go into seclusion. I'll have to trouble Senior Li to handle everything. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Li Xianxia with a smile. Then, he sent a message to Yun Busha via telepathy. Stepping on the Sinli mountain, he directly returned to Yu country, leaving all the mess to Li Xianxia to handle. The cultivators of the Rain World who were present at the scene were left speechless. Since ancient times, there were only a few divine sovereigns who would neglect their proper duties like Ning Fan. Of course, no one dared to criticize him in public. Li Xianxia was stunned. Then, he looked at the direction where Ning Fan had left. Li Xianxia knew that the reason why Ning Fan was in such a hurry to return to Yu country was probably related to the search for his mother. Perhaps Ning Fan had already found his mother and was in a hurry to return to Yu country. Or perhaps something had happened to his mother. Yun Busha's eyes widened. Ning Fan's voice was still echoing in his ears. I have a favor to ask third uncle. If my father returns to the Rain Palace, tell him that I've found the person he's been searching for. She's currently safe and sound. Yun Busha did not expect that Ning Fan would actually address him as third uncle and Yun Tianjue as his father. Ning Fan's tone was no longer as distant as before, which really made him feel incredulous. What he did not expect was that Ning Fan had actually found the person that Yun Tianjue had been looking for. Ning Qian. Could it be that Ning Qian is trapped in the forbidden area? Could it be that Ning Fan broke into the forbidden area just to save my mother? Yun Bush's eyes were filled with joy, excitement, sorrow, and anger. He was happy and excited because Ning Qian had been found safe and sound. To his big brother Tianju, it was a piece of good news. He sighed because Yun Tianjue had already lost his memories and his 7 emotions. Although he was persistently searching for someone, he didn't even know who he was looking for. He was furious because Ning Qian was actually trapped in the Rain Emperor's forbidden land. Could it be that it was the doing of the Rain Emperor? For a moment, the last trace of disappointment that Yun Busha felt due to the death of the Rain Emperor gradually disappeared. The Rain Emperor had really brought this upon himself, and couldn't bear it. Yun Qingge looked at Ning Fan's back as he left. He wanted to say something but hesitated. She had a question to ask Ning Fan. She wanted to ask Ning Fan where did the Rain Sovereign token come from. The Rain Sovereign token should have disappeared along with her father. Why would it be in Ning Fan's hands? Why, if she knows where Ning Fan found the Rain Sovereign's token from, perhaps she might be able to find her father's remains. Yun Qingge did not know that his father was still alive and was currently trapped in the Lost World Tower. She secretly made up her mind that if she had the chance, she would look for Ning Fan and ask him about the doubts in her heart. Now was not the time to ask about it. Yun Qingge could tell that Ning Fan had something important to deal with since he was in a hurry to return to Yu country. She would ask about the doubts in her heart later. The 4 imperial princes identified the trusted aides of the Rain Emperor in the crowd, and handed them over to Li Tian to plant a restriction on them. Li Tian would then be in charge of their lives. The new emperor had just been appointed, so all the trivial matters were handled by Li Tian. The announcement of the Rain Emperor's death, the fake news, as well as the news of the new emperor's ascension to the throne, all of these also needed to be handled properly. Even though everyone was well aware that the Rain Sovereign was killed by Ning Fan, they could not tell others about it. To the public, we can say that the Rain Sovereign accidentally entered the forbidden area and was harmed by the corpse beasts, some cultivators of the Rain world suggested. If he announces to the public that Ning Fan had killed the Rain Sovereign and usurped the throne, it would inevitably cause the cultivators of the Rain world to panic. Some things, it was enough for everyone to know. After the death of the Rain Sovereign, the Rain world would normally be plunged into chaos. However, due to Ning Fan's sudden ascension to the throne, no one dared to create chaos in the blink of an eye. From now on, the Rain world belonged to Ning Fan. None of the Void Glimpse stage cultivators in the Rain world dared to make Ning Fan their enemy. Some of the old monsters gradually began to harbor hope in their hearts. The death of a weak and incompetent Rain Emperor, who was jealous of the virtuous and capable, and the arrival of a new Rain Emperor who was aggressive and had a bright future ahead of him, should be a good thing for the Rain realm. With the speed at which Ning Fan rose to power, his future would certainly be boundless. The Rain world might be able to get rid of its awkward position of being the weakest in the 9 worlds. Everyone had their own thoughts. Yu Chong-er, on the other hand, had pure thoughts. She was happy and slightly disappointed. She was happy that Ning Fan was safe and sound. That was good enough. She was disappointed that Ning Fan had actually become the new Rain Sovereign. His status was revered and it gave her a feeling that he was too high to reach. Gradually, she began to feel a little inferior. However, she did not realize that she was feeling inferior. She felt that she must be sick. Otherwise, why would she feel unhappy when she saw Ning Fan ascending to the sovereign realm? It was obviously a good thing. Why would she feel unhappy? Why? Ning Fan rode on Nyali and left the heavenly cloud state and the middle state. He quietly returned to Yu country. With Nyali's speed, he would return in a day. Under Li Tsongtian's blockade, the news of the Rain Sovereign's death and the new Rain Sovereign's succession had yet to spread in the Rain world. When Ning Fan rode on Nyali back to Yu country, the cultivators of Yu country naturally did not know that he had already become the new Rain Sovereign. However, when they saw Nyali under Ning Fan's feet, all of them were shocked. Nyali's aura force was too strong. It was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. Even though ordinary cultivators knew that Nyali was strong, they could only guess that it was above the divine transformation realm. However, Ming Ke, Su Yan, Mei Chan and the other women knew how terrifying it was. Is this the Nyali that Ning Fan subdued? Mu Luo, who was sitting opposite Yu Huang and drinking wine at the bottom of the dark sparrow's grave, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. Then, he let out a sigh. Ning Fan was able to subdue such a powerful demon beast with his origin-returning realm cultivation base. Indeed, he was not someone that ordinary people could compare with. The Nyali that killed the Vine Sovereign. Interesting. Little Fan Fan is actually riding on Nyali in public. Isn't he afraid that the Rain Sovereign will know about it? The thoughts of the ancient Chaos Inheritor are really hard to guess. It will be very interesting to pester this person for a lifetime. In the Godly Void Pavilion, the little demoness was leisurely enjoying her tea. Suddenly, she let out an evil smile. This? Where did you get this huge bird from? It's so powerful. When Ning Fan rode on Nyali back to 7 Apricot City, Ming Ke was the first one who came out to greet him and exclaimed. However, when she saw Ning Fan's extremely serious injuries, she asked worriedly. Such heavy injuries. What happened? Screech. Nyali was a little displeased when she was called a huge bird. Moreover, she could feel that Ming Ke also had an extremely strong true spirit bloodline, which made her even more displeased. All the existing true spirits were the enemies of the Fu Li clan. This immemorial dark sparrow is my friend. You can't attack her. Ning Fan squatted down and stroked Nyali's neck to comfort her. Screech. Nyali let out a low cry and agreed. Even though she did not like the members of the True Spirit clan, she would treat Ming Ke differently if she was Ning Fan's friend. Ning Fan stood up and patted Ming Ke's tiny head. It's just a small injury. Don't worry about it. This purple-eyed peacock's name is Zili. She's my demon mount. She's one of us. I'm going into seclusion. Tell the others about Zili and tell them not to panic. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan kept Nyali into his cauldron ring. With a flash, he returned to see Fan Palace. It's a female, huh? Hearing Ning Fan's relaxed tone, Ming Ke felt relieved. She was no longer worried about Ning Fan's injuries. Instead, the corners of her mouth curved into a smirk and she stared at Ning Fan's back with a strange look. After a long time, she clicked her tongue and sighed. Brother Biscuit's really a heavy taste, alright. She had already misunderstood him. Ning Fan did not deliberately hide the existence of Nyali. If he wants to stabilize the Rain World, he would need the deterrence of Nyali. Only a few people in the Rain World knew what Nyali was. Most of the cultivators only knew that it was a gigantic peacock with purple eyes and black feathers. They knew that this peacock was incomparably powerful. Even if someone knew that it was Nyali, Ning Fan would not care. Even if someone guessed that he was Liu Bei who killed the Vine Sovereign based on this Nyali, Ning Fan would not care. The crime of killing the Vine Sovereign had already been erased by Wei Xian and the others. Even if this matter spreads out, there was no need for him to be afraid of anything. It would just increase his notoriety. There was no need for him to hide or conceal anything anymore. He was already the sovereign of the Rain World. As soon as he returned to see Fan Palace, Ning Fan immediately went to the Yuanya world. At this moment, he only had one thing in mind, and that was to save his mother from this calamity. He stepped into the medicine shop and looked at the stone statue of the winged demon beside the green coffin with a smile. She was Ning Fan's mother. He had saved his mother. He slowly approached the stone statue and touched the cold skin of the winged demon. He felt a slight pain in his heart. I've heard of many secret techniques of the Devil Dao that can extract the blood of living beings. The bodies of living beings who have lost their blood would turn into stone while their souls would be sealed in stone. That year, in order to save me, my mother had used up her last drop of blood. She should have died, but she was sealed into a rock by someone, saving her life. Who was the one who sealed her into a rock? Who was the one who placed her in the third level of the forbidden area? Ning Fan had searched through the memories of the Rain Sovereign. There were a total of 90 million stone statues in the forbidden area of the third floor. All of them were the life sacrifices that the Rain Sovereign had once offered to the Cloud Lion. The 90 million mortals, cultivators, and demon beasts were all sacrificed by the Rain Sovereign. All of them retained their memories, except for Ning Qian. Ning Qian was not the life sacrifice that the Rain Sovereign offered to the Cloud Lion. Was it the Cloud Lion who captured Ning Qian and refined her into a stone statue, or was it someone else? For example, the powerful seven-colored old man, old ancestor Dong Su had once divined for Ning Fan and said that Ning Qian's fate had been changed by someone with great divine power. Could it be the doing of the seven-colored old man? Only immortal emperors would have the ability to change someone's fate. Could it be him? I can't figure it out. But no matter what, my mother's soul did not disperse because of her petrification. It's a good thing. 1,000 years ago, my mother had sacrificed all of her demon blood to save me. Today, I will repay her with my blood and help her break free from her petrification. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a dark red pill bottle. He then consumed all the pills in the bottle. This pill was called Blood Yang Pill. It was a mid-6th grade pill. It could replenish the qi and blood of a cultivator and increase their strength by 30% within a day. Of course, this 30% was calculated based on the second level of the golden body refining realm. If the body refining realm of the person consuming the pill was higher than the second level of the golden body refining realm, the increase would be greatly reduced. The reason why Ning Fan consumed the Blood Yang Pill now was naturally not to increase his strength. He just wanted to replenish his qi and blood. He wanted to use his own blood to save his mother. After consuming the Blood Yang Pill, Ning Fan's face turned red. He flicked his sleeves and a gust of wind swept up the winged demon statue. Then, he flew to a quiet pine forest in the Yuanya world. There was a pond in the forest which was just big enough to contain the stone statue. Ning Fan placed the stone statue into the pond. Then, he took out countless immortal jades and spiritual ores to determine the formation eye of the pond and set up a grand formation. This formation was very similar to the 10,000 spirit blood formation in the third level of the forbidden area. The grand formation in the third level of the forbidden area was set up by extracting the blood of living beings. It was called the 10,000 spirit blood formation. This formation was set up by reversing the spirit. It was called the reverse spirit blood formation. Its function was also the opposite. It was to turn magic power into blood and return it to the people in the formation. Just like the 10,000 spirit blood formation, this formation was also a peak immortal void realm grand formation. It had a total of 90,000 formation eyes. After the grand formation was set up, a blood-red 6-pointed star formation mark immediately appeared on the ground. The light of the formation mark, however, was moving in the opposite direction. There is good and there is bad in this world. If you borrow something, you have to return it. I have to return the blood that I owe. Ning Fan walked into the blood formation step by step towards the pond. His face was as pale as a piece of paper. He wanted to disperse his blood and return it to his mother. During the trip to the middle state, Ning Fan was severely injured. However, he did not have the time to treat his injuries at all. Even though he had taken some pills to suppress his injuries, setting up a peak immortal void realm grand formation consumed too much of his mental and physical strength. Moreover, his injuries worsened. Currently, it was not suitable for him to disperse his blood. However, Ning Fan was unwilling to wait any longer. He walked to the edge of the pond and bit his finger. The blood on his finger turned into silk threads and wrapped around the stone statue. Gradually, it formed a massive blood cocoon with the stone statue in the center. This was the demon cocoon technique of the demon race. It could isolate the heavenly secrets and protect the remnant soul from dispersing. After creating the blood cocoon, Ning Fan sat cross-legged at the edge of the pond. He placed a finger on his glabella and took out the separation slayer that he had not used for a long time. All this while, he had neglected to refine his magical treasure. This treasure was no longer suitable for void fragmentation realm battles. However, it was enough to release his blood. *Chi** Ning Fan rolled up his sleeves and cut his right arm with the sword. His blood flowed along his arm and dripped into the pond, forming circles of red. *Drip, drip, drip. Ning Fan looked at the pond that was gradually dyed red and felt relieved. His blood flowed out drop by drop. However, the medicinal power of the Blood Yang Pill made his body produce blood rapidly, replenishing the lost blood rapidly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days passed. The pond had turned dark red. Ning Fan no longer dripped his blood. A trace of black starlight wrapped around his left index finger and wiped it on his right arm. The wound immediately healed. The blood was enough. However, the stone statue in the demon cocoon still needed countless years to absorb the blood to gradually remove its petrification. Ningfan stayed in the cocoon for 1,000 years before he woke up. Ningfan didn't know how long he would stay in the cocoon, 10 years, 100 years or even 1,000 years. Ningfan took out countless treasures that could stabilize one's soul and save one's life and threw them into the pond. No matter what, as long as he was here, his mother would never die. One day, his mother would revive and wake up. It's easy to repay the blood, but it's hard to repay the kindness, but my heart is finally at ease. After saving his mother, setting up the blood pond and forming a blood cocoon to protect her life, Ningfan's guilt had finally been repaid. At this moment, his mind was unprecedentedly clear. His magical power was already enough to reach the void fragmentation realm, but he couldn't resolve the knot in his heart. At this moment, Ningfan's heart was at ease, enough to reach the void fragmentation realm. The void fragmentation realm doesn't need to break the void, but the falsehood in the cultivator's heart. Only by comprehending the truth and falsehood and understanding life and death can one become an immortal. The first step of cultivation is still the Tao heart. What is falsehood? Ningfan's eyes lit up. His figure flashed and returned to Xifan Palace. His finger drew a line in front of him, slowly cutting open the void, revealing the dark void below. Ningfan did not say much and stepped into the void. He looked at the boundless void and recalled the previous reality. He seemed to have gained some enlightenment. One step is falsehood while the other is reality. Falsehood and reality are decided by a single thought. Right here, void fragmentation realm. Ningfan was severely injured and he did not have the time to create a formation disk to block the heavenly tribulation. However, he was not afraid of any heavenly tribulation. At the crucial moment, he could use Niali or even the rogue devil. Why would he be afraid of the heavenly tribulation? He did not concoct any pills that could increase his chances of reaching the void fragmentation realm. However, he had absolute confidence that he could reach the void fragmentation realm. His comprehension of the void could already distinguish between falsehood and reality with a single thought. Along the way, he saw longevity as nothing, and he saw fame and fortune as nothing. He regarded his obsession and the love in his heart as reality. This was Ningfan's true self. To distinguish between falsehood and reality was to find his own Tao. Ningfan knew that his Tao was to guard the obsession in his heart. That was all. The great Tao of the heavens was dispensable. It could exist or perish. The immortal emperor throne was not what he wanted. It was like throwing away an old shoe. The path that I have walked is my Tao. The person in my heart is my reality. I want to reach the void fragmentation realm. Ningfan stood in midair. His aura force was like a violent gale that spread across the void and rose steadily. The magic power in his body seemed to have turned into an invisible hand, tearing the bottleneck of the void fragmentation realm bit by bit. This process constantly affected his injuries. The pain made Ningfan's mind clearer. No joy or sorrow. His mind was as still as water. This was the most suitable state of mind for breaking through to the next cultivation level. Rumble the void in his surroundings suddenly gave off a loud cracking sound. Countless golden cracks appeared. At this moment, Ningfan's aura force naturally broke through the bottleneck. His cultivation base was now at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. After his cultivation base improved, his magic power had increased by a whole 2,000 yuan. However, Ningfan did not show any hint of joy. To him now, it was not difficult to reach the void fragmentation realm. It was reasonable for him to improve his magic power. His eyes stared at the golden crack. A strong sense of danger was spreading from that place. It was a very familiar qi. It was the qi of the heavenly Tao of the lower world. Is she the one who sent the tribulation to me? Ningfan's eyes gradually turned solemn. If the heavenly tribulation this time was far beyond his cultivation base, he would naturally borrow the power of Niali and the rogue devil. Immediately, however, Ningfan's eyes relaxed. The sense of danger from the crack was similar to the previous heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the absolute void stage. It seemed like the heavenly Tao did not increase the grade of the heavenly tribulation this time. Rumble billions of golden lightning bolts suddenly shot out from the countless golden cracks in the void. A ring shadow that was half black and half white suddenly appeared in the void. Amidst the ring shadows, a displeased female voice rang out. "TSK. Why is it sending the tribulation to you again? A normal sovereign lightning tribulation definitely won't be able to kill you." "Humph." After saying that, the woman did not speak a second time. The golden lightning bolts that filled the sky turned into golden dragons. They hovered in the sky while letting out deafening roars. A normal sovereign lightning tribulation, huh? Ning Fan calmed himself down. A cultivator would need to go through 3 tribulations to break through to the void fragmentation realm. During the sovereign lightning tribulation, cultivators who had the luck could condense sovereign chi. The Yin Wind tribulation was a tribulation that they had to go through. As for the 3rd tribulation, it varied from person to person. Most of them had the luck, which was a reward from the heavenly Tao. Ning Fan did not have a good relationship with the heavenly Tao. Thus, he did not expect the heavenly Tao to reward him with anything. As long as the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation did not increase, it was already a good thing. In that case, he could also go through the heavenly tribulation without borrowing the power of Nyeli *rumble *. A thunderclap resounded. Billions of dragon-shaped golden lightning bolts struck at Ning Fan at the same time. In the dark void, the golden light was dazzling. Ning Fan looked at the billions of golden lightning bolts, but he did not show much fear. His magic power, spirit sense, and comprehension had already reached the void fragmentation realm. Now, his cultivation base had also reached the void fragmentation realm. At this moment, he was no longer a primordial returning realm cultivator but a true void fragmentation realm expert. He could feel that he could open up a heavenly abode with just a raise of his hand. He had the ability to open a heavenly abode with a palm. The palm opening heaven grotto heaven was to open up an illusory space in reality, or to open up an illusory space in reality. Reality and illusion only depended on a single thought, which was why he could open a heavenly passage with a single thought. At this moment, the appearance of the primordial spirit in Ning Fan's dantian had undergone some changes. It was still the size of a palm, and its eyes were closed as it sat cross-legged in its dantian. However, at that moment, his primordial spirit's body seemed illusory, and it was erratic. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he wore white robes. There was also a purple seal on the left side of his face. His appearance was similar to Ning Fan's. It was almost like a miniature version of Ning Fan. There was always a ball of black light orb revolving around the Yuan Shin. That light pearl was a void pearl that was formed from all of Ning Fan's comprehension of the void. From now on, every time Ning Fan's cultivation base improves by 1 layer, there would be 1 more void pearl revolving around his primordial spirit. At this moment, Ning Fan had completely understood what was real and what was fake. His strength had become much stronger compared to when he had yet to reach the void fragmentation realm. The lightning star on Ning Fan's glabella flashed. With a single step, he stepped into the void space. In the boundless void space, a massive blood-red lightning diagram immediately appeared out of nowhere. The golden lightning that filled the entire sky was just at the level of a normal lightning tribulation. It was enough to give a cultivator who had just broken through to the void fragmentation realm a hard time. However, it was not enough to make Ning Fan fearful. He was far stronger than a once demolisher, and he was the bane of lightning. Swallow. The lightning diagram retracted, and in an instant, the billions of bolts of golden lightning were all taken away. However, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly froze after he kept away the lightning tribulation. Then, his figure flashed and he directly fled from his original spot. Countless golden cracks suddenly appeared on the huge void lightning diagram. Hundreds of golden lightning rays flew out from those cracks and turned into golden dragons. They widened their ferocious mouths and rushed towards Ning Fan in an instant. From the looks of it, this golden lightning was somewhat special and could not be completely suppressed by the lightning diagram. TSK, you even dare to swallow the sovereign thunder. You really overestimate yourself. The so-called sovereign thunder was lightning condensed from sovereign chi. It looked like lightning, but was not. This lightning diagram seemed to be able to restrain lightning. However, it's a pity that your sovereign chi cultivation is too low. Otherwise, this diagram would really be able to swallow the sovereign lightning in one go. Within the heavenly Tao ring, a leisurely and complacent laughter came out. In an incomparably distant space, a little lowly dressed in snow-white clothes was holding a piece of piping hot 8 treasures cake in her hands and eating it happily. Beneath her feet was a calm lake with gentle ripples. From the center of the lake, she could see the process of Ning Fan's tribulation. She stood on the lake and took a bite of the 8 treasures cake. She laughed and was extremely happy. She was not only happy because she managed to eat her favorite 8 treasures cake but also because she saw that Ning Fan's tribulation was not going smoothly. Previously, she personally made a move to descend the tribulation for Ning Fan. However, she was scared away by a single sword attack from him. This time, she had learned her lesson and did not show up in person. Under the Sovereign Lord's order, he did not give Ning Fan more heavenly tribulations. Instead, he only sent the normal heavenly tribulation. Hee. You can't do anything about this sovereign lightning tribulation, right? The little loli's gloating laughter passed through the lake and reached Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan, who was undergoing the tribulation in the void realm, naturally could not imagine how the little girl of the heavenly Tao was currently eating the 8 treasures cake and waiting for him to suffer. After listening to the little loli's words, Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Sovereign Qi lightning, huh? He already had a plan in his mind. Ning Fan's first trace of sovereign qi was condensed using the Sovereign Rain primordial art. The Sovereign Rain primordial art only recorded the method to condense the first trace of sovereign qi. However, it did not record the method to increase the amount of sovereign qi. In ancient times, there was a period of time when the sovereign qi cultivation method was extremely popular. Powerful immortal emperors would have hundreds or even thousands of strands of sovereign qi. Just by relying on the might of the sovereign qi, they could subdue their enemies, causing them to submit. At the same time, the sovereign qi had unparalleled offensive power. If it is used on magic techniques and magic treasures, the power would be boundless. Experts with sovereign qi were invincible at the same level as them. A superior emperor cultivation technique could allow 1 to grow 2, 2 to grow 3, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, high-grade sovereign cultivation methods were already rare in the first place. As countless immortal emperors fell, sovereign cultivators were almost extinct in the cultivation world. In the lower realm, it was already very rare to have a cultivation method that could condense sovereign qi. In the upper realm, even if there were peak forces that possessed secret techniques that could divide the sovereign qi, there were definitely not many of them. If a void fragmentation realm expert in the lower realm could condense the first trace of sovereign qi, he or she could be called a sovereign expert. This first trace of sovereign qi might be condensed from a cultivation method, or it could be condensed during the sovereign lightning tribulation. Each time a cultivator underwent a sovereign lightning tribulation, there would be a chance to condense a trace of sovereign qi. However, the probability was very low. The cultivators in the lower realm did not know the technique to divide the sovereign qi. It was even rarer for someone to condense the first trace of sovereign qi with a cultivation method. Most of the sovereigns obtained the sovereign qi by chance during the sovereign lightning tribulation. It was extremely rare for someone to condense the sovereign qi with a cultivation method like Ning Fan. There were 9 heavenly layers in the void fragmentation realm. Each breakthrough would bring about a sovereign lightning tribulation. Theoretically, 9 traces of sovereign qi could be comprehended during the 9 sovereign lightning tribulations. However, the probability of comprehending the sovereign qi through the sovereign lightning tribulation was too low. No matter how heaven-defying a person's luck was, it was impossible for him or her to successfully comprehend the sovereign qi after going through the 9 lightning tribulations. Ordinary sovereign experts in the lower realm would only have 1 trace of sovereign qi. Those who possessed more than 2 traces of sovereign qi were extremely rare. Even though Ning Fan's luck was purple, he did not think that he would definitely be able to add another trace of sovereign qi during the sovereign lightning tribulation. Others would just endure the attacks of the sovereign lightning tribulation obediently and gradually increase their sovereign qi during the attacks. However, he did not plan to do so. Looking at the hundreds of traces of sovereign lightning that were coming at him, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with golden light. His body suddenly shone with golden light. He quickly raised his hand and pointed out a finger. A ray of golden light immediately shot out from his finger and soared into the sky, turning into a golden flying dragon that was around 1 qi long. This flying dragon was Ning Fan's first trace of sovereign qi. Devour. Ning Fan gave a very simple order. He wanted his sovereign qi to devour all the sovereign lightning. Aren't these sovereign lightning formed from the sovereign qi? It's just right for me to use them as nourishment for my sovereign qi. The sovereign qi of an ordinary person could not devour the sovereign lightning. As for Ning Fan's sovereign qi, the lightning star on Ning Fan's glabella flashed and a vast lightning might spread out. The hundreds of traces of sovereign lightning trembled and stopped in the sky. If there were billions of sovereign lightning bolts, they would also dare to strike Ning Fan. However, there were only hundreds of traces of sovereign lightning that flew out of the lightning diagram. None of them dared to attack Ning Fan at all. At this moment, Ning Fan, who possessed the Tai Su lightning star, was like a sovereign of lightning, taking advantage of the moment when the lightning bolts were stunned. Ning Fan's flying dragon of sovereign qi swooshed and devoured the traces of sovereign lightning. Ning Fan changed his hand seal and borrowed the power of the lightning star to refine the sovereign lightning with his sovereign qi. Gradually, the flying dragon devoured all the traces of sovereign lightning and its body grew about half an inch bigger. Ning Fan's eyes immediately lit up. Interesting. It seems like this method that I came up with can really increase the power of my sovereign qi. Ning Fan did not have a cultivation method that allowed him to divide his sovereign qi. However, he found another way to feed his sovereign qi with the sovereign lightning. Since he could not increase the quantity of his sovereign qi, he would increase the quality of his sovereign qi. Why can his trace of sovereign qi devour the sovereign lightning? I have never seen such a thing before. The white-robed little Lolita put down the 8 treasures cake and opened her mouth wide in astonishment. Even though she had never seen a cultivator feeding his sovereign qi with sovereign lightning, it did not mean that such a thing did not exist. Lightning Emperor Tai Su had done such a thing before. After all, he was a lightning emperor. Of course, he was not afraid of sovereign lightning. Ning Fan did not know about Lightning Emperor Tai Su's past, but he had the same thought as the latter. As the inheritor of lightning, it was not difficult for him to feed his sovereign qi flying dragon with sovereign lightning. Ning Fan's eyes shifted to the lightning diagram. The number of golden cracks on the lightning diagram gradually increased. More and more sovereign lightning bolts flew out and struck at Ning Fan. Without saying a word, Ning Fan used his lightning power to scare the sovereign lightning and ordered his sovereign qi to devour it. In the end, he used his lightning star ability to help his sovereign qi absorb the lightning power. In the beginning, hundreds of sovereign lightning bolts flew out. Then, thousands of sovereign lightning bolts flew out. After that, tens of thousands of sovereign lightning bolts flew out. Ning Fan seemed to have forgotten that this was a sovereign lightning tribulation to comprehend the sovereign qi. He just let his sovereign qi continuously devour the sovereign lightning bolts. After 2 hours, the billions of sovereign lightning bolts in the lightning diagram had all entered the stomach of the flying dragon of sovereign qi. At this moment, the flying dragon of sovereign qi was already 1 zhang 3. 33 m per zhang long. It coiled around Ning Fan's body and shone with dazzling golden light. Ning Fan still only had 1 trace of sovereign qi. However, the sovereign might of this trace was 10 times stronger than ordinary sovereign qi. The might of a trace of sovereign qi was equivalent to 10 traces of other people's sovereign qi. After all, the sovereign qi flying dragon of ordinary people was only around 1 qi long. It was nowhere as huge as Ning Fan's flying dragon. Come back. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed. The flying dragon of sovereign qi immediately turned into a ray of golden light and flew into his body. The sovereign lightning tribulation was easily passed just like that. The next time I break through to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, there will definitely be another sovereign lightning tribulation. At that time, I'll use the sovereign lightning to nourish myself. Ning Fan thought. It's so huge. How did his flying dragon of sovereign qi grow so huge? The little loli looked at Ning Fan's 1 zhang 3, 33 m per zhang, long flying dragon of sovereign qi across the lake. She was extremely curious. She did not forget that she still had to summon a tribulation. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately summoned the wind tribulation. Humph. You used the wind calming pearl to pass the previous wind tribulation. Let's see how you're going to pass it this time. The little loli curled her lips and took a bite of the 8 treasures cake. Countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the void above him. Heavy layers of cold wind blew down. The bone-chilling cold wind could blow most void fragmentation realm cultivators into ashes. Ning Fan still remembered how powerful the Yin Wind Tribulation was. However, he was no longer afraid of a mere first heavenly destruction realm Yin Wind Tribulation. However, he was currently severely injured. He would not be foolish enough to face the Wind Tribulation head-on. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out a scarlet golden flag. It was a low-grade immortal void realm treasure that he obtained from the Vine Palace. This treasure was called the Wind Calming Flag. It had the power to resist the Wind Tribulation. It was a low-grade immortal void realm treasure. Coincidentally, it was a magic treasure that Ning Fan could easily use now that his cultivation base was at the first heavenly destruction realm. Ning Fan had killed many void fragmentation realm cultivators and obtained quite a number of wind-blocking treasures. Most of them were of a higher grade than the Wind Calming Flag. However, a higher grade did not mean that it was suitable for use. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, this flag was the most suitable for him. Ning Fan waved the Wind Calming Flag. The cold winds that blew from all directions immediately trembled and changed their direction. With his current cultivation base and status, he had plenty of methods to resist the first heavenly destruction realm Yin Wind Tribulation. There was no need for him to worry at all. 2 hours later, the Wind Tribulation stopped. Ning Fan was not hurt by the Wind Tribulation at all. This is so infuriating. This Wind Tribulation can't hurt him at all. The little girl pouted her lips and stomped her feet in anger. She was not paying attention and the 8 treasures cake that she had eaten fell into the lake below her feet. The little girl was so anxious that she almost burst into tears. This was the 8 treasures cake personally made by the monarch. It was unknown how many heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures were used to make it. Not only was it delicious, but it could also nourish one's skin and nourish one's spirit. Eating a piece of it could cure all kinds of illnesses and detoxify all kinds of poisons. Eating a piece of it could heal serious injuries and increase one's magic power. My 8 treasures cake. Ah. It's all your fault. Stinky Ning Fan. Rotten Ning Fan. I hate you. No matter how much the little girl cried, the 8 treasures cake would not return. Ning Fan kept the wind-steadying flag and quietly waited for the 3rd round of heavenly tribulation. The 3rd round of heavenly tribulation differed from person to person. It would only appear when breaking through to the void fragmentation realm. Everyone would encounter different tribulations. Normally, the 3rd round of heavenly tribulation was mainly about rewarding opportunities. Ning Fan did not think that the little heavenly Dao girl who had a grudge against him would reward him. Ning Fan waited calmly for the 3rd round of heavenly tribulation. He wanted to see how the little heavenly Dao girl would make things difficult for him. His mind was as calm as a rock. He knew that he would not change his expression even if the little heavenly Dao girl used some strange tricks. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no heavenly tribulation. Finally, a concealed weapon fell from the sky, aiming at Ning Fan's head. What is this? Ning Fan was speechless. He waved his hand and a piece of 8 treasures cake that had been chewed into dog shit fell into his hand. Is this 8 treasures cake something to eat? Could this be the 3rd round of heavenly tribulation? Could this 8 treasures cake be poisoned? Ning Fan repeatedly checked the 8 treasures cake in his hand and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Not only was it not poisonous, but it was also a rare treasure. 500,000 years old heavenly Dao ginseng, 450,000 years old purple grade Ganoderma, 620,000 years old Juku spirit root. Other than that, there are 5 types of extremely precious spiritual herbs in this cake which I have never seen before. The only thing I can be sure of is that these 8 spiritual herbs are all great nourishment items that are beneficial to one's cultivation. If I eat this cake, the injuries in my body will be healed in an extremely short period of time. But there is one thing that I can't figure out. Is this piece of cake a reward from the heavenly Dao? Reward? Why would the little heavenly Dao girl who had a grudge against him give him a piece of cake out of kindness to help him heal his injuries? Moreover, why did this rice cake look like it had been chewed by a dog? There was even saliva on it. Rice cake. How dare you call the 8 treasures cake made by the monarch using the 8 treasure spiritual herbs as a rice cake? Arg! Give me back my 8 treasures cake. The little heavenly Dao girl stomped her feet in anger. Forget it. Perhaps that little heavenly Dao girl wants to make peace with me. That's why she gave me this rice cake to help me heal my injuries. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Nonsense. I have never thought of pleasing you. If it wasn't because of the monarch's order, I would have definitely aggravated the heavenly tribulation. The little heavenly Dao girl became even more conflicted. Since it's her kind intention to make peace with me, if I don't eat it, it would seem like I'm a narrow-minded person. I'll eat it. Ning Fan endured the disgust and finished the 8 treasures cake with saliva on it. Even though it was disgusting, the medicinal power of the 8 treasures cake had almost instantly stabilized all of Ning Fan's injuries. The injuries in his sea of consciousness, his third eye and the countless injuries on his body were all healed. Ning Fan was naturally in a good mood. He smiled and said, "The taste is not bad. Since the heavenly tribulation is over, I can return to the outside world now." With a flash, Ning Fan left the hollow space and returned to the outside world. At this moment, the little heavenly Dao girl was so angry that she could not speak a word. She felt embarrassed, angry and wronged. She was embarrassed because Ning Fan actually ate the 8 treasures cake that she had eaten with his saliva. Isn't that an indirect kiss? She was angry because she was too stupid. Not only did Ning Fan take advantage of her, but she also used the 8 treasures cake to help her enemy heal his injuries. She felt wronged because the 8 treasures cake that she had been yearning for day and night fell off when she only ate half of it. My 8 treasures cake. Woo 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 woo. Stinky Ning Fan, rotten Ning Fan, rotten Ning Fan, rotten Ning Fan, rotten Ning Fan, the little heavenly Dao girl cried while cursing and cursing beside the lake. Ning Fan quietly returned to 7 Apricot City. No one knew that he had actually solved the knot in his heart and succeeded in the void fragmentation realm in just 10 days. He went into seclusion in 7 Apricot City for a few days. He consumed pills to completely stabilize his cultivation base. The 7th revolution pills that could stabilize one's cultivation base were naturally robbed. He remembered the promise he made with the little demoness and decided to accompany her to the North Sea. Ning Fan only thought that the North Sea that the little demoness mentioned was the North Sea of the Rain World. Naturally, he did not take it seriously. To him, returning to the North Sea of the Rain World wouldn't take too long and there wouldn't be any danger. He did not know that the little demoness was playing a word game with him. She actually wanted to lure him to the North Demon Sea of the Demon World. In just 10 days, the day that the Rain Sovereign fell shook the entire Rain World. There were 2 new Rain Sovereigns. One was Evil Sovereign Ning Fan and the other was Li Sovereign Li Xianxia. 10 days ago, among the 800 cultivation countries of the Rain World, there were 42 forces that refused to accept Ning Fan as the new Rain Sovereign. A small number of cultivators from these forces were killed while the rest were controlled by Li Xianxia with a restrictive spell. In Yu country, countless cultivators came to congratulate Ning Fan and sent gifts to him. Most of them were stopped from entering 7 Apricot City and were received outside the city. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter 7 Apricot City. All of these were not things that Ning Fan wanted to care about. Naturally, there would be someone else to handle it. He was just a hands-off boss. The ladies had already learned about the huge case that Ning Fan had committed in the Middle State from countless channels. After Ning Fan came out from his seclusion, the first thing he did was to tell them the truth of that day. The Rain Sovereign had fallen and the new Rain Sovereign succeeded him. The news had probably spread to the other worlds in the Rain World. Ning Fan was still in Xifan Palace, waiting for the day that he promised to meet the little demoness. He left the 5 puppets of the heavenly tribulation in 7 Apricot City and handed them over to Su Qiuling, who had just come out of seclusion to protect the city. To the current Ning Fan, the 5 puppets of the heavenly tribulation were dispensable. To 7 Apricot City, however, they were a powerful force that was hard to come by. One day, when Ning Fan woke up, the little demoness had already come to him. She was sitting in Xifan Palace, drinking tea and chatting with Ji He, Mu Xiaohuan, Mu Xiaoliang and Feng Shuiyan. During the days when Ning Fan was not in the Rain World, she lived in 7 Apricot City with the identity of the cloaked person. She had already become familiar with Ji He and the others. Similarly, Ji He had also come out from her seclusion. She had an innate charming bone physique which allowed her to absorb the benefits of dual cultivation with Ning Fan the fastest. The three little girls and a little mute were drinking the spiritual tea that the little demoness brewed. The way they looked at the little demoness was especially intimate. "So you are Sister Cloak." Mu Xiaoliang looked at the little demoness gratefully, thanking her for healing Mei Chen's injuries. "By the way, you said that you are the pavilion lord of the Godly Void Pavilion. Does that mean that we have been neighbors since a long time ago?" He tilted her head and pondered. She felt a little strange. Why have I never seen this little demoness before? I will help you make the tea. Mu Xiaohuan lowered her head timidly. She was not used to being served by others while sitting. Gudu, gudu, gudu. The little mute Feng Shuiyan was only responsible for drinking the tea. Occasionally, she would smile at the little demoness as if she was saying that the tea was really delicious. When Ning Fan appeared, the first thing he saw was this scene. Hee. Lord Rain Sovereign is here. Your cultivation base has improved again? The little demoness Xia smiled. She was the first one who noticed Ning Fan's arrival. As soon as she saw Ning Fan, Jihe's bright eyes flashed with hope. Mu Xiaoliang, on the other hand, lowered her head shyly and pretended to be an ostrich with Mu Xiaohuan. Feng Shuiyan put down her teacup and stood up. Her lips moved. The others did not know what she said, but they saw her jumping into Ning Fan's arms and snuggling in his arms like a kitten. Only Ning Fan could hear what she said. "Brother-in-law Rain Emperor, when you go to the demon realm to play, you have to bring me a gift." "Monster realm? Gift?" Ning Fan was startled. "Brother Fan, it was Sister Xiao who said that you agreed to go to the demon realm with her to do something." Don't you know about this? We still want you to bring us a gift from the demon realm. And it should be a special gift like the lily of the valley." Jihe's big eyes flickered. "Sister Xiao?" Ning Fan looked at the little demoness, waiting for her to give him an explanation. He didn't know that he had agreed to go to the demon realm with this woman. He also didn't know that this woman's surname was Xiao. "Ayaya, ancient chaos successor wants to renege on his debt? You were the one who personally promised to accompany me to the North Sea of the demon realm. You even said that it wouldn't be difficult." The little demon girl revealed a sly smile. "I didn't know that the North Sea you mentioned is the North Sea of the demon world. If I head to the demon world..." Ning Fan frowned. His identity as the Rain Sovereign was too sensitive. It did not seem appropriate for him to enter the demon world. "Will it make things difficult for you?" "Forget it then." The little demon girl waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's not really difficult. Fine, there's no harm in accompanying you to the demon world. After all, I still owe you 3 favors, and I need to repay them one by one. I know that the successor of ancient chaos is a man of his word. His words are worth 1,000 gold and he never goes back on his words. Then, let's go to the demon world immediately. The world path is very long, and it will take a few days. After all, the demon world is very far away." The little demon girl giggled and patted her storage pouch. She took out 2 jade slips and gave one to Ning Fan. "Now?" Ning Fan scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense and found that there was a record of a realm-traversing technique in the demon world. It could open the realm gate and enter the demon world. Let's go now. We should have gone there last month. But I saw that your injuries were quite serious, so I gave you a month to heal, making he sure she'll wait in the demon world for a month. We can't drag it any longer. If we drag it any longer, Lord Daozi will be angry. This trip is very important. It's related to the success or failure of obtaining the map." The little demon girl's eyes suddenly turned serious and full of dignity, completely different from her previous playful state. "My second request is that you accompany me to the immortal burning valley to obtain a map. Do you agree? If you find it difficult, you can pretend that I have never said this." She had no intention of forcing Ning Fan, because a melon that was forcefully twisted would not be sweet. To be continued. Get the map? Ning Fan's black eyes were as deep as a serene pond. Not a single trace of emotion could be seen from them. However, deep down, he was puzzled. In the immortal burning valley, what kind of treasure map could make the dignified Godly Void Pavilion's little demon girl keep thinking about it? As if she saw the doubt in Ning Fan's mind, she raised her eyebrows and smiled. "What I want is the immemorial fisherman's meno of the 4 ancient diagrams. Immemorial Fisherman's Mino painting. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Are you going to help me? The little demon girl purposely put on a pitiful expression. How can I help? Ning Fan sighed. The favor he owed had to be repaid eventually. On the way to obtaining the map, there will be a dangerous obstacle. I will need to borrow the power of Ancient Chaos Successor. You don't have to do anything about the other dangers. If I obtain the Immemorial Fisherman's Mino painting, I will definitely lend it to you to comprehend. You must know that the Primeval Fisherman's sketch contains the energy of the Tao path of life and death, and it can help you comprehend life and death. Even though it won't help you comprehend the Supreme Grand Tao, it can still help you become an immortal. After all, to become an immortal, one must understand life and death. Mingxing knows death. I'll promise you this. I knew you wouldn't be willing to reject me. Then let's head to the demon realm right away, eh? Little Fan? Give me another half a day. If I leave the Rain World, I need to inform Emperor Li. Now that the Rain World had just been stabilized and Ning Fan had inherited the throne, he needed to inform Li Xianxia before leaving the Rain World rashly. Half a day was not enough for Ning Fan to travel to and fro the Middle Province. However, it was enough for him to send a voice transmission. Ning Fan told Li Xianxia about his intention to go to the demon world through telepathy and briefly explained the reason behind it. When Li Xianxia heard that Ning Fan was accompanying the young pavilion master of the Godly Void Pavilion to the demon world, he was slightly surprised. However, he did not have the intention to stop him. If Ning Fan goes to the demon world alone, he would certainly dissuade him. However, Ning Fan was going to the demon world together with the young pavilion master of the Godly Void Pavilion. Thus, there should not be any danger. Li Xianxia knew that the Godly Void Pavilion was an upper realm force, and its foundation was terrifyingly strong. It should be a good thing for Ning Fan to establish a connection with the Godly Void Pavilion. If Ning Fan leaves the Rain World, he would need to decide many things on his own. He replied to Ning Fan through telepathy and mentioned one thing. Coincidentally, Yunyomu was also preparing to go to the demon world. He hoped that he would obtain Ning Fan's approval before he dared to go there. Yunyomu had been planted with a demon seal by Ning Fan. Although he was a prince in name, he could actually be considered as Ning Fan's slave. If he wants to go to the demon world, he naturally needs Ning Fan's approval. He daozi. He sure shall? After hearing Li Xianxia's voice transmission, Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. According to Li Xianxia, Yunyomu had promised the Taoist of a powerful sect in the upper realm that he would go to the demon realm to help the Taoist with something important. The reason why the little demoness asked him to go to the demon world with her seemed to be to meet this Hidaozi, Hishirsho. Hishirsho was most likely little demoness' friend and Yunyomu was Hishirsho's man. Allow him to go to the demon realm. Then, Ning Fan sent out a message transmitting flying sword in the direction of the middle state. Out of respect for the little demoness, it was not impossible for Yunyomu to go to the demon world with them. He naturally had to inform Muluo and the women of the Seven Apricot City about his trip to the demon world. After settling all the trivial matters, Ning Fan was not in a hurry to find the little demoness. Instead, his figure flashed and he entered the profounding world. When Ning Fan entered the profounding world, Luo Yu was standing outside the thatched cottage, waiting for him. Silly little brother, you've finally attained the void fragmentation realm. You've really made me wait for so long. Luo Yu smiled enchantingly. Ning Fan did not say much. He stepped on the sky and walked out of the thatched cottage. He closed his eyes and felt the close connection between his body and the profounding world. He had finally attained the void fragmentation realm. He had finally gained complete control over the profounding world. He could now use his identity as the Lord of the profounding world to let Luo Yu leave this world. Are you going to leave? Ning Fan stopped walking when he was 1 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away from Luo Yu and sighed softly. This distance of 1 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, seemed to be insurmountable. He had already promised Luo Yu that once he attains the void fragmentation realm, he would help her escape from this world. However, Ning Fan actually felt a little reluctant to let Luo Yu go. *puff*. Looking at Ning Fan's current expression, Luo Yu's heart trembled. She seemed to have been touched. For a moment, she was speechless and lowered her head. After a long time, she suddenly covered her mouth and giggled. She did not seem to have any emotional fluctuations. Silly little brother, I'm just a broken primordial spirit right now. How can I leave? Where should I go? Before you help me rebuild my physical body, I won't leave. I still need to stay in your profounding world for the time being. You will help me rebuild my physical body, right? Of course. How do you need me to help you? After hearing that Luo Yu would not leave for the time being, Ning Fan's disappointment was slightly reduced and he nodded. Since you're willing to help me, it means that I haven't helped you in vain all these years. After I rebuild my physical body, I will leave. I need 3 preparations in order to rebuild my physical body. Firstly, I need a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can help repair my primordial spirit. Before I rebuild my physical body, I want to restore my primordial spirit to the peak void fragmentation realm. After that, I want to regain my cultivation base that is above the life immortal realm in one go. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can repair one's primordial spirit, huh? Ning Fan nodded and kept this matter in mind. When he goes to the demon world this time, he would naturally pay attention to collecting materials that can repair one's primordial spirit. Secondly, I need a female corpse that is at least at the 5th level of the death realm or above. A female corpse that is at the 5th level of the death realm or above, huh? Ning Fan nodded and noted it down. He would look for it for her. Thirdly, I need some pills that can shorten the adaptation period between my primordial spirit and my physical body. That's easy. Ning Fan was a pill refinement master himself. Thus, he had obtained quite a number of such pills. Some cultivators who cultivated the body-seizing devil technique would seize the physical body of another cultivator after they died and be reborn. However, during the process of seizing the body, there would usually be a period of adaptation to allow the physical body and the primordial spirit to adapt to each other as the body was not their original body. With the help of pills, the adaptation period could be greatly shortened. I will help you find all the things that you need and help you rebuild your physical body. Before that, you should stay in the profounding world. Your primordial spirit still needs to be nurtured in preparation for the reconstruction of your physical body in the future. Thank you. There's no need to thank me in front of you and me. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at Luo Yu. She gently avoided his gaze. What I need, is that so? Ning Fan sighed. There was always a wall in this woman's heart that kept him out. That wall was the hatred that she could never erase. If it was possible, Ning Fan wanted to share some of her burdens. However, she was never willing to mention it. It was because those enemies were too strong and Ning Fan was no match for them. She did not want to add more troubles to Ning Fan. Ning Fan no longer said anything and turned to leave the profounding world. No matter what, he would fulfill his promise and help Luo Yu rebuild her physical body. Then, he would send her on a long journey. After everything was settled, Ning Fan arrived as promised. He accompanied little Demoness to break the jade slip of the realm passage and opened the realm gate. Then, they stepped on the realm passage to the demon world. The demon world was very far from the rain world. According to Ning Fan's estimation, even if he flew with Niali, he would need at least 4 to 5 days to reach the demon world. Oh right. Before we go to the demon world, there are some things that I have to tell you. My current cultivation base is at the gold core realm. Little Demoness' eyes revealed a cunning look and she took off a jade pendant from her body. In an instant, her void fragmentation realm aura that was erratic turned into a late gold core realm aura. Gold core realm? Ning Fan was stunned. He did not believe that the dignified young master of the godly void pavilion was just a gold core realm cultivator. The current gold core realm aura of little Demoness was very real and did not seem to be fake. Ning Fan secretly guessed that perhaps little Demoness' cultivation base had temporarily fallen due to some reason. In another half a month, my cultivation base will still fall to the harmonious spirit realm. Little Demoness' black gem-like eyes were filled with smiles. Falling to the harmonious spirit realm. As expected. What's the reason? You are the inheritor of ancient chaos and I am the inheritor of the godly void realm. The cultivation method that I cultivate is the strongest cultivation method that has been passed down from generation to generation in the godly void pavilion, the void scripture. After cultivating this cultivation method, there will be a few months of decline every 10 years. Originally, my cultivation base was at the peak of the 9-break realm and was only a step away from the life immortal realm. But now. Hee. In the demon world, you have to protect me well. I am just a small gold core realm cultivator and I am very afraid of death. The cultivation method that you cultivate is really troublesome. Ning Fan looked at little Demoness deeply. Even though he believed that there would be a period of decline in her cultivation base, he did not believe that she did not have any methods to protect herself. From Ning Fan's point of view, even if this girl's cultivation base fell to the gold core realm or the harmonious spirit realm, she would still have a method to protect herself. Just like the sword sheath that contained the sword ancestor's sword chi. Even a harmonious spirit realm cultivator could use it to launch a void fragmentation realm attack. Even if this girl's cultivation base fell, she would not let anyone bully her. Now, I am just a gold core realm cultivator. I can't fly. With the speed of my gold core realm, I'm afraid it will take me tens of years or even hundreds of years to fly across the entire passage. Hee. Little Fan, carry me and fly, okay? No way. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the ancient golden sword. With a point of his finger, the ancient sword immediately became huge. He leaped onto the ancient sword. Little Demoness also leaped onto the ancient sword as if she had already guessed Ning Fan's character. Hee. I like your coldness. However, I thought that you would summon Nyeli to carry me. Doesn't Nyeli fly faster than me? She is very arrogant. She won't carry anyone other than me. Oh? Your demon pet has the same personality as you. I like it. Little Demoness Duckling sat on the flying sword and stroked the ancient golden sword. Her eyes were full of vigor. It is a rare escaping sword. Unfortunately, it is too badly damaged. If we have green astral gold that is the size of a fist, we can completely repair the sword and its speed will reach the 6th level of the fragmentation realm. If we have profound yellow crystal, we can further increase the speed of the repaired ancient sword to the level of a rogue immortal. As the young pavilion lord of the divine void realm, little Demoness had extraordinary experience. She could see through the details of the ancient sword with just a glance and found out the method to repair and improve it. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. He had heard from Luoyu that the ancient golden sword could be repaired with green astral gold. However, he had never heard that there was still room for improvement. Green astral gold was extremely precious. It could make countless void fragmentation realm old monsters fight for it. Ning Fan had never even heard of profound yellow crystal before. It must be very precious. Suddenly, he looked at little Demoness. He knew that the divine void pavilion had many treasures. They could easily take out a large number of 7th revolution pills to help Ming Ke and Mei Chen. Perhaps the little demon girl had the green astral gold in her hands. Don't look at me. I don't have these 2 items with me. However, I know who has them. Hee. When we arrive at the demon world, I will help you ask for a piece of green astral gold and profound yellow crystal. Since I've helped you once again, you have to protect me well in this trip to the demon realm, Brother Fan, brother. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. This little Demoness is still as clingy as she used to be. The speed of the ancient golden sword was not as fast as Ning Fan's speed. However, there was an advantage to it. Ning Fan could use the sword to escape while practicing some kind of ability at the same time. During the Battle of the World Passage, he had obtained the revolving wheel technique from Moksha Sovereign and the whirlpool technique from the sect masters of the 3 realms. Both of them were powerful abilities. Among them, the revolving wheel technique required a lot of time to practice. Ning Fan did not think about it for the time being. The whirlpool technique, on the other hand, was easier to practice. However, it was not accurate to say that the whirlpool technique was easy to practice. The easy part of the whirlpool technique was that it was easy to open up a natal heavenly dwelling. Ordinary void fragmentation realm experts could open up a heavenly dwelling with their palms. Thus, it was not difficult for them to open up a natal heavenly dwelling that they could carry with them. The difficulty of this technique lay in the continuous devouring of heavenly dwelling treasures to strengthen the heavenly dwelling. Heavenly dwelling treasures were also divided into 3 grades, which were high, medium and low grade. In the past, the heavenly dwelling treasures that Ning Fan obtained from old ancestor Dong Su were mostly low-grade heavenly dwelling magic treasures. The heavenly dwelling treasures that void fragmentation realm experts were used to using were usually mid-grade heavenly dwelling. High-grade heavenly dwelling treasures were extremely precious. Among void fragmentation realm experts, there were not many who possessed them. Ning Fan had tens of thousands of low-grade heavenly dwelling treasures in his possession. All of them were obtained from various places. However, he only had around 100 mid-grade heavenly dwelling magic treasures. As for high-grade heavenly dwelling treasures, he only had 3 of them. Of course, Ning Fan still had small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasures and medium Kiliacosm Cosmos treasures. It was impossible for the Yin-Yang locket and cauldron ring to devour those treasures. The Yuanyao jade was Bei Xiaoman's marriage token. It could not be devoured. In that case, if he must devour the small Kiliacosm Cosmos treasure to practice the whirlpool technique, he would probably have to use the blood-devouring umbrella. However, even if he wants to use the blood-devouring umbrella to practice the whirlpool technique, he would not do it now. There were 3 major realms of the whirlpool technique: silver whirlpool, golden whirlpool, and void whirlpool. Ning Fan would only consider devouring the blood umbrella after he had cultivated the whirlpool technique to the golden whirlpool realm. Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the tip of the sword and began to practice the whirlpool technique, preparing to open his natal heavenly dwelling. The little demoness moved her buttocks decisively and sat 1*3:33 m away from Ning Fan, watching him practice with curiosity. Opening my natal heavenly dwelling, huh? Looking at his finger seals, it seems like he is practicing the whirlpool technique of the 3 worlds sect. I received news that the sect master of the 3 worlds in the heaven immortal world had suddenly died. Could it be little Fanfan's doing? Ning Fan naturally did not know what the little demoness was thinking at the moment. His 10 fingers were covered with traces of void power which shone with black light. He was preparing to open his natal heavenly dwelling. The ancient sword flew at full speed. At this speed, it would take them less than a month to reach the demon world. Ning Fan was not in a hurry and neither was the little demoness. 3 days passed. Ning Fan drew a line in front of him with his finger force, opening up a space of his heavenly dwelling. The space was still pitch black and empty. In the empty space of the heavenly dwelling, 1 or 2 traces of silver light would occasionally flash. If the space of the heavenly dwelling completely turned silver, it would mean that he had cultivated the whirlpool technique to the silver spiral realm. In the remaining 27 days, Ning Fan continued to devour the heavenly dwelling treasures. There were tens of thousands of low-grade heavenly dwelling treasures, hundreds of mid-grade heavenly dwelling treasures and 3 high-grade heavenly dwelling treasures. Ning Fan only absorbed the power of the heavenly dwelling treasures. Even if he destroyed the treasures, he would not feel heartache. Seeing that Ning Fan had so many heavenly dwelling treasures, the little demoness could not help but feel a little surprised even with her experience. Of course, she could guess that Ning Fan had obtained these treasures by robbing others. Little Fan Fan is really domineering. He directly snatches the things he wants. Hee hee. You are indeed the successor of ancient chaos. I like it. After destroying tens of thousands of heavenly dwelling treasures, Ning Fan absorbed a huge amount of heavenly dwelling power. Inside his natal heavenly dwelling, the amount of silver light increased and eventually turned into a bright silver world with 72 silver continents floating in it. During this process, Ning Fan repeatedly formed the hand seals of the whirlpool technique. The hand seals became more and more skillful. After absorbing all the heavenly dwelling power of the 3 high-grade heavenly dwelling treasures, 3 of the silver continents in the silver world turned golden. There was also a small part of the sky that was dyed golden. I can almost be considered to have attained the silver spiral realm. However, it won't be easy to attain the golden spiral realm. After attaining the silver spiral realm, I will need to absorb at least high-grade heavenly dwelling treasures to further improve the whirlpool technique. It seems like I need to turn all 72 continents in my natal heavenly dwelling golden in order to attain the golden spiral realm. With my current level of the whirlpool technique, I can use it. However, it's still not enough to seal void fragmentation realm cultivators. Ning Fan stood up and pointed a finger forward. A ray of silver light suddenly shot out from his finger. Then, the surrounding space turned silver in an instant. It was sealed tightly as if it had solidified. If Ningfan was fighting against an enemy cultivator at this moment, the enemy cultivator would never be able to escape by sealing the surrounding space. Not only could the whirlpool technique force the enemy cultivator into his natal space, but it also had many other uses. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered as the defining technique of the Three Worlds sect. It has only been a month and little Fan Fan has already attained the Silver Spiral realm with the whirlpool technique? As expected of my little Fan Fan. Little Demoness' eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. The exit of the world passage was already in sight. Ningfan wielded the ancient sword and brought little Demoness out of the world passage, entering the demon world. A dazzling white light flashed and the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. What appeared before Ningfan's eyes was a vast and boundless pale golden demon sea. In the sky above the demon sea, there were many continents with golden soil. On these continents, there were usually one or even more cultivation countries. This was the demon world. Hee. We've arrived at the demon world. However, it seems like we've encountered some trouble as soon as we entered the demon world. Little Demoness winked at Ningfan mischievously. Just as Ningfan and little Demoness appeared above the sea, there were more than 10 extremely sharp rays of traveling light rushing towards them from afar. These dozen or so rays of light were all at the nascent soul realm, and their leader was a mid-divine transformation realm old monster. Quick! There are 2 more people here. They should be the remnants of the White Feather clan. Don't let any of them escape. The little demon girl giggled as she saw a streak of light approaching from afar. I've just entered the demon realm and I'm already in trouble. Brother Fan, you must protect me well. Here, take this pill. It can conceal your appearance, aura, and bone age. Within a month, no one will know that you are Ningfan. It was a pill that the little Demoness had prepared a long time ago. Now that Ningfan had inherited the throne of the Rain Sovereign, there were naturally a lot of people who knew about his appearance. If the experts of the demon realm knew that the Rain Sovereign had sneaked into the Rain world, there would most likely be trouble. Since they had important matters to attend to on this trip, even the little Demoness would not want to cause any trouble. This is a peak 7th revolution pill, formless pill. Ningfan looked at the little Demoness and sighed at his own inferiority. The Godly Void Pavilion truly had an extraordinary background. The little Demoness could casually take out a peak 7th revolution Dan and give it to someone. Even without this pill, Ningfan was also prepared to change his appearance and conceal his identity after entering the demon world. When he entered the tree world, he did not have to hide his identity because his identity was ordinary and no one in the tree world knew him. The current situation was different from the past. The identity of the Rain Sovereign was extremely sensitive. If others find out that the Rain Sovereign, Ningfan, has sneaked into the demon world, there was no guarantee that the old monsters of the demon world would not punish him. The demon realm was one of the 3 upper realms among the 9 realms. Within each realm, there were as many as hundreds of void fragmentation realm cultivators. Moreover, there were also rogue demon experts. Even if Ningfan had the rogue devil with him, he would not dare to be overly ostentatious like he did in the tree world. After all, he could only use the rogue devil once. He didn't say much. He swallowed the appearance change pill, and his appearance, bone age, and aura immediately changed. He still had the appearance of a young man. However, his appearance was already extremely different from his original appearance. The purple seal had also been concealed by the power of his pill. His bone age temporarily changed to 20,000 years. His aura had also changed beyond recognition. Alright, now no one will be able to recognize you as little Fan Fan. I have also prepared several identities for you to enter the demon realm. You can choose them later. As for now, let's deal with these nascent soul and divine transformation realm seniors first. I'm a Gene Dan stage cultivator now, so I'm afraid of these menacing senior experts. The little Demoness pretended to be afraid like a little beast. She grabbed Ningfan's sleeve and hid behind him. More than 10 rays of light instantly arrived from afar, surrounding Ningfan and the little Demoness from 4 directions. This group of cultivators were all Yao cultivators, and they were all dressed in the same uniform with the same clan emblem embroidered on their clothes. Why are you blocking our way? Ningfan asked indifferently. Humph. My Dark Crane clan has locked down the entire White Father demonic sea and is currently capturing all the White Father clansmen here. The two of you appearing in the White Feather Demon Sea is suspicious. You're most likely survivors of the White Feather clan. A late-stage nascent soul realm old man stepped forward and took out a jade slip from his storage pouch. The jade slip recorded the appearances of 23 important members of the Lightwing clan. The elderly man carefully scrutinized Ning Fan and the little demoness appearance and compared them with the people in the jade slip. When he realized that Ning Fan and the little demoness were not among them, he could not help but reveal a disappointed look. Then, he reported to the mid-divine transformation realm burly man behind him. Reporting to Elder Luo, these two people are not on the jade slip. The man was surnamed Luo, and he was an elder of the Dark Crane clan. He was one of the 3 people in charge of annihilating the Lightwing clan this time. Is that so? Since that's the case, kill the man and keep the woman. The burly man surnamed Luo glanced at Ning Fan and the little demoness and waved his hand indifferently. He could tell that the little demoness was just a Gold Core Realm junior with just a glance. Her cultivation base was not worth mentioning. However, her appearance was quite good. She was a little skinny and could be kept as a human cauldron. Even though he could not see through Ning Fan's cultivation base, he did not think that Ning Fan would be very strong either. He just thought that Ning Fan had some kind of secret treasure that could conceal his cultivation base. He had already determined that the 2 of them who appeared in the White Father Demon Sea were members of the Lightwing clan. There was only one Divine Transformation Realm cultivator in the entire Lightwing clan and he had already died in the siege of the cultivators of the Dark Crane clan. If Ning Fan is a member of the Lightwing clan, he would certainly not be a powerful figure. Of course, he would not be worthy of the attention of a dignified elder like him. As soon as the burly man surnamed Luo gave the order, the experts of the Dark Crane clan immediately revealed killing intent in their eyes. 3 nascent soul realm cultivators immediately took out their magic treasures and attacked Ning Fan. The remaining nascent soul realm experts were in charge of guarding against Ning Fan. They were worried that Ning Fan might have something hidden up his sleeves and launch a counterattack. They were rather cautious. Even though there were no Divine Transformation Realm cultivators among the survivors of the Lightwing clan, there were still quite a number of nascent soul realm experts. The burly man surnamed Luo was confident in his high cultivation base and was not afraid of Ning Fan. Thus, they did not dare to be careless. Husband, save me. The little demoness looked at the 3 powerful magic treasures and pretended to be afraid. She held Ning Fan's arm tightly and rubbed her not-so-plump chest against Ning Fan's arm. Ning Fan felt a little speechless towards the little demoness. He did not know that he would need to disguise himself as the Tao companion of the little demoness in this trip to the demon world. As for these cultivators of the Dark Crane clan, Ning Fan already had the intention to kill them. Initially, he did not want to cause any trouble in the demon world. However, the other party came knocking on his door without saying anything and even used their killing moves. Thus, he naturally would not show any mercy. He raised his hand slightly and pointed a finger at them. Suddenly, 3 massive silver vortexes appeared in the sky. As soon as the silver vortexes appeared, they immediately engulfed the 3 nascent soul realm magic treasures and crushed them into pieces. All the Dark Crane clan cultivators present were taken aback. Even the burly man surnamed Luo opened his eyes slightly with a hint of surprise and sneered. I thought this kid was just a small fish. I didn't expect him to be a big fish. Kill him and bring his head back to the clan for the reward. Big fish? Haha, where's the big fish? The 2 of us would like to have a share of the credit. In the distance, another large group of cultivators rushed over and arrived in an instant. This time, there were dozens of nascent soul cultivators. The ones leading these cultivators were 2 late soul formation cultivators. One was wearing a green robe and the other was wearing a red robe. Behind these experts were hundreds of winged demon cultivators who were tied up by demon ropes. All of them were female and most of them were at the harmonious spirit or gold core realm. There was only one female nascent soul cultivator. Those women were all female cultivators that the Dark Crane clan cultivators had captured from the Light Feather clan. The men had long since been killed. Seeing that the other 2 principal elders wanted to share the credit, Master Luo was displeased, but he didn't dare to show it. His cultivation was not as good as the other two elders, so he had no choice but to tolerate it. Hee, this big fish belongs to this old man. All of you, retreat. The green-robed old man was determined to get the credit. His body flashed and he rushed towards Ningfan. His body was surrounded by the terrifying aura force of a late soul formation realm cultivator. His 10 fingers formed a hand seal and the shadow of a huge black crane appeared behind him. Demonic art, crane cry. As the old man's fingers moved like shadows, the black crane suddenly cried. Layers of silver sound waves immediately spread towards Ningfan and the little demoness. There were 5 layers of sound waves and each layer was stronger than the previous one. When the dark crane nascent soul cultivators saw the green-robed old man using this technique, they were immediately shocked. This is too scary. Elder Yuan has actually cultivated the crane cry technique of our dark crane clan to the level of 5 waves. That white feather cultivator is probably going to die without a burial place. He's just a mere white feather cultivator. How dare he hide his treasures and not offer all of them to our dark crane clan? He's really courting death. Husband, I am scared. The little demoness hugged Ningfan's arm tightly. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Ningfan did not say much. He pointed his left index finger at the sky again. Hundreds of huge silver vortexes suddenly appeared in the sky. At the moment when the vortexes appeared, the 5 layers of sound waves were all shattered. The shadow of the black crane was even shattered. The green-robed old man who used this technique was directly killed by the silver light that spread in all directions. Before he died, his eyes were filled with indescribable fear. As soon as the dark crane nascent soul cultivators were sucked into the vortexes, they were immediately minced into countless pieces of flesh. The spatial vortex technique could not only be used for sealing but also for killing. In just an instant, all 65 nascent soul realm experts sent by the Dark Crane clan were killed. At this moment, the burly man surnamed Luo's face turned pale with fright. No matter how foolish he was, he knew that he had offended someone he could not afford to offend this time. At this moment, Ningfan's chi was still concealed. However, the heavy and powerful aura force that the clan leader of the Dark Crane clan carried was incomparable too. He killed 65 nascent soul realm cultivators and a late divine transformation realm cultivator with a single finger. Besides, the burly man surnamed Luo could clearly see that it was just a casual attack from Ningfan. He did not use his full strength at all. The clan leader of the Dark Crane clan was a void pierce stage expert. In the Northern Demon Sea, he could be considered as an expert who had quite a reputation. However, in the eyes of the burly man surnamed Luo, Ningfan's current aura force was far superior to that of the clan leader of the Dark Crane clan. He inwardly guessed that Ningfan might be an old monster of the absolute void stage. I'm finished. I'm finished. I can't afford to offend an old monster of the absolute void stage. I must run. The burly man surnamed Luo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence without hesitation. Then, he turned around and fled. The other red-robed old man's face was also as pale as a sheet of paper at this moment. His heart was filled with regret. Why did I come here to snatch the credit? Not only did I not get the credit, I almost lost my life here. How could he still care about the hundreds of female cultivators of the Light Feather clan that he captured? He directly spat out blood essence continuously and fled for his life just like the burly man surnamed Luo. The female cultivators of the Light Feather clan who were captured were originally filled with despair. They knew that once they are brought back to the Dark Crane clan, they would certainly become their cauldrons. Unexpectedly, Ningfan appeared out of nowhere and completely defeated the cultivators of the Dark Crane clan with just a raise of his hand. His actions made those female cultivators look at him with their beautiful eyes. They knew that Ningfan must be a senior expert whose cultivation base was unimaginably high. Ningfan killing the group of Dark Crane clan cultivators was equivalent to saving them in another way. Of course, they were extremely grateful to him. Only the nascent soul realm female cultivator was looking at Ningfan with disbelief and a hint of surprise. She was wearing a white feather robe and there were a few white feathers on her head. Her appearance was rather beautiful. She was born with good senses. She could sense a trace of the chi of a winged demon from Ningfan's ability. She had seen the portraits of the ancestors of the past generations in the forbidden area of the clan. Ning Fan's appearance after he disguised himself was actually very similar to one of the portraits that ancestor had left the Light Feather clan thousands of years ago. He claimed that he was going to travel the world. In reality, he was expelled from the clan and there was no news of him since then. That ancestor's famous ability was a ray of fatal silver light. That ancestor's name was Bai Mu. However, that ancestor did not have a good reputation. He was proficient in dual cultivation techniques and had plucked the females of the clan many times. He was a lecherous person. This senior did not hesitate to offend the Dark Crane clan to save us. Could it be that he is ancestor Bai Mu? Now that he has returned, will he protect our Light Feather clan? Will he take back the star stone that our Light Feather clan has been guarding for generations? The eyes of the lady in the white feather robe were filled with hope. The burly man surnamed Luo and the red-robed elderly man ran in different directions. How could they escape from Ning Fan's grasp? Ning Fan's face was expressionless. He withdrew his arm from the little demoness's bosom and disappeared in a flash. At the next moment, two miserable shrieks suddenly resounded from afar. A moment later, Ning Fan returned to the ancient sword with a demon's soul in each of his hands. Soul search. Without any hesitation, he directly searched their souls and swallowed them in one gulp. From the memories of the burly man surnamed Luo and the red-robed elderly man, Ning Fan learned that they belonged to the Dark Crane clan in the northern demon sea of the demon world. He also found out the reason why the Dark Crane clan attacked the Light Feather clan. The leader of the Dark Crane clan coveted the precious treasure of the Light Feather clan and demanded it forcefully. That supreme treasure was called the Star Stone. It was a precious treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Light Feather clan. It contained endless star power. There were 10 star stones in total. The White Feather clan was afraid of the Black Crane clan's strength, so they offered 9 star stones and secretly kept one for themselves. This matter was later exposed, and the leader of the Black Crane clan was furious. He sent people to massacre the Light Feather clan and snatch the star stones. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and waved it. A stone that was as bright as a star appeared in his hand. When he sensed the vast star power within it, his brows twitched slightly. Interesting. I've just entered the demon realm and I've already picked up a treasure. The star power contained in this piece of star stone was enough for Ning Fan to condense 10 natal stars. Oh? It's actually a star stone. Hubby's luck is really good. You've just entered the demon world and you've already obtained a treasure. The little demoness was very immersed in her role. She was still acting as Ning Fan's Dao companion. Her gaze swept across the hundreds of white feather female cultivators in the distance. Then, she gave Ning Fan a meaningful smile. Congratulations, my husband. You even managed to get several hundred delicate human cauldrons in one go. You really have great luck with women. Ancient Chaos's successor had to cultivate the yin-yang transformation and was proficient in the plucking technique. She naturally knew this. The cultivation of these cauldrons is too low. It's useless to keep them. Ning Fan raised his hand and pointed at the sky. The demon chains that were binding the hundreds of female cultivators turned into ashes in an instant. All of you can leave now. Ning Fan said coldly to the female cultivators of the White Feather clan. He did not have the intention to help the White Feather clan. The reason why he killed the cultivators of the Black Crane clan was just because they provoked him. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan stepped on the ancient sword and was about to leave. He had obtained part of the map of the northern demon world from the cultivators of the Black Crane clan. The place he entered through the realm gate belonged to the northern demon sea. To be precise, it was the White Feather Sea area. The ancestors of the White Feather clan were once powerful and prosperous. The entire sea area was named after the White Feather clan. However, the White Feather clan had already declined a long time ago. It had become a sullen force that was bullied and humiliated by countless demon clans. There were a total of 146 demon seas in the northern demon sea. The place that the little demoness wanted Ning Fan to accompany her to was the Origin Sky Demon Sea. In order to travel from the White Feather Demon Sea to the Origin Sky Demon Sea, Ning Fan would need to cross more than 60 demon seas. Each of the demon seas was as huge as a high-grade cultivation country. With Ning Fan's speed on the ancient golden sword, it would take him at least a month to reach the Origin Sky Demon Sea. The demon world was much bigger than the rain world. Just the northern demon sea alone was 3 times the size of the rain world. Since the journey was still far away, Ning Fan naturally would not stay here for too long. As soon as she saw Ning Fan wanting to leave, the female cultivator in the feather robes panicked. She suddenly knelt down in the sky and begged. "Old ancestor Bai Mu, please don't abandon us. Don't abandon the White Feather clan." Old ancestor Bai Mu? Ning Fan was stunned. He stopped and did not know why the lady called him that. He secretly used the mind-reading technique and saw through the thoughts of the lady. Only then did he understand what was going on. It turned out that this lady mistook him for the old ancestor of the White Feather clan, Bai Mu, based on his current appearance, abilities, and the chi of a winged demon. Ning Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He would need an identity to enter the demon world. Along the way, the little demoness had already told him the purpose of this trip. If he wants to achieve that goal, the identity of Bai Mu would be quite useful. "I'm not Bai Mu. However, from now on, I can be Bai Mu." Ning Fan said something that the lady could not understand. Then, he reached out his hand and lifted her up from the ground. The woman was stunned at first. She did not understand what he meant. On second thought, Bai Mu was chased out of the clan back then. When he said, "I'm not Bai Mu," it was probably because he was still dissatisfied with Bai Yu. However, Senior Whitewood was still a member of the Lightwing clan, and he couldn't bear to see his clan being bullied and humiliated, so he returned and forcefully intervened. "Yes, that must be it. Patriarch Bai Mu, please annihilate the Dark Crane clan and take back the Star Stones to avenge the dead Lightwing clan members." The woman in the feathered robe's eyes reddened instantly. Almost all of the Lightwing clan's 10,000 members had perished in this battle, and only a few hundred of them were left. Fortunately, old ancestor Bai Mu had returned, and the White Feather clan would not perish. "Let's talk about revenge later. I still have some matters to attend to, so I need to head to the Origin Sky Demon Sea. You guys can come along." With a flick of his sleeve, hundreds of delicate female cultivators with white feathers were immediately carried up the ancient golden sword by the breeze. The ancient sword was huge enough for 1,000 people to stand on. Seeing that Ning Fan had something important to attend to and did not intend to stand up for the Lightwing clan immediately, the woman in the feathered robe was slightly disappointed. However, she naturally did not dare to complain. From her point of view, old ancestor Bai Mu was already very grateful that he was willing to let go of their past grudges and save them. Currently, the dragon fishing meet was being held in the Origin Palace of the Origin Sky Demon Sea. Perhaps old ancestor Bai Mu was eager to participate in this event. With that in mind, the woman in the feathered robe no longer said anything. She just stood there respectfully with a submissive expression on her face. The other female cultivators of the White Feather clan were shocked. Their mouths were wide open and they were so shocked that they could not close them. This white-robed senior is old ancestor Bai Mu who was expelled from the clan in the past. Silver Sparrow Bai Mu. Ah. Rumor has it that old ancestor Bai Mu is lustful. He would even lay his hands on the members of his clan. Would he? Would he do something to us? Shut up. Old ancestor Bai Mu saved us and gave us a new lease of life. It's perfectly reasonable for him to take us as his cauldrons. Don't talk nonsense. Old ancestor Bai Mu is very powerful. We can't criticize him. Silver Sparrow Bai Mu. The name Silver Spear was certainly not a good title. It was more like a spear than a silver spear. Of course, Ning Fan did not know that the fake identity he had chosen had an extremely bad reputation. He was despised by most of the senior female cultivators in the demon world. He also did not know that the clan leader of the Black Crane clan was currently in a thunderous rage. Half a day later, in the Black Crane clan of the White Feather Demon Sea on the Black Crane continent. In a black palace, a muscular middle-aged man looked at the 68 broken life plates and flew into a rage. 3 Divine Transformation Realm Elders and 65 Nascent Soul Realm Cultivators were killed just to kill a small member of the White Feather clan. Who can tell me what exactly is going on? The middle-aged man was enraged. Clan leader, I received news that a white-robed old monster called himself Bai Mu has already passed through the sea-sealing formation of the White Feather Demon Sea. He is riding on an ancient golden sword and there are hundreds of female cultivators of the White Feather clan on the sword. In my opinion, this Bai Mu is most likely related to the death of the three elders. What? What did you say? Say it again. You said that person called himself Bai Mu? The middle-aged man's expression became even more furious. In the end, he laughed out of anger. Bai Mu. Bai Mu. Bai Mu. I didn't expect you to still be alive after 4,000 years. In the past, when you were chased out of the White Feather clan, I personally dealt a heavy blow to you. Although a trace of your demon soul managed to escape, it should have been erased by me using a secret technique. It seems like I didn't manage to kill you back then. Since you're back now, why can't I kill you again? It seemed like this middle-aged man had an irreconcilable grudge against Bai Mu. It was unknown if Bai Mu had harmed his wife and daughter before. Anyway, Ning Fan was already implicated. After that, Bai Mu left the sea-sealing Grand Formation of the White Feather Demon Sea. Where did he go? The middle-aged man asked again. He went to the Red Fang Demon Sea. Then, he went through the Flying Flame Demon Sea and the Poisonous Dragon Demon Sea. I know. He's going to the Origin Sky Demon Sea to participate in the Dragon Fishing Convention. The middle-aged man sneered. He began to think about how many helpers he should get this time to go to the Origin Sky Demon Sea to kill Ning Fan. Since it's the Dragon Fishing Convention, I can also participate in it. To be continued. After passing through several sea regions, Ning Fan kept the ancient golden sword and used his void teleportation technique. Then, he flew at full speed towards the Origin Sky Demon Sea. After breaking through to the void fragmentation realm, Ning Fan's movement speed should have improved the most. His magic power had already reached 78,000 yuanhui. When he flew at full speed, his speed was not any slower than a cultivator at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The void wind carried the little demoness and hundreds of white feather female cultivators along the way. Naturally, Ning Fan's was the only one who had a hard time. If he were to use the ancient sword to escape, he would be able to study the spatial vortex technique on the sword. However, when using teleportation techniques to escape, one could not be distracted. Ning Fan had no choice but to use teleportation in order to reach the primordial Sky Demon Sea as soon as possible. The appearance-changing pill he had consumed could only last for a month. The ancient sword was too slow, and it would take a month to reach the Origin Sky Demonic Sea. At that time, once the effects of the drug wore off, it would be easy to expose his identity. Ning Fan would need at most half a month to arrive at the Origin Sky Demon Sea. However, because of this, his flying speed was astonishing and it inevitably attracted the attention of the void fragmentation realm cultivators along the way. Naturally, the low-grade cultivators would not be able to detect Ning Fan's movement light, which he had deliberately concealed. This void fragmentation realm fellow Taoist speed is really impressive. Who is this person? He seems a little unfamiliar. Most of the void fragmentation realm cultivators that they met along the way had the same thought. The demon world was different from the rain world. There were a lot of void fragmentation realm cultivators there. There were at least several hundred of them. It was very normal for void fragmentation realm cultivators to not know each other. His goal in entering the demon world this time was the Tianyuan continent, where the origin palace of the primordial Sky Demon Sea was located. There were 10 sovereigns in the demon world. In the past, Crown Prince Chu Shun, whom Ning Fan met in the 9 divisions of the Lu clan, belonged to the Chu Hall. Demon Sovereign Chu Dian was known as Sovereign Chu. His cultivation base was at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was not the strongest among the 10 sovereigns. The strongest demon emperor in the demon realm was the ape emperor of the stone ape race. This demon king had cultivated his body to the 7th sky of Nirvana realm. He had once defeated a demon king who had broken the 7th sky of demon realm with one punch. The current primitive sovereign of the origin palace was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, no one in the entire demon realm dared to look down on Yuan Palace because the previous Yuan Emperor was still alive. The old Yuan Emperor was a loose demon, one of the 3 great loose demons guarding the demon realm. With the old Yuan Emperor around, few people dared to provoke the Yuan Palace. The reason why Ning Fan was so cautious in the demon world was because the overall strength of the demon world was much stronger than the rain world. If he caused a huge disaster, he might not be able to escape from the demon realm unscathed even with the scattered devil. The purpose of entering the monster realm was to participate in the dragon fishing convention that was held once every 1,000 years by the Yuan Palace. The little demoness only said that it was very important to participate in this meeting as it was related to the success or failure of obtaining the map. However, she didn't tell Ning fans the specifics. Hee. When we reach the Tianyuan continent and meet Hidaozi, my husband, you will naturally know everything. The little demoness purposely kept him in suspense. She called him husband again and again in a very smooth manner. Ning Fan secretly used the mind-reading technique to pry into the thoughts of the little demoness, but all he could see was nothingness. The void scripture that the little demon girl cultivated was extremely powerful. It was a cultivation technique that was not weaker than the yin-yang transformation. This lady hid her heart in the void. Ning Fan could not find out any of her secrets at all. Along the way, the little demoness cultivation base fell lower and lower. Eventually, it fell to the early harmonious spirit realm. She begged Ning Fan to protect her with a pitiful look. However, Ning Fan knew that she was just joking. She had a way to protect herself. The female cultivators of the Light Feather clan, on the other hand, were very quiet. There were a total of 532 of them. However, none of them dared to act rashly in front of Ning Fan. The nascent soul realm female cultivator in feather robes was called Huayu. Her cultivation base was at the peak of the early nascent soul realm and she was very close to breaking through to the mid-nascent soul realm. Along the way, Ning Fan would occasionally give her a few pointers. He also played the role of Bai Mu very well. She was not far away from the mid-nascent soul realm. Even though she was still respectful towards Ning Fan, she was no longer as afraid of him as she was in the beginning. Half a month later, Ning Fan arrived at the Origin Sky Demon Sea. The Golden Sea was boundless. In the sky above the sea, there was a golden continent that also had no end. When they arrived, Ning Fan could not help but change into the ancient golden sword to avoid attracting too much attention. As the dragon fishing convention approached, beams of light could be seen flying into the Tianyuan continent. When Ning Fan stepped on the ancient golden sword and brought a group of several hundred ladies to the coast of the Tianyuan continent, a few nascent soul realm demon envoys of the Origin Palace immediately came to welcome them. Senior, may I ask if you're here for the dragon fishing convention? The nascent soul realm demon envoys asked respectfully. Even though they did not know Ning Fan's exact cultivation base, judging from the traveling light of the ancient sword, Ning Fan was at least a void refinement realm old monster. Thus, they naturally did not dare to be careless. That's right. I'm here for the dragon fishing convention. Ning Fan said with a smile. Seeing Ning Fan's friendly attitude, the few demon envoys of the Palace of Origin could not help but feel flattered. Although the Palace of Origin was strong, they were only the demon messengers of the Palace of Origin and their positions were low. He naturally felt very honored to be treated politely by a void refinement realm old monster. The leader looked at the harmonious spirit demoness next to Ning Fan's, then looked at the 500+ beauties on the ancient sword and asked in surprise. Senior, these people are, what do you think? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Please forgive me, Senior. This junior made a slip of the tongue. The demon envoy secretly scolded himself for speaking too fast. I really asked a stupid question. Since these hundreds of women are following this senior, they are most likely his wives, concubines, and human cauldrons. It was really normal for a void refinement realm old monster to have hundreds of human cauldrons and concubines. There was nothing to ask about it. The demon envoy calmed down a little and asked respectfully again. May I know Senior's name and which demon clan do you come from? White Feather Clan, Bai Mu. What? There's actually someone like Senior in the White Feather Clan? The demon envoy was greatly surprised. He had heard of the White Feather Clan in the White Feather Sea region. It was said that this clan had already declined a long time ago. The entire clan only had an early divine transformation realm expert. He did not expect that such a declining demon clan would actually have a void refinement realm expert. He really cannot be underestimated. Is there a problem? No, there isn't any problem. This is Senior's token to travel to the Heaven Origin realm. Please keep it well. This jade slip contains some information about the dragon fishing convention. I hope it will be useful to Senior. The demon envoy took out a blue jade token and a jade slip and passed them to Ning Fan. The color of the blue jade was gentle. It was somewhat similar to the blue bridge jade that Ning Fan was wearing. These demon envoys were responsible for receiving cultivators above the deity transformation realm at the Tianyuan coast. If he met a deity transformation stage cultivator, he would be given an azure jade badge. If he is a void refinement realm expert, he will be given a blue-colored jade badge. If he is a void fragmentation realm expert, he will be given a purple jade token. Those with different colored tokens would enjoy different treatments. There were many areas in the Tianyuan continent where cultivators below the soul formation stage were not allowed to enter. There were also some places where even soul formation cultivators were not allowed to enter. For example, Tianyuan City, where the dragon fishing convention was being held, could only be entered by those with blue tokens or above. Normal soul formation cultivators could only watch the dragon fishing feast from the high platform outside of the Heaven Origin City. Of course, those who were traveling with Void Refinement Realm old monsters would naturally be able to enter Tianyuan City. As for the Jade Slip, it contained a lot of information about the dragon fishing convention. Ning Fan tied the blue jade token to his waist and scanned the Jade Slip with his spirit sense. After a long while, he kept the Jade Slip and nodded at the few demon envoys. Then, he stepped on the ancient golden sword and flew towards the central region of the Tianyuan continent. Farewell, Senior. We'll help Senior to sit firmly on the fishing platform in this convention and fill the basin with dragon balls. The few demon envoys said respectfully. Dragon balls, huh? Is this why you invited me to the dragon fishing convention? Ning Fan shifted his gaze to the little demoness behind him. My husband is really smart. I can't hide anything from you. However, why don't you guess what grade of dragon ball I'm going to ask you to fish for? The little demoness smiled sweetly. Those who did not know her would think that she was an obedient girl. In Tianyuan City, there was a massive dragon fishing pond. The dragon souls of demonic dragons were kept in the pond. The cultivators of the Origin Palace would often use secret techniques to collect the souls of demonic beasts of the dragon clan and place them in the pond. Every 1,000 years, the Origin Palace would hold a dragon fishing convention and invite cultivators to participate in it to fight for the quota to fish for dragon souls. Each time, only 500 people would participate in the dragon fishing convention and they would need to compete for the quota to fish for dragon souls. As for the dragon souls, they were divided into 9 grades. The first grade dragon soul was the best while the 9th grade was the worst. The dragon souls that were fished up belonged to the individual who fished them. Consuming them could increase one's cultivation base by a lot. To Void Refinement Realm cultivators, a 9th grade dragon soul was enough to increase their magic power by 2,000 units. An 8th grade dragon soul could increase their magic power by 3,000 units. A 1st grade dragon soul could increase their magic power by 10,000 units. The body of a 1st grade dragon soul would have a certain chance to form a dragon ball. The dragon ball was further divided into 9 grades. A 9th grade dragon ball contained 1,000 units of magic power. An 8th grade dragon ball contained 2,000 units of magic power. As for a 1st grade dragon ball, it contained 10,000 units of magic power. It was extremely rare. Those who could fish up a 1st grade dragon soul were mostly people with incredible luck. Those who fished up a 1st grade dragon soul with a dragon ball in their body would naturally have heaven-defying luck. Those who could fish up a 1st grade dragon ball were rare. Moreover, there were 2 types of dragon balls that were even rarer than the 1st grade dragon balls. Yin Pearl and Yang Pearl. A Yin Pearl and Yang Pearl contained 50,000 units of magic power and the power of Yin and Yang. After consuming it, one's cultivation base would skyrocket. As for treasure refinement, it had many magical effects. Don't tell me you want me to fish up the Yin Yang Dragon Ball. Ning Fan asked. My husband is really smart. The little demoness gave Ning Fan a flying kiss. Those who didn't know her would definitely think that she was Ning Fan's Dao companion. Do you think my luck is enough to fish up such a rare treasure? Ning Fan was speechless. He secretly guessed that the reason why the little demoness went through so much trouble to invite him to the demon world was because of his luck. But on second thought, even though his luck was purple, it looked black on the surface. Even the mysterious old man who schemed against him couldn't see that his luck was purple, so how could the little demoness see through it? Hee, even though your luck is black, I have endless confidence in you. I just feel that you can fish up the Yin Yang Dragon Ball. No matter what, you are the inheritor of ancient chaos, aren't you? You know, your meridians and veins have been cleansed by the Yin Yang transformation. It is a great tonic for the dragon soul that contains the Yin Yang Dragon Ball. You are the bait that I have my eyes on. The little demoness smiled evilly. Ning Fan was speechless. It turned out that the little demoness wasn't interested in his luck, but his cultivation method. The little demoness wanted to use him as bait to fish up the Yin Yang Dragon Ball. What's the purpose of taking the Yin Yang Dragon Ball? Ning Fan snappily smiled. In the immortal Burning Valley, there is a dangerous trial that requires the power of Yin and Yang to pass through. If you can really fish up the Yin Yang Dragon Ball, with the grade of your cultivation method and the power of the 2 Dragon Balls, you will be able to pass through that trial steadily. If you really can't fish up the Yin Yang Dragon Ball, this trial will be very dangerous when you obtain the map in the future. Even I might die in that trial. The little demoness revealed a serious expression. Is this Yin Yang Dragon Ball that important? Fine, I will let you use it as bait. My husband is the best. I know you are the best. The little demoness smiled so much that her long eyelashes curved. This conversation was naturally conducted through telepathy, so the white feather cultivator couldn't hear it. While they were talking, the ancient golden sword had already moved forward, passing through countless cultivation cities, and Tianyuan City could be seen from afar. Along the way, there were many demon messengers from Origin Palace who were checking on them. But when they saw the blue jade token on Ning Fan's waist, all of them showed a respectful expression and dared not neglect it. Tianyuan City was huge. It was a cultivation city, but it occupied the area of a mid-ranked cultivation country. The sky above the city was filled with cultivators' traveling lights, making it look very prosperous. On both sides of the long street, there were cultivators' shops that emitted the aura of treasures. As they neared Tianyuan City, the little demoness flicked her finger and sent a messenger flying sword into the city. Ning Fan landed on the golden sword light and waited outside the city because the little demoness said that she wanted him to meet a few people before entering the city. Although she was only a harmonious spirit cultivator, she could do things that harmonious spirit cultivators couldn't. Ning Fan was slightly surprised, but he felt that everything was reasonable. Not long after the little demoness sent out the messenger flying sword, for void fragmentation realm traveling light shot out from Tianyuan City, shocking many cultivators. Look! That purplish-black void fragmentation realm traveling light must be the 6th prince of the rain world, Senior Yun Yumuyun. Some cultivators of Tianyuan City recognized one of the traveling lights. Could it be the famous Senior Xuanhua of the fire world who is in that fiery red traveling light? That sword traveling light must be the sword world Senior Gong Yangzi, the sword demon. Eh? Who is the last traveling light? I don't know him. I heard that the senior surname is he. He is at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He is very powerful, but I wonder which world he is from. The 4 traveling lights shot out of Tianyuan City and landed not far away from Ning Fan and the others. The 4 of them had been in Tianyuan City for a long time and they did not conceal their cultivation base. Many people knew who they were. When the 4 void fragmentation realm experts left the city together, it naturally attracted the attention of many cultivators. However, some of them realized that the 4 void fragmentation realm experts actually met Ning Fan when they left the city. All of them became very curious about Ning Fan's identity. Who is that white-robed young man? Since he is wearing a blue jade pendant, he should be a void refinement realm senior. What does he have that makes 4 void fragmentation realm old monsters come out of the city to meet him? The cultivators in Tianyuan City, however, did not know that the 4 void fragmentation realm experts were in a hurry to leave the city just to welcome the little demoness. Unfortunately, the little demoness was just at the harmonious spirit realm right now. Thus, she would not attract any attention at all. Ning Fan felt a slight headache. He glared at the little demoness fiercely. Originally, he wanted to enter the city in a low-profile manner. However, the little demoness sound-transmitting flying sword made it known to everyone. I'm afraid that in less than a day, the name of Baimu of the Light Feather clan will spread throughout Tianyuan City. Putting away his thoughts, Ning Fan glanced at the 4 people in front of him. When he saw Yun Yomu, the latter was slightly surprised. He felt that Ning Fan gave him a strange sense of familiarity. However, because Ning Fan had consumed the appearance-changing pill, Yun Yomu did not recognize him. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the elderly fire cultivator and the middle-aged sword cultivator. The elderly fire cultivator was as skinny as a match. However, his eyes were bright and full of vigor. His cultivation base was at the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The middle-aged sword cultivator had an evil look on his face. His smile was a little sinister. His cultivation base was also at the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The last person had a cultivation base at the fifth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was a young man in green robes who looked as gentle as jade. He stood at the front while Yun Yomu and the other two void fragmentation realm experts stood behind him. He seemed to be the leader of this trip. I'm Xianxia. These three fellow Taoists are fellow Taoist Gong Yanzi of the Sword World, fellow Taoist Xianxia of the Fire World and fellow Taoist Yun Yomu of the Rain World. These three people are the helpers that I've found. Did Miss Xiao find a few helpers? The young man in green robes introduced them to the little demoness. His eyes were filled with a hint of passion when he looked at her. It seemed like this person had some admiration for the little demoness. As for helpers, I already have 3 candidates in mind. I've also successfully convinced 2 of them. As for the last one, I haven't gotten the consent of her husband, so I don't dare to make a decision on my own. The little demoness said indifferently to the young man in green robes. Her tone was a little distant. The young man in green robes was already used to the little demoness' distant tone. He did not mind it and said with a smile. Hee. I didn't expect that Miss Xiao has yet to find 3 helpers. However, you don't have to worry. If you really can't find enough helpers, I still have a few candidates for you to consider. There's no need for that. I like to find my own people. You don't have to worry about me, Hidozi. Oh right. Xianxia, I want the 2 items in your hands. Oh? What do you want, Miss Xiao? Just tell me. I will certainly give it to you. The young man in green robes looked delighted. It was the first time the little demoness called him by his name. Compared to the way Hidozi addressed him, it was much more pleasing to the ear. I heard that you have a piece of green astral gold and a piece of profound yellow crystal. I want them. Green astral gold? Profound yellow crystal? The young man in green robes showed a pained expression. His name was Xianxia. He was the Tao child of the Eastern Heaven Immortal World's Jade Tao sect. The Jade Tao sect was not a small power in the eastern sky. It had a true immortal overseeing it. However, compared to the godly void pavilion behind the little demoness, it was naturally a lot worse. He had the heart to pursue the little demoness. 30% of it was because of her beauty and 70% of it was because of the power behind her. He kept the green astral gold and the profound yellow crystal in order to refine a flying magical treasure. These 2 items were considered very precious to him. He had never been willing to give these items to others. However, at this moment, in order to please the little demoness, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. He patted his storage pouch and took out 2 tightly sealed jade boxes. Xianxia smiled and respectfully handed the 2 jade boxes to the little demoness. It's just a small gift. If Miss Xiao needs it, you can take it. Xianxia purposely made a generous gesture. The little demoness took the jade boxes with an evil smile on her face. Then, she directly stuffed the jade boxes into Ning Fan's bosom. Husband, I have helped you get the things I promised you. You have to keep them well. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly darkened as he held the 2 jade boxes. Ning Fan was still thinking why the little demoness was willing to help him ask for these 2 extremely precious treasures. Now, Ning Fan understood. He was tricked by this 2-faced woman. He obtained the green astral gold and the profound yellow crystal, but for no reason, he gained a great enemy. Who is he? Xianxia's handsome face that was as gentle as jade was now filled with a gloomy expression. He took out the precious treasures to please the little demoness, but the little demoness gave them to another man. Moreover, the little demoness called that man husband. Xianxia, who had always been shrewd, finally calmed down at this moment. He is my big brother Fan. He is one of the 2 helpers I found. The little demoness gave Ning Fan an evil smile. She never helped him for free. She helped him get 2 spiritual materials, but she also wanted to cause some trouble for him. As for why she wanted to torment him, she did not know. She only thought that torturing him was very fun. In this world, only Ning Fan could make her interested in torturing a man. He is your helper? With his void refinement realm cultivation, what can he do? Xianxia's eyes swept across the blue jade on Ning Fan's waist and revealed a slight disdain. After taking the appearance-changing Dan, Ning Fan's breath began to become erratic, making it hard for others to see through him. He can please me. I like him. The little demoness smiled evilly, successfully igniting Xianxia's jealousy. Very well, it seems like this trip to Heaven Primordial will be fun. Unfortunately, even the little demoness herself did not realize that the words like were not entirely fake. Ning Fan's expression gradually calmed down. Looking at the little demoness' evil smile, he felt a headache. He should have known that this woman was a demoness. Although he knew that he was played by the little demoness, he could not return the green astral gold and the profound yellow crystal to Xianxia. In any case, the hostility had already been planted. Even if he returned the 2 items, Xianxia would only look down on him. It would not change anything. I am Bai Mu from the Light Feather clan of the demon world. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Ning Fan kept the 2 jade boxes into his storage pouch and cupped his fists at Xianxia and the other 3. Then, he led the 500+ female cultivators of the Light Feather clan into the city. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. No one could find fault with him. He was not afraid of Xianxia, but he was also too lazy to provoke him on purpose. Before he left, he gave Yunyomu a deep look. He thought to himself, so this Yunyomu is Xianxia's helper. He wants to help Xianxia find the immemorial fisherman's straw painting. The test in the past was very strange. Now, it seems like it was nothing more than that. Seeing that Ning Fan had left, the little demoness suddenly felt a little anxious. For the first time, she was worried if Ning Fan would be angry after she schemed against him. For a moment, she did not even give it a second thought and chased after Ning Fan. She eagerly followed behind Ning Fan and tried to please him by calling him husband, husband. Ning Fan felt a headache. He felt that this little demoness was even more annoying. He was just a little displeased when he realized that he was schemed against. However, because he was familiar with her personality, he knew that she did not have any evil intentions towards him. Thus, he let it go. I'll just take it as being bullied by this demoness. There are really not many women in this world who can bully me. Seeing Ning Fan turn around and leave, Xianxia's eyes turned solemn and he gradually suppressed the anger in his heart. Just now, he was just angry and that was why he lost his composure. Now that he had regained his composure, the way he looked at Ning Fan was naturally a little different. This young man doesn't seem to be an ordinary void refinement realm cultivator. No ordinary void refinement realm cultivator can remain calm in front of me. This young man might have some abilities, but it's still not enough to snatch a woman from me. If I can gain that woman's favor, I will naturally be able to stand out among the 3 great Taoists of the sect and inherit the Jade Tao sect. No matter what, I can't give that woman to anyone else. Bai Mu, huh? He Xianxia turned his head and stared coldly at Gong Yangzi. Then, he ordered in a deep voice. Investigate this man's background within 3 days. I really want to see what kind of ability this person has to be able to make that arrogant woman favor him so much. To be continued. When Ning Fan and his group entered Tianyuan City, countless old monsters' gazes swept across Ning Fan's body in the dark. It made Ning Fan feel helpless. It was hard for him to keep a low profile because of the little demoness prank. Now that he was being watched by countless experts of the demon world, he needed to be careful with his words and actions. If his identity as the divine sovereign of the rain world was exposed, there would certainly be a lot of trouble. It was a taboo for a sovereign of a world to sneak into another world. My dear husband, don't be angry. It's my fault for causing you trouble. I promise that if Xianxia comes looking for trouble, I will certainly help you drive him away, okay? The little demoness begged him with all kinds of soft words. She was having fun playing the role of a Tao companion. There's no need. You helped me once and I still owe you a favor. Ning Fan shook his head and sighed. Money could be owed, but a favor should never be owed, especially a favor from the little demoness. Huayu and the other female cultivators of the Light Feather clan followed behind Ning Fan respectfully. Each of their eyes were filled with shock. He Xiao's words were shielded by his magical power, so they could not hear it clearly. However, the fact that 4 void fragmentation experts specially went out of the city to meet Ning Fan shocked all of them. Old Ancestor Bai Mu has such a great reputation. He has just arrived in Tianyuan City and he already sent 4 void fragmentation old monsters to welcome him personally. Our Light Feather clan has been in decline for a long time. Void fragmentation old monsters are unreachable existences to our clan. It's really unbelievable that Old Ancestor Bai Mu is acquainted with those old monsters. Old Ancestor Bai Mu is really an incredible person. Just half a month ago, these female cultivators of the Light Feather clan were still afraid of Ning Fan's evil reputation. But at this moment, each of them was filled with admiration for Ning Fan. The female cultivators of the demon race always admired the strong. In their eyes, Ning Fan, who was acquainted with 4 void fragmentation experts, was naturally an expert who hid his strength very deeply. Huayu would like to ask what realm Old Ancestor's cultivation base has reached. Huayu asked carefully. Even though she was convinced that Ning Fan was a void refinement cultivator, she still did not know what realm he was at. Rumor had it that when Old Ancestor Bai Mu was expelled from the Light Feather clan, he was already at the void glimpse stage. Wen Su. With the help of the medicinal power of the appearance-changing pill, he purposely released a trace of void inquiry stage aura force at the right time. Under this aura, the painted feather demon infant could not help but tremble, but her pretty face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Ning Fan's cultivation base was beyond her expectation. However, some of the old monsters who were secretly observing Ning Fan withdrew their spirit sense and muttered to themselves disapprovingly. This young man is just at the void inquiry stage, huh? Even though he is acquainted with 4 void fragmentation realm experts, there's nothing to be afraid of. Those who could enter Tianyuan City were all old monsters above the void refinement realm. There were at least several thousand void refinement realm experts participating in the dragon fishing convention. Even dozens of void fragmentation realm old monsters had come. Several of the 10 sovereigns of the demon realm would also be spectating this event. In such a grand scene, if Ning Fan only had a void inquiry stage cultivation base, he naturally would not be worthy of the attention of those old monsters with profound cultivation bases. The information of every old monster that entered the Tianyuan continent would be collected by the demon messengers of the Palace of Yuan and sent back to Tianyuan City. Gradually, some of them obtained Ning Fan's information from the Palace of Origin. As soon as they found out that Ning Fan was actually from the White Feather clan, the number of people paying attention to him became even lesser. The White Feather clan was only an inferior demon clan and wasn't worth mentioning at all. Ning Fan was just a void inquiry stage cultivator and he did not have a strong background. Most likely, he would not get any amazing results in the dragon fishing meeting this time. It was also unknown whether or not he could get a place to participate in the meeting. There were also some old monsters who had heard of Bai Mu from the Light Wing clan thousands of years ago. Whitewood of the Light Feather clan. He's Whitewood. That thief. There were a few void refinement realm old monsters in the city whose wives and daughters were once harmed by Bai Mu. As soon as he heard Ning Fan's name, he naturally vented his anger on him. There were also some who had no grudges with Bai Mu. Initially, they wanted to befriend Ning Fan, but after hearing that Ning Fan was Bai Mu, they gave up on the idea. It couldn't be helped. Bai Mu was notorious for being lecherous and shameless. He wouldn't even let his friend's wife go. But his methods and strength were ordinary. Even some fiendish Dao cultivators kept their distance from Bai Mu. Gradually, no one paid attention to Ning Fan anymore. Even if there were people who occasionally paid attention to him, they would either look at him with disdain or hostility. Ning Fan did not know how much disdain and hostility Bai Mu's notoriety had brought him. Even if he knew, he would not care. The reason why he purposely released his void inquiry stage chi was to reduce trouble and not attract too much attention. Inside Tianyuan City, there were countless temporary palaces for void refinement realm old monsters to rest. With the blue jade token, Ning Fan found a palace that was built beside the demon river. With the token, he directly moved in and settled the group of female cultivators of the Light Feather clan there. Ning Fan sat alone in the room, looking out of the window while holding a cup of freshly brewed spiritual tea and sipping it. On the pale golden Demon River, one or two pleasure boats would occasionally pass by. In each boat, there were many beautiful virgin cultivators. Most of them were at the harmonious spirit realm or gold core realm. They were singing and dancing gracefully. They were the female cauldrons that the Palace of Origin prepared for the old monsters who entered the city. If any of the old monsters fancied a woman, they could directly take her away and enjoy themselves to the fullest. Ning Fan frowned slightly. He put down the spiritual tea, flicked his sleeves and closed the window, no longer watching those women singing and dancing. In the current cultivation world, the weak could not choose their own fate while the strong could control everything. Ning Fan did not like such an atmosphere in the cultivation world, but he could not change anything. "Husband, if you like any woman, just tell me. I will bring her back for you to enjoy." The little demoness appeared in Ning Fan's room out of nowhere. She looked at Ning Fan with a smile. "There's no need." "Oh? As the successor of ancient chaos, it's really strange that you don't like beauties." The little demoness sat beside Ning Fan and casually took Ning Fan's teacup and took a sip. Immediately, a faint rouge mark was left on the edge of the cup. Then, she licked her lips ambiguously and giggled. "Hee hee. It's not a good tea. But this is the one that you have drunk before. If I drink it again, it will have a different taste." The lady's appearance could be said to be peerless. Her bright eyes that were like black gemstones were like a mysterious void, making people unable to see through her real thoughts. "You are not resting in your room but came to find me. What's the matter?" Ning Fan did not believe that the little demoness came to talk about love with him. "I came here to ask husband, do you have the ambition to ascend to the Eastern Heaven? You want to recruit me on behalf of the Godly Void Pavilion and grant me an ascension quota to ascend to the Eastern Heaven?" Ning Fan's eyes slightly froze. This was the second ascension quota he received. Bei Xiaoman gave him one and now, the little demoness also wanted to give him one. If a cultivator broke through the immortal realm, they could ascend. If they relied on their own strength to ascend, they would naturally face many dangers. With the ascension quota, even a spirit-severing cultivator could ascend to the four heavens without any harm. But if they accepted the ascension quota, they would have to join the faction that granted them the quota after ascension. Thus, whether or not to accept the quota needed to be carefully considered. "If I recruit you on behalf of the Godly Void Pavilion, will you go?" "I will consider it, but I might not go." "What if I use the third condition to force you to go?" The little demoness smiled slyly. "I will go," Ning Fan said indifferently. "Hee hee, look at your reluctant face. I won't force you. With your cultivation base, it's very easy for you to break through the immortal realm and ascend on your own. You still owe me the third condition. I won't use it casually. I'll keep it for now. Perhaps it will be useful in the future." The little demoness smiled evilly and continued. "The matter of ascension is over. Let's talk about the fishing rod. In 5 days, Tianyuan City will hold a competition to decide the 500 participants of the Dragon Fishing Convention. With your cultivation base, it's easy for you to obtain the quota. But if you want to catch a demonic dragon, you will first need a purple-grade fishing rod, a fishing rod that can catch yin and yang dragons. A demonic dragon with a yin pearl was a yin dragon, while a demonic dragon with a yang pearl was a yang dragon. To participate in the Dragon Fishing Convention, one would need to hold a fishing rod magical treasure specially made by the Primordial Palace in order to catch a dragon soul. Ordinary grade fishing rod magical treasures were sold everywhere in Tianyuan City. However, if one wants to catch a dragon soul of the 3rd grade and above, one would need a specially made purple grade fishing rod that could withstand the impact of a 3rd grade dragon soul. Ning Fan came to Tianyuan City late. All the purple grade fishing rods in the city had already been bought by countless old monsters. If he wants to buy a purple grade fishing rod, he would have to order one at the last minute. Purple grade fishing rods were very expensive. They needed to be mixed with many rare spiritual ores. However, it didn't take much time to make them. They could be made in 3 to 5 days. It wouldn't be too late for Ning Fan to order a purple grade fishing rod now. "Husband, quickly go to the weapon refinement workshop in the city to order a purple grade fishing rod." Nowadays, there are many old monsters who order purple-grade fishing rods in the city. However, the number of weapon refinement masters is limited. If you're late, you won't be able to order a purple-grade fishing rod and you won't be able to fish the Yinyang Dragon Pearl. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. Along the way, the little demoness did not mention anything about ordering a fishing rod at all. She only mentioned it now. It was definitely intentional. Ning Fan originally planned to use the green astral gold and profound yellow crystal to repair the ancient golden sword after resting for a while. Now, it seemed like he had to deal with the fishing rod first. There are a total of 11 weapon refinement workshops in the Jade Slips. All of them have the ability to refine purple-grade fishing rods. You can go and take a look. By the way, purple-grade fishing rods are very expensive. If it's specially ordered, the price is usually 30% higher. If you don't have enough money, you can borrow it from me. Hee. You and I are husband and wife. If you ask, I will lend you any amount of money. However, if that's the case, you'll owe me another favor. The little demoness passed a Jade Slips to Ning Fan smilingly. Ning Fan scanned the contents of the Jade Slips with his spirit sense and kept it into his storage pouch. He rubbed his temples, which gave him a headache. Without saying anything, he left the palace. He would not borrow money from the little demoness. He could afford a mere fishing rod. As soon as he got out of the palace, Ning Fan restricted his traveling light to the Void Inquiry stage and flew towards the weapon refinement workshops. There were only 11 weapon refinement workshops that could refine purple-grade fishing rods. Ning Fan visited 10 weapon refinement workshops in a row, but none of them could order a purple-grade fishing rod. Each weapon refinement workshop only had 6 to 7 weapon refinement masters who could refine purple-grade fishing rods. Since Ning Fan came too late, countless old monsters had already come to order one. If Ning Fan wants to order a purple-grade fishing rod before the dragon fishing meet, he could forget about it. Am I late? Fine. Let's go to the last one. If I really can't order a purple-grade fishing rod, I'll just snatch one. What's so difficult about that? Ning Fan made up his mind. His traveling light flashed and he flew towards the 11th weapon refinement workshop. The last weapon refinement workshop was called Upper Nine Pavilions. It was one of the 3 largest weapon refinement workshops in Tianyuan City. The horizontal board of the weapon refinement workshop was written with golden lacquer. The handwriting was sloppy and there seemed to be a sense of waning interest hidden between the lines. Outside the Upper 9 pavilions, there was a large group of cultivators. Most of them were nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators. Seeing Ning Fan's traveling light descending, all of the cultivators' expressions changed slightly. Occasionally, some of them would complain in a low voice. Sigh. Another senior who orders a purple-grade fishing rod has come. I wonder if Master can successfully obtain the last fishing rod. Sigh. With that person around, even Master can't compete with him. Even this senior might not be able to compete with him. Another person sighed. Of course, the words of these people could not escape Ning Fan's ears. Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed like there was only one purple-grade fishing rod left in the Upper 9 pavilions. There seemed to be a few old monsters in the Upper 9 pavilions fighting for the last fishing rod. Ning Fan had yet to enter the Upper 9 pavilions, but he could already sense 4 to 5 void refinement realm chi. These low-grade cultivators outside the door should be the disciples of the old monsters in the pavilion. It seems like I have to compete for this fishing rod. Ning Fan smiled and stepped into the Upper 9 pavilions. There was no void fragmentation realm chi in the Upper 9 pavilions. In other words, those who came to compete for the fishing rod were only void refinement realm cultivators. It would not be difficult for him to obtain this fishing rod by bidding for it with immortal jades. At present, he had a total of close to 3 trillion celestial jades on him. A portion of it was obtained from the Vine Palace, and a portion of it was obtained from killing the sect masters of the 3 realms, the Rain Emperor, and the others. He did not think that a few mere void refinement realm cultivators would have more immortal jade than him. If it's a battle of martial arts, Ning Fan was already at the first refinement realm. It was impossible for him to lose to a few void refinement realm cultivators. As soon as Ning Fan entered the upper 9 pavilions, an old man immediately walked out with a bitter smile and cupped his fists to greet Ning Fan. This elderly man was at the Void Inquiry stage and he was the pavilion lord of the 9 upper pavilions. The Void Inquiry stage chi that Ning Fan purposely released naturally could not escape his senses. I am the pavilion master of the upper 9 pavilions, Audiobook. May I know your name? Are you here to order a purple quality fishing rod from the upper 9 pavilions? My name is Bai Mu. This time I am indeed here for the purple grade fishing rod. Ning Fan cupped his fists to return the greeting. His face was calm, but his heart was slightly surprised. The pavilion lord of the 9 upper pavilions was a Void Inquiry stage cultivator after all, but his name was Audiobook. Audiobook's name sounded like a servant. As soon as he heard that Ning Fan was here for the fishing rod, the bitter smile on the pavilion lord's face became deeper. He sighed and said, "Since fellow Taoist is also here for the purple grade fishing rod, please follow me to the main hall for a chat." To be honest, there are 4 other Void Refinement Realm cultivators in the main hall who have the same purpose as you. All of them are here for the fishing rod. Among them, there is 1 Void Inquiry stage expert, 2 Void Pierce stage experts, and the last one is Guiyuan Taishu. Is that so? Ning Fan casually answered and followed the pavilion lord into the main hall. His expression was calm and indifferent. If he were to compete for the fishing rod with the 4 Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters, he would have to expend some effort. However, if he were to compete with a few Void Refinement Realm cultivators, it would certainly not be difficult at all. The pavilion lord was inwardly surprised. He deliberately revealed the cultivation bases of the 4 old monsters who were competing for the fishing rod to Ning Fan because he wanted Ning Fan to know the difficulty and back off. 3 of the 4 Void Refinement Realm old monsters who were competing for the fishing rod had higher cultivation bases than Ning Fan. From the pavilion lord's point of view, if Ning Fan knew that Guiyuan Taishu would participate in the competition for the fishing rod this time, even if he did not retreat in fear on the spot, his expression would certainly change slightly. After all, Ning Fan was just a Void Inquiry stage cultivator. He could not afford to offend Guiyuan Taishu. Normally, he would not dare to compete with Guiyuan Taishu. What surprised the pavilion lord was Ning Fan's indifferent attitude. It was as if Guiyuan Taishu was nothing to him. If it isn't because this young man has a strong background and he is not afraid of Guiyuan Taishu, he must be extremely cunning and does not show his emotions on his face. However, I don't think that this young man can compete with this Guiyuan Taishu. After all, this Guiyuan Taishu also has a strong background. The pavilion lord sighed softly. This Guiyuan Taishu was the disciple of the strongest expert among the 10 great demon sovereigns of this generation, the Ape Sovereign. In terms of background, what kind of background could compete with the background of a demon sovereign? Ning Fan, of course, did not know what the elderly man was thinking. He followed the elderly man and walked to the main hall after turning left and right. Before they stepped into the main hall, a cold and stern voice of a young man suddenly resounded from inside the hall. It formed a wave of aura force that contained boundless battle intent, rushing towards Ning Fan and the 9 pavilion lords. Oh? Another fellow Taoist has come to compete for this purple grade fishing rod, huh? That oppressive aura force contained overwhelming battle intent. It even contained the aura force of the Guiyuan realm, which seemed to be able to crush anyone's battle intent. The expressions of the 9 pavilion lords changed. Under that aura force, they hurriedly took a few steps back. Their faces were already flushed and their chi was in a mess. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. He seemed to be able to see a giant claw of battle intent hidden within that invisible aura force storm. That giant claw could crush anyone's battle intent and make them retreat without putting up a fight. It was a mysterious ability. But that was all there was to it. Ning Fan did not stop walking. He continued moving forward as if he was not affected by the aura force at all. When that invisible claw of battle intent reached his chest, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He raised his hand and flicked his sleeve. All of a sudden, the claw of battle intent was shattered. Immediately, a muffled groan of a young man came from the main hall. The eyes of the 9 pavilion lords were filled with shock. They naturally could not imagine that Ning Fan, who was just at the Void Inquiry stage, was able to block the divine ability and secret technique of the Ape Sovereign's follower. Ning Fan did not say much and just walked into the main hall. At this moment, there were 4 Void Refinement Realm cultivators sitting in the main hall. One of them was an old man in purple robes who was at the Void Inquiry stage, one was a burly middle-aged man who was at the Void Pierce stage, one was a beautiful woman who was at the Void Pierce stage, and the last one was a young man in a beast robe who was at the Guiyuan Taishu realm. At this moment, the young man's face was flushed. He was holding his chest with a gloomy expression. When he saw Ning Fan entering the hall, he immediately said coldly, "I didn't expect that a mere Void Inquiry stage like you could actually break my divine ability of battle intent. Humph. Are you here to fight for the fishing rod too?" To be continued. The eyes of the 4 people in the hall instantly focused on Ning Fan's body. The eyes of the beast-robed young man were filled with cold intent. The other 3 Void Refinement Realm experts, on the other hand, were all shocked. Their hearts were filled with monstrous waves. Who exactly is this person, and what abilities does he have? He actually managed to block Yuan Tong's battle intent attack with his Void Inquiry stage cultivation base. According to the knowledge of the 3 of them, the young man in beast robe was called Yuan Tong, and he was the disciple of the Ape Emperor with a cultivation at the origin returning Void Realm. A single strike of his battle intent was something that few cultivators of the same cultivation could resist. However, Ning Fan was able to block it with just his Void Inquiry stage cultivation base. It was really unbelievable. Ning Fan's eyes scanned across the main hall. When he saw the 4 Void Refinement Realm experts in the hall, he did not say anything. Behind him, the master of the Upper 9 Pavilion calmed himself down, followed them in, and said to the crowd, "This is fellow cultivator Bai Mu. This time, he came to our pavilion for the same purpose as all of you, for the purple quality fishing rod. White wood." This time everyone's expression changed slightly, including the beast-robed young man. Bai Mu of the Light Feather clan was a Void Inquiry stage expert. When he entered Heaven Primordial City, he was welcomed by 4 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators, which attracted the attention of many old monsters. However, after that, someone found out that this Bai Mu was born in the Light Feather clan, a demon race at the end of the current generation. Thousands of years ago, he was infamous for his viciousness. Due to his low strength, he was once chased by a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator for a whole year, and he did not even have the strength to fight back. Then, he was expelled from the clan and became a laughingstock. No one knew whether Ning Fan was infamous or not. However, none of them believed that Ning Fan's strength was weak. It was especially so for the young man in beast robes. His battle intent divine ability was extraordinary. Few people at the same level as him could break it. However, Ning Fan broke it with just a raise of his hand. The young man in beast robes was certain that Ning Fan's strength was not weak at all. Instead, he was extremely strong and should not be underestimated. However, it was just not to be underestimated. It was not worthy of the beast-robed young man's attention. He was Yuan Tong, the dignified disciple of the Ape Sovereign. His talent was enough to enter the top 3 of the Ape Hall. Among the young geniuses of the beast world, he was a famous character. Naturally, he would not put Ning Fan, who was a nobody, in his eyes. Yuan Tong placed his palm on his storage pouch. He wanted to take out some magical treasures to teach Ning Fan a lesson to avenge his divine ability. At this moment, the Upper 9 Pavilion Master coughed softly and said with a slightly displeased expression, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, this is Tianyuan City. This is the Dragon Fishing Convention, and the old primitive emperor has ordered that private fights are not allowed in Tianyuan City. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." Hearing that, Yuan Tong's face changed slightly. He realized that this was Palace Yuan's territory and it wasn't his territory. Hence, it wasn't appropriate for him to make a move. 10,000 years ago, there was once an old monster who was at the 4th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm who thought that he had a profound cultivation base and killed a few people in Tianyuan City. As a result, he was killed by the old primitive emperor in the city the next day. His corpse was hung on the city gate and it shocked the entire demon world. For nearly 1,000 years, the old primitive emperor rarely showed his face. It was said that he had obtained a rare treasure, and with the power of the treasure, he was trying his best to break through to the life immortal realm. As long as the old Yuan emperor was in charge of the Yuan palace, even Yuan Tong wouldn't dare to ignore the old Yuan emperor's prestige and act recklessly in Tianyuan City. Yuan Tong retracted the cold light in his eyes and did not look at Ning Fan again, as if he had forgotten the unhappiness he had just now. Ning Fan also ignored Yuan Tong. He chose a seat and sat down. Then, he cupped his fists towards the 3 Void Refinement Realm cultivators beside him. Inwardly, he began to ponder. Ning Fan had observed countless people. With just a glance at Yuan Tong, he knew that he must be an outstanding junior of some great force. This person might seem arrogant and unruly, but as soon as he heard that the old Yuan emperor forbade private fights in the city, he immediately stopped. The ferocious might of the old Yuan emperor is really terrifying. At first, Ning Fan was thinking that if he couldn't get his hands on the last fishing rod, he would snatch one in the city. But now, it seemed like snatching the fishing rod was something that he absolutely could not do. Once he does it, he would certainly anger the old Yuan emperor. Since Ning Fan had the means to protect himself, he might not be killed by the old Yuan emperor. However, it would be impossible for him to participate in the dragon fishing meet under the nose of Palace Yuan. All private fights are forbidden in Tianyuan City. In that case, I must get my hands on the last fishing rod of the upper 9 pavilions. Ning Fan pondered and said. The elderly man, the burly man and the beautiful lady had witnessed Ning Fan's capabilities. Thus, they naturally did not dare to be disrespectful. Similarly, they cupped their fists and politely returned his greeting. Seeing that the battle had been resolved, the upper 9 pavilion masters heaved a sigh of relief and said. Including fellow Taoist Bai, there are a total of 5 Taoists here. Who should I sell the last purple grade fishing rod to is really giving me a headache. Pavilion master, you don't have to be troubled. In a transaction, the one who offers the highest price will get it. Among the 5 of us, the one who offers the highest price will naturally get the last fishing rod. Yuan Tong smiled confidently. He had a total of 3 billion immortal jade with him. All of them were given to him by his master, the ape sovereign. The market price of a purple grade fishing rod was around 100 million immortal jade. Even though it would be slightly more expensive to order it, it would not exceed 200 million. An ordinary void refinement realm expert who has hundreds of millions of immortal jade would be considered a wealthy person. After all, cultivation was too costly. Yuan Tong firmly believed that he would not lose to anyone at the scene if he were to compete with immortal jade. Of course, he did not know that Ning Fan had 3 trillion immortal jade. His wealth was enough to rival the entire ape palace. We agree with fellow Taoist Yuan's opinion. In a transaction, the one who offers the highest price will get it. The elderly man, the burly man and the beautiful lady smiled confidently. The 3 of them had a lot of immortal jade with them. Each of them had 700 to 800 million immortal jade. What they did not know was that their measly immortal jade was not even a fraction of Ning Fan's immortal jade. I have no objection. The one who offers the highest price will get it. It's only right and proper. Ning Fan said indifferently. All right. Since all of you have the same opinion, I won't say anything more. The last fishing rod will be refined by the most outstanding tool refinement master of our pavilion. This tool refinement master rarely makes a move. However, the purple grade fishing rod that she refines is definitely the strongest fishing rod in Tianyuan City. It can even catch the legendary Yin Dragon and Yang Dragon. However, the price will naturally not be cheap. The upper 9 pavilion master smiled bitterly and continued. The price of the purple grade fishing rod that she refines will cost 500 million immortal jade. Besides, she has an additional condition. Only by agreeing to this condition will she agree to refine the fishing rod for you. Fellow Taoists, please bid higher than the base price of 500 million immortal jade. The tool refinement master will refine the purple grade fishing rod for whoever offers the highest price. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the 4 void refinement realm experts including the beast-robed young man changed. 500 million immortal jade. It's too expensive. Besides, if we want to ask this person to refine the fishing rod for us, we actually have to agree to her condition. This is just too ridiculous. There are countless weapon refinement workshops in Tianyuan City but none of them have ever asked for additional conditions. The upper 9 pavilion master left the last quota for us to bid for. It seems like he has the intention to raise the price. He said that the last fishing rod can be used to catch the Yin dragon and Yang dragon. It has been millions of years since anyone managed to catch the legendary dragon souls. Now, it is unknown whether there are still Yin dragon and Yang dragon in the dragon raising pond. What's the use of such a good fishing rod? Even though the dragon raising pond could raise dragons, cultivators could not enter the water. The water of the dragon raising pond was mixed with the realm-breaking light. Even rogue demons would die if they entered the water. Only the dragon souls that were raised using secret techniques could survive in the pond. No one knew how many dragon souls there were in the dragon raising pond. No one knew whether there were Yin dragon and Yang dragon in the pond. The void inquiry stage old man took the lead and said farewell to the upper 9 pavilion master in displeasure. Then, he directly left without staying any longer. He did not plan to bid for this purple-grade fishing rod anymore. He was just a void inquiry stage cultivator. He might not be able to get a quota for the dragon fishing convention 5 days later. If he failed to get a quota in the end, it would be really unwise to buy such an expensive fishing rod. It would be better for him to buy a random fishing rod and fight for a quota for the dragon fishing convention calmly. The upper 9 pavilion master smiled bitterly when he saw an old monster leave after bidding the price of 500 million immortal jade. The price was indeed a little high. However, it was the price set by his mistress. He had no right to change it. The upper 9 pavilion master glanced at the 4 people at the scene. The void pier stage burly man and the beautiful woman did not leave. They gritted their teeth slightly and made up their minds. Even if they knew that the fishing rod was expensive, they still had to fight for it. Yuan Tong's eyes turned slightly serious. Gradually, he put away his astonished expression. 500 million immortal jade was indeed very expensive. However, he could still afford it. He just did not know what other conditions that the master blacksmith had added. Ningfan's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He was the only one who was not shocked by the high price of 500 million immortal jade. Ningfan never had the concept of money. To him, money was snatched from others and not earned. No matter how much money he spends, he would not feel any heartache. May I know what the master blacksmith has added? Ningfan asked the upper 9 pavilion master. That master blacksmith has a request. If you buy her fishing rod and manage to catch a Yin dragon and a Yang dragon, you must lend her 2 dragon pearls. The upper 9 pavilion master answered. This condition is not too much. The burly man and the beautiful woman nodded their heads. Yuan Tong also heaved a sigh of relief. It was more than just not too much. In the eyes of the 3 of them, there was no difference whether this condition was mentioned or not. Who could catch a Yin dragon and a Yang dragon that no one had managed to catch for millions of years? Ningfan frowned, but he did not say anything else. The reason he came here this time was for the Yin Yang dragon pearls. If he really manages to catch a Yin Yang dragon pearl, he would have to lend it to the master blacksmith. In that case, there would be some more twists and turns. However, since this master blacksmith was so obsessed with the Yin dragon and Yang dragon, the fishing rod that she refined might be helpful in catching the Yin dragon and the Yang dragon. Fellow Taoists, if you don't have any other questions, you may bid now. I'm willing to bid 530 million immortal jade. The middle-aged burly man was the first to speak. Hee. I'm willing to bid 550 million immortal jade. The beautiful woman smiled with a seductive smile. 560 million, 570 million, 600 million. The burly man's eyes flashed with ferocity and shouted the price that made his heart ache. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She wanted to bid again, but eventually, she sighed and gave up. She smiled bitterly and said, I give up. Seeing that the beautiful woman gave up, the burly man's expression relaxed. He looked at Yuan Tong and Ningfan. His forehead was covered with sweat. Fellow Taoists, are you not going to bid? The burly man asked nervously. 700 million. Yuan Tong revealed a confident smile. As soon as he heard the high price, the burly man's face immediately turned pale. However, he gritted his teeth and said stubbornly, 710 million. Just as his voice fell, Yuan Tong said again, 800 million. The burly man became silent. He was not far away from breaking through to the absolute void stage. To him, the dragon fishing convention that was held once every 1,000 years was the best opportunity to do so. If he had a purple-grade fishing rod and caught a few high-grade dragon souls, it would not be too difficult for him to break through to the absolute void stage. If he was lucky enough to catch a first-grade dragon soul which contained a dragon pearl, he would have a great chance to break through to the absolute void stage in this lifetime. For this glimmer of hope, he was willing to take a gamble. 810 million. Before he could finish his words, Yuan Tong sneered, 900 million. As soon as the price was announced, the burly man stood up abruptly and looked at Yuan Tong in disbelief as if he could not believe that Yuan Tong would bid such a high price. Then, as if he had lost all of his strength, he fell back onto the chair and said in despair, "Fine. I give up. I'm not going to bid for this fishing rod anymore." Not only did he give up on the fishing rod, but his confidence to break through to the Great Tao was also crushed by Yuan Tong. The beautiful woman lost the bid, but her Tao heart was not damaged. Since the burly man lost the bid, his Tao heart was cracked and he lost the confidence to break through to a higher cultivation realm. It would be difficult for him to break through to the absolute void stage in this lifetime. 900 million immortal jade. This disciple of the ape sovereign is really generous. What a ruthless scheme. The eyes of the upper 9 pavilion lords were filled with shock. Each of Yuan Tong's words contained his battle intent ability. He used the price of 900 million immortal jade to destroy the Tao heart of the void pure stage burly man step by step. Not only did he win the bid, but he also left a shadow in the middle-aged burly man's Tao heart that he would never be able to erase for the rest of his life. This man is really ruthless. Fellow Taoist Bai, aren't you going to bid? Yuan Tong glanced at Ning Fan arrogantly with a hint of provocation. He was trying to arouse Ning Fan's battle intent first before destroying his Tao heart step by step. The battle intent ability of the ape hall could attack a cultivator's Tao heart and cause it to collapse. Ning Fan inadvertently glanced at Yuan Tong and his eyes narrowed slightly. It was a decent battle intent ability, but it was useless against him. On the contrary, he could do the opposite and destroy Yuan Tong's battle intent and confidence step by step. 910 million. Ning Fan imitated the void pure stage burly man and only increased the price by 10 million immortal jade. 1 billion. Yuan Tong sneered. 1 billion. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. 2 billion. 21 billion. 5 billion. Yuan Tong glanced at Ning Fan confidently. From his point of view, the reason why he raised the price step by step was to give Ning Fan a feeling that he was unsurpassable and invincible. He, Yuan Tong, was unsurpassable and undefeatable. Once Ning Fan has this kind of mentality, even if it is just a trace of it, Yuan Tong could still destroy Ning Fan's Tao heart in a single move with the battle intent ability in his words, causing his Tao heart to collapse. At this moment, this young man's face should be as pale as dead ashes, just like that burly man. Yuan Tong tried to find a trace of dejection on Ning Fan's face, but he realized that his face was still as calm as an ancient well. There was no trace of emotion at all. 51 billion. Then, Ning Fan still only increased the price by 10 million immortal jade. His behavior was silently mocking Yuan Tong. 6 billion. Yuan Tong's eyes turned grim. The firmness of Ning Fan's Tao heart was out of his expectation. It was hard to destroy it. The price had already been raised to 6 billion. Even with Yuan Tong's wealth, he found it a little hard to bear. He did not dare to raise the price by a few 100 million immortal jade at once. It was too much of a loss to spend such a huge amount of immortal jade on a mere purple-grade fishing rod. 61 billion. Ning Fan's voice was still emotionless. 7 billion. 71 billion. 8 billion. 81 billion. Ning Fan continued to raise the price by 10 million immortal jade. Yuan Tong was purposely raising the price to give others a feeling that he was undefeatable. From this perspective, he wanted to crush his opponent's Tao heart. Ning Fan, on the other hand, followed closely behind and approached his prey at a leisurely pace. When he reached Yuan Tong's limit, he defeated him in one go. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on Yuan Tong's forehead. He had already raised the price to 7 billion immortal jade. However, Ning Fan still slightly opened his mouth and raised the price to 2.71 billion immortal jade. He did it on purpose. This young man must be doing it on purpose. He obviously has countless immortal jade on him, but he insisted on increasing the price by 10 million immortal jade. He purposely gave Yuan Tong an invisible pressure, damn it. If I bid 2.8 billion immortal jade, will this young man add another 10 million immortal jade? When this thought flashed across Yuan Tong's mind, his expression immediately changed. How is this possible? I am the dignified Yuan Tong. How could I feel a lack of confidence in front of Ning Fan? To Yuan Tong, having a lack of confidence was extremely fatal. The battle intent divine ability that he cultivated required the cultivator to have an inextinguishable battle intent. It required the cultivator to have the confidence and courage to challenge the experts in the world. If his confidence crumbles, his Tao heart will crack and there will be endless troubles in the future. To Yuan Tong's shock, he realized that he was unknowingly guided by Ning Fan in this bidding. Originally, he would never bid 2.7 billion immortal jade. However, Ning Fan purposely suppressed his opponent's desire to win and followed up slowly. He was preparing to crush Yuan Tong's Tao heart at the last moment. That was close. I almost fell for this kid's scheme. This young man might not have 2.7 billion immortal jade on him, but he definitely has the intention to destroy my Tao heart. I am the disciple of the ape sovereign. I only have 3 billion immortal jade on me. What ability does this young man have to be compared to me? Yuan Tong's eyes turned serious. He suddenly rose to his feet and stared at Ning Fan with a cold expression. Then, he suddenly patted his storage pouch and pointed outside the hall. All of a sudden, a mountain of immortal jade appeared outside the hall. There was a total of 2.8 billion immortal jade. 2.8 billion. He shouted the price and took out the immortal jade in front of Yuan Tong. He turned his head to look at the upper 9 pavilion masters and said, I suspect that Bai Mu is purposely raising the price so that I will buy the fishing rod at a high price. I don't believe that he has 2.7 billion immortal jade. At this moment, the upper 9 pavilion masters were already extremely shocked. The burly man and the beautiful woman were also breathing rapidly. They were so shocked that they could not speak a word. A fishing rod that was worth 100 million immortal jade in the market had actually been raised to 2.8 billion by Ning Fan and Yuan Tong. If this matter is spread out, Tianyuan City would have another topic to talk about during their leisure time. Before the upper 9 pavilion masters could speak, Ning Fan nodded with a smile. Fellow Taoist Yuan is right. If I don't show them the immortal jade, it would give them the illusion that I'm purposely raising the price. 2.81 billion. As expected, Ning Fan added another 10 million immortal jade. He also patted his storage pouch and raised his hand to point outside the hall. Immediately, a mountain of immortal jade appeared outside the hall. There was a total of 2.81 billion immortal jade. What? This young man really has so many immortal jade? Yuan Tong's heart shuddered. As the disciple of the ape sovereign, he always had a sense of superiority. This sense of superiority had increased his confidence to a certain extent and raised his battle heart that was not afraid of strong enemies. However, at this moment, he realized that his identity as the disciple of the ape sovereign was nothing special at all. This Bai Mu who came out of nowhere actually possessed a huge amount of wealth that was not any weaker than his. If that was the case, what was his usual arrogance and conceit worth? After being stunned for a moment, he actually did not continue bidding. It was as if he had already admitted defeat. At this moment, a crack appeared on Yuan Tong's Tao heart. It was just a tiny crack. If it can be mended in time, it could still be repaired. However, Ning Fan was not prepared to give Yuan Tong the chance to mend his Tao heart. Currently, he was in Tianyuan City. Due to the prestige of the old Yuan sovereign, he could not kill Yuan Tong. However, it did not mean that Ning Fan could tolerate Yuan Tong's intention to harm him. Since Yuan Tong wanted to destroy Ning Fan's Tao heart, Ning Fan would not hesitate to give him a taste of his own medicine. Oh, fellow Taoist Yuan, are you not going to bid anymore? Why don't you let me bid for you? 2.9 billion? Ning Fan raised his hand and took out 90 million immortal jade and threw it outside the hall. He had intentionally raised the price. Yuan Tong's eyes widened. He did not expect that Ning Fan would continue to raise the price after snatching the fishing rod. 3 billion. Ning Fan threw out another 100 million immortal jade. Yuan Tong's face turned pale. 3 billion immortal jade was already his base price. He could not win against Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan observed every single expression on Yuan Tong's face. He could vaguely tell that 3 billion immortal jade was Yuan Tong's entire wealth. In that case, he could destroy Yuan Tong's Dao heart in one go. 4 billion, 5 billion, 7 billion, 9 billion, 10 billion. Ning Fan raised the price 5 times in a row and threw out 5 immortal jade. In just an instant, the price of the purple-grade fishing rod was raised to 10 billion. Looking at the immortal jade outside the hall that was as tall as a mountain, Yuan Tong felt an unprecedented sense of defeat and coughed out a mouthful of blood. 10 billion immortal jade. That was 10 billion immortal jade. Even his master, the ape sovereign, would definitely not be willing to throw 10 billion in one go. This man's wealth was so strong that he could not be compared to him. Yuan Tong had admitted defeat. This meant that the undefeatable battle intent that he had cultivated for his entire life had crumbled in an instant. Those who wanted to fight would never admit defeat and admit defeat. Once they lose their confidence, they would no longer have the courage to challenge the other experts and the determination to attain the great Tao. The burly man and the beautiful lady were stunned. 10 billion immortal jade was something that they could never imagine. The upper 9 pavilion lord gave Ning Fan a deep look. In an instant, he was certain that Ning Fan was a ruthless person that he could not afford to offend. Yuan Tong wanted to destroy his Dao heart. Thus, he would do the opposite and destroy Yuan Tong. By Mu, I will remember this. Humph. Yuan Tong forcefully swallowed the blood in his throat and gritted his teeth. Then, he turned into a ray of light and left in a hurry. His Dao heart had already been destroyed. He must immediately look for his master. Perhaps, there might still be a chance for him to recover. As he left in a hurry, he did not even have the time to bring the 8 billion immortal jade with him. The burly man looked at Ning Fan with gratitude and cupped his fists to salute him. Then, he left. The bidding had already ended. It was meaningless for him to stay here any longer. Yuan Tong had destroyed his Dao heart while Ning Fan had indirectly avenged him by destroying Yuan Tong's Dao heart. Of course, he was grateful to Ning Fan. The beautiful lady also had no intention of staying here any longer. She bid farewell and left. What happened today had given her a huge shock. A bidding war was even more thrilling than a battle of life and death. The killing was done without anyone noticing. The purple-grade fishing rod is now mine. 5 days later, I will go to the upper 9 pavilions to get the rod. Ning Fan rose to his feet and cupped his fists at the upper 9 pavilion lord. Then, he was about to leave. However, he still had a calm expression on his face. To him, 10 billion immortal jade was just a drop in the ocean. It was not worth mentioning. Fellow Taoist, please wait. If my mistress wants to forge a fishing rod for you, she will need to tailor-make it. Thus, she needs to meet you. Fellow Taoist, please follow me to meet my mistress. Don't worry. It won't take too much of your time. Your mistress? Ning Fan was stunned and stopped in his tracks. He did not know that the last remaining weapon refinement master of the upper 9 pavilions was the person whom the dignified pavilion lord treated as his mistress. One should know that the pavilion lord of the upper 9 pavilions was a cultivator of the Origin Palace. All the cultivators of the Origin Palace could only have one master, and that was the primitive emperor. The mistress that he mentioned could only be the relative of the primitive emperor. That's right. Even though I am the pavilion lord of the upper 9 pavilions, the one who makes decisions in the upper 9 pavilions is my mistress, Xianxia. Miss Purple Heart? Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. Without saying anything, he followed behind the upper 9 pavilion masters and walked towards the inner palace. The primitive emperors of the Hall of Origin were all surnamed Tan. The old primitive emperor's name was Tan Tianyin, so this Miss Zixin should be called Tan Zixin. Unexpectedly, the person behind the upper 9 pavilions was actually an important figure in Yuan Palace. The upper 9 pavilion masters collected all the immortal jades outside the hall. They were still in shock. he led Ning Fan through the halls and pavilions. Along the way, he briefly told Ning Fan about Yuan Tong's identity. Now that Ning Fan was also considered as a distinguished guest of the upper 9 pavilions, he would certainly entertain him well. Of course, he would also inform him of some information. After hearing that Yuan Tong was the disciple of the ape sovereign, Ning Fan just nodded his head without much emotion. The ape king's physical body could shatter 7, but it was still not a match for the rogue devil. Even if the rogue devil could only attack once more, Ning Fan was not afraid of the ape sovereign. Seeing that Ning Fan was not afraid of Yuan Tong's background, the master of the 9 upper pavilions was greatly surprised. However, he did not ask much and continued to lead the way. Behind the inner hall was an entire refining workshop with countless furnaces and forging tables. As soon as they saw the 9 upper pavilion lords and Ning Fan, all of them stopped what they were doing and saluted them respectfully. At the back of the workshop, there was an independent refining room. Inside the refining room, a young girl in a light purple strapless dress was standing in front of the forging table. She was swinging a golden hammer that was even bigger than her body and smashing it down heavily. The girl had a thin ponytail and a purple and white scarf wrapped around her head. Her fringe was wet with sweat and stuck to the corner of her forehead. Her eyebrows were thin and long, and her face was devoid of makeup. She was as calm as the moon. Her cultivation base was already at the peak of the divine transformation realm, not far away from the void refinement realm. Her plain face was covered in dust, but it couldn't hide her beauty. She wore a light purple headscarf, and her eyes were focused on the flying sword she was forging. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only her and the flying sword in front of her. She seemed to have fallen into a state of oblivion. The upper 9 pavilion lords made a shushing gesture at Ning Fan and stood respectfully at one side, waiting for the young lady to finish her refinement. Ning Fan did not say anything to disturb her. Instead, he looked at the purple-robed young lady quietly. This was the first time he had seen such a focused gaze. It had a captivating charm. The flying sword that the young lady forged was a high-grade mortal void realm flying sword. It could be used by void pure stage cultivators. The girl's refining technique was extraordinary, and the flying sword was refined to an extremely high level. The forging of this treasure had reached the final stage. The young girl suddenly felt dizzy, as if she had thought of the knot in her heart that was difficult to resolve. Because of this distraction, the golden hammer, which was supposed to be smashing down, paused in the air and slowed down by half a beat. Crack, with this distraction, a hair-thin crack appeared on the originally perfect flying sword. The young girl was startled. She put down the golden hammer and stroked the scorching hot sword without saying a word. This crack could be repaired, but even if it was repaired, it would not be perfect. What a pity. With a wave of her hand, the girl threw the half-finished flying sword into an iron frame at the side. Within the iron frame, there were already quite a few magic treasures of decent quality lying there. They were all failed products that the young girl was dissatisfied with. In the past, she wouldn't be distracted during refining, but now, Grandpa. If it wasn't because of me, he wouldn't have hurt his demon soul at that critical moment. It's all my fault. At this moment, there was a hint of regret in the young girl's eyes. This regret was very similar to the Dao connotation in the horizontal board of the upper 9 pavilions. Ning Fan could not help but recall the name of the upper 9 pavilions. The 2 words upper 9 had a meaning. According to the hexagram of the Book of Changes, the upper 9 pavilions, the proud dragon has regrets. This girl might have some regrets in her heart. Ning Fan guessed. The young girl remained silent for a while. Then, she took out a purple handkerchief and wiped the dust and sweat on her face. She turned her head and suddenly realized that the master of the upper 9 pavilions and Ning Fan were also here. She was surprised. Audiobook? Why are you here? This is. The young girl looked at Ning Fan doubtfully, indicating that she did not know him. He is the person who came to order a purple-grade fishing rod from Mississippi. His name is Bai Mu. Oh? Are you here for the purple-grade fishing rod? The young girl's eyes suddenly turned serious as she stared at Ning Fan. Even though her cultivation base had yet to reach the void refinement realm, her spirit sense was extremely strong and had already reached the void inquiry stage. She could sense Ning Fan's void inquiry stage qi. Even though his chi was not strong, it was overly concentrated and reserved. Ning Fan seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. He was not an ordinary void inquiry stage expert. If he was strong enough, he would have a high chance of winning the dragon fishing convention. If he could participate in the dragon fishing convention and had his own fishing rod, he might be able to catching dragons and young dragons, by Mu, right? Since you're here, you should have already agreed to my conditions, right? If I manage to fish out the dragon and young dragon, I will have to borrow the 2 dragon pearls. Of course, no one has fished out a dragon or young dragon for millions of years. You probably won't be able to catch one. I'm just saying it casually. The girl's voice was very pleasant to listen to, like pearls falling on a jade plate, making it unforgettable. If I may be so bold as to ask Miss Zixin, what do you want to use the young dragon pearl for? Ning Fan suddenly asked. This question caused the young lady to be a little startled. Why would Ning Fan care about this? He had the confidence to fish up the dragon and the young dragon, so he was interested in her purpose of borrowing the dragon pearl. I have my reasons, and I can't tell you for now. However, you don't have to worry. Even if you manage to fish out the young dragon pearl, I will only borrow it. I won't snatch anything from you, and I won't borrow it for too long. I can guarantee this with my identity as the young master of the Origin Palace. Is that so? Ning Fan secretly used the mind-reading technique to see through the young lady's thoughts while he was talking to her. This lady was the daughter of the current primitive emperor, Tan Zixin. The old primitive emperor, Tan Tianyin, was her grandfather. The reason why she wanted to ask for the young dragon pearl was to save someone. As for who she wanted to save and why she needed the dragon pearl, she couldn't see through it at all. When Ning Fan reached this point, he suddenly couldn't see through anything else. He relied on the yin-yang force of the yin-yang locket to see through the lady's thoughts. However, a trace of yin-yang force suddenly emerged from the lady's body, blocking all of Ning Fan's senses. Yin-yang subdued yin-yang. The cultivation method that this lady cultivated wasn't the yin-yang transformation. This trace of yin-yang force was obtained by chance from the outside world. She couldn't control it, but it played a role in blocking her thoughts at critical moments. The young lady didn't know that Ning Fan had seen through her thoughts. Although Ning Fan couldn't see through all of her secrets, he understood that this lady didn't want to snatch the young dragon pearl from him. She really just wanted to save someone. As such, Ning Fan was slightly relieved that this lady didn't have any evil intentions. I promise to refine a purple rank fishing rod for you. However, the fishing rod that I refine is similar to a natal magical treasure. Different cultivators have to use different techniques to refine it. Leave me a few drops of your demon blood. I will carefully analyze the blood and refine a purple rank fishing rod that is most suitable for you. You don't have to worry about it. I will never use your demon blood for evil purposes. I can make a great heart devil oath on this matter. The young lady's expression was very serious. It was a taboo to ask for demon blood from others. Many secret arts and abilities that poisoned others required blood as a medium. Ning Fan frowned. His demon blood was the blood of the Fuli tribe. Although no one knew about it, he didn't want to show it to others easily. However, if he didn't leave a few drops of his demon blood, he wouldn't be able to refine a fishing rod. It would be really troublesome. Seeing Ning Fan's hesitant expression, the young lady knew that Ning Fan didn't trust her and was reluctant to hand over the demon blood. She sighed slightly and didn't force him. Then, she said, forget it. There's still a compromise. Leave a natal magical treasure with me and I will refine a fishing rod for you according to your natal magical treasure. How about it? After that, you will personally drip your blood on the fishing rod to make it recognize you as its master. I won't do this step. All right. Ning Fan didn't hesitate. He touched his glabella with a finger and took out a sword that was as clear as silver starlight and passed it to the young lady. This Separation Slayer sword was one of the few natal magical treasures that he had. It could be put to some use. Good sword. What a pitiful sword. A pitiful sword that doesn't have its master's love. The young lady took the Separation Slayer sword. She caressed the cold body of the sword and rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. She took a closer look at the sword and realized that it wasn't just a 2-star divine weapon. The refining technique was also very mysterious. Some of the techniques were something that even she couldn't compare to. However, the owner of this sword really didn't cherish this sword. It was a dignified 2-star divine weapon, but he neglected to refine it and didn't go through the late stages of cultivation. She was originally a beauty, but she became a thief. This was what the young lady was feeling at this moment. It was really a waste for a good separation slayer to follow Ning Fan. After being scolded by the young lady, Ning Fan had a feeling that he couldn't explain himself. In recent years, he had indeed neglected to refine magical treasures. The reason was that his cultivation base improved too quickly and the refinement of magical treasures was too time-consuming. Therefore, he didn't divert his attention to refine the Separation Slayer sword. He didn't even cultivate a few magical techniques seriously. All along, he would use whatever magical treasures he found and throw them away after he finished using them. Whenever he learned a magical technique, he would use it for a few times and then throw it away when its power was insufficient. To an ordinary void inquiry stage cultivator, they would naturally have a lot of time to refine magical treasures and practice magical techniques during their thousands of years of cultivation. Ning Fan didn't have much time. Therefore, he could only do whatever he could to get to where he was today. Alright. I have received the sword. You can go back and prepare for the competition that will be held 5 days later. Try to get a place in the dragon fishing convention. If you can't get into the top 500 in the competition, everything you do is just empty talk. After the competition, come and get the fishing rod. The young lady carried the Separation Slayer sword and walked out of the refinement room like a precious treasure. No one knew where she went. Ning Fan and the pavilion masters of the 9 upper pavilions exchanged glances. *********. My family is obsessed with the art of refining treasures. Please forgive me for my rudeness. The pavilion master of the 9 upper pavilions said apologetically. It's alright. Miss Zixin is a straightforward person. Why would I care about such trivial things? Ning Fan chatted with the pavilion masters for a while longer. He did not return to the palace in a hurry. Instead, he bought a large number of items in Tianyuan City. He did not forget to search for heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures that could help Luo Yu recover her primordial spirit. Most of these items had the effect of restoring primordial spirit power. Ning Fan also bought 5 high-grade heavenly dwelling treasures. After spending 100 billion immortal jade, it was difficult for him to buy a 6th one. High-grade heavenly dwelling treasures were too rare. It was not easy to cultivate the whirlpool technique to the golden spiral realm. As soon as he returned to the palace, Ning Fan met the little demoness and briefly told her about the fishing rod. Then, his body flashed and he went into the profounding world. He passed a large number of heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures to Luo Yu for her to devour and refine. As for himself, he sat cross-legged on the dark cloud. He patted his storage pouch and took out the ancient golden sword. There were still 5 days before the competition. During these 5 days, Ning Fan decided to use the green astral gold and the profound yellow crystal to repair and upgrade the ancient golden sword and absorb the power of the 5 high-grade heavenly dwelling treasures. 5 days later, thousands of void refinement realm experts and tens of void fragmentation realm experts in Tianyuan City would participate in the competition of the Immortal Ascension Tower. The Immortal Ascension Tower was a gigantic tower in the northern part of Tianyuan City. It had 500 floors. In each floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, there was a supreme great immortal abode. On the day of the competition, all cultivators above the void refinement realm could enter the tower. After the competition, only the 500 cultivators who occupied each floor would be able to obtain the quota to fish for the dragon. According to the floor occupied, the 500 cultivators would be able to obtain different rewards. The reward for the 500 floor was the lowest while the reward for the first floor was the best. As for the specific rewards, they would be announced on the day of the competition. There were dozens of void fragmentation realm cultivators participating in the competition this time. Ning Fan did not think that he could get the first place, but it should not be difficult for him to enter the top 10. He did not need the help of Niali and the rogue devil to defeat Yun Xiaoxiang, who was arrogant. If he uses Lei Zhenzi's notoriety, it would be enough to scare away 5th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monsters. However, it would be difficult to scare away old monsters with higher cultivation realms. First, I'll repair the ancient sword with the green astral gold. After this sword is repaired, its speed will surpass Rain's sovereign and Moksha sovereign. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with anticipation. A ball of black devil flames rose from his palm and began to burn the green astral gold. Tan Zixin returned to her boudoir. She held the separation slayer that was as beautiful as starlight and kept wiping it. Tonight, she did not start to refine a purple-grade fishing rod. Instead, she was studying the sword intent of the separation slayer and Ning Fan's character. Only by doing so could she refine a purple-grade fishing rod that was most suitable for Ning Fan. She caressed the separation slayer. Through the traces of coldness on the sword, she seemed to be able to understand Ning Fan's hardships along the way. This sword had been accompanying Ning Fan since he was at the vein opening realm. Harmonious Spirit Realm, Gold Core Realm, Nascent Soul Realm, Divine Transformation Realm, Void Refinement Realm, Void Fragmentation Realm. Along the way, this sword had killed countless people. It also contained Ning Fan's countless sorrows and joys. He is a lonely man. Therefore, the sword intent that he left in this sword is very pure. Once the blade is drawn, it will never turn back. How can it be? How can it be? Zixin's eyes were suddenly filled with shock. She had seen countless swords, but she had never seen a flying sword that had such a harmonious balance of yin and yang. The separation slayer had been accompanying Ning Fan every day. After it was changed by the power of the yin-yang locket, it naturally showed such changes. At this moment, Zixin was not shocked by the sword but Ning Fan himself. Ning Fan possessed a kind of power that could rebalance the disordered yin and yang. Perhaps, with this person around, she could save her grandpa without the yin-yang dragon pearl. Grandpa. Perhaps this person can save you. But I'm not sure yet. I'll let Uncle Zhou test this person on the day of the grand competition to see if he can rebalance the disordered yin and yang. If he can, Grandpa will be saved. Grandpa was injured because of me. If Baimu really has a way to save Grandpa, I will ask him to help no matter what price I have to pay. I will fulfill all the conditions. The grandpa that Tan Zixin kept thinking about was none other than the old primitive emperor. 400 years ago, she was bitten by a poisonous beast by mistake. Although the poisonous beast was killed, the yin-yang poison in its body was not weak, and it almost killed Zixin. The old primitive emperor had to use all of his magical power to transfer the yin-yang poison into his body. Because of this, the old primitive emperor who was about to become an immortal suffered from the backlash of the yin-yang poison. The demon soul in his body was split into two, separating yin and yang. If the yin and yang couldn't be reunited, the old primitive emperor would never be able to become an immortal in this lifetime. His demon soul was separated and his cultivation base was severely damaged. No one knew that the old primitive emperor's life was in danger now. He no longer had the prestige he once had. The current Tan Tianyan was just an old man who was waiting for death. Before she could confirm that Ning Fan had the ability to save the old primitive emperor, Zixin would not tell him about this rashly. She wanted to wait for the grand competition that would take place 5 days later. She wanted to wait for the result. During the process of waiting, she had to do her best to make a perfect fishing rod for Ning Fan. Tan Zixin, who had always been indifferent to worldly affairs, wanted to befriend someone for the first time. Moreover, that person was a man. In order to save her grandpa, she was willing to give up everything just to satisfy Ning Fan. He's my last hope. By Mu. To be continued, the difficulty of repairing the ancient golden sword was far beyond Ning Fan's estimation. 5 days had passed and Ning Fan had only managed to repair the ancient sword with the green gang gold. He no longer had the time to use the profound yellow crystal to improve its grade. The repaired ancient sword was slightly slower than Yali, but it was faster than most cultivators in the 5 Shatter realm. It was even more difficult to upgrade the quality of the ancient sword using the mystic yellow crystal, but if he succeeded, it would not be difficult for the ancient sword to travel at a speed comparable to that of an itinerant immortal. Even if I have the mysterious yellow crystal, I can only wait until I have a lot of time in the future to refine the ancient sword. At the peak of the 5th Shatter realm, that should be good enough. Ning Fan kept the ancient sword and the profound yellow crystal. Then, he took out the 5 high-grade heavenly abode treasures and drew out his heavenly dwelling power to devour them one by one. With the refinement speed of the profounding world that was 100 times faster, Ning Fan quickly absorbed the power of the 5 high-grade heavenly dwellings and integrated them into his natal heavenly dwelling. Within the life grotto heaven, 8 of the 72 silver continents had already been dyed gold. Ning Fan opened his eyes and stretched out his hand. There was a dazzling silver vortex revolving in the center of his palm. It had a tinge of gold in it. In order to further improve the power of this technique, I'll need to find a large number of high-grade grotto heaven treasures. It's not easy. Ning Fan rose to his feet and stood in the hazy sky. He scanned the thatched cottage behind him with his spirit sense. Within the straw hut, Luo Yu slowly absorbed the energy of the heavenly resources to repair her soul. He did not disturb her. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Rain Sovereign's storage pouch and took out an item from it. It was a low-grade immortal void spirit gathering array plate. Ning Fan took out the formation plate and performed a hand seal. The formation plate immediately hovered in the sky, forming a huge spirit gathering formation around the thatched cottage. This formation could speed up her absorption of the medicinal energy. In the Rain Emperor's storage pouch, there were no powerful offensive treasures, but there were too many life-saving treasures and cultivation items. A blank Rain Gate Jade Scroll, a Battle Cloud Talisman, a Spirit-Gathering Formation Disc to speed up cultivation, 100,000 Dao Crystals, and 3 Imperial Immortal Talismans. The Immortal Control Talisman was a type of defensive immortal talisman. Once activated, it could block an attack from a loose immortal. However, one talisman could only block one attack. If there was really a loose immortal pursuing him, the Rain Emperor could use the Imperial Celestial Talisman to block an attack, and then use the Battle Cloud Talisman to quickly escape. Unfortunately, he was unable to escape the clutches of the Scattered Devil. There were several ancient scriptures in the pouch. Even Ning Fan didn't dare to underestimate them. Among them, the Sovereign Rain Primordial Art was a cultivation method that every Rain Sovereign had to cultivate. Ning Fan had already cultivated it a long time ago. Thus, he did not attach too much importance to it. Ning Fan's attention was focused on the Driving Crane Scripture, Ascending Cloud Scripture, and Feather Transformation Scripture. These were 3 ancient scriptures that recorded the process of 3 immortals overcoming life and death. The first immortal lived in seclusion in the mortal world for 1,000 years. He called himself the Plum Wife and Crane Child. He took pleasure in raising cranes. After 1,000 years, he saw through life and death and rode a crane to become an immortal. The second immortal lived alone in the valley for 500 years. He looked at the sea of clouds in the morning and watched the sunset at dusk. After 500 years, he suddenly had an epiphany and ascended the clouds to become an immortal. The third immortal drew life and death into his body, causing his corporeal body to die and his primordial spirit to grow endlessly. Then, his corporeal body died and his primordial spirit ascended to become an immortal. These 3 ancient scriptures contained the experiences of immortals becoming immortals. To Ning Fan, it was a rare treasure. See through life and death, ascend and become an immortal. Ning Fan kept the 3 ancient scriptures and his eyes turned slightly serious. He had already understood what was real and what was false, but he had yet to understand life and death. Becoming an immortal was still a long way off. Ning Fan's body flashed and returned to the temporary imperial residence in the outside world. At this moment, night had just fallen in the outside world. The grand competition would be held after dawn. Ning Fan intended to adjust his breathing properly and maintain his peak condition. Just as he was about to return to the bed and sit down cross-legged, he saw a lady sitting on the bed. She was leaning against the bedpost and sleeping lightly. That lady was a nascent Soul Realm female cultivator of the White Feather clan, Hua Yu. She did not sleep very deeply. Ning Fan's approach woke her up. Hua Yu greets old ancestor. Hua Yu immediately got up and knelt in front of Ning Fan. Today, she was still wearing a feather robe on the outside, but she did not seem to be wearing much inside. She was only wearing a thin veil. Within her eyes, there was a hint of helplessness, shyness, and determination. Why did you come here to look for me in the middle of the night? Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and helped Hua Yu up. Aye. Hua Yu bit her lips with her pearly white teeth. She mustered up her courage and said, I'm willing to recommend myself to sleep with you. Please take pity on me, old ancestor. Recommend yourself to sleep with you? Ning Fan looked at Hua Yu deeply. Even though he had not known this lady for long, he knew that she was not a frivolous person. Occasionally, he used the mind-reading technique and found out about one thing from this lady's heart. The divine transformation realm old ancestor of the Light Feather clan had taken a fancy to Huayu and wanted to take her as his concubine. However, Huayu would rather go into seclusion for 100 years and stubbornly refused the old ancestor's order. Even in the face of power, this lady had never done something like recommending herself to sleep with him. Tonight, however, this lady came to his side and offered herself to him. Ning Fan was not narcissistic enough to think that this lady had feelings for him. Then, the reason why she offered herself to him was naturally because she had a request. As soon as he used the mind-reading technique, Ning Fan immediately saw through her thoughts and could not help but sigh. There was a reason why this lady wanted to offer herself to Ning Fan. She knew that Ning Fan was strong, but she also thought that he was lustful. In the past, Bai Mu had humiliated countless women in the clan. That was why he was expelled from the clan. Huayu was grateful to Ning Fan for saving her and the remaining members of the clan. However, she was also worried that Ning Fan would humiliate all the women in the clan. Her idea was very simple. She wanted to use her body to exchange for the safety of the women in the clan. Yes. Huayu is willing to give herself to old ancestor. I hope that old ancestor will take pity on me. As she was speaking, Huayu undid her feather clothes. Below the feather clothes was a thin undergarment that was like a veil. Below the undergarment, there were no other clothes. Vaguely, one could see the beauty of her body. There was a trace of self-hurt in her eyes, but she concealed it very well. It was very worthwhile to dirty herself and save the rest of her sisters, wasn't it? Huayu's face turned slightly pale when she imagined that she would be attacked by Ning Fan without any scruples. She reached out her slender and soft fingers, preparing to take off her undergarment as well and present her graceful body to Ning Fan without any reservations. Stupid. Don't worry. I won't touch any of the female cultivators of the Light Feather clan. Just have a good rest here. As for serving me in bed, there's no need for that. Ning Fan lifted his hand and pointed at Huayu's glabella with a trace of extremely weakening plucking finger force. Huayu's body immediately fell limp on the bed behind her and fell into a deep sleep. Ning Fan pulled a thin blanket and covered her delicate body. Then, he turned around and walked out of the room. He was a selfish person who could commit countless sins of killing for his own selfishness. However, he did not dislike selfless people. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Xianxia, who had already ascended to the southern heaven realm. The cultivation world was extremely cruel. Only selfishness could protect one's own safety. Selfless people were undoubtedly stupid. However, they did not do anything wrong. They were just born in the wrong era. In this era, the lives of the weak were as cheap as grass. To be honest, this was not the era that Ning Fan yearned for. Just like the women in the pleasure boats on the Demon River who could not choose their own fate. If the women of the Light Feather clan did not have Ning Fan's help, they would have long become the human cauldrons of the cultivators of the Black Crane clan. If Ning Fan did not fight against his fate with all his might, he would have long died in the miserable night of the all-pleasure sect. Ning Fan stood in the night with his hands clasped behind his back. He slowly walked out of the palace and approached the Demon River that was brightly lit outside the palace. Ning Fan stood by the riverside for the entire night. On the Demon River, there were women playing the zither and singing from time to time. The lyrics and music were obviously cheerful and their voices were obviously flawless. However, Ning Fan felt that their voices were very unpleasant to the ears. The music was joyous but the people were sad. These women who were singing and dancing did not like their fate. They just did not have the strength to struggle and resist. They were alive but their hearts were dead. Their thoughts had already turned into ashes. Life remains. Heart remains. There are the two intents of life and death in this song. Ning Fan muttered to himself. As he muttered to himself, a voice of agreement suddenly resounded beside him, causing Ning Fan's expression to change. Little friend, you're right. Even though these women are alive, their hearts are dead. There are the two intents of life and death in this song. I'm listening to this song here and what I'm listening to is the two intents of life and death. The reason why the Yuan Emperor created these women singers is to befriend the old monsters in Tianyuan City and win their hearts. I don't like his way of doing things. The one who spoke was a skinny old man who wore a conical bamboo hat and a straw raincoat. He was holding a fishing rod and fishing at the bank of the demon river. There was not a trace of magic power or chi around his body. This old man looked like a mortal, but Ning Fan knew that there would not be any mortals in Tianyuan City. When did this old man appear beside Ning Fan? Ning Fan had no idea at all. No, it should be said that this old man had been fishing at this place all along, but Ning Fan did not see him at all. It was only until this person spoke that Ning Fan realized that this old man was beside him. This person's chi concealing technique was heaven-defying. One should know that even experts like the Rain Sovereign and Moksha Sovereign would not be able to hide from Ning Fan's senses and hide beside him. Even though this old man did not reveal his magic power chi, his strength was definitely much stronger than Moksha Sovereign, Yunshi, and even the sect masters of the three worlds. Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense slightly, trying to find out the old man's background. However, he found that the old man's chi was as deep as the sea and immeasurable. Rogue demon. Almost in an instant, Ning Fan confirmed that this fishing old man was a rogue demon. There were 3 great rogue demon old monsters in the demon world. All of them stayed in seclusion in their respective territories all year round and never left their homes. They were all trying to break through to the life-immortal realm. The rogue demon who appeared in Tianyuan City was probably the terrifying old monster who guarded the primordial palace. The old primitive emperor, Tan Tianyin. Ning Fan was certain that the old man in front of him was Tan Tianyin. However, this old man gave him a strange feeling. Even though he was a rogue demon, his chi was a little abnormal, as if he was injured. The old man wearing a bamboo hat naturally knew that Ning Fan was probing him. However, he did not care about it at all. He had a good impression of Ning Fan. He had been fishing in this place for many years, but no one could see him. The old man sat there for a long time. His eyes were dark and gloomy as he watched the primitive emperor befriending countless old monsters by sacrificing female singers. Of course, he knew the reason why the primitive emperor did that. The yin and yang of the old man's demon soul had separated and he was not far from death. Once he dies, it would certainly cause a commotion in the primordial palace. The current primitive emperor needed to befriend a large number of experts to stabilize the primordial palace's position. The old man knew about these reasons. Thus, he did not stop the primitive emperor from doing what he did. However, he did not like what the primitive emperor did. He, Tan Tianyin, had always looked down on those who were stronger than him. He had never killed an innocent person before. He had also never used women to befriend others. Even though he was a cultivator, he had once befriended an emperor of the mortal world. That emperor of the mortal world had already passed away a long time ago. However, he had always followed a principle throughout his life. This principle was also the principle that Tan Tianyin lived by. No marriage, no reparations, no ceding of land, and no paying tribute. The emperor would guard the gates of the country and the emperor would die for the country. It was a kind of integrity and persistence. Tan Tianyin had his own persistence. When he saw an old monster at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm killing people for fun in Tianyuan City, he did not hesitate to kill him with a single palm strike. There was nothing wrong with killing on the path of cultivation because it was impossible to avoid battles. However, if one kills for fun, he would be a cultivator in vain. The old man wearing a bamboo hat sat there with a natural Tao rhyme. He had his own persistence and his own Tao. He had seen countless people in this place. Many old monsters had come to the demon river to choose a woman and brought her back to their chambers to have fun. Only Ning Fan's eyes were as clear as water when he looked at the beautiful female singers. Only those with a clear Tao heart could hear the meaning of life and death from the music. The old man's back was facing Ning Fan. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Ning Fan, but it was as if he had seen through Ning Fan countless times. He could tell that Ning Fan had consumed some kind of chi-concealing pill. The grade of the pill was extremely high, which concealed Ning Fan's true cultivation base. Even he could only see through Ning Fan's background after using a secret technique. A void fragmentation realm cultivator with a bone age of 1,000 years, Ning Fan's innate talent was really something that the old man had never seen in his life. Ning Fan's Tao heart and Tao comprehension, in particular, made the old man even more excited. The old man could also tell that Ning Fan had an indestructible Tao in his heart. He was a rogue demon. The 10 sovereigns of the demon world were all his juniors. However, he addressed Ning Fan as little friend. Obviously, he regarded Ning Fan as his peer. Little friend, you aren't a cultivator of the demon world, right? The chi of the cultivators of the 9 worlds is slightly different after all. The old man said indifferently. Ning Fan was secretly shocked. This person's abilities were really great. He could actually tell that I am not a cultivator of the demon world with just a glance. I won't ask why you entered the demon world while concealing your identity to participate in the dragon fishing convention. However, Tianyuan City has its own rules. You can't kill anyone in the city. The old man could also tell that Ning Fan's baleful chi was terrifying. He was a devil that ran amok in a region. That was why he reminded him. What if someone offends me first? Ning Fan's eyes turned serious and asked. Kill. The old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a blood-red light. It was condensed from baleful chi. His baleful chi was definitely not any weaker than Ning Fan's. The number of lives he had killed was certainly not less than Ning Fan's. I promise that I won't kill anyone in Tianyuan City. However, if someone offends me, I won't be merciful anymore. Ning Fan cupped his fists at the old man. That's enough. I only have one friend in my life. However, he was immortal and has already passed away. What a pity. Meeting you today, it seems like we hit it off well. After tomorrow, the Immortal Ascension Tower will hold a grand competition. You should be participating, right? Yes. If that's the case, I don't mind telling you a secret. The reason why the Immortal Ascension Tower is named as such is because it contains the great secret of life and death that can help people ascend to immortality. The Tao of life and death of the ancestors of my Yuan clan is engraved on the stone walls of the 500 abodes in the tower. The past primitive emperors who possess this jade can comprehend life and death on the stone walls and cultivate the life and death chi. The Tao of life and death carved on the first 20 floors of the abodes belong to immortals. I can lend this jade to you. Without seeing how the old man moved, a piece of ancient golden jade suddenly flew towards him through the air. There was a picture of a huge golden-winged bird carved on the golden jade. It was an ancient demonic beast called Yuan. According to legends, Yuan fed on dragons in ancient times and was extremely powerful. The ancient jade carried an unstoppable aura force. Even a third heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator might not be able to withstand it. Ning Fan retreated while pointing his finger at the ancient jade. His finger force landed on the ancient jade and neutralized the force of the ancient jade. After tens of times, he neutralized the strong force of the ancient jade and kept it in his hand. When he looked at the old man again, he had already disappeared. He scanned the ancient jade with his spirit sense and found nothing wrong with it. He did not say when he would take back the ancient jade, but he would probably get it back when the time came. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. Even though the old man seemed to be injured, his strength was still slightly stronger than the rogue devil. If he recovers, he should be able to defeat the rogue devil. So this is the strength of the old primitive emperor. I just didn't expect that this person would grant me a fortune. Just do what I want. All the 500 abodes in the Immortal Ascension Tower have the Tao of life and death. If that's the case, I can take a peek at the stone walls of the abodes if I enter the tower. Huh? Ning Fan kept the ancient jade and his eyes turned cold. There were not many opportunities to comprehend the Tao of life and death. This was an extremely important opportunity for him to become an immortal. He must not miss it. The night came to an end and the sun rose. Outside the Immortal Ascension Tower in the northern part of Tianyuan City, cultivators were constantly rushing to this place. Today, there would be a battle inside the Immortal Ascension Tower. After the battle, the 500 experts who would participate in the dragon fishing convention would be decided. The leader of the Black Crane clan had used the ancient teleportation formation to call his friends from afar and rushed to Tianyuan City. He was a Void Pierce stage expert. Beside him were 3 helpers who were all at the Void Pierce stage. By Mu. I will definitely make you die in the Immortal Ascension Tower. The leader of the Black Crane clan sneered in his heart. To be continued. As time passed, thousands of old monsters gradually gathered at the foot of the Immortal Ascension Tower. All of them were Void Refinement Realm and Void Fragmentation Realm experts who intended to participate in the competition. There were high platforms on all four sides of the immortal ascension tower. The north platform was filled with cultivators from Palace of Origin, while the other three sides were filled with disciples brought by old monster Shenbai. This was a grand meeting to decide the 500 participants of the dragon fishing convention. As for those low-grade cultivators who were unable to enter Tianyuan City, they gathered outside the city and watched this grand occasion through the shadow-bearing jade wall. Outside Tianyuan City, there were shadow-bearing jade walls that were tens of thousands of zhong tall, erected in four directions. The jade disc could transmit images. Of course, they could only see what was happening outside the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. Cultivators outside could not see what was happening inside the pagoda. On the north side of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda, there were 10 purple gold seats. These 10 purple gold seats were prepared for the 10 demon emperors. The primitive emperor was wearing a gold-feathered cloak. He looked like a middle-aged man with a short beard. He looked dignified as he sat in the middle of the 10 seats, stroking his beard with a smile. Beside the Yuan Emperor sat the other 3 demon emperors. Not all the demon emperors attended the Hall of Origins meeting. Only 3 of the other 9 demon emperors had come. Western Demon Sea Snow Fox Palace's Demon Emperor, Fox Emperor. The Demon Emperor of the Northern Demon Sea's Green Bull Palace, Green Emperor. He was the Snake King of the Southern Demon Sea's Serpent Palace. The Fox Sovereign was a beautiful woman in white robes. Her cultivation base was at the 4th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. Every frown and smile of hers carried charm. The Green Emperor was a burly man with 2 horns on his head. His short beard was like a halberd and his eyes were like that of a tiger. His cultivation base was at the 6th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. The Serpent Sovereign was an old woman with white hair and a stooped figure. Her almond-shaped eyes were even more spirited than a young girl's, making her look extremely strange. Her cultivation base was at the 6th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. The Fox Emperor's strength was considered to be at the bottom of the 10 great demon emperors, but because the Snow Fox Palace had an itinerant demon overseeing it, no one dared to underestimate the Fox Emperor of this generation. There was still some time before the start of the competition. The Yuan Emperor, the Fox Emperor, and the Green Emperor were exchanging their cultivation experiences. The Serpent Sovereign old woman narrowed her almond-shaped eyes and searched for prey in the crowd below, licking her lips from time to time. I wonder if there is a cauldron that can make my eyes light up in this conference. The old woman thought. The demon sovereigns of the Lust Dragon clan had always cultivated the plucking technique. This old woman had plucked tens of thousands of men in her life. Below the Immortal Ascension Pagoda, 46 Void Fragmentation Realm experts stood proudly in each direction. Without a doubt, these 46 Void Fragmentation Realm experts would certainly be able to obtain the quotas for the General Assembly. Xianxia's group was naturally included in this group. The 4 of them were not cultivators of the demon realm, but they dared to appear in the demon realm openly. Naturally, they relied on Xianxia's identity as a Taoist of the Jade Dao sect. This identity was enough to deter the 10 sovereigns of the demon world, but ordinary people did not know this. Whitewood, the White Feather clan's martial cultivator, humph, I never thought that the dignified divine void young master Xianxia would actually take a liking to such scum. Xianxia's eyes were filled with disdain and a sense of humiliation. He was a dignified Taoist of the Jade Dao sect, but he couldn't even woo the little demoness. How could such a person win the little demoness' heart? A few days passed, and Xianxia obtained a lot of information about the Light Wing clans by Mu. At first, he thought highly of Ning Fan. However, after reading the information, he immediately despised Ning Fan. When Bai Mu was just at the Void Glimpse stage, he was hunted by a mere half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator for a year. Bai Mu humiliated a large number of females of his clan and was expelled by his clan. He was the shame of the Light Wing clan. The information he obtained was enough to show that Bai Mu was weak, unbearable, despicable, and shameless. He was the scum of the cultivation world. Xianxia only thought that Ning Fan was Bai Mu. Thus, his heart was naturally filled with disdain. I'm afraid that Xianxia purposely addressed this person as her husband just to provoke me. She has always been proud and arrogant. It's impossible for her to take a liking to such a scum. Forget it. This Bai Mu has a bad reputation and he's so unbearable. He's not enough to pose a threat to me. However, there might really be something special about him that can help us in our journey to search for the map. Since that's the case, I'll keep him alive for the time being. Yunyomu, Xianxia, and Gong Yangzi were standing behind Xianxia. Xianxia and Gong Yangzi were resting with their eyes closed while Yunyomu's eyes were filled with confusion. In the past few days, he could not forget the strange sense of familiarity that Bai Mu gave him. He felt that he must have seen Bai Mu somewhere before. However, he just could not remember where he had seen him before. Behind the 46 Void Fragmentation Realm experts were thousands of Void Refinement Realm experts. There were around 100 Primordial Void Stage experts alone and another 200 Absolute Void Stage cultivators. There were around 2,000 Void Glimpse Stage, Void Inquiry Stage and Void Pierce Stage cultivators. The Patriarch of the Black Crane Clan and his 3 good friends were all at the Void Pierce Stage. They could be considered as old monsters who were famous in a region. However, it was difficult for them to attract attention in such a grand occasion. With their strength, they would certainly have to fight a tough battle if they want to obtain one of the 500 spots. Bai Mu isn't here yet. I can't wait to tear him into pieces. The Patriarch of the Black Crane Clan smiled sinisterly. Behind him, the 3 Void Pierce Stage experts also sneered. I heard that the last Star Stone of the Light Feather Clan is with Bai Mu. If we kill Bai Mu, this Star Stone. Of course, it will belong to the 3 of you. The Patriarch of the Black Crane Clan laughed. Ning Fan walked along the Demon River towards the northern part of the city. His pace was not fast. However, every step he took covered an immeasurable distance. His ears were filled with the zither tunes that were played day and night on the Demon River. When those tunes fell into Ning Fan's ears, he gradually separated them into life and death. Comprehending life and death was a stage that one must go through in the path of becoming an immortal. Each of the 500 abodes in the Immortal Ascension Tower contained the Tao of life and death. I must comprehend all of them at least once. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with battle intent. Originally, he wanted to snatch a abode from the top 20 and wait for the competition to end. Today, however, he wanted to visit all 500 abodes and not miss out on any of the Tao comprehensions of Ancestor Yuani. What is life and what is death? Ning Fan's pace suddenly quickened. With a flash, he disappeared from the bank of the Demon River. When he reappeared, he was already under the Immortal Ascension Tower. It was a gigantic tower that was 1,000,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall. There was a heavenly dwelling inside the tower. Each level of the tower was a mid-grade heavenly dwelling. The entrance was not at the bottom but at the top of the tower. Cultivators who want to enter the tower had to go down from the top. Ning Fan's current identity was Bai Mu, a Void Inquiry Stage cultivator. His arrival did not attract much attention. Only a few people's expressions changed. He's here. It's Bai Mu. The eyes of the clan leader of the Black Crane Clan and his 3 friends flashed with cold light. Humph. It's Bai Mu. Xianxia smiled in disdain. Yunyomu's eyes flickered. Once again, he felt a strange sense of familiarity from Ning Fan's body. On the purple golden seat on the high platform in the north, the eyes of the Snake Sovereign flickered. She stared at Ning Fan's direction in disbelief. This young man has such a perfect body. He's an excellent human cauldron. Unfortunately, Tan Tianyan has given an order that private fights are not allowed in Tianyuan City. Otherwise, I will definitely capture this young man and bring him back to the palace to have some fun. Forget it. After he leaves Tianyuan City. The old woman's eyes turned cold. As soon as Ning Fan entered the venue, he suddenly sensed several cold gazes. There were too many experts in this place. Their spirit sense was in a mess. It was not easy to identify the source of the gazes. Before Ning Fan could identify the source of the gazes, the Great Elder of the Primordial Palace suddenly soared into the sky and stood in the sky. He lifted his hand and crushed a golden jade slip. The Great Elder's name was Zhou Nan. He was at the 4th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. As soon as he soared into the sky, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. As soon as the jade slip was crushed, countless dazzling golden words appeared in the sky. The competition will begin at 6 o'clock a.m. and end at 6 o'clock a.m. the next day. When it ends, all the fellow Taoists who have a cave dwelling will obtain a place to participate in the dragon fishing convention. Apart from that, they will also receive additional rewards. Those who obtain the 1st to 20th floor of the cave dwelling will receive an origin clear pill. Those who obtain the 1st to 100th floor of the cave dwelling will receive a void fragmentation pill. Those who obtain the cave dwelling after the 100th floor of the cave dwelling will receive an absolute void pill. In the Immortal Ascension Tower, killing is not allowed unless it's absolutely necessary. Those who violate this rule will die. Ning Fan's eyes scanned through the golden words without saying anything. However, many old monsters at the scene exclaimed in surprise, including a few Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators. Origin Clear Pill. This is the most precious pill of the Origin Palace. It's a 7th grade pill. Any cultivator below the 5th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm who consumes it can greatly improve their spirit sense cultivation base. Initially, I was planning to just snatch a random cave dwelling. But now, it seems like I have to compete for this Origin Clear Pill. One of the Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters was overjoyed. His spirit sense was already on the verge of breaking through. If he can obtain the Origin Clear Pill, his spirit sense would probably improve by 1 heavenly layer. Void Fragmentation Pill. It's a pill that can increase the chances of obtaining the Void Fragmentation Realm by 5%. For the sake of this pill, I must get into the top 100 floors no matter what. The eyes of an origin returning old monster shone brightly. Absolute Void Pill. With this pill, I can officially go into seclusion after the competition ends and attempt to break through to the Absolute Void stage. A Void Pierce stage old monster was overjoyed. Great Elder Zhou smiled faintly. The reason why the Origin Palace took out these rewards was obviously to make the competition more intense. Only then would they be able to select the 500 strongest individuals to participate in the dragon fishing convention. Weaklings were not qualified to fish for dragons. Open the door of the tower. Zhou suddenly gave an order in a deep voice. Immediately, 4 Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Origin Palace soared into the sky. They turned into 4 giant golden-winged birds and flew towards the top of the tower. So these are the Origin Wings demon birds. Ning Fan's eyes flickered as he looked at the 4 giant golden-winged birds. Dragons were true spirits. The Origin Wings fed on dragons. Thus, they were naturally very strong. Although they were slightly weaker than the immemorial Dark Sparrow, they were not much weaker. In the demon spirit land of the upper world, the Origin Wings clan was considered as a very strong true spirit clan. The 4 Origin Wings giant birds flew to the top of the tower and flapped their giant wings. Rays of golden light shone on the giant door at the top of the tower. Immediately, the door slowly opened with a loud bang. The 4 Origin Wings giant birds flashed with golden light and flew back to the high platform in the north, turning back into 4 Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators. The rumbling sound of the door opening lingered in everyone's ears. The moment the door opened, Great Elder Zhou suddenly said, "The competition begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at Ning Fan's direction inconspicuously. Then, he took the lead and turned into a ray of golden light, directly entering the giant tower. The people on the scene obviously did not expect that the Great Elder of the Yuan Palace would participate in the competition. However, they did not mind it at all. 46 Void Fragmentation Realm experts flew into the sky at the same time and entered the giant door at the top of the tower. Then, rays of light flew into the sky one after another, heading towards the giant door. Ning Fan was not in a hurry to enter the Immortal Ascension Tower. The cultivators who entered first would either gather at the first few floors and fight for the abodes, or they would go all the way down. However, it was still difficult for them to avoid battles. Ning Fan's goal was to go through all 500 abodes. In other words, he would have to experience at least 500 battles in order to enter the abodes and comprehend life and death. He only had 1 day to go through all 500 floors, time was very tight. Hence, if anyone tries to block his way, he would have to use thunderous means to repel them. When most of the cultivators had entered the abodes, Ning Fan turned into a strand of smoke and floated towards the tower. The eyes of the clan leader of the Black Crane clan turned cold. He brought his 3 helpers and quietly turned into a ray of light and chased after Ning Fan, one after another, void refinement realm old monsters entered the giant tower. At the end of the day, there was no one outside the immortal Ascension Tower. In the Demon River Palace, the little demoness who was leisurely brewing tea muttered to herself. I wonder which floor my little Fanfan will be able to get to. In the upper 9 pavilion's weapon refinement workshop, Tan Zixin had just completed the last step of refining her fishing rod. The competition should have already begun. I wonder what Uncle Zhou's results will be. On the high platform at the north of the immortal Ascension Tower, the Yuan Emperor was discussing the Tao with the Fox Emperor and the Green Emperor. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with shock. At a certain moment, an overwhelming battle intent suddenly descended in the direction of the immortal Ascension Tower. Countless cultivators raised their heads and looked towards the sky. What they saw was a 30,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall ferocious ape standing proudly above the dark demonic clouds. The aura emitted from the ape was enough to suffocate all the cultivators below the void fragmentation realm. The Yuan Emperor's expression changed. The expressions of the Fox Emperor, the Green Emperor and the Snake Emperor changed as well. Ape Emperor, why did you come here so aggressively? The Yuan Emperor could tell that the ape did not come with good intentions. This ferocious ape was the ape sovereign, and behind him were hundreds of experts, including Yuan Tong. The ape emperor's physical body had already reached the 7th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm. He had once defeated a 7-broken devil sovereign of the devil world with a single punch. The ape emperor was cruel and cold-blooded. In a fit of rage, he once raised his staff and stirred up the East Sea, slaughtering hundreds of races there. The ape emperor came with bad intentions. Everyone felt an invisible pressure. Bai Mu, who are you? The giant ape asked coldly. An extremely domineering voice exploded like thunder, causing tens of thousands of low-level cultivators to cough up blood at the same time. Bai Mu? The sovereigns exchanged glances with each other. Obviously, they did not know who Bai Mu was. How could he provoke the ape emperor? The Yuan Emperor knew who Bai Mu was. Bai Mu had entered Tianyuan City a few days ago for the dragon fishing convention. He had caused quite a commotion and even attracted the attention of the Yuan Emperor. However, after reading the information about Bai Mu, the Yuan Emperor immediately forgot about him and stopped paying attention to him. Those who were worthy of his attention were at least void fragmentation realm cultivators. A mere void inquiry stage cultivator like Bai Mu was not enough. At this moment, the Yuan Emperor was greatly surprised. A mere void inquiry stage cultivator like Bai Mu actually dared to provoke the ape emperor. He was really bold. Bai Mu has already entered the immortal Ascension Tower and is now participating in the competition. The Yuan Emperor said indifferently. Is that so? Hee. If that's the case, I also want to enter the immortal Ascension Tower. I want to meet this Bai Mu. The ferocious ape turned into a ray of black light and was about to fly towards the immortal Ascension Tower. The Yuan Emperor's eyes turned cold. He pointed a finger at the sky and stopped the fleeing light of the ferocious ape. Yuan Emperor, why are you stopping me? The ferocious ape was enraged. This is Tianyuan City. All of you have missed the opening time of the immortal Ascension Tower. You can no longer enter this tower. The Yuan Emperor's eyes turned cold. Of course, he would not let the ferocious ape enter the tower and kill people wantonly inside. Rules were rules. He could not violate the rules set by the previous Yuan Emperor and neither could the ferocious ape. I can't enter the tower? The ferocious ape's eyes darkened. He did not put the Yuan Emperor in his eyes at all. But when he thought of the unfathomable old Yuan Emperor in the Yuan Hall, the ferocious ape did not dare to be presumptuous anymore. With a flash of black light, the ferocious ape retreated from his demon form and turned into a black-robed man with thick hair. He led a group of men and landed on the high platform in the north and sat on the purple gold seat with a cold expression. Forget it. I will wait here for Bai Mu to come out of the tower. Go ahead. The Yuan Emperor returned to his seat. He was weighing whether he should offend the ape emperor for Bai Mu. He had never thought of protecting Bai Mu as it would incur the wrath of the ape hall. But he had never thought of betraying Bai Mu and pleasing the ape emperor. He was not a servant of the ape hall, there was no need for him to humble himself. Moreover, the Yuan Emperor knew that the reason the Great Elder entered the Immortal Ascension Tower was to investigate a person for his daughter. The person he was investigating seemed to be Bai Mu. This Baimu really knows how to cause trouble. But it's a little strange. Zixin has always been uninterested in any man. Why would she suddenly care about this infamous Baimu? Could it be Zixin has fallen in love with this Baimu? As soon as this thought emerged in his mind, the Yuan Emperor's face immediately darkened. Baimu's reputation was too bad. As her father, how could he not be worried if his daughter fell in love with such a person? If his daughter really fell in love with Baimu, should he stop her or follow her wishes? Sigh. The Yuan Emperor let out a long sigh, feeling a headache coming on. Ning Fan did not know about the Ape Emperor's arrival. As soon as he entered the Immortal Ascension Tower, he was immediately teleported to a certain area on the 500th floor. I wonder where the abode of the 500th floor will be located. Even though the heavenly dwelling was vast, it was only tens of thousands of li asterisk, 500 m per li, wide. Ning Fan slowly spread his spirit sense, covering the entire heavenly dwelling in an instant. After withdrawing his spirit sense, Ning Fan immediately flew towards a certain direction with a flash of traveling light. In that direction, there was a tall mountain with a supreme great abode at its belly. At this moment, there were more than 10 void glimpse stage cultivators fighting for this abode. There was also a void inquiry stage old man among them. Relying on his profound cultivation base, he would occasionally attack and defeat the void glimpse stage cultivators in the crowd with a ray of red sword light. Humph. This old man is determined to get this abode. Don't fight with me for it. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy. Each of the void glimpse stage cultivators looked at the void inquiry stage old man in fear. He's old monster Kinfeng of the Fire Silkworm clan. This is bad. He has a void inquiry stage cultivation base. We can't win against him and can't get this abode. Should we give up? Let's join forces and defeat this person. Then, we void glimpse stage cultivators will fight for the abode again. What do you think? Seeing that all the void glimpse stage cultivators were about to join forces to deal with Kinfeng, an extremely cold baleful chi suddenly descended from the sky at this moment. That icy cold chi made each of the old monsters' souls tremble. They could not imagine how many people the owner of this baleful chi had killed to possess such terrifying baleful chi. I want to enter this abode to have a look. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Those who are not involved, step down. To be continued. I want to take a look around the cave, and I don't want anyone to disturb me. Those who are not involved, step down. The voice wasn't loud, but it contained a shocking killing intent. It was like countless claps of thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Including Kinfeng, everyone's face instantly turned pale. Kinfeng was afraid, extremely afraid. Ning Fan approached him step by step. His aura force was as majestic as a mountain and he did not dare to resist it. However, when he saw Ning Fan's appearance, he was immediately stunned. You are Baimu? Baimu from the Light Wing clan? All of the void glimpse stage cultivators were stunned. Initially, they were still afraid of Ning Fan. However, after hearing the identity of the person in front of them, all of them suppressed the fear in their hearts and did not leave in a hurry. Everyone was hoping for luck, especially Kinfeng. He had once seen Ning Fan entering the city with his own eyes and felt his void inquiry stage chi. This Baimu is clearly a void inquiry stage cultivator. Why is his baleful chi so terrifying? Fake, it must be fake. He is a void inquiry stage expert and so am I. There's no need to be afraid of him. Kinfeng kept convincing himself in his mind. Finally, he mustered up his courage and raised his hand. A ray of scarlet sword light pierced through Ning Fan's heart. Ning Fan, however, did not even look at the scarlet sword light. Instead, he continued walking forward. When the scarlet sword light was about to hit his body, a silver crack suddenly appeared 3 chi in front of him and a silver vortex appeared out of nowhere. As the whirlpool retracted, the scarlet sword radiance was sucked into the whirlpool and lost its connection with Kinfeng. White wood. How dare you snatch my intrinsic flying sword? Kinfeng was enraged. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Ning Fan. Halfway there, a silver vortex suddenly appeared in the air, and he was almost sucked into it. Kinfeng had a premonition that with his cultivation level, he would definitely die if he was sucked into the whirlpool. All of a sudden, he retreated and stared at Ning Fan in shock. the vortex gradually disappeared. Ning Fan was the one who removed the whirlpool. If Ning Fan wanted to kill him, he would have already died. I've spared you twice, there won't be a third time. Ning Fan's tone was extremely indifferent. He walked past the crowd and went straight to the cave. All of Can Feng's hair stood on end. He knew that Ning Fan was not joking. If Ning Fan was willing, he would have already died twice. Every level of the cave abode was protected by a formation light and guarded by demonic puppets. The formation light of the abode on the 500th floor was roughly at the low-grade mortal void realm. Inside the abode, there was also a void glimpse stage demon puppet guarding it. Ning Fan slowly approached the formation light. He lifted his finger and pointed at it. Without using any ability, the formation light directly collapsed. He had to rely on his physical body to break through the formation, and there was no need for him to use any divine abilities. The void glimpse stage spiritual puppets that guarded the abode were extremely violent. They would risk their lives to fight anyone who entered the abode. Generally speaking, one could only enter the abode by destroying the puppet. However, with just a glance from Ning Fan, the puppet suddenly revealed a look of fear, not daring to attack Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan did not kill Can Feng, nor did he subdue his spiritual puppet. He had promised Tan Tianyan that he would not kill anyone, and he would definitely do it. He didn't take away the demon puppet of Palace of Origin. The old primitive emperor had given him an opportunity, and if he were to snatch the puppet away, it would seem like he was biting the hand that fed him. This Bai Mu has such a terrifying physical body. One finger could shatter the mortal void formation light. If he wants to kill me, he only needs to casually point his finger. Moreover, what a strange divine ability he has. Just a look from him actually made a void glimpse stage demon puppet feel fear. I can't afford to offend Bai Mu. Can Feng was terrified as he clasped his fists towards the cave dwelling. Not daring to stay any longer, he flew downwards in a flash. How could he still dare to provoke Ning Fan? Ning Fan had spared his life twice. If he still doesn't know when to stop for the third time, he will certainly die. All the void glimpse stage cultivators held their breaths in an instant. Even the powerful Can Feng had been scared off, so who would dare to stay here and try their luck? No one dared to stay here any longer, and they didn't say a word before heading to the next level. Since Ning Fan had taken away this level of the abode, they certainly would not be able to get it back. Thus, they could only go to the next level to try their luck. Ning Fan ignored Can Feng and the others. He was already a void fragmentation realm expert. There was no need for him to lower himself to the same level as these juniors. Yao Ming stood guard outside the dwelling respectfully while Ning Fan began to search inside the dwelling. The stone walls on both sides of the road were embedded with moonstones for illumination. At the end of the dwelling was a green stone wall that was as smooth and clean as a mirror. The stone wall was covered with moss. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and swept it away, revealing the words of the demon race below. Ning Fan scanned through the words. These words of the demon race were written by an ancestor of the Yuan-Chi clan. It briefly recorded his life. At the end of the words, there was a groove that was just big enough to fit the ancient golden jade that Tan Tianyan gave him. Ning Fan took out the ancient jade and pressed it into the stone wall. Then, he reached out his palm and touched the cold demon words. Then, he closed his eyes. The scenery in front of him changed one after another. It was as if he had entered a dream and became another person. In this dream, his name was Tan Boyan. He was born in the ancient demon world. His innate talent was extraordinary. When he was young, he attained the vein opening realm, harmonious spirit realm, core formation realm, nascent soul realm, divine transformation realm, void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm. His life was very boring. Other than cultivation, there was nothing else he could do. Before he died, Tan Boyan's cultivation base was at the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. After cultivating to this level, he only had one understanding about life and death. Fish are born in water and die in water. Grass and trees are born in soil and die in soil. Humans are born in the Tao and die in the Tao. Living for the Tao and dying for the Tao. This was the life of this old ancestor. The dream was very long and it included Tan Boyan's entire life. However, to Ning Fan, it only lasted for 10 breaths. Ning Fan opened his eyes and took out the ancient golden jade from the groove. Then, he kept it in his sleeve for the time being. His eyes were a little blank. Humans are born in the Tao and die in the Tao. They are born for the Tao and die for the Tao. After a while, Ningfan's eyes regained their clarity. With a flash, he left the dwelling and flew towards the 499th floor. In every floor of the heavenly dwelling, there was a teleportation formation that led to the upper and lower floors. In just a few moments, Ningfan passed through the teleportation formation and arrived at the 499th floor. He spread his spirit sense and immediately flew towards a certain direction. The dwelling of the 499th floor was built at the bottom of a lake. Currently, there were two groups of cultivators fighting on the lake for the dwelling. Both groups were mainly made up of Void Glimpse stage cultivators. Each of them had a Void Inquiry stage cultivator as their leader. One of the groups of cultivators was Kenfeng and the others who came down from the 500th floor. The other group of cultivators had a total of 15 Void Glimpse stage cultivators. The Void Inquiry stage cultivator was also slightly stronger than Kenfeng. His surname was Zhu and he was a burly man. As for the reason, it was naturally because Kenfeng had lost his natal magic treasure. Kenfeng, you are not a match for me. Quickly retreat and this dwelling will belong to me. The burly man with the surname Zhu sneered. Bullshit. If it wasn't because my fire spirit sword was taken away by someone else, I wouldn't be a match for you. Zhu Jun, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and give up the dwelling. Otherwise. Just as Kenfeng was about to say something ruthless, he suddenly shuddered and saw an extremely familiar ray of traveling light approaching him. That traveling light dispersed and a white-robed young man walked out of it. It was Ningfan. It's Bai Mu. Everyone's expression changed. The expressions of the burly man with the surname Zhu and the other cultivators changed because of contempt. The expression of Kenfeng and the others changed because of fear. Just now, he had witnessed Ningfan's powerful means and he took the initiative to give up the dwelling. What he could not understand was why Ningfan came to the 499th floor to mess with them when he had already occupied the 500th floor. Fellow Daoist Bai, why did you come here? Kenfeng asked cautiously. I want to enter this dwelling to have a look around. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Those who have no business here, retreat. Ningfan repeated what he said on the previous floor. This time, he did not release any baleful qi when he said those words. Therefore, the burly man with the surname Zhu and the others did not even have the slightest bit of fear in their hearts. All of them burst into laughter. Isn't this Bai Mu who has been hunted by half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivators for a year? He actually asked us to retreat. What a joke. Haha. Even though he has a Void Inquiry stage cultivation base, I'm afraid any of us Void Glimpse stage experts are enough to defeat him, right? Saying that we are unrelated people? In my opinion, Bai Mu is the most unrelated person here. Weaklings don't have the right to occupy a dwelling. The burly man with the surname Zhu and the others were laughing. However, Kenfeng and the others could not laugh at all. Before their laughter subsided, Ningfan had already waved his sleeve. He did not attack them with a killing blow. Instead, he just casually waved his sleeve. It was a gentle wave of wind, but it seemed to contain a tremendous force. With just a single blow, the burly man with the surname Zhu and the others felt a sharp pain in their chests and were sent flying away by Ningfan. How is this possible? The burly man with the surname Zhu and the 17 Void Glimpse stage experts got up from the ground. The way they looked at Ningfan was as if they were looking at a ghost. As for Kenfeng and the others, they secretly mocked the burly man with the surname Zhu and the others. They no longer fought for the dwelling on the 499th floor. Instead, they turned around and flew towards the 498th floor. Why didn't they return to the 500th floor? They did not know why Ningfan still wanted to occupy the 499th floor even though he had already occupied the 500th floor. Without Ningfan's permission, they did not dare to simply seize the dwelling that Ningfan had occupied before. Thus, they could only continue to go to the lower floors to fight for opportunities. Ningfan's gaze swept across the burly man and the others. His eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you still here? As soon as the burly man and the others heard Ningfan's words, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Without saying a word, they chased after Can Feng and the others and flew towards the 498th floor. Even a fool could see that Ning Fan's strength far surpassed everyone on the scene. Who would dare to fight against him for the dwelling? After all, there were 500 dwellings. If they can't get this one, they would just take the next one. Ning Fan raised his hand to break the restriction. A single gaze from him scared the puppets away. He then walked to the end of the dwelling and took out an ancient golden jade from his sleeve, embedding it into the wall. Ning Fan pressed his palm on the cold stone wall and closed his eyes. The scenery in front of him changed. It was the memory of another old ancestor Yuani. This person's name was Tanziyu. His cultivation base had stopped at the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. This person's innate talent was poor. When he was young, he was abandoned by his clan and ended up in a mortal country. After that, he was adopted by a powerful aristocratic family in that country. This person had never cultivated before the age of 30. He dedicated his entire life to that aristocratic family and led an army to battle like a mortal. Even though his innate talent was poor, he was still a member of the Yuani clan after all. His physical body was far stronger than a mortal's and his strength was astonishing. However, it was difficult to change the situation. His country was defeated and he was trapped at the riverside. Even so, he would rather die than cross the river and commit suicide. Coincidentally, an old man from the Yuani clan happened to pass by. He took pity on him and kept his soul back to his clan. Then, he reconstructed his physical body and taught him his demon cultivation method. From the old man's point of view, even though Tanziyu's innate talent was poor, he had a spirit that ordinary people could not compare to. Thus, he might not necessarily be destined for the great Tao. Tanziyu had cultivated to the 6th shattering realm with his poor innate talent. Before he passed away, he only had one sentence to say about life and death. I'm a hero in life and a hero in death. Tens of breaths later, Ning Fan withdrew his palm and kept the ancient golden jade. His eyes were filled with contemplation. Tanziyu's understanding of life and death was obviously different from Tan Boyan's. Tan Boyan was a typical ascetic cultivator. He was born to cultivate the Tao and he would cultivate the Tao even in death. However, Tanziyu was different. He had his own persistence. Even though his innate talent was poor, his achievements were higher than Tan Boyan's. To Tan Boyan, there was no difference between life and death. He obtained it from the Tao and returned it to the Tao. He had no sorrow or joy. To Tanziyu, there was no difference between life and death. When he was alive, he was renowned throughout the world. When he died, he would become a hero among ghosts. Everyone's understanding of life and death is different. If I can observe the Tao of life and death of the 500 Yuani old ancestors, it will be very beneficial to me. Ning Fan inspected his body and realized that the life and death chi in his body had increased slightly after he finished observing the 2 stone walls. It was a process of integrating the life and death of others into his own body. Ning Fan did not say much. In a flash, he passed through the teleportation formation and entered the 498th floor. He spread his spirit sense and chose the right direction. Then, he immediately flew towards the abode on this floor. This abode was built on the crater of a volcano. Outside the crater of the volcano, there were 3 groups of cultivators engaged in a chaotic battle. 2 of them were the Void Glimpse stage teams led by Can Feng and the burly man surnamed Xu respectively. The other group of cultivators only had 2 people. They seemed to be a pair of twin brothers. Both of them had Void Inquiry stage cultivation bases. Give it up. This abode belongs to me. Can Feng laughed loudly. Humph. This abode should belong to me. The burly man surnamed Xu sneered. Wrong, wrong, wrong. This abode should belong to us, Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei. The pair of old men laughed sinisterly. While the 3 groups of cultivators were engaged in a chaotic battle, a white-robed young man suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. I want to enter this abode to have a look. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Those who have no business here, back off. As soon as they heard what he said, Old Men Feng and Lei burst into laughter. What an arrogant kid. Why should I back off just because you say so? Bai Mu. He is Bai Mu, the disgrace of the Light Feather clan. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant even though he is weak. Before the two of them could finish laughing, they were already injured internally by Ning Fan with a wave of his sleeve. Then, they fell heavily to the ground like kites with broken strings. Crawling up from the ground, old men Feng and Lei's faces were filled with shock. This person either has an unrivaled cultivation base among the Void Inquiry stage experts or he is a Void Peer stage expert who has concealed his cultivation base. The two of us are definitely no match for him. Let's go. Old men Feng and Lei did not say anything else and ran towards the 497th floor. As for Can Feng, the burly man surnamed Zhu and the others, they were complaining incessantly in their hearts. This Bai Mu is too much. He has already occupied 2 floors of the abode. Why does he still want to snatch our abode? He's going too far. So what if he's going too far? His strength is obvious. We are not his match at all. Forget it. Let's just give this abode to him. Shameless. How shameless. This Bai Mu is obviously so strong. Why didn't he go to the lower floors to snatch the abode? Instead, he is making things difficult for us. Forget it. Let's go to the 497th floor. I hope Bai Mu doesn't come here again. If he comes to the 497th floor to snatch the abode again, I will go to the 496th floor. *Chi** rays of traveling light whistled across the sky and headed towards the 497th floor. Ning Fan did not pay attention to them. His eyes flashed and he dived into the lava, entering the volcanic cave. This cave dwelling gave him an unusual feeling. The cultivation base of the owner of this cave was not high. He was just at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, his comprehension of the Tao of life and death was much deeper than that of the previous 2 cave dwellings. It was enough to move people's hearts. It was because this person's comprehension of the Tao of life and death was filled with emotions. This person did not die for the Tao nor did he die for his reputation. Instead, he passed away in meditation in this cave just to save a woman. If it weren't for you, life and death would be meaningless. If I can save you from samsara, why would I regret death? Why would I be afraid of death? We are born in different worlds but we die in the same cave. Through the ancient jade, Ning Fan saw the life of this Yuan ancestor. He wasn't born in the demon race but a mortal village. When he was young, he yearned to become an immortal and cultivate the Tao. He heard that there was a mountain in the north where immortals lived. With great perseverance, he walked 10,000 li of land barefoot and climbed a 10,000 zhang tall mountain to find the immortal master's abode. He knelt outside the abode for a month and fainted due to hunger. The cultivator in the abode was a gold core realm cultivator who was born in the Yuan clan. He was impressed by the young man's determination, so he woke him up and took him in as a disciple, teaching him demonic techniques. From then on, he shed his mortal body and became a demon. He had demon veins and merged with the 5 spirits. When he reached the harmonious spirit realm, his master was killed by a nascent soul realm cultivator. When he returned to his hometown, the entire village was massacred by that nascent soul realm cultivator. From then on, his heart turned cold and he ignored life and death. He killed countless people along the way and gradually achieved great success in his demonic techniques. After forming his demon core and condensing his demon nascent soul, he massacred his enemy's entire clan. He got his revenge but he was lonely for the rest of his life. After cultivating for hundreds of years, he finally understood that cultivating the Tao wasn't as free and unfettered as he imagined. If he could, he would rather become immortal. At that moment, his reputation gradually rose and he was valued by a member of the Yuan clan who wanted to recommend him into the clan. However, he rejected the opportunity and went to Immortal Town alone. He became a carpenter and became immortal. After turning into immortal for 100 years, his heart gradually calmed down. The various states of life turned into the power of intent realm and were engraved in his heart. Even though he didn't actively cultivate the Tao, his cultivation base kept improving during the 100 years. Eventually, he advanced to the spirit-severing realm. The knot in his heart was gradually resolved and he wanted to achieve the great Tao. Even if the path of cultivation was lonely, he had to continue. However, at this moment, a harmonious spirit girl barged into his heart. That girl didn't have a high aptitude and her body was weak. However, she spent all her effort for him and her life was about to end. He was moved and forgot about the great Tao. He carried the girl back to the Yuani clan and took the initiative to join them, hoping to use the clan's secret technique to save her life. After 100 years of loneliness and 1,000 years of waiting, his cultivation base improved step by step until he reached the fourth heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Even with his help, the girl only reached the nascent soul realm. She had reached the limit of her lifespan. Heavenly Tao, Samsara, Destiny. With his void fragmentation realm cultivation base, he would not be able to defeat or stop them. When the young woman's corpse gradually grew cold in his arms, he seemed to have gone mad as he roared toward the sky. Even if the heavens want you to die, I will take you back. On that day, he battled against the heavenly law puppet, but in the end, he was defeated and died. In the end, he failed to take back the young girl's soul, but as promised, he died with the young girl and was buried in the same grave. Ning Fan kept the ancient jade and closed his eyes, remaining silent for a long time. This stone wall contained a deep determination. That determination surpassed life and death. That was why even though this stone wall didn't mention life and death, it was the one with the deepest Tao comprehension out of the previous 3 stone walls. Ning Fan could imagine the scene of that old ancestor Yuan Qi roaring at the heavens while hugging the corpse of his beloved. Even if the heavens want you to die, I will take you back. Ning Fan could feel that kind of pain. If he and the other women die in the hands of the heavenly Tao, he would certainly kill the heavens in a fit of rage and seize their souls from them. He cultivated bitterly and slaughtered all along the way, all for the sake of preventing such a situation from occurring. Because he couldn't bear that kind of pain, he would never let it happen. Never, even if he had to rewrite the rules of the great Tao of life and death, he had to let her be reborn, for example, the daughter of the celestial emperor, Mu Weiliang, and his mother, Ming Qian. No matter what, he would revive them and save them from reincarnation. Because of this man's obsession, he couldn't see through life and death and mourned for the dead. It was precisely because he couldn't see through life and death that he dared to step on life and death, defying the heavens. The great Tao of life and death is intertwined with destiny. If the heavens want you to die, you can't go against it. If you want to escape from life and death, you must cultivate the great Tao. This is the will of the heavens. You can't go against it, but how can the world be so perfect? If the heavens want me to die, then I should die. If heaven wants Jihe to die, how can I watch Jihe lose her life in the cycle of reincarnation? I can't do it. Perhaps in this lifetime I won't be able to see through life and death, because I'm not willing to be controlled by fate, to be imprisoned by life and death. Too many people cultivate the Tao and comprehend life and death, but they only make their Tao conform to the heavenly Tao. In the end, they succumb to fate. That's why they can't become immortals in this life. If the heavens sent a tribulation, it could only be avoided and not resisted. If the heavens snatched away one's love, one would only grieve and not oppose it. When the time comes, it could only sigh and not resist. This isn't the Tao I want to cultivate. The life and death qi in his body suddenly rose rapidly. The life and death qi attached to his primordial spirit, intertwining with each other to form 3 strange black and white Tao patterns. He was still comprehending life and death. However, his Tao had begun to rise above life and death. Cultivators should go against the heavens because immortal cultivation was something that defies the heavens and changes one's fate. If a mere mortal wanted to live as long as heaven and earth, he would first have to break the rules of life and death of the heavenly Tao. Only by doing so could he surpass the limit of lifespan given by heaven and earth and achieve immortality. He had to surpass the control of the heavenly Tao of the mortal world and then ascend. Ning Fan turned into a ray of light and flew out of the crater of the volcano, heading towards the 497th floor. At this moment, there were a total of 3 black and white Tao patterns on his primordial spirit. One more Tao comprehension of life and death was equivalent to one more black and white Tao pattern. There were 500 cave dwellings in this place, which contained the Tao comprehension of 500 stone walls left by ancestor Yuani. These Tao comprehension were not the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. They were the comprehension of those who had experienced life and death and cultivated the life and death qi in their bodies. From the 3 ancient scriptures of the Rain Sovereign, Ning Fan learned that there were 3,000 great Taos in heaven and earth and 800 external Taos. If the number of black and white Tao patterns on his primordial spirit reaches 3,800, he would be able to surpass the limit of lifespan given by the heavenly Tao of the mortal world and achieve immortality. There were too many void fragmentation realm cultivators who had comprehended life and death. Many of them had cultivated the life and death chi, but they did not manage to attach life and death to their primordial spirit. Attaching life and death to one's primordial spirit was called Tao unification. The reason why these people could not do it was because they did not have the heart to defy fate. Some of them could achieve Tao unification with their primordial spirit, but they could not attain 3,800 Tao patterns of life and death in the end. Thus, they missed the opportunity to attain the immortal realm. Within the 9 worlds, there were no more than 10 people who could achieve Tao unification with their primordial spirit. Most of these 10 people were rogue immortals, rogue demons, rogue devils, and others. They had failed to attain immortality time and time again and tried to attain the immortal realm again and again. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes glowed with faint black and white light. The light was still weak, but only those rogue immortal old monsters could produce it. The light had a name. It was called Tao Light of Life and Death. Even though the light was weak, Ning Fan had indeed achieved the first step of Tao unification with his primordial spirit, on the 497th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower. On top of a gigantic tree that was as thick as a mountain, there was a cave dwelling. The puppets in the cave dwelling had long been destroyed and abandoned at the side. The formation light in the cave abode had long been broken, its brilliance shattered. Outside the cave dwelling, Ken Feng, the burly man surnamed Xu, Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei were injured and fell to the ground. Each of them wore a shocked expression. Before they arrived, the cave dwelling on the 497th floor had already been occupied by someone. The person who occupied the cave dwelling was none other than the person who injured them. He was a middle-aged man wearing red robes. He is one of the 72 Red Guards under the command of the Southern Demon Sea Scarlet Sovereign, Chi Mei. Ken Feng's eyes were filled with shock. Rumor has it that even though this person's cultivation base is only at the Void Inquiry stage, he is already unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts. He can even fight against ordinary Void Pierce stage experts. The burly man surnamed Xu was filled with fear. This person is ruthless and ruthless. Every time he attacks, he will definitely take someone's life. The reason why he didn't kill us is because of the Old Yuan Sovereign's order. Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei said with a bitter smile. 4 Void Inquiry stage experts and 28 Void Glimpse stage experts were defeated by Chi Mei alone. Get lost. A disdainful sneer resounded from the cave dwelling. It was unknown what kind of divine ability the voice contained. As soon as it spread, the air immediately began to sizzle and burn. As soon as Ken Feng and the others heard the voice, they immediately let out a miserable cry and coughed out blood. After being shaken by the demonic voice, everyone's foundation was injured. Without tens of years of recuperation, it was impossible for them to fully recover. Chi Mei, don't you dare go too far. I'm not your match. There will naturally be someone who can defeat you like a dog and seize your cave dwelling to avenge us. Ken Feng gritted his teeth and said angrily. According to his character, he would never dare to fight a strong opponent head-on. However, now that his foundation was injured by Chi Mei, his anger gave him some courage and he did not leave immediately. Instead, he wanted to stay here and watch Chi Mei make a fool out of himself. The person who could defeat Chi Mei like a dog was naturally Ning Fan. From Ken Feng's point of view, Ning Fan was so greedy that he would definitely come to the 497th floor to seize the cave dwelling on this floor after he seized the previous one. At first, he hated Ning Fan for being greedy. Now, however, he could not wait for Ning Fan to come earlier and take care of this arrogant Chi Mei. Oh? You said that someone from the upper floors will come to the lower floors and defeat me like a dog? Chi Mei smiled sinisterly. With his strength, he could have gone to the lower floors and fought against the Void Pierce stage-old monsters. However, he chose to occupy the upper floors instead. It was because there were only a few Void Glimpse stage and Void Inquiry stage experts in the upper floors. To him, he could easily defeat them without any risk. Even though Chi Mei was arrogant, he did not like to take risks. He knew that he did not have the strength to contest for the upper floors. Hence, there was no difference between the 101st floor and the 497th floor to him. The reason why he seized the cave dwelling on this floor was because the cultivators on this floor were weak. However, Ken Feng said that there would be someone from the upper floors who would come down and defeat him like a dog. Of course, he did not believe such words at all. Humph. Don't doubt me. Bai Mu will be here soon. His strength is even higher than yours. Bai Mu has taken all the cave dwellings on the upper 3 floors. He will certainly seize your cave dwelling. Do you know that all of us were defeated by him and were chased to the lower floors by him? The burly man surnamed Xu added. Bai Mu? Bai Mu of the Light Feather clan? Are you saying that this Bai Mu can defeat me? Chi Mei laughed disdainfully. If Ken Feng had mentioned the names of other old monsters, Chi Mei might have taken him seriously. As for Bai Mu, he was just a cripple from the Light Feather clan. He was not afraid of him at all. If it wasn't for the fact that killing is forbidden in the Immortal Ascension Tower, I would only need 3 breaths to kill Bai Mu. Chi Mei sneered. Just as these words left his mouth, a vast and boundless aura suddenly descended upon the entire 497th level of the heavenly abode. Boundless, this aura force was neither sharp nor oppressive. However, it was as boundless as the earth and as vast as the heavens, giving people a sense of oppression that came from the bottom of their hearts. This was the aura force of the Great Tao. Whose aura force is so terrifying? Chi Mei was shocked. Even Ken Feng and the others who were present were shocked. The aura force of the Great Tao. How could an ordinary person integrate the Great Tao into their body and merge their aura force with the Great Tao? It's Bai Mu. Ken Feng was the first to exclaim. A ray of traveling light approached them from afar. After a while, the traveling light dispersed and a white-robed young man walked out from it. It was none other than Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were glowing with a faint Tao light of life and death. However, he gave off an aura force that no one dared to look at directly. It wasn't a murderous aura, nor was it a ferocious might. It was just the might of the Tao, but it was enough to make anyone with a weaker cultivation feel terrified. He is Bai Mu. Is he really Bai Mu? How is this possible? The trash of the White Feather clan actually cultivated the life and death Tao light. That's the life and death Tao light. In the Yao realm, there are only 3 loose demons who can cultivate this light. As a Crimson Guard of the Crimson Hall, I have seen the old Crimson Emperor once. The old Crimson Emperor had the cultivation of a loose demon, and his comprehension of life and death had already reached the end. In his eyes, there was this life and death Tao light. The old Crimson Sovereign once said that in the light of life and death, a ray of light can destroy a void-pierced stage expert. This Bai Mu can cultivate the life and death Tao light. Just a wisp of light is enough to kill me. How can I be his match? Chi Mei could not help but feel regret. He had just looked down on Bai Mu and said that he could kill Bai Mu in 3 breaths. Now, it seemed like his words were really ridiculous. I want to enter this abode to have a look. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Those who are not involved, leave. Ning Fan said indifferently and walked towards the abode of the giant tree step by step. His eyes indifferently swept across Ken Feng, the burly man surnamed Xu, Old Man Feng and Old Man Lei, and the void glimpse stage experts. Eventually, it was as if his eyes had penetrated the abode and landed on Chi Mei who was inside. The moment Ning Fan's eyes landed on them, all of them began to sweat profusely. It was as if Ning Fan could kill Void Glimpse stage and Void Inquiry stage experts with just a gaze and a single thought. He could decide life and death with just a single thought. Fellow Taoist Bai, please enter the abode. I don't want this abode anymore. Chi Mei gritted his teeth and quickly walked out of the abode. He lowered his head and cupped his fists at Ning Fan, feeling uneasy. Ning Fan, however, did not care about Chi Mei at all and walked straight into the abode. Chi Mei could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed like Ning Fan did not have the intention to hold him accountable. Ken Feng and the others, on the other hand, were greatly disappointed. They originally wanted to see Ning Fan teach Chi Mei a lesson. Now, it seemed like Ning Fan did not have the intention to hurt them. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with Tao light and his mind was cultivating Tao sense. At this moment, if it was possible, he did not want to attack Chi Mei. He just wanted to look at the stone walls of the abode and comprehend life and death. Just as Ning Fan was about to step into the abode, he suddenly stopped and turned around. The Tao light in his eyes dimmed slightly and a cold light flashed. At the moment when the cold light rose, Chi Mei's heart was filled with fear. He wondered if Ning Fan was going to attack him, just as he was guessing, for rays of traveling light whistled and flew down from the 498th floor. They arrived in front of the abode on the 497th floor and landed on the ground. I'm the clan leader of the Black Crane clan. Today, I'm here to teach Bai Mu a lesson. Those who have nothing to do with this, get lost. All four of them were void-pierced stage-old monsters. Among them, there was even the clan leader of the Black Crane clan who was infamous among the void-pierced stage experts. The four of them came in a threatening manner and they came for Ning Fan. 4. For void-pierced stage-old monsters. Moreover, the clan leader of the Black Crane clan is also among them. These people want to find trouble with Bai Mu. How can Bai Mu be a match for them? Some void glimpse stage experts thought. Ordinary void glimpse stage experts naturally did not know how powerful the Tao light of life and death was. Ken Feng, Chi Mei, the burly man surnamed Zhu and old man Feng and Lei stared at the clan leader and his group as if they were looking at idiots. They knew very well how powerful the Tao light of life and death was. It was a great ability that only the three rogue demons of the demon world could cultivate. No matter how powerful the clan leader of the Black Crane clan was, could he resist such a great ability? From their point of view, the clan leader and his group were obviously here to deliver themselves to Ning Fan. Are you the clan leader of the Black Crane clan? I'm not interested in the grudges between the Black Crane clan and the Light Feather clan. I'll give you 3 breaths to leave now and I'll let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I won't show any mercy. Ning Fan's expression was indifferent. The Black Crane clan had massacred the Light Feather clan. However, Ning Fan was not a member of the Light Feather clan. Thus, he naturally did not hate the Black Crane clan. He had promised Tan Tianyan that he would not kill anyone in the Immortal Ascension Tower. However, it did not mean that he could tolerate the existence of enemies. Ken Feng and the others only fought each other because of a small matter like fighting for the abode. They were not mortal enemies. The leader of the Black Crane clan was not a kind person. Even though this person was weak, Ning Fan would certainly not let him live if he is an enemy. Humph. Boasting shamelessly. Showing no mercy? I would like to see how a mere void inquiry stage cultivator like you is going to show no mercy to 4 void pure stage experts. Kill him. The clan leader of the Black Crane clan sneered. Together with his 3 void pure stage friends, they took out their natal treasures and attacked Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He had given the clan leader 3 breaths to save his life. However, they used their actions to show that their hostility towards him could not be resolved. The grudges between the 2 clans had nothing to do with Ning Fan. However, the enemies who came to attack him must die. My left eye sees life and my right eye sees death. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly flashed with the Tao light of life and death. That ray of light split into 2. The white light gathered in his left eye while the black light gathered in his right eye. A ray of black Tao light shot out from his right eye and swept across the 4 natal treasures that were hovering in the sky. The 4 magic treasures began to decay and lose their power. In the end, they turned into ashes in an instant and scattered on the ground. That black light then swept across the 3 void-pierced stage-old monsters. The 3 void-pierced stage-old monsters were the helpers that the clan leader invited. As soon as they were swept by the Tao light of death, their souls immediately left their bodies. Life and death. Tao light of life and death. This Bai Mu has actually cultivated the Tao light of life and death. How is he in existence that we can fight against? Black Crane, you've made me suffer. This old man and you are irreconcilable. Such a powerful enemy. Such a powerful enemy. It's too late for me to regret. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The 3 of them had different expressions on their faces. The moment they were swept by the Tao light of death, all of them glared at the clan leader with resentment. Then, they spurted out blood essence from their mouths and turned into rays of light, fleeing to the upper floors with all their might. At this moment, they only wanted to escape from the Immortal Ascension Tower. As for chasing after Ning Fan, it was something that they would never dare to think about in this lifetime. However, it was a little too late for the 3 of them to retreat now. The three of them were fleeing with all their might. They did not notice that their physical bodies were aging rapidly and beginning to turn into ashes bit by bit. Countless black Tao patterns appeared on their bodies. It was the power of the Tao of death. Before the three of them could get far, their physical bodies had already turned into ashes. Their demon souls were destroyed as well. They died with hatred. This was the power of the Tao light of death. Under the power of the great Tao, the weak could hardly escape death. How? How is this possible? You're not Bai Mu. You're definitely not Bai Mu. Bai Mu isn't as powerful as you are. He's just a disciple, a piece of trash. The Black Crane clan master seemed to have gone mad as he looked at everything before him in disbelief. After that, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence before turning around and fleeing without any regard for his life. Ning Fan did not want to find out what kind of grudge he had with Bai Mu that made him want to kill Ning Fan no matter what. There was only one thing Ning Fan wanted to do when the enemy came knocking on his door, and that was to send the enemy to his death. A beam of white light shot out from his left eye and swept across the deranged Black Crane clan leader. The Black Crane clan's leader suddenly shuddered as countless white Tao patterns appeared. The moment the white Tao pattern appeared, the Black Crane clan leader's cultivation level plummeted, and his appearance gradually became younger. This youthfulness was not an increase in lifespan, but an illusion of magic. However, his cultivation had fallen along with his youthful appearance. Void Glimpse Stage, Peak Divine Transformation Realm, Late Divine Transformation Realm, Mid Divine Transformation Realm, Early Divine Transformation Realm. Peak Nascent Soul Realm, Late Nascent Soul Realm, Mid Nascent Soul Realm, Early Nascent Soul Realm, Peak Golden Core Realm. To his horror, the Black Crane clan leader realized that he could not resist the decline of his cultivation level at all. After his cultivation level fell to the Gold Core Realm, the Black Crane clan leader shed his human form and turned into a half-human half-crane demonic appearance. After his cultivation level fell to the Harmonious Spirit Realm and Vein Opening Realm, he completely turned into a black crane with weak demonic power. The white light on the black crane's body suddenly split apart. It let out a miserable shriek and fell to the ground from the sky. As soon as its head touched the ground, it died. The scene was extremely strange. This is the power of the Tao light of life and death. Chi Mei's eyes were filled with astonishment. Ning Fan had just shot out 2 rays of black and white light from his eyes, and 4 Void Pierce stage experts had died mysteriously. This scene was just too terrifying. Ning Fan, however, did not care about their shocked expressions. He just waved his hand and kept the storage pouches of the Black Crane clan leader and the others. He did not pay too much attention to their storage pouches. The only thing that made him slightly satisfied was the 9 pieces of star stones that were lying quietly in the Black Crane clan leader's storage pouch. These 9 star stones were seized from the Light Feather clan. They had the magical effect of increasing one's star power. If he has the time, Ning Fan would absorb the power of 10 star stones to increase the number of natal stars. Now, he still had something important to do. He needed to study all the Tao insights on the stone walls of the Immortal Ascension Tower. Ning Fan was quite satisfied with the power of the Tao light of life and death. If the number of Tao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit reaches a certain level, this light would not only be able to kill Void Pierce stage experts but also Void Fragmentation Realm experts. How could the great ability of a rogue demon be that simple? Ning Fan walked into the cave dwelling of the giant tree step by step. Chi Mei and the others did not even dare to breathe too loudly as they watched Ning Fan leave. After entering the cave dwelling, he suddenly transmitted his voice to them. I have no interest in occupying the cave dwellings in the upper 3 floors. You guys can do whatever you want with them. Ken Feng, the burly man surnamed Zhu, and old men Feng and Lei were speechless. Ning Fan snatched the cave dwelling but did not occupy it. Could it be that he was just snatching it for fun? This was not something they could care about. All they knew was that since Ning Fan did not want to occupy the cave dwelling, it would be their turn to fight for it. Ken Feng looked at the group of Void Glimpse stage experts beside him and sneered. Then, he endured his injuries and flew to the upper floors. Without a powerful enemy like Ning Fan, ordinary Void Glimpse stage experts would no longer be allies but competitors. Forget it. I will also go to the upper floors to fight for the cave dwellings. Chi Mei sighed and flew to the upper floors. The eyes of the burly man surnamed Xu, Old Man Feng and Lei flashed and they flew to the upper floors. Very soon, Ning Fan was the only one left in this place. He entered the cave dwelling and peeked at the stone walls. Then, he left and went to the next floor. As he went down the floors, he either subdued those who fought for the cave dwellings or sent them flying with a wave of his sleeve. Ning Fan had already walked through the first 100 floors. No one could stop him. Void Glimpse Stage, Void Inquiry Stage, Void Pierce Stage, Absolute Void Stage. Each of the old monsters was no match for Ning Fan. After inspecting the cave dwellings, Ning Fan would often return them to them as he did not want to chase the other cultivators to the lower floors. That would be too troublesome. In the cave dwelling on the 496th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, a Void Pierce Stage old man whose head was bleeding sighed continuously. He was the owner of this cave dwelling, but he was defeated by Ning Fan with a single move. I didn't expect Bai Mu to be so powerful. Initially, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but he defeated me instead. In the cave dwelling on the 442nd floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, a Void Pierce Stage female cultivator was hugging her knees and shivering in a corner of the wall. So scary. Bai Mu is really scary. I'm not his match. He defeated me with a single move. Luckily, this is the Immortal Ascension Tower. Otherwise, he will definitely sully my purity. This female cultivator did not even bother to look at her own body. She was just a Void Pierce Stage cultivator. Yet, she was actually worried that Ning Fan would pluck her. It was really ridiculous. To the current Ning Fan, a human cauldron whose cultivation base had not reached the void fragmentation realm would not be of much help to him. Even if this woman pays him 100 million immortal jade, Ning Fan would not be tempted. In the cave dwelling on the 409th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, a burly sword cultivator with an absolute void stage cultivation base was holding a broken sword and complaining incessantly. He had set up a formation inside the cave dwelling. When Ning Fan arrived, he wanted to launch a sneak attack on him and snatch a few treasures. Unfortunately, Ning Fan crushed his flying sword with just a finger and severely injured him. Not only did he fail to snatch his treasures, he was also robbed clean by Ning Fan. His storage pouch and his purple-grade fishing rod were all taken away by Ning Fan. How unlucky. How could I be so blind as to provoke such a person? Bai Mu. This person is clearly extremely powerful. He's not as weak as the rumors say. All the way down, Ning Fan passed through each of the abodes at an extremely fast speed. No one could stop his footsteps. 400 floors, 300 floors, 200 floors, 100 floors. When he entered the first 100 levels of the cave abode, there were already 400 life and death Dao patterns on his Yuan Shin. He had seen the Dao comprehensions of 400 Yuan ancestors and understood the Dao of life and death of 400 of them. The Dao light of life and death in his eyes was already rather resplendent. Under this light, even a Shadow Realm cultivator would find it difficult to survive. Half a day had passed since the start of the grand competition. At this moment, it was night time in the outside world. Immortal Ascension Pagoda, 100th level cave abode. The one in charge of the cave dwelling was none other than the great elder of Yuan Palace, Zhou Nan. The reason why Zhou Nan entered the Immortal Ascension Tower this time was not to compete for benefits but to test Ning Fan. The reason why he chose this spot to wait for Ning Fan was because he had a premonition that Ning Fan would come to this floor. If Ning Fan's strength was not enough to reach this floor, he would not be worthy of Miss Zixin's heart. Of course, Zhou Nan did not know why Tan Zixin valued Ning Fan so much. He had the same thought as the current Yuan Emperor. They both thought that Tan Zixin had fallen in love with Ning Fan. Sigh. Miss could have fallen in love with anyone but this Bai Mu. Miss doesn't seem to know how bad Bai Mu's reputation is. If Miss knows that Bai Mu can even have sex with demonic beasts that have yet to fully transform, she will definitely be sad. This Bai Mu's behavior is really shameless. While Zhou Nan was pondering, he suddenly felt a boundless Dao power coming towards him. In the aura of the Dao power, a white-robed young man was approaching the 100th level of the cave abode. Zhou Nan was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Dao light of life and death. How is this possible? Is he really Bai Mu? As Ning Fan got closer to him, the astonishment in Zhou Nan's eyes grew stronger. Actually, Zhou Nan had also thought that Miss Zixin, who had never been interested in men, would suddenly pay attention to Ning Fan because Ning Fan was different from ordinary people. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan had actually cultivated the Tao light of life and death. Currently, there were only 3 rogue demon old monsters in the entire demon world who had cultivated this light. Ning Fan was the 4th one. Even though Ning Fan's current cultivation base was just at the void inquiry stage, Zhou Nan did not dare to underestimate him. A cultivator who could cultivate the ability of a rogue demon would certainly have a bright future. Miss Zixin's eyes are really sharp. Everyone only knows that Bai Mu is a puppet cultivator, but they didn't know that he is actually so amazing. He actually cultivated the Tao light of life and death. Zhou Nan stood up and walked out of the abode step by step, and his expression carried a hint of kindness. "Little friend, are you here to take the cave residence from me?" What Zhou Nan meant was to use the cave residence as a bait to test Ning Fan's ability. He was holding a treasure which was personally refined by Tan Zixin. Its grade was not high, but it could emit a trace of yin and yang power. Therefore, it was quite extraordinary. It was the magic treasure that Tan Zixin gave him. She wanted to use it to test if Ning Fan had a way to break the formation. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He did not expect that the person who occupied the 100th floor of the cave residence would be the dignified Great Elder of the Origin Palace, Zhou Nan. In Ning Fan's opinion, Zhou Nan had a cultivation base at the 4th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was totally capable of fighting for the top 20 caverns and fighting for the essence clear pill. However, Zhou Nan avoided the fight and chose to occupy the 100th floor instead. It was really unreasonable. Perhaps, Zhou Nan was just too embarrassed to fight for the top 20 caverns with his peers since he was the Great Elder of the Origin Palace. Excluding Ning Fan and Zhou Nan, there were a total of 47 void fragmentation realm experts who entered the Immortal Ascension Tower this time. Ning Fan was already mentally prepared that he would definitely have to fight against void fragmentation realm old monsters if he enters the first 100 floors of the cave residence. Thus, he was not too surprised at this moment. "I just want to enter the cave residence to have a look. I'll leave after that. I won't fight for it. I wonder if the Great Elder can do me a favor and let me in to have a look." Facing Zhou Nan, Ning Fan, of course, would not be so arrogant as to attack him. Zhou Nan was startled, then he smiled and said, "It's just a cave abode, it's naturally very easy. If little friend is willing to receive an attack from this old man, not to mention letting little friend take a look at this cave abode, even giving this cave abode to little friend is not impossible. Of course, you don't have to worry. This attack of mine only has void inquiry stage strength. Even if you can't withstand it, you won't be hurt too badly. Hee hee. Little friend, are you willing to receive a void inquiry stage attack from me?" Ning Fan's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he nodded and said, "Good. Great Elder, please make a move." If it was just a void inquiry stage attack from Zhou Nan, it would naturally not be difficult at all. If Zhou Nan harbored ill intentions and had ulterior motives, Ning Fan also had the means to protect himself. Thus, it was impossible for him to be injured by Zhou Nan. He was already somewhat certain that the reason why Zhou Nan appeared in the 100th floor of the abode was probably because of him. However, Ning Fan didn't know what Zhou Nan's intention was. Was it good or bad? Zhou Nan nodded with a smile and took out a flying sword that was half red and half blue from his sleeve. This sword was called the Dual Extremity Sword. It was a mid-grade mortal void flying sword. This sword could activate a trace of the power of yin and yang to attack the enemy. Besides, the more the two extremes of yin and yang were separated, the stronger the power of this sword would be. "Little friend, be careful. This sword has a trace of yin and yang power. Even though it is a mid-grade mortal void treasure, you mustn't underestimate it. Activate." Zhou Nan suppressed his magic power and raised his hand to summon the sword. He did not lie. The destructive power of this sword was only at the void inquiry stage. Ning Fan's eyes flashed and he looked at the flying sword. As soon as the flying sword was summoned, it immediately split into 2. One of them was red while the other was blue. Both of them slashed at Ning Fan from 2 completely different directions. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, it was naturally impossible for him to withstand a void inquiry stage attack. This flying sword isn't weak. The separation of the two extremes of yin and yang can actually increase the power of the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfan reached out both of his hands and directly grabbed the two flying swords. That move of his really frightened Zhou Nan. One should know that even though the grade of the dual extremities sword was not high, it was extremely sharp. Ordinary cultivators at the third level of the golden body realm would not dare to casually catch it with their hands. If one's physical body was not strong enough, their palms would most likely be cut off by the flying sword if they try to catch the swords with their hands. "Little friend, be careful," Zhou Nan exclaimed. His original intention was not to hurt Ningfan. He was just testing him. Just as he was about to save Ningfan, his eyes suddenly widened. The moment Ningfan stretched out both of his hands, the power of the flying swords that were originally unparalleled immediately decreased greatly. The reason why their power was greatly reduced was because Ningfan managed to make the yin and yang of the swords return to harmony by just a casual move. Since the yin and yang could no longer be separated into two extremes, the power of the swords naturally decreased. After their power was greatly reduced, the two flying swords that were like dragons were easily caught by Ningfan and combined into one flying sword. "I have already withstood Great Elder's attack. I wonder if I can enter your cave residence to have a look." Ningfan tossed the flying sword back and looked at Zhou Nan meaningfully. "Of course you can. Little friend, please come in and have a look." Zhou Nan heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Ningfan's means were really not weak. He was worried about Ningfan for nothing. However, looking at Ningfan's meaningful expression, could it be that he had already seen through the test this time? Zhou Nan kept the dual extremities sword and recorded what happened just now into the shadow-bearing jade slip. Then, he fell into deep thought. I wonder if Miss Zixin will be satisfied with the result of this test. Speaking of which, the reason why Bai Mu didn't occupy the cave residence is probably because he wants to enter it to have a look. I suppose he wants to see the stone carvings inside? This young man has cultivated the Tao light of life and death. From today onwards, his name will certainly be known throughout the demon world. It is said that the Tao enlightenment of life and death of the previous Xianxia ancestors are hidden inside the stone carvings. Could it be that this young man came for this Tao enlightenment? Unfortunately, without the primitive Emperor Jade in hand, he won't be able to see the Tao enlightenment of the stone carvings. Zhou Nan shook his head with a smile and inadvertently scanned the interior of the cave residence with his spirit sense. What he saw was incredible. He was completely petrified. He saw that Ningfan had already embedded the golden ancient jade into the groove of the stone wall. His palm was placed on the stone wall and he was carefully comprehending it. The primitive Emperor Jade. This jade is definitely the primitive Emperor Jade. It has always been in the hands of the previous primitive emperor. Why is it in this young man's hands? That's right. The previous primitive emperor must have lent this jade to this young man. However, I don't know how Bai Mu got to know the previous primitive emperor and what is his relationship with him. How did he manage to borrow the primitive emperor jade? You should know that there were many experts in the palace who wanted to use the jade to comprehend the Tao. However, all of them were rejected by the previous primitive emperor. The previous primitive emperor said, "Those who aren't my eyes don't have the qualifications to comprehend life and death." Could it be that this Bai Mu is the person whom the previous primitive emperor likes? Of course, Zhou Nan would not think that Ningfan stole or snatched this jade. Who was the previous primitive emperor? He was the best in the demon world. Who could snatch or steal from his hands? Since Ningfan came with the jade, he naturally gained the favor of the previous primitive emperor. Zhou Nan's impression of Ningfan changed once again. A person who could make the previous primitive emperor look at him in a different light was certainly not an ordinary person. Zhou Nan must not neglect him. After 10 breaths, Ningfan kept the ancient jade. After a moment of silence, he walked out of the cave residence. There was one more Tao mark of life and death on his primordial spirit. As soon as he saw Ningfan walking out, Zhou Nan took half a step forward, cupped his fists and said apologetically. There's one thing that I need to apologize to fellow Daoist. Previously, I was ordered by my mistress to test you with the dual extremity sword. I hope fellow Daoist can forgive me for offending you. However, fellow Daoist can be at ease. My mistress has always been kind and generous. She definitely won't have any evil intentions towards you. Zhou Nan guessed that Ning Fan had most likely seen through the test. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, it was better for him to explain himself. Since Great Elder has said so, I naturally won't take this matter to heart. I just hope that such a test won't happen again. Ning Fan had seen through Zhou Nan's test. He also knew that the person who refined the dual extremity sword was Tan Zixin. He had met Tan Zixin once before and he had peeked into her mind. She was not a scheming and vicious person. This test probably didn't have any evil intentions. Moreover, for the sake of the previous primitive emperor, he certainly wouldn't take this matter to heart. However, it was better to avoid such tests. No one liked to be tested or schemed against by others. I still need to go to the lower level of the cave residence. I'll take my leave first. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Zhou Nan. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the lower level of the cave residence. Oh? Does he really not want this cave residence? Zhou Nan was stunned. From Zhou Nan's point of view, even though Ning Fan had cultivated the Tao light of life and death, his cultivation base was still too low after all. At most, he could only use the Tao light of life and death to sweep across the void peer stage experts. With such strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to snatch a cave residence in the 400th floor and above. However, in the first 100 floors, he could forget about snatching any cave residence. Currently, the first 100 floors were all occupied by Void Fragmentation Realm and Grand Void Stage experts. Without a cultivation base at the Grand Void Stage, it was impossible for them to compete for supremacy in this place. Could it be that this young man still has some trump cards? Is he confident that he can defeat a Grand Void Stage expert? As Zhou Nan thought about it, his curiosity was piqued. In a flash, he flew towards the 99th floor and quietly followed behind Ning Fan. In the 99th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower. The person guarding this cave residence was an old man in black robes who was at the Grand Void Stage. He was from the Eastern Demon Sea and he was one of the 12 guardians of the Black Emperor of the Feng Wolf Palace. This person was sitting cross-legged inside the cave residence. His eyes were ferocious and his right fingernails were stained with blood. Previously, there were a total of 4 Grand Void Stage experts and 7 Grand Void Stage experts who wanted to snatch this cave residence from him. However, all of them were defeated by him using the Broken Phase Art. The Broken Phase Art was one of the best escape techniques of the Feng Wolf Palace. Coupled with his physical body which was close to the Nirvana realm, he rarely had any opponents below the Void Fragmentation realm. The black-robed old man licked the blood between his fingers with a gloomy smile. If it wasn't because of the old primitive emperor's order not to kill innocent people in the Immortal Ascension Tower, he would have already killed a few people who tried to snatch his cave residence. Oh? Is there still someone else who wants to steal my cave residence? Hee. Void Inquiry Stage Cultivator. How reckless. The black-robed old man's body suddenly turned into a broken phase and shattered one after another. At the next moment, his figure strangely appeared outside the cave residence. The so-called broken phase art was not about leaving an afterimage when one moved quickly. Instead, it was about separating one's physical body, allowing it to travel across space and appear in another place. This technique was used for sneak attacks. Naturally, it was impossible to guard against it. It was difficult for the person being attacked to determine where the user of the technique would appear. Are you trying to snatch my cave residence? The black-robed old man looked at Ning Fan who was approaching him step by step and laughed loudly. Then, he unleashed his unrivaled origin returning realm cultivation base and pressed it down on Ning Fan. His aura force covered the sky and earth, stirring up a strong gust of wind. All of a sudden, smoke and dust rose in all directions. Ning Fan walked among the smoke and dust. The smoke and dust immediately split into two and made way for him. I do want to enter the cave residence to have a look. His tone was indifferent. Then, his battle intent gradually rose to the sky. When he reached the 99th floor of the cave residence, it was already impossible for him to conceal his cultivation base anymore. If he only uses his Void Inquiry Stage cultivation base, it would be impossible for him to defeat cultivators at the first, second, or third destruction realm. Even if he reveals his Void Fragmentation realm chi, he would not have much chance of winning against cultivators at the fourth or fifth destruction realm. As such, the only thing he could do was to fight them with all his might, no matter what. He wanted to gain the Tao insights of the first 100 floors of the cave residence and make the number of Tao marks of life and death on his primordial spirit exceed 500. You seem to have some ability to resist my aura force. However, you are just a void inquiry stage ant after all. In my eyes, you are just too weak. I don't need half a breath to defeat you. As soon as the black-robed old man finished speaking, he smirked and took a step forward. Suddenly, his body turned into pieces and disappeared. There was not a trace of chi nor a trace of his body. His body just vanished into thin air just like that. He did not dare to take Ning Fan's life because of the old Yuan Emperor's order. However, he intended to severely injure Ning Fan with a single blow. He was a wolf. A wolf. His nature was cruel. Great Elder Zhou Nan, who had followed them secretly, saw the black-robed old man using the broken phase art of the Wolf Feng Palace. His eyes immediately turned cold. Not good. This broken phase art is extremely powerful. Given his primordial returning realm cultivation base, there are few people below the void fragmentation realm who can defend against his sneak attack. Bai Mu will most likely be severely injured by his attack. Bai Mu is valued by the old Yuan Emperor and Miss Xianxia. No matter what, I must save him. Just as Zhou Nan was about to help Ning Fan, his hand suddenly stiffened in midair. His eyes were filled with astonishment. At this moment, Ning Fan's body suddenly gave off an extremely powerful aura force. His cultivation base had obviously reached the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes were as cold as water. All of a sudden, he reached out his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. On the right side, where there was no one, the black-robed old man's miserable figure was pulled out by Ning Fan. Ning Fan pressed the back of the black-robed old man's head with his index and middle fingers while his other 3 fingers gripped the old man's neck tightly, making him unable to struggle at all. Then, his body suddenly leaned forward and forcefully pressed the old man's head to the ground in front of him, smashing it. You're actually a void fragmentation realm old monster. I was wrong. I shouldn't have harbored evil intentions towards Senior. Please forgive me, Senior. The black-robed old man's body trembled. In Ning Fan's hands, he was like a little chick without any strength to struggle at all. He begged in panic. However, it was already too late. With a loud bang, the ground within the 99th floor of the heavenly dwelling was completely shattered. The entire heavenly dwelling was already on the verge of collapsing. Ning Fan loosened his grip and stood up. He stepped on the ruins on the ground and walked into the cave dwelling in front of him. He no longer looked at the black-robed old man. At this moment, the black-robed old man's skull was completely shattered. His face was deformed and he was coughing out blood as he fainted on the ground. His head was deeply pressed into the ground by Ning Fan like an ostrich. His sea of consciousness was completely shattered. It was unknown whether he could reform his sea of consciousness and cultivate his spirit sense again. If it wasn't for the fact that he was extremely heavy-handed, Ning Fan wouldn't have destroyed his sea of consciousness. The destruction of a cultivator's sea of consciousness was like gouging out a mortal's eyes. This person only had himself to blame for everything. Is this Bai Mu's true strength? This young man really hid his strength well. With his strength, I'm afraid even an ordinary first destruction realm cultivator wouldn't be a match for him. There are a total of 29 cultivators at the first destruction realm and above this time. In other words, this young man can at least get to the 30th floor of the cave dwelling. Bai Mu of the Light Feather Clan. Everyone has underestimated this young man. Void Fragmentation Realm Cultivation Base, Nirvana Realm Physical Body, Tao Light of Life and Death. After this grand competition, this young man's name will certainly resound in the demon world. If we can recruit this young man and nurture him carefully, he will certainly become a rogue demon in tens of thousands of years. The foresight of the old Yuan Emperor and the young lady is really sharp. After tens of breaths, Ning Fan walked out of the cave dwelling. He looked at Zhou Nan's direction and flew towards the 98th floor without saying a word. Zhou Nan sighed. In a flash, he continued to follow Ning Fan. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether Ning Fan could get the first 30 floors of the cave dwelling. To be continued. On the 98th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower. Above the sea of clouds, 3 primordial great void stage cultivators were fighting for the ownership of the cave dwelling with their own methods. The 3 of them were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, a void fragmentation chi force descended from the sky. Under that chi force, the 3 primordial great void stage cultivators' expressions changed. A void fragmentation old monster. They could only see that the void fragmentation realm cultivator was a white-robed young man. Before they could see his appearance clearly, they were sent flying by the white-robed young man's sleeves. I want to enter the cave dwelling to take a look. Those who are not involved, please leave. On the 74th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower. At the bottom of a certain abyss, there was a supreme-grade cave dwelling. Above the abyss, a fierce-looking old man covered in scales was sitting on the back of a huge flaming bull. He was staring coldly at the 2 primordial sword cultivators below. I have the help of the red beast. Even if the 2 of you attack together, you won't be able to defeat me. The scaled old man sneered and was about to attack the 2 people below. Suddenly, a void fragmentation chi force pressed down fiercely. Under this chi force, the flying swords in the hands of the 2 primordial sword cultivators began to tremble. The flaming bull, which had a ferocious look in its eyes, suddenly showed fear and prostrated on the ground. As for the scaled old man, the smile on his face froze. He looked at the white-robed young man who was walking towards him with fear. I want to enter the cave dwelling to take a look. Those who are not involved, please leave. Bye. Bye moo. This person is a void fragmentation old monster. First heavenly layer of void fragmentation realm. I'll fight. If I join forces with the red beast, I can barely defend myself against some void fragmentation old monsters. This person wants to snatch my cave dwelling? It won't be that easy. The scaled old man's face darkened. He was about to use a secret technique to forcefully control the flaming bull to attack the white-robed young man. At this moment, the white-robed young man lifted his finger and pointed down from the air. It was just a casual point of his finger. Moreover, it was tens of thousands of zhang away. However, it felt like his finger was pressing on the old man's chest. The old man's face was filled with shock. Suddenly, he vomited blood and flew backwards. He fell off the bull's back and fainted. Before he fainted, the old man's heart was filled with shock. Bai Mu's strength was far beyond any first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monster he had ever seen. Immortal Ascension Pagoda, level 51. The cave abode on this level was built in the middle of a sea of lightning. Inside the cave abode, there was a lightning cultivator at the Gue Yuan lightning realm. He had defeated several old monsters of the same level with his lightning path divine art and seized the cave abode. He was quite proud of himself. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, the sea of lightning outside the cave suddenly boiled, and lightning flashed everywhere. After a while, the sea of lightning gradually calmed down. The elemental returning lightning cultivator's spiritual sense probed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. However, a young man in white clothes seemed to ignore the might of the sea of lightning. He was stepping on the sea of lightning and walking toward the cave abode calmly. In front of the young man, the lightning split into a silver path. It was as if the sea of lightning was welcoming the young man. The young man's pace was not fast, but with every step he took, circles of lightning ripples would reverberate. Every step he took seemed to be stepping on the Taoist heart of a thunder cultivator, causing his demon soul, which had almost completely turned into thunder, to tremble. Void. Void fragmentation old monster. Furthermore, this old monster's lightning Tao divine art far surpasses my understanding. He is almost a lightning monarch. The elemental returning lightning cultivator knew that the reason why this old monster crossed the sea of lightning was to enter the cave abode. After witnessing the strength of this old monster, the elemental returning lightning cultivator immediately gave up the cave abode and left an array of traveling light. He did not dare to fight with this old monster at all. Ning Fan did not know that after he entered the 100 floors of the cave abode, he gradually attracted the attention of most of the cultivators outside the Immortal Ascension Tower. Outside the Immortal Ascension Tower, dozens of old monsters of the Primordial Palace erected a gigantic demon stele. The stele only recorded the names of those who entered the first 100 floors of the cave abode. All the old monsters who entered the Immortal Ascension Tower carried the jade token given by the Primordial Palace. It was their identification. If those who carried the jade token entered the first 100 floors of the cave abode, their names would appear on the demon stele from 1 to 100. The person who was ranked first on the demon stele was an old monster who was a rogue cultivator from the demon sea of the central region. His downame was Tam Longzi. He was at the 7th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. He was the one with the highest cultivation base among all the people who entered the tower this time. Hence, he deserved to occupy the first floor of the cave abode. The people who were ranked 2nd to 5th on the demon stele were experts who were famous in the demon world. If these people were placed in the lower 3 realms, they would certainly be powerful and influential figures. However, in the demon world, they were not the strongest experts. The person who was ranked 6th was Xianxia, who had a mysterious identity. To others, this person's identity was mysterious. To the demon emperor old monsters, it was better for them to keep his identity a secret. From the 7th to the 12th floor, 6 of them were 4 void fragmentation old monsters. From the 13th to the 20th floor, they were all void fragmentation old monsters. After the 20th floor, there were still 2 void fragmentation old monsters. However, they could not get into the first 20 floors of the cave abode. In the end, they could only give up. The occupants of the first 20 floors of the cave abode only changed a few times. After that, they never changed again. In the first 46 floors, the battles between the void fragmentation realm old monsters gradually stopped. The one who guarded the 100th floor of the cave abode was the great elder Zhou Nan of the primordial palace. Naturally, no one could snatch the cave abode from him. Between the 47th floor and the 100th floor, the battles between the Absolute Void and Guiyuan Great Void cultivators gradually intensified. Numerous Absolute Void cultivators and Guiyuan Great Void cultivators were fighting for the abode of the first 100 floors. In the beginning, the Absolute Void cultivators who were fighting for the abode would usually be snatched away by Guiyuan Great Void cultivators before they could even warm their seats. After a series of fierce battles, the occupants of the first 100 floors of the cave abode gradually stopped changing. Currently, it was already the 4th night watch period. There were less than 8 hours before the end of the grand competition. Some cultivators closed their eyes and pretended to sleep, waiting for the final result of the grand competition. Some cultivators, on the other hand, were paying attention to the demon stele with great interest. Every time they saw the occupants of the first 100 floors of the cave abode change, they would comment on it. Look, the occupants of the 54th floor have changed. Venerable Lord Xiling of the Western Demon Sea defeated the clan leader of the Waterhawk clan and occupied this floor of the cave abode. Aya, the occupants of the 69th floor of the cave abode have changed. It's the Demon King of the Branch Sea of the Eastern Demon Sea. He has obtained this floor of the cave abode. Oh? Look, the occupants of the 71st floor of the cave abode have changed twice in a row. It seems like the battles on this floor are quite intense. Most of the people who would make such a fuss were low-grade cultivators with unstable temperaments. All the true old monsters understood one thing. The change of occupants of the cave abode was only temporary until the very last moment. The Yuan Emperor and the other demon sovereigns closed their eyes, no longer paying attention to the battles on the 46th floor. To experts at their level, only the battles between void fragmentation realm experts could attract their attention. Strange. That Baimu could withstand my attack and destroy my Dao heart. With his strength, he should be able to occupy the first 100 floors of the cave abode. Why haven't I seen his name on the demon stele until now? Yuan Tong frowned with a gloomy expression. Of course, he was not concerned about Ning Fan. He was just puzzled. Baimu, you're just an ant. The competition of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda will end in 8 hours. Everyone will leave the Immortal Ascension Pagoda. At that time, I will avenge you. Don't think about Baimu anymore. Quickly follow the mnemonic chant I taught you and restore your Dao heart. The Ape Emperor harumphed with dissatisfaction. Yes. Yuan Tong dared not let his imagination run wild. He immediately closed his eyes and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. Then, he circulated his qi and chanted the mnemonic chant. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. How? How is this possible? The owner of the 100th floor has changed. In an instant, all the cultivators on the jade platform scanned the demon steel with their spirit sense. Even the expressions of the ape emperor and the other sovereigns changed slightly as they looked at the demon steel. The 100th floor was supposed to be the most inconspicuous cave abode in the first 100 floors. However, it was the great elder of Yuan Palace who was in charge of this cave abode, which made it very eye-catching. Those who understood the situation guessed that great elder Zhou Nan stayed on the 100th floor because he was too embarrassed to compete with others for the first 20 floors. No one doubted that Zhou Nan had the strength to enter the top 20. No one thought that Zhou Nan's cave abode would be taken away. However, at this moment, Zhou Nan's name on the 100th position on the demon steel was indeed fading away bit by bit. Who was it? Who took away the cave abode from Senior Zhou Nan? Zhou Nan's name gradually disappeared from the demon steel. What appeared next was a name that shocked everyone. Bai Mu. How is this possible? Bai Mu is just a void inquiry stage cultivator. How could he have the strength to snatch the cave abode from great elder Zhou Nan? Great waves surged in the hearts of countless old monsters. This was something that was simply impossible, so why did it happen? Could it be that great elder Zhou Nan gave the cave abode to Bai Mu on his own accord? An old monster suddenly voiced out his doubt and looked in the direction of Yuan Emperor. His doubt alerted all the old monsters on the scene and they all looked at Yuan Emperor. Yes. That must be it. Bai Mu most likely had some relationship with Yuan Palace. That was why Zhou Nan gave up the cave abode. It was impossible for Bai Mu to defeat Zhou Nan. Some of the old monsters recalled that Yuan Emperor had stopped the Ape Emperor from entering the Immortal Ascension Tower to capture Bai Mu. At first, these old monsters thought that Yuan Emperor was just trying to protect the participants from being bullied and humiliated. Now, it seemed like Bai Mu probably had some relationship with Yuan Palace. Yuan Emperor frowned but he did not explain. He also had the same thought. He was sure that Zhou Nan had given up the cave abode on purpose. After all, he knew that Zhou Nan had entered the Immortal Ascension Tower for Bai Mu. Is it Zixin's idea for Zhou Nan to give up the cave abode? Does she really like Bai Mu that much? She did not hesitate to let Zhou Nan snatch a cave abode in the first 100 floors and give it to Bai Mu. Just as everyone was guessing, the two words Bai Mu gradually disappeared from the demon steel. After that, no one's name appeared on the 100th position of the demon steel. The cave abode on the 100th floor was actually empty. The cave abode is actually unoccupied. What's going on? Could it be that someone fought with Bai Mu for the cave abode again? In the end, both of them were injured and none of them managed to get it. It was naturally difficult for the cultivators in the outside world to imagine that Ning Fan walked out of the cave abode by himself. He did not care about the cave abode on the 100th floor and he did not plan to stay there for long. However, the others did not know about it. They only knew that whoever obtains the cave abode on the 100th floor would be rewarded with a void fragmentation pill. That was a void fragmentation pill after all. It could increase the success rate of a void fragmentation realm cultivator by 5%. To Ning Fan, who had a void inquiry stage cultivation base, it should be a great temptation, shouldn't it? What exactly happened on the 100th floor? Just as everyone's mind was filled with questions, the cave abode on the 99th floor changed owners. When the two words Bai Mu appeared on the 99th position of the demon steel, countless old monsters' eyes widened in shock. Bai Mu. Why is it Bai Mu again? I get it now. This Bai Mu has given up the cave abode on the 100th floor and went to the 99th floor. However, I don't understand how this Bai Mu, who only has a void inquiry stage cultivation base, has the strength to snatch the 99th floor. Could it be that Zhou Nan is helping him? At this moment, countless cultivators shifted their gazes towards the Yuan sovereign's location. The owner of the 99th floor was an old monster named Gue Yuan from the Feng Wolf Palace in the Eastern Demon Sea. This person was proficient in the broken phase technique. He was already invincible among cultivators at the same level as him. It was impossible for him to be defeated by Ning Fan, who had a void inquiry stage cultivation base. Then, could it be Zhou Nan who defeated this old monster and snatched the cave abode from him? Was it Zhou Nan who snatched the cave abode on the 99th floor and gave it to Ning Fan? As the great elder of the Origin Palace, Zhou Nan purposely sabotaged the fairness of this grand competition just to support Ning Fan? Impossible. The great elder is definitely not this kind of person. He is the host of this grand competition. Even if he enters the Immortal Ascension Tower, he will not be biased towards anyone. A Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator of the Origin Palace defended Zhou Nan with a stern voice. That's right. Senior Zhou has always been straightforward and upright in his actions. Everyone in the entire Northern Demon Sea knows about this. He will definitely not disrupt the fairness of this grand competition just to support a Bai Mu. Some low-level cultivators began to defend Zhou Nan. The Yuan sovereign did not say anything else. He slowly rose to his feet and took out a life token from his storage pouch. He had to give the crowd an explanation so that they would not think that this grand competition was unfair. After all, he was prepared to make friends with the experts of the demon world through this dragon fishing convention. That life token belonged to Zhou Nan. The Yuan sovereign closed his eyes and transmitted a few words to the life token. After a while, he seemed to have received Zhou Nan's reply. He opened his eyes and said to the crowd in an indifferent tone. Zhou Nan did not do anything. It was Bai Mu who snatched the cave abode with his own strength. The Yuan sovereign's explanation could naturally convince most of the old monsters. However, there were also some who disagreed. Bai Mu is just a void inquiry stage cultivator. How could he defeat Gue Yuan Taishu with his own strength? Their words naturally could not escape the Yuan sovereign's spirit sense. The Yuan sovereign wore a complicated expression. Even he found it hard to believe what Zhou Nan had told him. But now, he had to inform the crowd and appease them. He is not a void inquiry stage cultivator. He is a void fragmentation realm expert. Bai Mu's cultivation base is at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. What? The Yuan sovereign's words made the expressions of countless old monsters change. Void fragmentation realm. Void fragmentation realm. They did not expect that the unknown Bai Mu was actually a dignified void fragmentation realm expert, that Trash who was once banished by the Light Feather clan had actually become a void fragmentation realm old monster. Bai Mu is a void fragmentation realm expert? How could this be? How is this possible? Yuan Tong's Dao heart was being repaired to a critical moment, and when he suddenly heard this news, his expression immediately turned ugly. In the first place, he did not believe that Ning Fan was a void inquiry stage cultivator. No void inquiry stage cultivator could defeat him. However, he refused to believe that Ning Fan was a void fragmentation old monster, even though there were hundreds of void fragmentation realm experts in the demon world, which one of them was not a famous figure in the world. He was a primordial returning realm cultivator and he was only a step away from attaining the void fragmentation realm. However, this step was extremely difficult for him to cross. The void fragmentation realm was a high mountain that cultivators below the void fragmentation realm could only dream of but never reach. Insurmountable, there were tens of thousands of void refinement realm experts in the entire demon world. However, only a few hundred of them could break through to the void fragmentation realm. How is it possible that Bai Mu has a void fragmentation realm cultivation base? I don't believe it. Yuan Tong wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. Many cultivators were doubtful too. But what happened next forced them to believe it. The owner of the 98th level of the cave abode had changed, and the new occupant was Bai Mu. The owner of the 97th level of the cave abode had changed, and the new occupant was Bai Mu. The owner of the 96th level of the cave abode had changed, and the new occupant was Bai Mu. Bai Mu's name kept appearing on the demon stele, replacing the original owner of the cave abode. Then, it disappeared and reappeared again, replacing the next owner. His name kept appearing until it reached the 47th position. Only then did it temporarily stop appearing and no longer disappeared. In just a short period of time, he went from the 100th level to the 47th level and defeated all the primordial returning realm cultivators. At this moment, no one doubted that Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Without such a strong cultivation base, who could defeat all the primordial returning realm experts in the first 100 levels? Oh? I didn't expect that there would be such a strong expert hidden in this grand competition. Is it Bai Mu? The Fox Sovereign smiled seductively. Oh? The cauldron that I'm interested in is Bai Mu? He's a void fragmentation realm expert? Hee hee. Good. Now, it's even better. The Snake Sovereign's apricot eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, she looked to her side. At her side, someone was taking out a jade slip which had Ning Fan's current appearance engraved on it. That person crushed the jade slip. Light and shadow appeared in the air, showing Ning Fan's appearance to the crowd. By Mu, huh? It is said that this person's bone age is less than 10,000 years. The Green Sovereign was holding a jade slip which he had just ordered his subordinates to collect. When Ning Fan consumed the appearance-changing pill, he disguised his bone age as 20,000 years. When he disguised his cultivation base as a void inquiry stage cultivator, his bone age naturally changed slightly to 6,000 years. After all, no void inquiry stage cultivator could live for 20,000 years. As soon as the Green Sovereign said that, it immediately shocked countless people. That Bai Mu's bone age is less than 10,000 years, but he is already cultivated to the void fragmentation realm. How is this possible? Could it be that this person is not the rumored trash of the Light Feather clan but a genius that only appears once every 100,000 years in the demon world? Nonsense. How can someone who can cultivate to the void fragmentation realm be a trash? Perhaps this Bai Mu's previous bad reputation and weak strength are just a disguise that he used to conceal his strength and bide his time. Moreover, he might have purposely expelled him from the Light Feather clan. Is he trying to fade away from the world's sight and quietly enter the void fragmentation realm? Even though his bone age of 6,000 years was fake, Ning Fan's heaven-defying aptitude was not fake. Ning Fan's true bone age was only 1,000 years, which was even lower than 6,000 years. He had seized countless opportunities with his own hands and made the legend of a void fragmentation realm cultivator who lived for 1,000 years become a reality. It was impossible for others to know about this. If they do, they would certainly be even more shocked. The Yuan Sovereign's eyes flickered. His opinion of Ning Fan gradually changed. Originally, he thought that Ning Fan was not a good match for his daughter because of his bad reputation. Now, it seemed like Ning Fan's bad reputation and weak strength might just be a disguise. Perhaps, letting Bai Mu be Zixin's Dao companion might not be a bad choice? The Yuan Sovereign thought to himself. After Yuan Tong confirmed that Ning Fan was a void fragmentation realm cultivator, he directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. His Dao heart that had recovered a little shattered again. He is a void fragmentation realm cultivator. A strong sense of defeat rose in Yuan Tong's heart. If it wasn't for his master, he would not be qualified to be Ning Fan's enemy at all. Tong heir, don't destroy your own Dao heart. Remember, Bai Mu isn't that great. Even if he is a void fragmentation realm cultivator and surpasses you in every aspect, there is one thing that you can't compare to. Remember, your master is the strongest demon sovereign of this generation. You are no match for him, but I can help you eradicate him. The ape sovereign's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. He kept belittling Ning Fan not because he looked down on him but because he wanted to rebuild Yuan Tong's confidence through this method. The abilities of the ape hull were all based on battle intent. If one loses his confidence, he would lose the courage to challenge others. Then, where would his battle intent come from? Self-destruction of the great Dao. Yuan Tong was the ape sovereign's favorite disciple. He was arrogant, domineering and considered himself to be extraordinary. He was the most suitable candidate to cultivate the cultivation methods of the ape hall. If Yuan Tong had never met Ning Fan, if Yuan Tong could continue to fight and win in a domineering manner, his achievements in this life would definitely not be lower than those of the previous ape sovereigns. No matter what, I will help you take his life. As long as he is alive, your Dao heart won't be able to recover. His shadow will eventually be left behind. Bai Mu, huh? Humph. No matter who attacked first, as long as you hurt my disciple, you deserve to die. The Ape King revealed a domineering look. Now, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to wait for the end of the grand competition. When Ning Fan came out, he would kill him. The Ape Emperor closed his eyes and stopped paying attention to the demon steel. In his opinion, even if Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he would still have to stop at the 47th level. Below them, the ones guarding the cave residences were all void fragmentation realm experts. He was only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It was the lowest level among the 9 heavenly layers of the void fragmentation realm. Logically speaking, Ning Fan would probably not continue to challenge other void fragmentation realm cultivators without knowing what was good for him. There's no need to watch. This kid will definitely stop at the 47th floor. As soon as the Ape King finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes in disbelief. On the demon steel, the two words by Mu gradually faded and eventually disappeared. A moment later, on the 46th floor, the name of the Northern Demon Sea's Golden Photon was replaced by Mu's name. In just a short moment, Ning Fan had defeated Jin Guangdian, who was also at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, and snatched the cave dwelling away. How is this possible? The 45th floor, 44th floor, 43rd floor. All the way to the 30th floor, each of the first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monsters was no match for Ning Fan. All of them were instantly defeated. On the other hand, Ning Fan's name kept changing positions, rising all the way to the 30th place on the demon steel. Senior Whitewood is invincible in the demolishing level. Countless low-level cultivators blurted. On the 30th level of the Immortal Ascension Pagoda, Ning Fan kept Emperor Xia's sword and stepped into the 30th floor of the abode. He was not in a hurry to comprehend the mysteries on this floor. Instead, he consumed some pills and adjusted his breathing, trying to recover some of his magic power. To him, defeating cultivators at the primordial returning realm consecutively was a piece of cake. It was also not difficult for him to defeat cultivators at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, it would consume a lot of his magic power. With Emperor Xia's sword in his hand, Ning Fan only needed to activate 30% of the sword light and he would be able to scare away any of the old monsters who were guarding the cave dwelling. From the 30th floor and below, there were at least second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monsters guarding the place. Thus, they were not to be underestimated. If Ning Fan wants to go all the way down, he must not be careless. He must first adjust his breathing. He didn't know that the outside world was in chaos because of him. He also didn't know that along the way, the old monsters on each floor were sighing in despair. They had suffered a great blow. From the 500th floor all the way to the 31st floor, those old monsters who had their abode taken away eventually ran back and quietly occupied their abode after seeing that Ning Fan did not have the intention to occupy their abode for a long time. However, they would never be able to forget the fact that they were defeated by Ning Fan for the rest of their lives. Especially those first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm old monsters who thought highly of themselves. After being defeated by Ning Fan with a single sword strike, it was inevitable that a shadow would be cast in their hearts. They were all at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, but they were actually so much weaker than Ning Fan. I can't compete with him. I can't compete with him. Who said that Bai Mu is trash? He clearly didn't use his full strength in that sword strike. If he used his full strength, I'm afraid even the two old monsters of the Shattering Realm wouldn't be able to withstand it. On the 46th floor of the Immortal Ascension Tower, Jin Guangzi returned to his cave dwelling. He adjusted his breathing while sighing. There were quite a number of people who were sighing like him. Zhounan followed behind Ning Fan. His eyes were filled with astonishment. When Ning Fan held Emperor Xia's sword in his hand, even a dignified fourth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm like him felt a little threatened by the sword light. This young man's strength seems to be above my expectation. Perhaps he won't stop at the 30th floor. Just as Zhou Nan was thinking about this, he saw that Ning Fan had already finished adjusting his breathing. He had finished his comprehension in the cave dwelling and was heading towards the 29th floor. As expected, he still wants to challenge the two old monsters of the Shattering Realm. Zhou Nan's eyes lit up. The void fragmentation realm had a strict hierarchy. Other than a few heaven-defying experts, there were very few people who could surpass their cultivation base and win. Even an unrivaled cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm would find it hard to defeat an ordinary two old monsters of the Shattering Realm. Zhou Nan really wanted to see whether Ning Fan could continue to sweep through the Immortal Ascension Tower with his first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base. End of chapter 633. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.